My name is Jun Wushuang. I was born into one of the top 10 families on Blue Star. In everyone's eyes, I am a child of destiny who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. My father, Jun Zhantian, is one of the 72 martial saints who are feared by all. My grandfather, Jun Mocang, is one of the 9 great martial masters standing at the top, with tremendous power and great reputation. And I, known as a martial arts genius rarely seen in 100 years on Blue Star, have a talent that even surpasses that of my parents and ancestors. I was judged to have the potential of a martial emperor when I was born. As long as I grow up smoothly, I'm destined to be crowned a 9th rank emperor in the future. But even with such a prominent background and outstanding talents, I have become a bootlicker just for a woman. I gave my all and tried to please others in every way, but in the end my family was broken up and there was no hope of recovery. The moment I died in regret and despair, I was reborn back to 10 years ago. At this time, a voice was heard on the campus. Jun Wushuang, what on earth are you proud of? If you were not lucky enough to be born in the Jun family, to be the only son of the Jun family, and to be promoted to the young master, who would you be? You are totally useless. How can a loser with no merits other than his background be qualified to be my man? So, from now on, don't bother me anymore. To be honest, I feel sick the moment I see your face. This shrill voice came suddenly, exploding in my ears. It was so familiar that it made my scalp tingle, and it also instantly cleared my drowsy consciousness. I opened my eyes and an 18-year-old girl came into view. She has fair skin and beautiful looks. She wears a small suit with a white shirt, and a pair of long black silk legs under the gray pleated skirt. She exudes a youthful and cool aura. Of course I know her. Even if she turns to ashes, I can recognize her at a glance. Mu Chanin! She is the daughter of the Mu family, a first-rate martial arts family in Longdu, the campus belle of Longdu's #1 martial arts school, Shengwu College, and the woman I, Jun Wushuang, love most in my life. But at this moment, when I looked at her, there was only a murderous intent in my eyes. It was because when I first saw Mu Chanin, I was shocked by her beauty. Even though she came from a small family and was not worthy of my Jun family, I was obsessed with her and vowed to marry her. From that day on, I, the young master of the Jun family, took the initiative to put aside my status and was willing to humble myself for her. She wanted to enter Shengwu College, so I used my family's resources to help her get in through the back door even though she failed the exam. Her the top-notch cultivation materials that the Jun family has prepared for her. She thought the Mu family was too weak, so I ordered the Jun family to secretly support them and make the Mu family a first-class family. Even when the Mu family and the Jun family had a conflict, I protected her without any reason and sacrificed my own family's interests. But what was the result? I gave my all, but what I got in return was her betrayal. She turned to that poor boy from a humble family, Yishien. Not only that, she also transferred all the resources I gave her to Yishien. When I questioned her angrily, she threatened me. If you dare to touch Yishien, don't even think about seeing me again in this life. She even brainwashed me. Love is not about possession, it is about letting go, about fulfillment, and about making her happy. I actually believed it. I became the stupidest and most miserable person on the entire blue planet. And Yishian, relying on the resources of my Jun family, soared to the sky and ascended to the throne of the human emperor within 10 years. But this ungrateful bastard turned his back on me. In front of everyone, he personally used the martial arts of my Jun family to kill my father with one move, and then destroyed all the masters of the Jun family with his palm. Then he humiliated me, tortured me, and finally sent me to hell with a palm. And the reason why he did all this was just because 10 years ago, he was injured by me when he was fighting with me for Mu Chanin, and then my father gently released his aura to warn him. With just such a warning, he massacred the entire Jun family. Thinking back to the tragic scene of the blood flowing like a river when the entire Jun family was slaughtered, and thinking back to the stupid, ridiculous, despicable and shameful actions I had committed in my previous life, my eyes seemed to be ignited by a nightmare, and my black pupils were gradually turning scarlet. Pa! I raised my hand and slapped myself without hesitation. The burning pain quickly spread across my cheek, as if to pull me back to reality from that humiliating memory. But before he could calm down from this self-punishment, A cold and harsh voice of ridicule rang out sharply. "Oh, you think you can soften my heart by slapping yourself? Don't be naive! The more you do this, the more disgusting you will become to me." I slowly raised my head and looked at Mu Chanin. She raised her chin. Her eyes were so arrogant that it seemed like she was looking down at the dust, and her eyes were full of undisguised disgust and contempt. But I smiled, softly, coldly. Oh, a woman who relied on me to support her step by step to stand in her current high position, dared to speak to me like this. Why? She just took advantage of the fact that I liked her. The coldness in my eyes was like a sharp blade, and the murderous intent quietly rose, almost condensing into substance. But the next second, I forcibly suppressed the murderous intent. It's not that I can't do it, but I don't want to let you get away with it. There was a voice in my heart roaring. Mu Chanin, I want you to return everything you took from me with interest. I want you to regret it so much that your intestines turn green, and then die in despair. And you, Yishien, oh, if you knew that I was reborn, you would probably regret showing off those opportunities you gave me. Unfortunately, now I know their secrets. From this moment on, those opportunities belong to me, Jun Wushuang. The blueprint for revenge has already been laid out in my mind, and my eyes fell coldly on Mu Chanin. Even though she said that she hated me, she was holding tightly in her snow-white hands the dragon blood potion that I had personally given her. The golden liquid in the test tube was glowing, and the sound of a shocking dragon's roar could be heard faintly. That is a top-grade A-grade medicine worth 150 million blue star coins, which can greatly enhance the physical strength of a warrior. According to her memory, she didn't want it for herself at all, but for Yishien, the man who had just broken through to the 3rd level and urgently needed body-hardening drugs to stabilize his body. As long as he has the dragon blood potion, Yishien will be able to defeat all the other competitors in the Xingwu Academy entrance examination in 10 days. Then, relying on his good reputation, he will be accepted as a disciple by the 7th-rank martial saint and embark on the road to rise. But now, I sneered. Yishien, let me see. Without the blessing of the dragon blood potion, and with me severely trampling on your reputation, how can you gain the appreciation of the martial saint? How can you rise? My eyes were as cold as a pond. I stared at Mu Chanin, a sneer appeared on the corner of my lips, and I said indifferently, Okay, since the campus beauty of Mu University is so annoyed with me, then I promise you from now on, I will never come to disturb you again. Hearing this, Mu Chanin was startled at first, then reacted, and an ecstatic smile instantly bloomed on her delicate face. Jun Wushuang, are you serious? I nodded expressionlessly. Of course it's true. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Okay, it's a deal then. But then, in order to prevent me from changing my mind, she immediately added, If you change your mind, you will be hit by a car when you go out, and your father and grandfather will also die at the hands of foreigners. No one in the Jun family will have a good ending. As soon as these vicious, curse-like words fell from my lips, my eyes instantly turned icy cold. The crowd frowned when they heard her bad words. They knew very well how good I had always been to Mu Chanin from the bottom of my heart, no matter how big or small, and she had never rejected this deep affection. But now, not only did she refuse, she also cursed my relatives and my family. This kind of heartless and ruthless behavior is simply disgusting. Everyone's impression of this former school beauty instantly fell to the bottom. The way they looked at me was full of sympathy, a child of destiny, the most dazzling existence on Blue Planet, but he had been a bootlicker for 3 years, and in the end, he ended up with nothing. Mu Chanin didn't care at all about how others would see the poisonous words she had just said. She only had one thought in her mind. Brother Yishien can get the dragon blood potion, and I can get rid of Jun Wushuang, this disgusting guy. It's a win-win situation. I have to tell him the good news quickly. He will be very happy. Her heart leaped with joy and she was ready to turn around and leave. However, slap. A crisp slap suddenly sounded, and Mu Chanin fell to the ground, his face full of surprise. The entire playground fell silent in an instant, as if time had frozen at this moment. Everyone was stunned, looking at the incredible scene before their eyes. The shock on their faces was simply indescribable. But what really shocked them was not that Mu Chanin was beaten. Her vicious and ungrateful character had already disgusted many people, and this day would come sooner or later. What really shocked them was that the person who did it was me. Mu Chanin covered her face, looked at me in astonishment, and screamed in anger. You dared to hit me? You are a man, but you hit a woman. Are you still a human being? Ah! She was about to continue cursing, but the next second, she cried out in pain. I moved as fast as lightning, and instantly rushed forward, grabbed her long hair, and shouted coldly, Bitch, if you dare to curse my father and grandfather with that stinky mouth again, don't blame me for being merciless. I will make you, and the entire Mu family, pay with blood. The murderous intent in my eyes was like boiling flames, which made people's hearts tremble. If I didn't have a more severe punishment waiting for her, this woman would have been torn into pieces long ago. Mu Chanin was so frightened that her face turned pale and her body trembled slightly. She never dared to act presumptuously again. Now apologize to me, I ordered coldly. Once upon a time, she didn't even know how to write the word apology, but now, she truly feels that I am no longer the person who treasures her. She pouted and said tremblingly, I'm sorry, okay. Tears as big as beans rolled down her eyes. I said indifferently, Get out of here before I completely lose control. Mu Chanin wiped her tears, sobbed and stood up, crying, I have always hated you, but you are good to me. Although I said harsh words, I never drove you away completely. But you actually hit me. From now on, no matter how good you are to me, I will never forgive you. I never want to see you again, and even if I do, I will never talk to you again. This is the price you pay for hitting me. Sooner or later you will regret it. After saying that, she turned and left, but her steps were very slow, as if she was waiting for me to call her. Sure enough, after taking 2 steps, I said, Wait a minute. Mu Chanin paused, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised. He turned around, with a proud look on his face. What? You regret it so soon? Humph, even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not forgive you. I responded calmly. You can go, but leave the dragon blood potion behind. What did you say? Mu Chanin was stunned, as if he suspected that he had heard it wrong. I said slowly, Give me back the dragon blood potion. Her expression froze instantly, with embarrassment, shock, and unwillingness intertwined on her face. You have already given it to me, how can you take it back? You are the eldest son of the Jun family, aren't you afraid of being laughed at for doing such a stingy thing? I raised my eyebrows and sneered. You, the campus beauty of Mu University, keep saying that you hate me, but now you refuse to return the things I gave you. Don't you think that this behavior is very much like that of a bitch? What did you say? She laughed in anger, her expression almost twisted. She never thought that I would humiliate her with such words. Nearby could not help but sneer. Mr. Jun, that's right. You said you hated her, but you accepted the dragon blood potion she gave you without hesitation. What's the difference between you and a gold digger? She looks innocent on the outside, but she's really disgusting underneath. Who picked the school beauty for her? Are you blind? I couldn't help but touch the bridge of my nose, feeling a little embarrassed. You people! The overwhelming humiliation made Mu Chanin tremble with anger. She had never been humiliated like this before and finally broke down. I'll give it back to you. I don't even want a mere dragon blood potion. She raised her hand high, pretending to throw the potion to me. But for a long while, she still did not make a move. Because she knew very well that this potion was what Yishien needed most, and if she returned it to me now, she would not be able to help Yishien get a second one. Forget it, let this guy disgust me for a while. She gritted her teeth and said with a twisted face. Okay, I forgive you. I also take back what I said just now. You can still continue to pester me in the future, is that okay? As soon as Mu Chanin's look as if she had suffered a great deal of injustice emerged, the onlookers around were instantly stunned, and the scene was silent for a while. After a few seconds, everyone finally came to their senses, but their faces showed unspeakable disgust and shock. I had a blank expression on my face, not a bit startled. I had seen faces like this many times in my previous life, hadn't I become immune to them? Seeing that I was still silent, she frowned and said impatiently, I am willing to let you continue to pester me. This is already the biggest concession I have made. Don't be ungrateful and still want to ask for more? I still didn't respond, but turned around, glanced at the people around me, and said calmly, Which classmate has a mirror? Let me borrow it to look at the school beauty Mu. What do you mean? Mu Chanin looked puzzled. The crowd immediately erupted in ridicule. Can't you hear it? Young Master Jun wants you to look in the mirror and see how good you are. With young Master Jun's status, what kind of women doesn't he have? Top stars like Sumi and Tilly, they would love to have sex with them. Who do you think you are, a school beauty, to dare to put on airs in front of him? You are so narcissistic and ridiculous. Mu Chanin looked embarrassed and turned to look at me. Did you really mean what you just said? I nodded calmly. That's right. Mu Chanin, stop wasting my time, or I'll notify the Academy's law enforcement team and say you stole my dragon blood potion and refused to return it. Her face turned pale instantly and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. A-grade dragon blood potion worth 150 million blue star coins. If she was caught by the law enforcement team, she would not only be expelled from the academy, but she would also have to go to jail. If someone else had said this, she would still be fearless, relying on my protection. But this time, I was the one who reported her. She could only bite the bullet and return the potion, shouting in tears. You are a scumbag who gave it away and wanted to return it. I never want to see you again. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not say another word to you. After saying that, he threw the potion at me with trembling hands, tears welling up in his eyes. Stop! An urgent shout suddenly rang out among the crowd. A figure suddenly leaped up and accurately caught the flying bottle of dragon blood potion in midair. The moment he landed, everyone saw the face of the person who came and immediately started to discuss. Isn't that Yishien? The genius from a poor family? The one who was specially recruited to the school with the cultivation level of a third-grade warrior? Whether he is a genius or a humble family, why would he stop the medicine? Does this have anything to do with him? He is really meddling in other people's business. At this time, Mu Chanin had already rushed to Yishien's side, with a shy look on her face. Brother Yishien, why are you here? Yishien ignored everyone's doubts and said gently. I waited for you for a long time, but you didn't come. I guessed that you might be harassed by that person again, so I rushed over. You always care about me so much. Mu Chanin lowered his head, his face full of emotion. The people around were stunned. Young Master Jun spent money like water on her, and the resources he gave her could be piled up to make a mountain of gold, but in return she hated him in every way. And this Yishien just came to pick her up, and she was so moved that she almost cried. Many people had the urge to open her skull. Is it that her brain is filled with water, or is it that she just had a blister? At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Mu Chanin and Yishien, but no one noticed that Yishien's eyes were actually on the bottle of dragon blood potion, and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. However, he soon noticed that Mu Chanin was looking at him, and he quickly restrained his expression. Chanin, what's wrong with you? Is anyone bullying you? He asked with concern. Mu Chanin looked aggrieved. It was him. He scolded me, insulted me, and even called me a bitch. Yishien's face suddenly darkened. Although he is slightly stronger than me, I have a special identity as the young master of the Jun family, and there must be strong people protecting me. I really can't afford to offend him. But if he didn't step forward, he was afraid that his position in Mu Chanin's heart would be affected. Yishien was extremely annoyed and cursed inwardly. Damn Jun Wushuang! Didn't you say that you loved Chanin the most? Why do you bully her and put me in a difficult position? Mu Chanin noticed that Yishien looked uncertain and asked in confusion. What's wrong with you? Yishien came back to his senses, looked at her pitiful little face, and thought of the resources behind her. He gritted his teeth and said, How dare he bully you? I will stand up for you now. Brother Yishien, don't be impulsive. Mu Chanin hurriedly held him back. He is the young master of the Jun family. We can't afford to offend him. Nonsense, of course I know. Yishien cursed inwardly, but his face remained righteous and stern. Don't even mention the young master of the Jun family. Even if the King of Heaven is here, he can't bully you in front of me. Mu Chanin looked at him, her eyes filled with deep emotion. Yishien straightened his chest, turned to look at me, and shouted, I order you to apologize to Mu Chanin immediately. I looked at him, with a meaningful smile on my face. Yishien, if you hadn't come today, I would have had to spend some time to discredit you. I didn't expect you to come out on your own, so I won't be polite. My eyes turned cold and I asked calmly, What did I do wrong? Why should I apologize? Mu Chanin is a girl, and you, a man, actually used those words to humiliate her. Shouldn't you apologize? Yishian asked angrily. Humiliate? I didn't. I was just stating the facts. She said I was disgusting, but she kept accepting my gifts. When I asked her to return it, she refused to admit it. Tell me, how is this behavior different from being a bitch? Shut up! Yishien was furious. You must apologize to Mu Chanin. This bottle of dragon blood potion should be regarded as compensation for her mental damage. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishien raised his chin slightly, acting as if he was standing on the moral high ground, with a serious expression, looking like the embodiment of justice. He pricked up his ears, waiting for the students around him to applaud him and praise him for not fearing power and speaking out for justice. After all, he had heroic deeds. On the day he first arrived in Longdu, he met a girl at the high-speed rail station. She just accidentally took the wrong pair of headphones. After being criticized, she immediately returned them and apologized sincerely. But the man was relentless and aggressive, making the girl extremely embarrassed in public. So Yishien stepped forward and rebuked the man, righteously, just like he did today, and even taught him a lesson, forcing the other party to apologize in public in shame. It was at that moment that he won the attention of Mu Chanin, the daughter of a first-class martial arts family in Longdu. She happened to be there, and she looked at him differently from then on. Even a cold and aloof rich girl like Mu Chanin was impressed by him. So he naturally believed that the students from Shinwu Academy who were watching the show would also applaud his righteousness. In this way, not only can he gain points in Mu Chanin's heart, but he can also take the opportunity to improve his reputation on campus, and reputation is an invisible blessing in the school entrance examination 10 days later. Killing two birds with one stone, how wonderful! However, ideals are full of hope, but reality is harsh. As soon as he finished speaking, the students who were watching were all stunned, and then they immediately went crazy. What do you mean by putting aside the facts? Are you telling a crosstalk here? You still want to use 150 million blue star coins worth of dragon blood potion to compensate for mental damages? Who do you think you are? The reincarnation of the Emperor of Man? How can Yishian have the nerve to talk nonsense so seriously? Whose pants weren't pulled up properly, exposing your exquisite beauty? Yishian froze on the spot, his head buzzing. The plot was wrong. The scene that should have been thunderous applause turned into a sure scene of ridicule and failure. I looked at his confused face and couldn't help laughing. Mu Chanin must be confused to be moved by his twisted logic. But these onlookers are all the best in Dragon Country's #1 martial arts academy, and they are all smart. Do you really think they are on the same level as Mu Chanin and can be fooled by your rhetoric? If you treat them as fools, they will call you a fool. I chuckled and said, I really didn't understand before why Mu Chanin refused to return this dragon blood potion to me. Now that I see classmate Yishien, I finally understand. I said meaningfully. Mu Chanin, I want to give this potion to you, right? As soon as the words fell, everyone's faces changed. Oh my god, Mu Chanin refused to return the potion for Yishien? Is this true? She doesn't even pay attention to young Master Jun, so how could she be interested in this poor kid? Didn't you notice that she kept calling me Brother Yishien? Her eyes were almost filled with pink bubbles. No wonder Yishien jumped out to bite people randomly. He is a dog who wants to be a prince. A genius from a poor family? I think he is a gigolo. Yishien was caught off guard by the criticism, and his heart tightened. It's over, this rhythm is wrong. He realized that if this continued, his reputation would really be ruined. How could he still be qualified to have a backer in the school entrance examination? He was so anxious that he shouted, You are slandering me! Stop slandering me! I sneered. Slander? Fine, then swear to the heavens if Mu Chanin never promised to give you the potion, I will apologize in public immediately, and give you this dragon blood potion. Everyone was stunned, and then there was an uproar. Fuck, is young Master Jun crazy? He's giving away the dragon blood potion just by swearing an oath. This, if it were me, I would have sworn a long time ago. I raised the corners of my mouth slightly and said nothing. In the eyes of ordinary people, swearing to destiny is of course a joke. But Yishien is different, the future son of destiny. Destiny has already planted the cause and effect in his body. If he swears against his will, he will be seriously injured at best, or even die. Sure enough, Yishien's face froze, his eyes were evasive, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. "TSK, you don't even dare to swear? Isn't this confirmed? Mu Chanin and this guy are really a match made in heaven, a bitch and a dog, forever and ever." Yishien's face turned pale, and he forced himself to speak. "You misunderstood. It's not that I don't dare to swear. I just think that you are right, I really shouldn't ask for such a high price. I have decided to return the dragon blood potion." He threw the potion at me, but his expression of trying to cover up something was not entirely correct could fool anyone. The onlookers had already seen through everything, and only looked at him with disdain. "What were you doing before? You dare not take responsibility for what you did, you coward!" I took the potion calmly and turned away. This first step of revenge is complete. Next, I have to plan the scenario for 10 years later, and then arrange the second step. After I left, Yishien's eyes flashed with resentment, and he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Jun Wushuang, just wait for me. One day, when I become the strongest man in the world, I will wipe out your entire Jun family to avenge today's shame." Mu Chanin, who was standing by, saw him watching me leave and thought he was feeling sorry for the potion. She frowned slightly, but still comforted softly. "Okay, brother Yishien, it's just a dragon blood potion. My Mu family will grit their teeth and buy you another one." Everyone around them suddenly had strange expressions. "Mu Chanin, have you forgotten why your Mu family can become a first-class martial arts family? It's because of the Jun family. Now that you and young Master Jun have fallen out, can the Jun family still protect you? Sooner or later, the wealth of your Mu family will be torn into pieces by other families. You don't think about protecting yourself when disaster strikes, but you are still talking about love? Isn't this the legendary love? Brain." Everyone took a few steps back in silence. After all, as everyone knows, being in love is contagious. Platinum Palace. The most extravagant and luxurious place in Longdu. After leaving Xingwu College, I drove the McLaren supercar worth tens of millions of Blue Star coins directly to this paradise of sin. The reason I came here was because I heard earlier that Sumi and Tilly, the hottest actresses in Dragon Country, would appear at the Platinum Palace tonight to attend the rumored star banquet. When I thought of this, I suddenly remembered that tonight was the legendary feast where there was music and dance every night, and the top stars gathered together. In my previous life, I was crazy and kept my virginity for the sake of that bitch Mu Chanin. I ended up becoming a virgin chicken who never ate meat until I died. As the young master of the Jun family, the leader of the 10 great martial arts families in Longdu, he has been pure all his life? Can you believe it? In this life, I will make up for all the losses. Inside the Supreme Hall, the stage was brightly lit and star-studded. The female stars who had once been high up in the spotlight now put on sexy and hot dresses, each one more daring and provocative than the other. Today, they are not dazzling artists, but commodities. Commodities must demonstrate their value. Only by dressing attractively and behaving well can they be selected by the powerful and embark on the road of fame and fortune. And I, in this carnival of power and desire, slowly appeared on the stage. As the door opened, the whole place fell silent. Whether it was the stunning actress on the stage or the dignitaries in the audience, they all stood up and saluted. "Greetings, Master Jun!" I looked calm and nodded slightly. This respect was not because they were afraid, but because I was the heir of the Jun family and had the right to make the entire dragon bow down. At this time, a slightly fat middle-aged man came up to him in a hurry, with a smile on his face. "Young Master Jun! I am Xiao Fei, the general manager of Platinum Palace. Your presence is really a great honor to us." "Stop talking nonsense." I glanced at him impatiently. My eyes fell on the other side of the stage, and pointed at the 2 sexy and charming women. "Arrange them too." Right away, right away!" Xiao Fei nodded his head like pounding garlic, and asked in a low voice. "Mr. Jun, should I go directly to the room, or should I come over to have a few drinks with you first?" "Come drink with me first." I was not in a hurry. After all, I had to play with some sense of ritual in this life. Mood is the soul. Under Xiao Fei's guidance, I sat in the supreme seat. After a while, the waiter brought out spiritual wine and spiritual fruit, which were worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of Blue Star coins. In the eyes of others, it was a symbol of luxury, but to me, it was just an everyday drink. Just as I was sipping the wine, a voice of anger broke the silence. Master Jun, why did you drink it first? I looked up and saw Sumi and Tilly walking slowly towards me. Not bad. I nodded with satisfaction. Tilly was dressed in a Western dancer's costume and a veil on her head. She was beautiful and exotic, like a beauty who had walked out of a scroll painting of ancient Western regions. I knew that our ancestors didn't go to the Western regions just for some reasons. I complained in my heart and patted the empty seat next to me. Sumi came up to me without hesitation, and her proud figure pressed against me until my arms were a little numb. Tilly was even bolder. She sat directly in my arms, peeled a crystal fruit, took a bite and put it to my mouth. Mr. Jun, please have it. There was temptation in her coquettishness. Tisk, no wonder I was so obsessed with Mu Chanin in my previous life. Now that I think about it, it was so stupid. Just as I was enjoying the attentive service of the two top actresses, a harsh voice suddenly rang out. I want both of them. You get out. The whole place was silent. Who dared to speak to the eldest son of the Jun family like that? Are you tired of living? Everyone looked over at once, but when they saw the face of the person who spoke, their expressions suddenly became complicated. Mu Chanin's younger brother, the future brother-in-law, who licked me deeply in my previous life. The Mu family was able to become a first-rate family thanks to the support of my Jun family, but the Mu family has never been grateful, and instead has taken advantage of them to cause trouble. In my previous life, I tolerated Mu Wu again and again. Even when I was humiliated in public, I would still walk away in shame with a smile on my face. But today, I smiled gently. I can keep that bitch Mu Chanin to play with slowly, but you, Mu Wu, will not have such luck. Before I could say anything, his group of friends were already excited. Master Mu, you are so awesome! You openly snatched Master Jun's woman and asked him to drink with you with a smile on his face. You are so awesome! I can even make him kneel down and toast me. Mu Wu was very proud. Do you want to see it? Look, the group of friends said happily. Mu Wu looked at me with his head held high, a cruel smile on his face. Jun Wushuang, kneel down in front of me and toast me. I still didn't get angry. I just slowly stood up and walked in front of him. Pa! A crisp and loud slap knocked him to the ground, his mouth cracked and blood dripping. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone was stunned. He actually took action. The former bootlicker had actually changed. Mu Wu's lackeys rushed over to help him, still yelling. Are you crazy? How dare you hit Master Mu? Mu Wuza went completely crazy, roaring with red eyes. Jun, you dare to hit me? You are done! I want you! Mu Wu was still shouting, his tone full of bravado. He staggered and tried to stand up from the support of his friends. But I just smiled coldly, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of my lips. Mu Wu, Mu Chanin's younger brother, had indeed inherited her short-sightedness. Even now, he still couldn't see the situation clearly. Thinking of this, I no longer hesitated, and my tone suddenly turned cold. Today, it's not just as simple as teaching you a lesson. Before I could finish my words, my figure flashed, and in an instant I was standing in front of him. I raised my leg and kicked him hard in the face. Ah! Mu Wu screamed in pain, his whole face twisted violently, blood gushed out like a fountain, and his scream was as shrill as tearing silk. But this was not enough, he even yelled. You dare to touch me? Wait, I will tell my sister! I will make her not see you for half a year and never talk to you again! I sneered at his hysterical appearance, my voice leisurely but cold. Mu Wu, do you think too highly of your sister? I approached slowly, my eyes as deep as the abyss. You think you have nothing to fear because I once liked Mu Chanin. But have you ever thought about it if one day I no longer care about her, and no longer the licker who is willing to tolerate her, how will you deal with it? My words pierced his heart like an ice cone. He widened his eyes, his pupils trembled violently, and his voice trembled. Jun! Crack! Before he could finish his words, there was a bone-shattering sound. I kicked him again, his ribs broke, and he fell to the ground with his chest collapsed. Wow! Mu Wu's face was distorted in pain and blood foam was gushing out. I looked indifferent, and I raised my foot and then stepped down again. Each step seemed like an outburst, but also like a judgment. Bang! 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 My footsteps were like a merciless hammer, crushing his chest into pieces, leaving a bloody mess. The last kick was directly on his head. With a pop sound, blood and white mixture splashed everywhere. Mu Chanin's younger brother, died at my feet. A trace of blood splashed on my cheek, and I frowned. I took the silk handkerchief handed to me by the maid and wiped it slowly, with an elegant and calm movement, as if the violent scene just now was just a cleaning. I looked down at Mu Wu's body, my voice icy cold. This is the price you pay for angering me. Then I looked up at his friends who hadn't reacted yet, and said 2 words calmly. Someone come here. Swish. A dark shadow came over. It was the Jun family's 6th-rank martial sect guard, standing quietly beside me. Let's deal with these people together. My tone was cold, as if I was talking about cleaning up garbage. Yes. The black-clothed warrior nodded and was about to take action. I added, after the action, send another person to wipe out their family. From today on, whoever dares to bully the young master of the Jun family will be buried with his entire family. Yes, sir. This time, the black-clothed warrior actually had a slightly excited look on his face. When those friends heard this, their faces turned pale and they immediately knelt down to beg for mercy, crying and shouting. Master Jun, please spare us. We won't dare to do it again. But I remained calm and unperturbed. The next second, blood flashed, and Wu Zong had already taken action. He slapped his palms, and heads flew into the air one after another, and blood surged high, instantly turning this once bustling Supreme Hall into a Shura purgatory. I didn't even bother to look at them and turned to walk towards the 2 stunning beauties Sumi and Tilly. Holding their slender waists, I smiled evilly and whispered, Drinking is boring, let's go to another place to do business. Okay. The 2 girls blushed and looked shy, as if they knew what I meant. Platinum Palace Supreme Suite. In the magnificent suite, I stood in front of the bathtub and poured a whole bottle of dragon blood potion into it. The clear water instantly turned into golden liquid, like a flowing sun. Undress. I opened my arms and gave a light instruction. The 2 women came forward gently, one unbuttoned my coat, and the other took off the veil. I stepped into the bath gel, and the medicinal power instantly seeped into my whole body. Powerful energy surged like a wave, my chi and blood grew stronger, my meridians expanded, and my cultivation level rose steadily. 20 minutes later, the golden liquid turned back into clear water, and the medicinal properties were exhausted. I slowly stood up. After the bath, I was full of vigor. From a 2nd-grade warrior, I jumped directly into the middle stage of the 3rd grade. I looked down at the surging air currents in my palms, and a smile appeared on the corners of my mouth. This is the power of dragon blood. Young Master Jun. Sumi and Tilly whispered softly and came closer to wipe my body. I put my arm around one of them and smiled wickedly. Don't bother. I'll have to wipe it myself later anyway. Before I finished speaking, I had already picked up the 2 beauties and walked towards the big bed covered with white fluffy sheets. 2 hours later, the fierce battle finally came to an end. The snow-white sea vine mattress looked as if it had just experienced a violent storm, messy but still warm. I leaned against the head of the bed, feeling refreshed. I turned my head to look at the 2 fair, delicate, and charming figures beside me, and a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of my mouth. At this moment, the communicator on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. I took a quick look, and it turned out to be a call from my father Jun Zhantian. I was startled and quickly put on my clothes and walked to the desk. After all, I couldn't let him see this erotic scene on the bed. After sitting down, I turned on the communicator, and suddenly a light curtain unfolded in the air. In the picture there is a middle-aged man wearing black warrior's attire and with a face as firm as a knife and an axe, the head of the Jun family, Jun Zhantian, one of the 72 top martial saints of Blue Star. When I saw my father again, my eyes instantly turned red and my heart was filled with guilt and excitement. Jun Zhantian noticed my strangeness, frowned and asked, Wushuang, what's wrong with you? I quickly came back to my senses, put away my emotions, chuckled and shook my head. It's okay. Dad, you suddenly contacted me, is there something wrong? He didn't ask any more questions, but just nodded and said, "Recently, several alien races that are hostile to our human race have begun to make some unusual movements. Your father has to end his vacation early and rush back to the starry sky battlefield to guard it." When I heard this, my heart was shocked. How could I forget that 3 years later, the great war between humans that was enough to shake the entire starry sky was about to break out? Grandfather Jun Mocang died on the battlefield, and Father Jun Zhantian was seriously injured and half disabled. The two pillars of the Jun family, one fell, and the other fell from the altar. That battle caused the Jun family to fall from the peak into the abyss. It also gave the hypocrite Yishien the opportunity to accuse my father of false charges, to kill both my father and me, and to massacre the Jun family. But now, if I live my life again, I will never let this tragedy happen again. My eyes were deep and cold, and I swore in my heart, in this life, I will be unparalleled and will never make the same mistake again. However, if others heard my thoughts at this moment, I'm afraid they would think I was overestimating my own abilities. How could a mere third-rank warrior like me be able to shake a century-long battle that could kill an 8th-rank martial master and seriously injure a 7th-rank martial saint? Even if I have the appearance of a martial emperor, no matter how good my aptitude is, it does not mean that my strength is immediately equal. To practice from a 3rd-grade warrior to a 7th-grade martial saint in 3 years is simply a foolish dream. But I don't just have the appearance of a martial emperor. I also have all the opportunities of the future Emperor Yishien in the next 10 years. He has the potential to be a martial emperor, and holds the opportunities of the future. Plus, he can now freely call upon the resources of the Jun family. It is not a delusion to achieve the 7th-grade martial saint, or even the 8th-grade martial lord, or the 9th-grade martial emperor in 3 years. While he was deep in thought, Jun Zhantian suddenly frowned and said, "Son, I know you don't like to hear it, but Dad still has to nag me. Mu Chanin, that woman, is not worthy of your love. She is not worthy of being your wife." I was pulled back to reality and couldn't help but smile. "Dad, don't worry, I have completely cut off all ties with that bitch Mu Chanin." Too stubborn, kid. He instinctively wanted to give me a lecture, but suddenly stopped. Even though the stars were collapsing, Jun Zhantian, who remained calm, was now shocked, his eyes widened. "What did you just say?" I shrugged and smiled calmly. I said, "I am no longer Mu Chanin's liquor." He was stunned for 3 seconds, then pinched his thigh hard. Doesn't it hurt?" Then he suddenly realized, I am a top-level martial saint, my body is as hard as divine iron, so of course it doesn't hurt when my thigh is pinched. Ha 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 ha. After confirming that it was not a dream, he actually laughed wildly with his head back, laughing so hard that tears came out. He has never been so happy since the day I fell in love with Mu Chanin. "Good! Good!" He was pleased. "Since you have come to your senses, I will cancel the previous ban on your use of Jun family resources. From now on, you can mobilize all the resources of the Jun family." He was halfway through his words when his expression suddenly changed and his tone became stern. "No! Son, are you unable to come up with any resources and are being forced into a corner by the Mu family, so you are trying to coax me this way?" I was so upset. "Dad, do I look like someone who would do something like that?" Jun Zhantian nodded without hesitation. "Yes." I burst out laughing, and could only smile bitterly and raise 3 fingers to swear. "If I lie to you, I will never marry Mu Chanin in this life." Jun Zhantian was startled, then his face was filled with excitement. "Okay. I believe you. I will issue an order right now to lift the ban on resources. You can practice without worry and fight to the end for our human race and our Jun family." I nodded. "Dad, the starry sky battlefield is full of dangers, you have to be careful. When I finish dealing with the affairs of Blue Star, I will go to the starry sky battlefield to find you. By then, the 3 generations of the Jun family will fight side by side and swear to destroy the alien race." "Okay. Dad will wait for you." Jun Zhantian laughed heroically and then hung up the phone. I gently put away the communicator, with a confident smile on my face. The appearance of a martial emperor, future opportunities, and the resources of the Jun family. Within 3 years, I will become a 7th-grade martial saint. It's a sure thing. At this moment, a roar like thunder pierced my ears. "Go and tell Jun Wushuang to get over here." Accompanied by a sharp brake sound, a convoy of cars stopped in front of the gate of Platinum Palace at lightning speed. The car door opened and a group of people rushed down in a hurry. The leader was the head of the Mu family, Mu Mo, followed closely by the anxious-looking girl, Mu Chanin. General Manager Xiao Fei, who had been waiting for a long time, walked over quickly and waved his hand with a cold expression. The two warriors then carried out a headless corpse. "Master Mu, this is the body of your son Mu Wu. Take it back and bury it." Xiao Fei's voice was cold and merciless. "Wooer!" The moment he recognized the corpse, Mu Mo's face twisted, he roared to the sky, his eyes bloodshot. Mu Chanin even broke down emotionally. She threw herself on the corpse, tears streaming down her face, crying loudly. Suddenly, Mu Mo roared angrily. "Someone! Immediately notify Jun Wushuang, and ask him to bring all the warriors of the Jun family to the Platinum Palace immediately to avenge my son." Although he was furious, Mu Mo had not lost his mind. Platinum Palace, the most luxurious den of money in Longdu, had unfathomable power behind it. It was not something that ordinary people could do to kill someone here. Mu Chanin also gnashed his teeth and said angrily, "Yes, go quickly. Tell him that if he still takes me seriously, even if all the Jun family members die, he must avenge my brother." Wow, it's so lively. A casual laugh broke the sad atmosphere at the scene. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man with his hands in his pockets, walking out of Platinum Palace with a relaxed look. It was me. Mu Chanin's eyes widened, and anger instantly exploded. "Jun Wushuang! You were also in Platinum Palace. Why did you let my brother get killed? Why didn't you protect him? Even if you die, you can't let him die." Her accusation was as sharp as a knife and irrational. "You jerk! You can't even protect my brother. What else do you want to do? Now, immediately! Avenge my brother at all costs!" I ignored her and just looked at Xiao Fei calmly. "You haven't told the Mu family yet that I was the one who had Mu Wu killed?" Xiao Fei nodded and responded respectfully. "Jun Xiao, I was just about to say it when you came." "What?" Mu Mo and Mu Chanin were struck by lightning, their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. Mu Chanin's face was distorted, and she screamed, "How dare you kill my brother? Kneel down! Kneel down in front of his body and commit suicide to apologize. Otherwise, I will never forgive you in this life." The corners of my mouth twitched, and I couldn't help but laugh at my past life self. How bad did my brain have to be to regard a woman like this as true love? "Stop!" Mu Mo shouted angrily, suppressing his anger. Although he no longer had respect for me, he also knew that if I died, the Jun family would not let it go. Without me, the Mu family's position would collapse. But he would not let me go easily. Taking a deep breath, Mu Mo said in a cold voice, "You killed my son. You should be dead without a burial place. But considering that your father Zhantian has guarded the starry sky for the human race for many years and has made great contributions, I can show some leniency and spare your life. However, you must kneel before Mu Wuling and repent until the funeral. In addition, the Jun family will compensate my Mu family, 100 billion blue star coins, 30% of the shares of Tianjun Group, 3 S-level martial arts, and 10 sets of top-level A-level weapons." Before he finished speaking, his greed was already evident in his expression. If he succeeded, the Mu family would surely become one of the 11 great martial arts families on Blue Star. "If you fulfill these conditions, the murder will be dropped. If you don't..." I raised my eyebrows and smiled. "If I don't obey, what do you want to do, Master Mu?" Mu Mo puffed out his chest and raised his head, his face full of majesty. "If you dare not give it to me, you will never see my daughter again in your life." I laughed out loud, and even cried because I was bent over with laughter. "Like daughter, like father, ha 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 ha." Mu Mo's face turned pale and he roared, "Don't laugh! You killed my son and you dare to mock me? I'm telling you, not only will I not let you see Chanin, I will also marry her to someone else so that you will never be able to marry her." I sneered. "Okay, doesn't your daughter like that Yishien? Then marry her to him quickly to avoid causing harm to others." Mu Mo was stunned. I had vowed to marry Mu Chanin, and that was the reason he had been holding me back. But now, I had given up on my own initiative. "What did you say? Chanin likes Yishien?" Mu Mo's face changed drastically, and he looked at Mu Chanin fiercely. Mu Chanin was confused and nodded. Bang! Mu Mo was furious and slapped her in the face. Who allowed you to flirt with others? Now break up with Yishian immediately! But Mu Chanin raised her head stubbornly. No! I won't leave brother Yishien! Mu Mo was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He gritted his teeth and said, If you don't break up, how can he be so devoted to you? Without this licking dog's cooperation, how can we avenge your brother? Hearing this, the corners of my mouth twitched again. How despised must the Mu family be to dare to say such words in front of me? After hearing Mu Mo's words, Mu Chanin's expression paused slightly, and he was obviously shaken. But that was only for a moment. The next second, her eyes became firm, and she gritted her teeth and retorted, I will never break up with brother Yishien. She finally got rid of the entanglement of the past, and was finally able to be with Yishien and taste a little happiness that belonged to her. Even if her brother Mu Wu lost his life, she should not give up this hard-earned love for revenge. Mu Mo was so angry that he yelled, You rebellious girl! What's so good about Yishian that you deserve to do this for him? Mu Chanin did not back down, and her voice was more resolute than ever before. Because brother Yishian is the best man in the world. He is 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than Jun Wushuang. She took a deep breath, her emotions surging, memories rolling back. Dad, do you remember the day I first entered Xingwu College? There was a heavy snowstorm, and the roads were blocked by snow. When you found out, you sent a helicopter to pick me up. But brother Yishian braved the snow and rode a shabby shared bicycle to pick me up in person. When I got home from school that day, I had a high fever that wouldn't go away. You invited a famous doctor and bought hundreds of thousands of blue star coins worth of medicine. But brother Yishian personally cooked a bowl of porridge, stayed by my bed all night, comforted me softly, and took good care of me. The next day, my fever went away. Also, when I wanted to learn kendo, you spent millions of blue star coins to buy me a B-level sword and invited a kendo martial arts master to teach me. But brother Yishian was afraid that the sword was too sharp and would hurt me, so he carved a wooden sword for me with his own hands. Then, he took the initiative to learn kendo knowledge from me, just to practice swordplay with me. It was because of that wooden sword and his company that I was able to achieve excellent results in the subsequent assessments. Her voice was choked with sobs, with a hint of stubborn sweetness. Dad, there are many more things like this, and I can't finish talking about them. You will give me money and resources, but brother Yishian gives me his whole heart. How could I bear to break up with a man like this? If I miss him, I will never meet another one in my life. At the end, Mu Chanin had tears in the corners of her eyes, but she showed a sweet smile that she couldn't hide. She was immersed in her memories and didn't notice that the people around her had stiff expressions, as if they had heard some Arabian Nights fairy tale. Everyone looked at her with an expression that said, I'm afraid this person is a fool. Mu Mo fell silent, his anger slowly subsiding. So, that kid wasn't that bad to you? Puff! Everyone almost vomited blood when they heard this. Today they finally saw what people from the same family are alike meant. But Mu Mo's expression only eased for a second before he darkened again. No matter how good that boy is, you can't be with him. Listen to Dad, break up immediately and leave the chance to pursue you to Jun Wushuang. Mu Chanin's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling with anger. Dad, do you have a heart? I've already told you how good brother Yishian is, why are you still forcing me? Just for the compensation worth hundreds of trillions of blue star coins? Dad, I am your biological daughter. How can you ruin my life's happiness for these petty gains? I will not agree to it, absolutely not. You rebellious girl, you even dare to disobey your father's words. Pa! Mu Mo was furious and slapped her in the face. Tears rolled down from the corners of Mu Chanin's eyes. She cried while gritting her teeth and said, Even if you beat me to death, I will never break up with brother Yishien. I will never give you the chance to pursue me. After saying that, she wiped her tears and turned away. Come back! Come back here, you rebellious girl! Mu Mo roared angrily. It was obvious that with his 5th grade martial king cultivation, he could easily capture her, but he hesitated to make a move. He had just made a breakthrough and could not control his strength accurately, and he was afraid of hurting her accidentally. Now that his son was dead, He couldn't let anything happen to his daughter. He could only watch her go away. He stamped his feet and shouted angrily, "Take Wu's body and go back to the Mu family!" My daughter ran away, and my pursuit failed. In this case, I would definitely not get any compensation, and the Mu family didn't dare to touch me, so leaving was his only option. But how could I let him go like this? I smiled faintly and stood up. "Master Mu, are you in such a hurry to leave? But I haven't agreed to compensation yet." Mu Mo's face turned pale. "We'll talk about this later." He snorted coldly. "Don't think that you can treat me like this just because Chanin didn't give you the chance to pursue her this time. Sooner or later, I will convince her. If I don't make you kneel from the Jun family to the door of the Mu family, I will not be named Mu." I sneered. "You can come to me to settle accounts any time. But now I also have a score to settle with you." Mu Mo frowned. "Settlement of accounts? When did my Mu family owe you anything?" I sneered. "Master Mu, have you forgotten? How much have the Mu family taken from me over the years? I once said that it was the betrothal gift from marrying Chanin in the future. Now that Chanin and I have broken up, please return the betrothal gift in full." "You want to take back the betrothal gift?" Mu Mo was so shocked that he jumped up and down. "How can you take back something you gave away? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" He shook his head and shouted angrily. "We, the Mu family, have achieved our current status thanks to those things. If you want us to return them, that would be like cutting off our roots. Absolutely impossible." My eyes turned cold. "Master Mu, you may have misunderstood. I am not discussing with you, but informing you, ordering you. I give you 1 hour to return everything. Otherwise, dash." "What else are you going to do?" Mu Mo snorted disdainfully. "You dare to touch me? You've already killed my son. Chanin hates you to death. Only I can help you ease the relationship. If you dare to touch me, she will hate you for the rest of her life." I said coldly. "Mu Haigyu, you are really self-indulgent, just as stupid as your children." I waved my hand suddenly. "Someone, come and wake up Mu Haigyu." A black shadow flashed like a ghost, and the black-robed warrior raised his hand and gave a loud slap. Mu Mo screamed, and was thrown away, falling heavily at my feet. You actually called me Mu Haigyu. You are done. My daughter will never forgive you. I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. If you dare to say another word of nonsense." I stepped on his face and said in a voice as cold as ice, "I will kill you now." Chapter 10. This reaction is what you expected. Why are you upset? A master of the 5th grade martial king realm was lying on the ground like a dog, with his face stepped on by a junior. Suddenly, Mu Mo, who felt extremely humiliated, had a look of extreme grief and anger on his face. However, there was more fear. Because he could truly feel that Jun Wushuang's body was continuously emitting a terrifying murderous intent that made even a 5th grade martial king like him shudder. Jun Wushuang was not kidding, he would really kill himself. Mu Mo's pupil shrank sharply, and he looked at Jun Wushuang with eyes full of disbelief. Could it be that you no longer like my Zenin? Don't you want to have the chance to pursue her?" Jun Wushuang had an indifferent expression on his face and did not give any answer. This was already obvious, and he was too lazy to waste his breath on it. Seeing this, Mu Mo couldn't help but screamed. "No, how could you, Jun Wushuang, not like my Chanin? You have been Chanin's liquor since the first time you saw her. You've been a bootlicker for so many years. Even if Chanin is with someone else now, you can't just say you don't like Chanin. You can't be so heartless to Chanin. I don't believe it. This must be fake, I must be dreaming," Jun Wushuang said calmly. "Mu Haigyu, 20 minutes have already passed from the 1 hour I gave you. If you don't return the betrothal gift I gave to the Mu family within the remaining 40 minutes, you can go downstairs to accompany your son." The moment he heard this, Mu Mo keenly felt that the murderous intent emanating from Jun Wushuang had become even more terrifying, frightening him so much that his heart twitched violently, and then he said with a face full of fear and panic, I'll retreat right away." After saying that, Mu Mo hurriedly turned his head to look at the Mu family members who had come with him, and shouted anxiously, "Go and calculate how much betrothal gifts Jun Wushuang gave to my Mu family, and return it to Jun Wushuang immediately." "Yes, Patriarch, we'll do it right away." This matter concerns Mu Mo's life and death, so all the Mu family members dared not delay and handled the matter as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, a small truck drove to the gate of Platinum Palace. The driver quickly jumped out of the car, opened the cargo box, and with the cooperation of the Mu family, lifted one large box after another. The contents of the two boxes were exactly the various treasures and cultivation resources that Jun Wushuang had given to the Mu family as betrothal gifts. And some other valuable things. Jun Wushuang opened them one by one, counted them, and after confirming that they were correct, he waved his hand. Xiao Fei, the general manager of Platinum Palace, was very perceptive. He immediately called over a dozen security guards from Platinum Palace to help Jun Wushuang carry the large wooden boxes away and send them to Jun's house. Looking at the boxes of things that originally belonged to the Mu family being moved away one after another, Mu Mo, who was lying on the ground, felt so heartbroken that he almost suffocated. After losing so much wealth, even if the Mu family did not go bankrupt, they would be seriously damaged. Although they would not be reduced to their original form as a small family that could cease to exist at any time, their situation would not be much better. He had originally fantasized about making a huge profit from Jun Wushuang for the murder of his son Mu Wu, thereby making the Mu family the 11th largest martial arts family on Blue Star. I never thought that not only did my wish not come true, but it also ended in such a miserable way. Thinking of this, Mu Mo's vision flickered, as if he was about to faint. At this time, a member of the Mu family came forward tremblingly, and said with trembling lips, "Jun! Young Master Jun, our Mu family has returned all the betrothal gifts to you, so you should let our master go, right?" "All the betrothal gifts?" Jun Wushuang raised his sword-like eyebrows and said with a smile, "That's not right, it seems like something is missing." After he finished speaking, Jun Wushuang lowered his head to look at Mu Mo at his feet. Instantly, a strong feeling of uneasiness surged into Mu Mo's heart, making his bones shiver and his hair stand on end. Then, a cold voice like the devil's whispers rang in Mu Mo's ears. "Mu Haigu, if I remember correctly, your cultivation level of the 5th grade Martial King realm seems to have been achieved after using the cultivation resources I gave you, right?" Hearing this, Mu Mo's pupils shrank again, and he said in panic, "That's right, but I have already used up all the cultivation resources you gave me. You can't ask me to spit out what I ate, right?" "I can't do that," Jun Wushuang said calmly. "Since you can't spit it out, I'll just beat you back to your original form. Someone, send Mu Haigu back to his original martial arts realm." "Yes, young master." The black-clothed warrior at the 6th grade martial arts master level appeared silently beside Jun Wushuang like a ghost, and then, under Mu Mo's extremely horrified gaze, kicked him in the dantian area of his abdomen. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Mu Mo's mouth, and then his body flew backwards in a mess. Everyone present could clearly feel that Mu Mo's cultivation aura was rapidly declining. After he flew more than 10 meters away and fell heavily to the ground, he had fallen from the 5th grade Martial King realm to the 4th grade Martial Spirit realm. "My cultivation!" Mu Mo felt all this, and immediately raised his head and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, tilted his head, and passed out. Jun Wushuang had a sneer on his face as he looked at Mu Mo, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog without any movement. If one were to ask, among the entire Mu family, who else, besides Mu Chanin, Jun Wushuang hated so much, that person would have to be Mu Mo. It was because of himself that he was raised and protected that Mu Mo became what he is today. Not only was he, like his daughter Mu Chanin, ungrateful to himself, but he also added insult to injury when that beast Yishien achieved the throne of the human emperor and killed the Jun family. How could Jun Wushuang easily kill such a great enemy? He wanted to let Mu Mo watch helplessly as the Mu family, which could have risen to prominence with his help, gradually fell into ruin and disappeared from the blue planet forever. As the thought came to his mind, Jun Wushuang turned around and looked in the direction where Mu Chanin had run away. The sneer on the corner of his mouth suddenly became more intense. "Mu Chanin, although I've asked you to return to the Mu family and spit out everything you got from me, it's obvious that you haven't regretted it to the point of turning green with anger, so I will be merciful and let you live a little longer." After the thought came to an end, Jun Wushuang turned around and returned to Platinum Palace to continue enjoying the tenderness of Yang Meyer and Ling Ba. He thought that after resting for such a long time, they should have recovered and could do it again. In an ordinary house in the West District of Longdu, a young figure was sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing. This person was none other than Yishien. Bang! Just when Yishian was practicing his skills at the critical moment, suddenly, the door of his room was suddenly pushed open, and then a crying figure ran in. Brother Yishien Wu. There is no doubt that the person who came was Mu Chanin. After she was wronged by Mu Mo, she immediately ran to Yishian to complain. Mu Chanin's sudden intrusion scared Yishian so much that his energy flow went awry. His body trembled and he groaned in his throat, before a trace of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Mu Chanin's pretty face changed slightly, and she asked hurriedly, Brother Yishien, what's wrong with you? Under normal circumstances, if Yishien saw that it was Mu Chanin who disturbed his practice, he would definitely not say much. After all, it was just a small problem and would not have much impact on him. However, today, because of Mu Chanin's stupidity, he was eager to draw a line between himself and Jun Wushuang. As a result, not only did he lose the dragon blood potion he had been longing for, but his reputation is now in a terrible state. From a genius from a poor family, he became a genius who lived off his wife. At night, Mu Chanin came again to disrupt his practice. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. A strong anger welled up on Yishien's face, and he yelled in frustration. Mu Chanin, how many times have I told you that I have to practice at this time every night? So, don't disturb me at this time. Are you a fucking brainless idiot? You can't even remember something as small as mine? Mu Chanin, who was about to show concern for Yishien, was stunned when he heard these words, as if he was struck by lightning. The reason why Mu Chanin reacted like this. Not only because she never expected that brother Yishien, who was so gentle and considerate in the past, would be so mean to her. Moreover, this situation seemed so familiar that she was a little dazed for a moment. She vaguely remembered that once, Jun Wushuang was also disturbed from practicing by her and suffered backlash. Moreover, the consequences of the backlash were extremely terrible and serious. If Jun Wushuang had not been protected by martial arts masters at all times, he would have died on the spot. However, Jun Wushuang, who was hurt so badly by himself, did not say a single harsh word to himself. Instead, he comforted himself, telling himself not to feel guilty and that everything would be okay. Before what happened today, Mu Chanin wanted to laugh every time he thought about it. Hee hee. I don't feel the slightest bit of guilt at all. I even wish that you didn't get rescued and died directly, so that you wouldn't bother me anymore in the future. Also, Jun Wushuang, as a warrior, your practice was disrupted, but not only did you not get furious, but you even humbly coaxed and comforted me. You know, for a warrior, cultivating bad people is equivalent to killing their parents, which is a huge hatred. In Mu Chanin's opinion, Jun Wushuang's behavior was too weak. You are such a weak man, and you still want to win my heart? You are just daydreaming. Now, the same thing happened to Yishien. Although the backlash Yishien suffered was obviously not as terrible as Jun Wushuang, he was still furious about it. This kind of reaction, not weak at all, was exactly what she wanted. But why didn't she feel happy at all, but instead had an uncomfortable feeling in her heart? Why are there more tears in my eyes? Chapter 11. How dare he do this? The real end of the Mu family. Seeing Mu Chanin's tearful look, Yishien frowned slightly, and a look of impatience appeared on his face. You've ruined my practice, so why the hell are you feeling aggrieved? However, considering that he still needed Mu Chanin to provide body-tempering resources, Yishien could only take a deep breath, suppress the anger in his heart, patiently control his temper, and start to coax her. Chanin, I'm sorry I shouldn't have said such harsh words to you just now, but you can't blame me entirely, you're also at fault. You are also a warrior, you should understand that bad people's cultivation is like killing their parents, so it is understandable that I had such a fierce reaction. It was you, Chanin, who ruined my practice, so I just cursed at you. If it was someone else, I would have drawn my sword and fought to the death. From this you can see how important you are to me, Chanin, and how much I care about you. After saying this, Yishien's face revealed an affectionate look. It has to be said that Yishien is really good at coaxing women. After listening to his Pue words wrapped in sweet talk, The grievance in Mu Chanin's heart was immediately thrown away, and a touched look appeared on her face. "Brother Yishien, you really dote on me so much!" Mu Chanin had a happy face and snuggled into Yishien's arms like a little bird. Seeing that he had coaxed Mu Chanin so easily, a smug look appeared on Yishien's face. Then, he opened his mouth and wanted to ask why Mu Chanin suddenly came over so late at night. However, before he could open his mouth, a communicator sounded from Mu Chanin's body. The warm atmosphere was destroyed, and Mu Chanin showed an unhappy look on her face, but she still chose to connect the communicator. Then the next second, her expression changed drastically. "Brother Yishien, something happened to my dad, I have to go home immediately." "Chanin, I'm with you." In a bedroom in the Mu family's house, Mu Mo, with a pale face, lay on the bed as if he had lost his parents. The reason why he was like this was not only because his cultivation had fallen back to the 4th grade martial spirit realm, but also because, after a recent examination, he learned that his dantian and meridians were severely damaged, and it would be impossible for him to return to the 5th grade martial king realm in his lifetime. Moreover, there is a risk that your cultivation level will continue to decline. "Dad!" Just at this moment, 2 figures rushed in. They were Mu Chanin and Yishien. "You rebellious girl, you still have the nerve to come back, cough cough cough." Mu Mo was immediately furious upon seeing this, but just after he cursed, his anger aggravated his injury, and he could not help but cough violently, with bright red blood spilling out. Mu Chanin was horrified, and quickly ran to the bedside, and asked nervously, "Dad, what happened to you? When I ran away before you were fine, how did you suddenly get so badly injured?" "It was Jun Wushuang, that little bootlicker, who ordered someone to do it." Mu Mo, with a look of grief and indignation, recounted what happened after Mu Chanin left, and then told Mu Chanin about his current physical condition. Mu Chanin's pupils shrank sharply, and he said in disbelief and shock, "First he killed my brother, and then he did such a cruel thing to my father. How dare Jun Wushuang, that bastard? Doesn't he know that after he did something like this, even if he kneels down in front of me and commits suicide to apologize, I will never forgive him? How dare he do this?" At this moment Yishien's voice rang out. "Chanin, Uncle's dantian and meridians have been severely damaged? Let me take a look at Uncle." Upon hearing this, Mu Chanin asked in surprise, "Brother Yishien, do you have a way to treat my father's injury?" Yishien said proudly, "I once learned a very powerful medical skill by chance. As long as your uncle's dantian and meridians are not completely destroyed, I am sure I can cure him." If Mu Mo knew before Yishien said this that the young man in front of him was the culprit Yishien who caused all these things to happen, he would definitely want to eat Yishien alive at this moment. However, now that he heard that Yishien had a way to treat his injuries, all his hatred and anger were instantly thrown out of his mind, and he asked with a look of surprise, "Nephew Yi, are you serious? How dare I lie about something as serious as my uncle's health?" Yishien smiled slightly, looked at Mu Chanin, and said, "Chanin, do you have any silver needles at home? I'll send someone to buy it now." Mu Chanin nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and quickly ordered the servants of the Mu family to buy a set of silver needles for Yishien. Swish, swish, swish. After Yishien took the silver needles, he came to the bedside and started giving acupuncture to Mu Mo without saying a word. His hands flew, and silver needles flew through the air quickly and accurately pierced into the acupuncture points on Mu Mo's body. It took Yishien nearly 40 minutes to finish the acupuncture. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Yishien raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and asked with a smile, "Uncle, how do you feel now?" Mu Mo said with a look of shock and ecstasy, "Although my damaged meridians and dantian have not been completely healed, they have been healed by 2 or 3/10. If it happens a few more times, my injuries will definitely be completely healed. Nephew Yi, your medical skills are too amazing. You know, the famous doctors that my Mu family hired at great expense were helpless against my injury, but you were able to cure it with just a few silver needles. It's amazing." Seeing Yishian being praised by his father, Mu Chanin immediately said with pride, "Of course, my brother Yishien is the most powerful man in the world. That Jun Wushuang is not even qualified to carry my brother Yishien's shoes." Then Mu Chanin snorted again. "Dad, are you still going to force me to break up with brother Yishien now? Yishien is not only so good to you, Chanin, but also so outstanding. Dad will certainly not force you to break up with Yishien anymore, Mu Mo said with a smile and shook his head. Although the Mu family's current status is all due to the protection of the Jun family, he has been the head of a first-class martial arts family for so many years and has also developed some brains. Yishien has a bright future just relying on his medical skills, not to mention that Yishien is also a genius from a poor family with extremely high talent for cultivation. As long as he can grow up smoothly, Yishien will definitely achieve amazing success in the future. Now that Jun Wushuang has fallen out with his Mu family, he naturally will not force Mu Chanin to break up with Yishien, a potential stock. Hearing this, Mu Chanin's face showed joy. Then, she remembered something and said, Dad, my brother Yishien urgently needs a dragon blood potion to strengthen his physical foundation. Can you please buy one for my brother Yishien, please? Hearing this, Mu Mo's face changed slightly. The dragon blood potion is not only worth as much as 150 million blue star coins, but also because of its scarcity, one must have an extremely high status to purchase it. Even during the heyday of the Mu family, it was extremely difficult to buy a bottle of dragon blood potion. Today, the Mu family has suffered heavy losses due to Jun Wushuang's persecution, and their vitality has been severely damaged. Therefore, if they want to buy a dragon blood potion, it would be harder than ascending to heaven. No one knows a father better than his daughter. Seeing Mu Mo's embarrassed look, Mu Chanin knew that her father was a little unhappy, so she hurriedly said coquettishly, Dad, I know that with our Mu family's current situation, it is very difficult to buy a dragon blood potion, and it requires a huge price. However, this dragon blood potion is too important to Brother Yishien. As you know, our Xingwu Academy will soon hold a school exam, and there will be many martial saint-level experts coming to watch. Only if Brother Yishien obtains the dragon blood potion and further enhances his strength, will he be able to shine in the school exam and gain the favor of the martial saint and be accepted as his disciple. This matter concerns Brother Yishien's future. Dad, please help Brother Yishien. Mu Mo's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that. He knew clearly in his heart that now that the Mu family had lost the protection of the Jun family, they would be targeted by countless people who wanted to divide up the Mu family. Therefore, the Mu family must find a new backer as soon as possible. If he helped Yishien buy the dragon blood potion, Yishien would shine in the Xingwu Academy entrance exam, gain the favor of the martial saint, and be accepted as a disciple. Then, relying on his kindness and supporting Yishien and the relationship between his daughter Mu Chanin and Yishien, that powerful martial saint would naturally become the new backer of his Mu family. By then, all crises will be resolved. Thinking of this, Mu Mo said in a deep voice, With the current situation of my Mu family, if we want to buy a bottle of dragon blood potion, we have to sell everything we have. But for the future of my nephew Yishien, no matter how much it costs, I will pay it. I bought this dragon blood potion for you, nephew Yishien. Upon hearing this, Yishien immediately showed ecstasy and clasped his fists and said, Thank you, uncle. Then Yishien promised with a serious face, Uncle Mu's kindness in buying medicine today will be remembered by me for the rest of my life. I will never forget it. One day, when I become successful, I will not only repay Uncle Mu, but also help him and make Jun Wushuang pay 100 times for what he did today. Okay. After hearing this, Mu Mo became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and his face was flushed with smiles. He seemed to have seen a scene in the future where, with the help of Yishien, that bastard Jun Wushuang would kneel in front of him and beg for mercy for what he had done today. Just thinking about this kind of thing made Mu Mo feel extremely happy. However, at this moment, a member of the Mu family rushed into the bedroom in a panic, shouting, Master, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Mu Mo frowned, but before he could ask what happened, a group of people suddenly filed in from the door. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Yang, Mr. Cheng, why are you here? Mu Mo looked at the people who came in a daze. These people were all important partners of his Mu family. For some reason, drops of cold sweat appeared on Mu Mo's forehead, because he had a bad premonition in his heart. At the same time, in the supreme suite of Platinum Palace, Jun Wushuang, who was lying in the gentle embrace, shook the goblet in his hand, causing the blood-red wine in the goblet to sway gently, and then chuckled. Mu Yuan, you don't think that just returning the betrothal gift I gave you will end the matter, right? Once the news of losing the protection of my Jun family spreads, it will be the real end of your Mu family. Chapter 12, God of Food Mansion, Rejected. Mr. Wang didn't waste any words and said directly with a cold face. Master Mu, I came here today to inform you that from now on, my Wang family will terminate the cooperation with your Mu family. In addition, it is clearly stated in our contract that I will only cooperate with your Mu family for the sake of the Jun family. Now your Mu family and the Jun family have no relationship anymore. According to the previous contract, I have the right to unconditionally terminate the performance of the contract, and your Mu family must compensate my Wang family for the losses. Then Mr. Yang said with a cold face, Master Mu, when we signed the contract, we agreed that you would introduce Jun Wushuang, the young master of the Jun family, to me. Now I'm afraid you can't fulfill this promise, so the contract between us is invalid, and you have to compensate me for my losses. And we. Several other people also spoke up one after another, and what they said were similar, all of them demanding the termination of the cooperation with the Mu family, and that the Mu family compensate them for their losses. Mu Mo's face turned pale in an instant, with a look of despair emerging between his brows. Even before, when Jun Wushuang had a falling out with the Mu family and demanded that the Mu family return all the betrothal gifts, he had never been so desperate. The reason for this is that, although the return of the betrothal gift given by Jun Wushuang caused great damage to the Mu family, the foundation on which the Mu family has developed over the years is still there. As long as they recuperate for a period of time, the Mu family will be able to recover. Even if they cannot sit on the throne of a first-rate martial arts family, they can still firmly occupy the position of a second-rate martial arts family, and they can still live a comfortable life in Longdu in the future. And now, these people want to terminate the cooperation with the Mu family, which will shake the foundation of the Mu family. Coupled with the compensation they demand, it will bring a devastating blow to the Mu family. Mu and Mo got up from the bed in panic, ran quickly to Mr. Wang and others, and pleaded, Bosses, please don't cancel the cooperation with my Mu family. Canceling the contract will not only not benefit you much, but you will also ruin my Mu family. I beg you. However, Mr. Wang and the others were indifferent to Mu Mo's pleading. They said expressionlessly, Master Mu, you have 7 days to pay the compensation. Otherwise, you can expect us to sue you. As soon as the words fell, everyone turned around and left without hesitation. It's over. My Mu family is finished. Everyone in the Mu family looked at the group of people's departing backs with despair on their faces. They were not stupid and they knew very well what serious consequences today's events would bring to the Mu family. Jun Wushuang, you are so cruel! Mu Mo raised his head and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Suddenly, his face changed drastically, and an abnormal flush appeared on his face. Then he suddenly opened his mouth, and with a puff, a large amount of blood spurted out. Finally, his head tilted and he passed out. Fortunately, Mu Mo was unconscious and didn't know that his anger had caused the injuries that had just healed to worsen again. Even if Yishien's medical skills were magical and mysterious, they could not reverse the situation. If Mu Mo knew about this, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so angry that he vomited blood, but he would be angry to death on the spot. Dad! Master! Seeing Mu Mo vomiting blood and unconscious, Mu Chanin and the other members of the Mu family suddenly panicked. In an instant, the entire Mu family was in chaos. Seeing this scene, Yishien's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Of course, the reason why he did this was not because the Mu family had encountered such a disaster, but because he realized that the dragon blood potion that Mu Mo had promised to buy for him just now was most likely to be wasted. Thinking of this, Yishien was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. In a guest room, Yishien was sitting cross-legged on the bed, circulating the qi and blood in his body and tempering his body. Not knowing how much time had passed, Yishien opened his eyes and felt the progress of his practice. His control over his own energy and blood has increased from 30% to 35%. If others knew about Yishien's speed of improvement in cultivation, they would definitely be surprised. He was able to improve his control over his own qi and blood by 5% so easily. His talent for cultivation was truly extraordinary. He was worthy of being a genius. However, Yishien was not satisfied with his progress. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn it! If I had the dragon blood potion, With my talent, I would have definitely increased my control over my own blood to 50% by now. Damn you, Jun Wushuang, you have repeatedly ruined my practice. Just wait for me. If I, Yishien, gain power one day, I will wipe out your entire Jun family to relieve my hatred. A look of deep resentment emerged on Yishien's face, and his entire face was distorted, making him look like a terrifying evil spirit. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on Yishien's door. As soon as the door opened, Mu Chanin was seen standing at the door. Yishien frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Chanin, what's wrong?" Mu Chanin said excitedly, "Brother Yishien, I just thought of a good way to help you by body tempering resources. Although you definitely can't afford the dragon blood potion, it should be no problem to buy the next level body tempering resources." At this moment, it was fortunate that there were no members of the Mu family around, otherwise, if they saw Mu Chanin's expression, they would definitely be angry to death. His younger brother Mu Wu was killed and his father Mu Mo is still in a coma. The entire Mu family is in a precarious situation. At the moment of life and death, Mu Chanin, the jewel of the Mu family, is actually still thinking about helping Yishien get resources for cultivation. Love brain, so scary. After hearing this, Yishien's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't wait to ask, "What method?" Mu Chanin smiled and said, "I'm going to have my birthday soon. That disgusting bastard Jun Wushuang spent 300 million blue star coins to buy me an A-level jewelry called Sea Blue Tears as a birthday present in order to please me. I plan to sell it so that I can have money to buy body tempering resources for you, brother Yishien." Yishien said with a touched look on his face, "Chanin, I heard that the reason why Jun Wushuang spent a lot of money to buy the Tears of Sea Blue for you is not only because this jewelry is extremely beautiful, but also because this jewelry is very suitable for your physique. If you wear this jewelry to practice, it will achieve twice the result with half the effort. You don't care about your own future in cultivation and want to sell this thing to me to buy body tempering resources. You are too good to me. How can I, Yishien, be so worthy to have a girl like you? I am so happy." Mu Chanin said shyly, "Brother Yishien, you love me and pamper me so much, so I must treat you well. This is what I should do." Yishien couldn't wait to say, "Okay, Chanin, let's not talk about this anymore. Where is the Tears of the Sea you mentioned? Let's go and sell it. The sooner I sell it, the sooner I can get the money to buy body-hardening resources, and I can become stronger sooner." Mu Chanin said, "Brother Yishien, don't worry, the Tears of the Sea Blue is still on the way and has not arrived yet." Yishien frowned and asked, "When will it be delivered?" Mu Chanin replied, "They called me a few days ago and told me that it would be delivered today, but I don't know exactly when." "I'm glad it can be delivered today." A bright smile appeared on Yishien's face. Ever since the dragon blood potion that he should have gotten yesterday was taken back by that shameless bastard Jun Wushuang, nothing has been going well for him. Today, he finally heard some good news. Gurgle. At this moment, Yishien's stomach suddenly made a strange noise. Yishien was startled, then his face flushed with embarrassment, and he explained, "Chanin, you know, warriors have a big appetite, and I haven't even had a sip of water from last night until now, so—" Mu Chanin smiled and said, "Brother Yishien, I am a diamond member of the God of Food House. They just sent me a message saying that a batch of high-end ingredients that nourish the blood and strengthen the body have arrived today. Since you are hungry, let's go to the God of Food House for dinner. I guess by the time we finish eating, the Tears of the Sea will be delivered." Yishien's eyes lit up. He had heard of the name of the God of Food Mansion. It was the most high-end restaurant in Longdu. The dishes in this restaurant were all made from rare and exotic animals. Not only were they delicious, but they could also bring considerable benefits to warriors. Therefore, Yishien had long been drooling over the delicious food at the God of Food Mansion. Unfortunately, the cost of food at the God of Food Mansion was too high. Any meal would cost hundreds of thousands of blue star coins. It was not a place that a poor boy like him could afford. When Yishien heard that Mu Chanin was going to take him to the God of Food Mansion for dinner, he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said impatiently, Okay, let's go to the God of Food Mansion for dinner." The God of Food Mansion. Is this the legendary God of Food Mansion? It's really magnificent. It's worthy of being the most high-end restaurant in Longdu, and its reputation is well-deserved. Looking at the magnificent building in front of him, Yishian couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Then his nose moved and he smelled a rich aroma wafting from the God of Food Palace. His taste buds were immediately stimulated and he began to secrete saliva crazily. Mu Chanin smiled slightly and said, "Brother Yishien, let's go in." "Okay." Yishien, who had been impatient for a long time, nodded quickly. However, just as Yishien and Mu Chanin approached the entrance of the God of Food Mansion, a burly security guard in a black suit blocked their way. Seeing this, Mu Chanin was stunned. "What are you doing?" The black-clad security guard said expressionlessly. "I'm sorry, our Food God restaurant is a membership-based restaurant. If you are not a member of our Food God restaurant, we will not entertain you." Upon hearing this, a layer of frost suddenly appeared on Mu Chanin's pretty face, and she shouted coldly, "Open your eyes and look carefully. I am Mu Chanin, the daughter of the Mu family. I am not only a member of your God of Food Mansion, but also the highest-level diamond member of your God of Food Mansion." "Haha, Miss Mu, those are all old news. You are no longer a diamond member of our Food God Mansion." A sarcastic sneer sounded, and then a tall woman in a black business suit came out. It was none other than Duan Rong, the manager of the God of Food Mansion. Mu Chanin frowned and asked in confusion, "Manager Duan, what do you mean by what you just said?" Duan Rong sneered, "Miss Mu, have you forgotten how you got your diamond membership in the God of Food Mansion? It was young Master Jun who helped you get it. Now that young Master Jun has drawn a clear line between us, how can you still have the nerve to use the diamond membership card young Master Jun helped you get to come to my God of Food Mansion to spend money?" Chapter 13. I start to feel uncomfortable, and the tears of the sea are delivered. After the voice fell, Duan Rong glanced at Yishian next to him, and sneered. "If I'm not mistaken, this person should be the famous gigolo genius Yishien, right? Mu Chanin, oh Mu Chanin, you have already drawn a clear line between yourself and Master Jun, but you still have the nerve to use the diamond membership card given by Master Jun to consume at the Food God Mansion, and you even brought a wild man with you. You are so shameless!" Mu Chanin's face turned pale and blue as he was mocked. Yishian was furious. He glared at Duan Rong fiercely and shouted, "Keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, even if you are a woman, I will be rude to you." "Be rude to me?" Duan Rong sneered disdainfully. "Then I want to see you, a gigolo, what qualifications do you have to be rude to me?" As Duan Rong finished her words, several security guards in black walked out from behind Duan Rong with stern faces, each of them exuding the aura of a third-grade warrior. Yishian's face changed slightly. Even though he was bold enough to confront Jun Wushuang in person when he was in school before, that was because Xingwu Academy prohibited students from fighting privately. Moreover, Jun Wushuang is the son of a wealthy family and has very strict family education. He will not do anything to break the rules of the academy and bring down the reputation of the Jun family just because of a few quarrels. That's why he has nothing to fear. But now, he is not in school, but in society, and there are not so many rules and regulations to protect him. Although he was a genius and was confident that he was invincible in his class, this was the territory of the God of Food Mansion. As the most high-end restaurant in Longdu, their security force was more than just a few third-grade warriors. There are fourth-grade martial spirits, and even fifth-grade martial kings. Therefore, if a fight really breaks out, he will definitely suffer a great loss in the end. "You are such a cheap woman who looks down on others. I will remember this." After the thought came to his mind, Yishian didn't dare to say anything. He secretly hated Duan Rong in his heart, and at the same time took a deep look at her. He wanted to remember this woman's appearance in his heart, and when he became successful in the future, he would never let this woman go easily. As the manager of the God of Food Mansion, Duan Rong had a very sharp eye. She could guess what Yishian was thinking at the moment with just one glance. However, the God of Food Mansion is a place for serious business. Unless Yishian makes trouble, it is not easy for her to take the initiative to do anything to Yishian. Therefore, Duan Rong just looked at Yishian with disdain, and then looked at Mu Chanin with even more disdain. What on earth is in this woman's head? The great young master looked down on her, but fell in love with such a boy who dared only to be incompetent and angry. To say that Mu Chanin was mentally retarded was probably a compliment. It was dinner time, so people kept coming towards the God of Food Mansion. When they saw Duanrong stopping Mu Chanin outside the door, their attention was immediately attracted. Isn't that Mu Chanin? Why is she being stopped at the door and not allowed in? Did Duanrong take the wrong medicine today? In the past, when Mu Chanin came over, she would treat Mu Chanin like her own ancestor. Why did she stop Mu Chanin today? Isn't Duanrong afraid that Jun Shao will find out about this and cause trouble for her? Damn it, you are so out of touch with the news that you don't even know that Master Jun has fallen out with Mu Chanin because she hooked up with a gigolo named Yishien. It is probably because of this that Duanrong stopped Mu Chanin. My god, this Mu Chanin is the daughter of the Mu family after all, and the school beauty of Shengwu College. How could she do such a shameless thing? Haha, it's perfectly reasonable for Mu Chanin to do such a shameless thing. If she had any shame, she wouldn't say she doesn't like Master Jun, but then accept all the benefits that Master Jun offers her. Although the discussions around were not loud, Mu Chanin was a warrior, so he naturally heard it clearly, and a thick mist of grievance suddenly emerged in his eyes. What right do they have to say that about me? Although I did accept all the gifts from that bastard Jun Wushuang, they were all given voluntarily by him, and most of those gifts have already been taken back by Jun Wushuang. Mu Chanin, who had been praised to the sky in recent years, had never suffered such humiliation before. She wanted to turn around and leave immediately, but she did not take any action. Firstly, she saw that Yishien really wanted to enter the God of Food mansion to eat. Yishien had always been kind to her, and always cared about her. Now that Yishien finally needed her, she didn't want to miss this opportunity to repay Yishien. Secondly, if he left in such disgrace, wouldn't that be exactly what Duanrong wanted, making this woman a laughingstock? She would not allow such a thing to happen. After the thought came to his mind, Mu Chanin took a deep breath, suppressed the grievance in his heart, raised his head and looked at Duanrong coldly. Manager Duan, it is true that your God of Food mansion issued me a diamond membership card because of Jun Wushuang's face, but no matter what the reason is, this diamond membership card is now in my name. Since it's under my name, I am a diamond member of your God of Food mansion. According to the rules of your God of Food mansion, you must let me in. Duanrong smiled and said, That's true, but Miss Mu, the cost of my food god mansion is very high. Any meal costs hundreds of thousands of blue star coins. As far as I know, your Mu family is now burdened with a huge amount of compensation. Are you sure you can afford it in my food god mansion? Hearing this, Mu Chanin was stunned. Pay? I already have a diamond membership card, why do I have to pay? I have eaten at the God of Food mansion before, but I have never paid. Duanrong couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, Ms. Mu, having a membership card only gives you the qualification to enter the God of Food mansion to eat, but it doesn't mean that with this card, you can spend money in my God of Food mansion for free. The reason why you could just walk away after eating without paying a dime was because your meal money was all in the name of Master Jun. At this point, Duanrong couldn't help but snorted. It's only because young Master Jun is generous that he didn't make a fuss about it. If it were me, I would definitely make you pay back for all the money you spent at the Food God Mansion over the years. Ms. Mu, do you know how much you have spent in the God of Food Mansion over the years? A full 200 million blue star coins. Mu Chanin was dumbfounded. Duanrong said impatiently, Miss Mu, I am very busy and don't want to waste time with you here. You can enter the God of Food Mansion to eat, but please show me the proof of funds of 1 million blue star coins. As long as you can produce it, I will not only let you enter the God of Food mansion, but also apologize to you. If you can't produce it, just go somewhere cool and don't be an eyesore here. Mu Chanin looked embarrassed. She couldn't even take out 100,000 blue star coins from all her body, let alone 1 million blue star coins. Mu Chanin had no choice but to look at Yishien beside her for help. Yishien's face changed slightly. Mu Chanin was the daughter of the Mu family after all. Even she couldn't come up with 1 million blue star coins, let alone a poor boy like him. However, if he said that he had no money, he would definitely be laughed at. He had already lost face enough today, so Yishien naturally did not want to lose face anymore. He gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. It's just a mere 1 million blue star coins, of course I have it. However, this God of Food mansion is so contemptuous, if I still come here to spend money, wouldn't that be a cheap thing? Chanin, let's go. We don't want to eat here anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishian grabbed Mu Chanin and left quickly. Duan Ron was a smart person and could see that Yishian was just trying to be strong, so she couldn't help but sneer. Yishian brought Mu Chanin to the side of the road and was about to take a taxi to leave, but at this moment, a fragrance drifted over from across the road. Yishian looked over and saw a roadside stall across the street. Originally, Yishian was already full of anger, but for some reason, when he saw this roadside stall, he had a strong urge to have a meal here. Yishian said, "Chanin, let's have dinner here before we leave." Mu Chanin looked up at the roadside stall opposite. The dirty environment made her frown, but she knew in her heart that if she rejected it at this moment, Yishian would definitely be unhappy. "Okay." Mu Chanin had no choice but to nod reluctantly. "You two, please take a seat." When the roadside stall owner saw the customers coming, he immediately greeted them warmly. Mu Chanin looked around, found a relatively clean table, then took out a tissue and wiped the bench dozens of times before sitting down with a little disgust. Seeing this, Yishian couldn't help but curl his lips and whispered, "Pretentious." Hearing this, Mu Chanin felt as if his heart was hit hard by a punch. In the past, when she and Jun Wushuang went out to eat, they always went to high-end restaurants. Moreover, Jun Wushuang knew that she was a misophobe and would help her clean everything in advance. But now, following Yishian, not only do I have to eat from dirty roadside stalls, but when I was cleaning the chairs, Yishian just sat next to me and watched. It would have been fine if he didn't help, but he actually accused me of being pretentious. For a moment, an uncomfortable feeling began to spread in my heart. At this moment, Yishian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with joy, "Chanin, look, it's the car of Tianfu Jewelry. Are they here to deliver the Tears of the Sea to you?" Mu Chanin's thoughts were interrupted. She turned her head and saw a car driving towards her. She recognized it at a glance. It was the special car that Tianfu Jewelry used to deliver goods to top customers. "How did Tianfu Jewelry know I was here?" "I didn't tell them." A look of doubt appeared on Mu Chanin's face. Tianfu Jewelry's special car soon arrived and stopped beside the roadside stall. The car door opened, and a man in a suit and white gloves walked down carefully holding a jewelry box. He then stood on the side of the road, looking around. "Chanin, let's go get the Tears of the Sea blue," Yishian said excitedly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't wait to walk towards the man in the suit. Mu Chanin hadn't figured out how Tianfu Jewelry knew she was here, but Yishian's eagerness made her unable to think about it, and she could only follow him. Chapter 14: Seizing Yishian's Opportunity. Yishian quickly walked up to the man in a suit and asked casually, "Are you here to deliver the Tears of the Sea?" "Yes." The man in the suit looked at Yishian in confusion, but still nodded. "This Tears of the Sea blue is mine, give it to me." Yishian looked at the jewelry box in the suit man's hand with fiery eyes, and reached out to take it without waiting for the man to finish his words. Mu Chanin had said before that this Tears of the Sea blue was worth 300 million blue star coins. If he could get it and sell it, he wouldn't have to worry about body tempering resources anymore. The man in the suit was not a fool. How could he let Yishian get the precious A-grade jewelry worth 300 million so easily? He quickly took a step back and avoided Yishian's outstretched hand. Yishian was very unhappy that his attack failed, and his face darkened. "What do you mean?" The man in the suit looked at Yishian warily and said in a cold voice, "Sir, have you made a mistake? What I am delivering is indeed the A-level jewelry, Tears of the Sea blue, but the owner of this item is Master Jun Wushuang, not you," Yishian said. "Of course I know that Jun Wushuang bought this. I also know that Jun Wushuang bought this item from my neighbor, Miss Mu Chanin, as a birthday present. As a delivery person, you should know this, right? The person next to me is Miss Maki Chanin Maki." "Hello, Miss Mu." The man in the suit's eyes fell on Mu Chanin, who was standing beside him. He had sent gifts to Mu Chanin several times, so he knew Mu Chanin. Then the man in the suit continued, "When ordering this Tears of the Sea, young Master Jun did say that it was for Miss Mu's birthday, but since you also know that the owner of this Tears of the Sea blue is Miss Mu, then it could be anything else. Don't waste our time, bring the thing here quickly." However, before the man in the suit could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yishian with an impatient look on his face. Then he reached out again, trying to take away the jewelry box containing Tears of Sea Blue. The man in the suit's eyes turned cold. Being assigned to escort the Tears of the Sea Blue, worth 300 million blue star coins, he was naturally not an ordinary person, but a warrior, and a fourth-grade martial spirit at that. If Yishian was the only one here at this moment, he would have treated Yishian as a robber and attacked him long ago, but now Mu Chanin was standing next to him, although young Master Jun had called and instructed him not long ago that the Tears of the Sea Blue should not be sent directly to Mu Chanin, but should be sent directly to the God of Food Mansion and handed over to young Master Jun personally. However, he knew the relationship between Jun Wushuang and Mu Chanin, so he didn't know what to do for a moment. Boom! At this moment, an engine sound like the roar of a wild beast sounded, and then a handsome supercar rushed towards the side at lightning speed. The scissor door opened, and a man and a woman got out of the car. The man was extremely handsome, with a graceful figure and noble temperament. Who else could it be but Jun Wushuang, the young master of the Jun family? The woman had a hot body and was dressed sexy. She was none other than Tilly, the top actress from the western regions. After getting off the car, Jun Wushuang spread out his arms with a smile. Tilly immediately and sensibly got into his arms and at the same time hugged Jun Wushuang's arm, showing as much intimacy as possible. Mu Chanin, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but feel a layer of frost on her pretty face. Although she didn't like Jun Wushuang, she was extremely annoyed with Jun Wushuang and felt disgusted with him. However, over the years, Jun Wushuang had only had her as a woman by his side. Now, seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel unhappy that something that belonged to her was taken away by someone else. When the man in the suit saw Jun Wushuang coming, he hurried over and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Jun. I am an employee of Tianfu Jewelry. I am here to give you the Tears of the Sea Blue." Jun Wushuang nodded slightly and asked, "Where are the things?" "Here." The man in the suit held the jewelry box in front of Jun Wushuang and opened it, then carefully took something out of it. It was a necklace with a teardrop-shaped blue gem on the pendant. Under the sunlight, the blue gem emits a dazzling blue light, and faintly, you can hear the sound of rolling waves coming from it. "Is this the Tears of the Sea? It's so beautiful." Women have always had zero resistance to such sparkling and beautiful things. The two women present, Mu Chanin and Tilly, were immediately attracted to it, and their faces showed intoxicated looks. However, the next second, Mu Chanin's entire face suddenly froze. It was because she saw that after Jun Wushuang took the Tears of the Sea Blue from the man in the suit, he turned around and put it on Tilly beside him. Isn't that the birthday present that Jun Wushuang bought for himself? Why did he give it to another woman now? Tilly also came back to her senses and said in a panic, "Jun Xiao, what are you doing?" Jun Wushuang smiled and said, "From the looks of you, you seem to like this, Tears of Ocean Blue, very much. Since you like it, I'll give it to you. Mr. Jun, you are so good to me." As a top female star, Tilly naturally knew the value of top-grade jewelry like Tears of the Sea Blue. Seeing that Jun Wushuang gave her such a precious item without even blinking an eye, she was very touched. Jun Wushuang smiled and said, "Okay, let's go to the God of Food Mansion for dinner." "Yeah." Tilly nodded obediently. However, Jun Wushuang and Tilly had just walked a short distance when a figure suddenly rushed over and blocked their way. It was none other than Mu Chanin. Originally, Mu Chanin was very unhappy when she saw Tilly appearing beside Jun Wushuang, but she could still bear it. However, when she saw that Jun Wushuang actually gave her Tears of Sea Blue to Tilly, she could no longer bear it. That's her stuff. Moreover, she was also hoping to sell the Tears of the Sea Blue and use the money to buy body-tempering resources for Yishien. Seeing this, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked indifferently, "Miss Mu, what can I do for you?" Mu Chanin asked angrily, "Jun Wushuang, why did you give my Tears of the Sea to someone else?" Jun Wushuang said with a sneer on his face, "Ms. Mu, if I remember correctly, Tears of the Sea Blue was purchased from Tianfu Jewelry in my name, and the money was also paid by my Jun family. It has nothing to do with the surname Mu. So how did this Tears of the Sea Blue become yours?" Mu Chanin shouted confidently, "Jun Wushuang, you said before that you would buy this Tears of the Sea Blue for me as a birthday present, but now you gave it to another woman in front of me. Jun Wushuang, you are a grown man, but you don't keep your word and go back on your words. Do you still have any shame? Jun Wushuang couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. I don't know if I am shameless or not, but Miss Mu, you are indeed quite shameless. Mu Chanin's pretty face flushed red, and she opened her mouth to say something, but her mouth seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't utter a word. However, it was Jun Wushuang's cold look and sarcastic words that finally calmed her down. Thinking of the current Jun Wushuang, he had already drawn a clear line between them. Seeing this, Jun Wushuang curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then stopped talking nonsense, holding Tilly and walked towards the God of Food mansion not far away. Mu Chanin looked at the direction where Jun Wushuang left with a bit of daze, one hand unconsciously placed on her chest. For some reason, she suddenly felt a great pain in her heart. Yishian also stared at Jun Wushuang's back with a grudge, clenched his hands into fists, and growled in his heart. Jun Wushuang, you damn bastard, how dare you bully me again and again? I, Yishien, swear that sooner or later, I will kill you. Oh. The lobby on the second floor of the God of Food mansion, next to the window. With Jun Wushuang's status, he should have dined in the private room of the God of Food mansion. The minimum consumption of 2 million Blue Star coins was nothing to him. The reason why he chose to sit in this position was because he could see the roadside stall across the street. Today, he appeared in the God of Food mansion and met Yishien and Mu Chanin, the couple. It was not a coincidence. He came here specifically. Of course, Jun Wushuang's main purpose was not to let that bitch Mu Chanin see him giving the A-grade jewelry, Tears of Sea Blue, worth 300 million Blue Star coins, which should have belonged to her, into the hands of someone else. It was just something that happened on the spur of the moment. His main purpose of coming here today is to seize an opportunity that belongs to Yishien. At this moment, Duanrong, the manager of the God of Food mansion, stepped forward, interrupted Jun Wushuang's thoughts, and asked with a flattering smile. Mr. Jun, what would you like to eat today? We at the God of Food mansion have just received a batch of high-end ingredients that have the effect of strengthening the body and nourishing qi and blood, and the dishes will be cooked by Chef Xing himself. Would you like to try it? Jun Wushuang came back to his senses and shook his head, saying, I'm almost tired of Lao Zheng's cooking. Let's try a different taste today. Then what would you like to eat, young master? Jun Wushuang glanced at the roadside stall outside the window and said, I have never eaten at a roadside stall in my life. Send someone over and ask the stall owner to cook all his ingredients for me. Ah? Jun Wushuang's request made Duanrong startled, but she quickly came to her senses and immediately bowed and nodded. Yes, Master Jun. Jun Wushuang is the most top VIP guest of their food god mansion. Not to mention eating at a roadside stall, even if Jun Wushuang wants to eat dragon meat, their food god mansion will immediately send a hunting team to the Starry Sky battlefield to meet Jun Wushuang's requirements. Before Duanrong left, Jun Wushuang said, Manager Duan, I'm a grown man, so it's okay for me to eat at a roadside stall, but Miss Tilly is a big star and a woman, so I can't ask her to eat at a roadside stall with me. So use the ingredients you just introduced to make a delicious meal for Miss Tilly. Yes, Master Jun. After Duanrong left quickly, Jun Wushuang's gaze returned to the roadside stall across the street, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Yishian, what delicious food did you eat at this roadside stall? According to his memory, Yishian once accidentally ate a rare treasure at this roadside stall, which greatly increased his cultivation strength. This was exactly the opportunity that Jun Wushuang came here to seize today. Chapter 15 Dragon Origin Fruit and Dragon Pollution Grass. At the roadside stall, Yishien and Mu Chanin returned to their original positions. Because of what happened just now, both of them were in a very bad mood. They sat there with gloomy faces, not saying a word, and the atmosphere was quite depressing. Especially Mu Chanin, the place where she sat just happened to have a good view of the seats near the windows on the second floor of the God of Food mansion. She could clearly see Jun Wushuang and Tilly sitting there talking and laughing. One could also see the waiters at the God of Food house respectfully delivering her favorite dishes to Tilly. But here I was, sitting in this dirty roadside stall without even a glass of water in front of me. Thinking of this, Mu Chanin's heart seemed to be pressed down by an invisible huge stone, making her feel so uncomfortable that she felt like she was suffocating. At this moment, Yishian let out an irritable shout. Boss, come here! A middle-aged man ran over and said with a smile, "Sir, what's wrong?" Yishian said, "I want to order some food." The middle-aged man said apologetically, "Sorry, sir, we are out of ingredients." Yishian was stunned when he heard this, and pointed to the side and said, "There are clearly a lot of ingredients there, and you told me there are none left?" The middle-aged man explained, "It's like this. Just now someone from the God of Food Mansion came over to tell me that a distinguished guest wanted to try my cooking and has bought all the ingredients I have." Yishian shouted angrily, "Are you kidding me? We were here first. You should satisfy our demands first, and then sell the remaining ingredients." The middle-aged man rolled his eyes and said, "It's true that you two came here first, but you've been here for quite some time and just sit here and don't want anything. How do I know if you're sitting here to rest or to eat?" "You!" Yishian knew he was in the wrong and was speechless. He then turned his head and looked fiercely in the direction of the Food God Mansion, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Jun Wushuang, you damn bastard, you are going too far!" Although the middle-aged man did not say who bought all the ingredients from the God of Food Mansion, Yishian still guessed that it must have been Jun Wushuang who did it. The feeling as if something important was stolen surged into Yishian's heart again, and the rage in his heart began to surge as if oil was poured on it. The blood in his body began to boil, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he wanted to kill someone. However, although Yishian was angry, he still retained a trace of rationality, and did not have the courage to rush over to cause trouble for Jun Wushuang. Of course, even if he really rushed over, it would be useless because he could not even enter the door of the God of Food Mansion. However, the boiling anger in his heart made Yishian feel as if he was about to explode. He had to vent his anger, otherwise, he would be injured internally. Yishian set his eyes on the dining table in front of him and overturned it fiercely. Ah! However, what Yishian did not expect was that the table he overturned happened to hit the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man screamed and was knocked to the ground. The middle-aged man lying on the ground yelled at the top of his voice, "Ouch, someone's been murdered! Someone's been murdered!" Mu Chanin's face changed slightly, and he hurried forward to help the middle-aged man up, and said apologetically, "Boss, I'm sorry, Brother Yishian didn't mean to hit you. I want to say sorry to you on his behalf." The middle-aged man would not let Mu Chanin get her wish easily. He snorted coldly, "If an apology is useful, then what is the point of the law enforcement team?" Hearing this, Yishian panicked a little. If the middle-aged man notified the law enforcement team to come over, he would definitely be detained based on his behavior just now. If he was detained and the news got to the school, even if he was not expelled, he would definitely be punished. The school exam is approaching, and he can't leave such a stain on his body. Yishian hurriedly said, "Boss, don't call the law enforcement team, I will compensate you." The middle-aged man was waiting for this sentence, and immediately said, "Since you are still a student, I won't ask for more. Just compensate me 30,000 blue star coins." 30,000 blue star coins? Why don't you just go and rob them?" Yishian screamed. The middle-aged man snorted. "Don't want to give it? Fine, then I'll go notify the law enforcement team." No, I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you." Yishian hurriedly stopped him, and then looked at Mu Chanin with pleading eyes. Mu Chanin looked embarrassed. She had 30,000 blue star coins, but her Mu family's current situation was so bad that even 30,000 blue star coins were very important. However, if he did not help compensate the boss, Yishian would definitely be detained by the law enforcement team, which would inevitably have a very serious impact on Yishian. Thinking of this, Mu Chanin's heart softened immediately and he nodded. "Okay, I'll compensate you 30,000 blue star coins." Inside the God of Food's palace, Jun Wushuang didn't know what happened at the roadside stall, nor was he interested in knowing. All his thoughts at the moment were on the table full of dishes. These were all sent from roadside stalls. Every dish looked like an ordinary home-cooked meal. Jun Wushuang was not at all surprised about this. If the opportunity could be easily discovered, it would not have fallen into Yishian's mouth. Jun Wushuang picked up the chopsticks and tried one plate after another. When Jun Wushuang tasted the seventh dish, his eyes suddenly fixed. "This dish is actually made with dragon source fruit." The dragon source fruit is a natural treasure formed after absorbing the essence and blood of the dragon clan. After swallowing this treasure, you can use the dragon blood contained in it to strengthen your body. If you are lucky enough, you can also integrate the dragon blood in it and greatly strengthen your body. Suddenly, Jun Wushuang felt a heat spreading from his limbs after taking a bite of the dragon source fruit. That was the residual effect of the dragon blood potion he had used before. After using the dragon blood potion, normal humans can only absorb about 50% of the medicinal effects at most. The remaining medicinal effects will remain in the cells and flesh, and will gradually evaporate and be wasted over time. But now, Jun Wushuang has taken the dragon source fruit, which is a natural treasure formed by absorbing the essence and blood of the dragon clan. A dragon blood has appeared in his body, which has stimulated all the effects of the residual dragon blood potion hidden in his cells and flesh. No wonder Yishian was so powerful during the school exam in his previous life. It turned out that he ate a dragon source fruit by chance, Jun Wushuang thought to himself. As he spoke, the feeling of heat that permeated Jun Wushuang's body continued to intensify, giving him an uncomfortable feeling as if he was being burned by fire. There are only two ways to relieve this uncomfortable feeling. First, Jun Wushuang started practicing immediately. Second, dragons are inherently lustful. Manager Duan! Jun Wushuang let out a light shout. Mr. Jun, what do you want me to do? Duan Ron was always on standby. After hearing Jun Wushuang's call, she hurried over. Jun Wushuang didn't waste any words and said directly, Arrange a private room for me. Yes, Mr. Jun. Duan Ron nodded. Jun Wushuang looked at Tilly, who was sitting opposite him, and said with a smile, Come with me to the box. Although Tilly didn't know why Jun Wushuang went to the box for no reason, as a sensible woman, she naturally didn't ask too much. She nodded obediently and followed Jun Wushuang to the box. As soon as he entered the box and closed the door, Jun Wushuang, without saying a word, directly pressed Tilly's charming body to lie on the wall, and then, with his right hand, he roughly grabbed Tilly's waterfall-like hair, and then waved with the other hand. A wail of cloth being torn suddenly rang out. A beautiful work of art as white as mutton-fat jade, exposed to the air without reservation. Fortunately, this scene was not seen by others. Otherwise, if Tilly's fans saw their goddess being treated so roughly by Jun Wushuang, and that Tilly not only did not resist but also tried her best to cooperate and please the man behind her who had no sympathy for women, they would be heartbroken. The atmosphere in the box also began to become hot. Boss, how much do you sell this grass for? In a commercial street that specializes in selling resources for martial arts training, Yishien squatted in front of a street stall. He looked indifferent on the surface, but was actually looking at a small gray grass on the stall with excitement in his heart. Although this gray grass emits energy fluctuations, they are very weak. It is obvious that this gray grass is just a second-rate treasure. However, in Yishien's eyes it was not the case, because he once followed a master to learn medicine, so he knew a lot of rare treasures. He could tell at a glance that this gray grass that looked like an inferior rare treasure was actually the precious dragon grass. Dragon fell grass, a natural treasure formed by absorbing the menstrual blood of a mother dragon. Although its origin is quite disgusting, this grass has a very good strengthening effect on the body. Haha, Jun Wushuang, you probably would never have thought that because you bought all the food from that roadside stall, I couldn't even have a meal. I was so angry that I came here to relax, but I ended up encountering a dragon foul grass. I really have to thank you very much. Yishien laughed in his heart. Fortunately, Yishien didn't know that the treasure he should have gotten was the dragon source fruit, which contained the essence and blood of the dragon clan, and not the dragon filth grass in front of him, which was formed by absorbing the menstrual blood of the mother dragon. If Yishien knew about this, I think he would definitely not be able to laugh. However, although Yishien didn't know about this, he still couldn't laugh afterwards. The stall owner glanced at Yishien and said with a chuckle, Little brother, you have good taste. You chose this dragon grass right away. Faced with the stall owner's praise, Yishien did not feel happy at all. Instead, the expression on his face froze. Since the stall owner knew that this was dragon grass, there was no way he could get a bargain. Chapter 16 The Second Chance, Yuan Chu Visualization Picture. Yishien said in a deep voice with an unpleasant expression. Boss, how much do you sell this dragon grass for? The stall owner said with a smile. 36,000 blue star coins. 36,000, The price is reasonable. Yishien nodded, and then turned his head habitually to look at Mu Chanin. In the past, when he and Mu Chanin went out, if he wanted to buy something, Mu Chanin would pay for it. He didn't think it was a shame for him, as a grown man, to spend a woman's money. Instead, he felt that he was a poor boy, and Mu Chanin was the daughter of a first-class martial arts family, so it was only natural for him to spend her money. Mu Chanin saw what Yishien meant and said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Brother Yishien, after helping you pay the 30,000 blue star coins just now, I have no money left." Yishien frowned and said, "Okay, then I'll pay for it myself." After that, Yishien turned his gaze back to the stall owner, took out a card and said, "Boss, can you pay by credit card here?" "Of course." The stall owner smiled and helped Yishien swipe the card, and at the same time handed the dragon wu grass to Yishien. "Finally got it." Yishien happily took the dragon filth grass, and secretly glanced at the stall owner with a sarcastic look. What an idiot! If it were an ordinary dragon filth grass, it would only be worth 36,000 blue star coins, but this dragon filth grass is not ordinary. If I am not mistaken, the female dragon's menstrual blood absorbed by this dragon filth grass must be from a female dragon with high-level dragon blood. This kind of dragon filth grass is worth at least 100,000 blue star coins. I found a big bargain this time. Thinking of this, Yishien turned around with excitement, and was about to share his joy with Mu Chanin, but when he turned around, he saw Mu Chanin looking at him with disbelief. "Brother Yishien, since you have money on you, why did you ask me to pay for the compensation before?" Yishien didn't expect Mu Chanin to question him like this, and he was stunned, but he quickly reacted and said confidently, "Chanin, it was you who insisted on going to the God of Food mansion to eat, otherwise how could those things happen? So isn't it only natural that you help me compensate? Besides, my money is all hard-earned money from working hard. How can I use it to compensate others for no reason?" Hearing this, Mu Chanin felt a surge of anger in his heart. "You earn your money through hard work, but what about my money?" If it were in the past, a mere 30,000 blue star coins would not be a big deal to her, but now the Mu family is on the verge of bankruptcy, so every penny she has is very important. Yishien also knew all these, but when he got into trouble and had to pay compensation, even though he had the money, he was unwilling to pay and instead asked himself to do it. Brother Yishien used to be very caring and considerate of her. Why did he become like this today? A feeling of disappointment surged in Mu Chanin's heart. However, Mu Chanin had never lost her temper with Yishien, and for a moment she didn't know how to vent her anger and disappointment, so she could only say coldly, "Brother Yishien, my father is still injured, so I won't accompany you. I'm going home first." Yishien, who was in a state of excitement, did not notice Mu Chanin's abnormality. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, I also need to go home to practice. See you at school tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, Yishien ran away. In the private room of the God of Food mansion, the clouds and rain stopped. With a sound, Jun Wushuang left Tilly feeling refreshed. Although he was very rude before, he was not a scumbag who would turn his back on people after putting on his pants. He caringly supported the weak Tilly and sat down aside. Then, Jun Wushuang began to check his physical condition. What a great dragon origin fruit! It actually allowed me to directly break through from the early stage of the third-grade warrior realm to the peak of the third-grade warrior realm. Moreover, I also merged that strand of dragon blood, which greatly strengthened my physical body. My current physical strength is probably no less than that of a warrior at the 4th level of the martial spirit realm. Feeling the powerful force surging through his limbs and bones, a faint smile emerged on Jun Wushuang's face. Then, Jun Wushuang muttered in a low voice, "Next, what opportunity should I snatch from Yishien? It seems that before the school entrance examination, this guy didn't get any other opportunities. No, Yishien still has an opportunity." Thinking of this, Jun Wushuang put on his clothes without saying a word, said something to Tilly, and left. After leaving the God of Food mansion, Jun Wushuang drove away at lightning speed in the direction of the Jun family. The opportunity that Yishien would get that he had thought of before was now in the treasure room of Jun family. 10 minutes later, Jun Wushuang returned home and went straight to the Jun family's treasure room without saying a word. Fortunately, his father Jun Zhantian had lifted the ban on Jun Wushuang before leaving home for the Starry Sky battlefield. Otherwise, even if Jun Wushuang was the young master of the Jun family, he would not be able to enter the treasure room. There is no way, because Jun Wushuang used to be a bootlicker. If Jun Zhantian did not issue a ban on him, I am afraid that the entire Jun family would be emptied out by Jun Wushuang and given to the Mu family. The Jun family's treasure room is not big, and there are not many things placed inside, but taking out any one of them is enough to drive countless warriors crazy and set off a bloody storm in the martial arts world. However, Jun Wushuang turned a blind eye to these treasures. It was not because he looked down on these treasures, but because he was only a third-grade warrior and could not use these treasures at all. After rummaging through the treasure room, Jun Wushuang finally found the target of his trip, a yellowed ancient painting that looked quite old. When the ancient map was unfolded, its content was revealed. It was very simple, just a drawing of an unknown star, and it was drawn very sloppily. However, Jun Wushuang knew that this picture was very unusual. Its name was Yuanchu Visualization Picture, and it was a method of cultivation that could enhance the spiritual power of warriors up to the S level. As we all know, a warrior's strength comes from his own chi and blood, and the degree to which a warrior controls his own chi and blood is very important. The higher the warrior's control over his own chi and blood, the more benefits there will be, in addition to greatly enhancing the warrior's combat power and speeding up his training. The key to determining the degree of control a warrior has over his own chi and blood is the strength of his mental power. The stronger your mental strength, the easier it is to control your own chi and blood. Moreover, when the mental power reaches a certain level, there is a chance to awaken and become a mentalist. Therefore, among the cultivation methods of the same level, the value of the spiritual power cultivation method is 10 times that of the chi and blood cultivation method, or even more. In the previous life, after Jun Wushuang was brainwashed by Mu Chanin, he secretly brought Yishien to the treasure room of Jun's family, allowing Yishien to obtain the Yuanchu visualization picture. Through practicing mental power, Yishian gained 100 control of chi and blood, and also awakened to become a spiritual master. Later, Yishian took advantage of this opportunity to gain an even greater opportunity. Putting his thoughts aside, Jun Wushuang left the treasure room with the Yuanchu visualization diagram, and went to the practice room. Hanging the Yuanchu visualization picture in front of him, Jun Wushuang sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the Yuanchu star drawn in the picture without blinking, and used his mental power to construct the Yuanchu star in his mind. Although strong mental power can bring many benefits to warriors, the cultivation of mental power is also quite difficult and requires extremely high mental talent. If one does not have enough spiritual talent, it will be impossible to practice successfully even if one obtains the Yuanchu visualization diagram. Fortunately, Jun Wushuang possesses the qualities of a martial emperor. Not only is he extremely gifted in martial arts, he is also equally gifted in spiritual matters. So, it only took 7 or 8 breaths for Jun Wushuang to successfully construct the Yuanchu star in his mind. Jun Wushuang showed joy, not only because the successful construction of the Yuanchu star meant that he was qualified to practice the Yuanchu visualization diagram, but also because, as far as he knew, in the previous life, Yishien took a full 15 breaths to successfully construct the Yuanchu star in his mind. The time he took was half of Yishien's, which was enough to prove that his spiritual talent was much stronger than Yishien's. In this way, he can achieve all the spiritual achievements that Yishien has made, and will be even better than Yishien. Most importantly, he can also obtain the amazing opportunity hidden behind the Yuanchu visualization diagram. Boom! Just when Jun Wushuang was filled with joy, a roar like the creation of the world suddenly came from his mind, and then his whole consciousness became hazy. When Jun Wushuang regained consciousness, he found that he was no longer in the training room, but in a dark space that looked like the universe. Jun Wushuang was not at all panicked about suddenly coming to a strange world, because he knew that this was a world of visualization. Then, Jun Wushuang's eyes were as fast as lightning, and he quickly scanned the surroundings. Soon he saw that thousands of feet away from him, there was a big sun emitting blazing light. Even though they were thousands of feet apart, the bright sun's rays were still blinding to Jun Wushuang, and when the light shone on his body, he felt a stinging sensation. Jun Wushuang knew that the star emitting dazzling light was not the sun, but the Yuan-Chu star. The light of Yuan-Chu star shines on him, and the reason why he feels a stinging sensation is because the light is tempering his mental strength. Jun Wushuang smiled slightly, sat down cross-legged, and continued to practice the Yuan-Chu visualization diagram. Just when Jun Wushuang was immersed in his cultivation, the entire dragon city was shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds, and then a biting cold wind like a knife blew between heaven and earth. A moment later, heavy snow like goose feathers fell from the sky. This snow was very similar to the snow that fell when Shinwu Academy opened its doors. That time, Jun Wushuang thought that Mu Chanin would have difficulty going to school because of the heavy snow, so he specially sent a helicopter to pick up Mu Chanin. In the end, nothing good happened. Instead, it was Yishien who rode a shared bicycle to pick up Mu Chanin, which moved Mu Chanin so much. It would have been fine if Yishien really rode a shared bike and took Mu Chanin to school in the freezing cold, but the problem was that Yishien didn't. Halfway through the journey, the two of them couldn't stand the cold anymore, so they got on the helicopter they had arranged. She was enjoying the kindness she had given, but because Yishien helped her block the strong wind when the helicopter landed and carefully helped her onto the helicopter, she gave all her gratitude to Yishien. She felt that Yishien was so good to her and really doted on her, completely ignoring her own efforts. Hee hee. This is so fucking ridiculous. This time, Jun Wushuang will definitely not send a helicopter again, and Yishien will most likely ride a shared bicycle to pick up Mu Chanin. It was freezing cold, and I could have comfortably drank hot tea and sat in a helicopter to go to school, but now I had to ride on the back of a broken bicycle in the knife-like cold wind to go to school. I don't know if Mu Chanin can still be moved. Chapter 17. Stealing a chicken but losing the rice, Yishien is depressed. The next morning. In the Mu family mansion, the old butler stood by the window with a worried look on his face and frowned as he looked at the heavy snow falling outside the window. At this moment, Mu Chanin's voice came from behind. "Butler Su, it's so cold, why don't you turn on the heater? Do you want to freeze me?" When Butler Su turned around, he saw Mu Chanin wearing a school uniform with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. When he heard the question of accountability, Butler Su smiled bitterly and was about to explain. But before he could speak, Mu Chanin turned her head to look at the restaurant and found that there was only ordinary breakfast such as soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table. The expression on her pretty face suddenly became more dissatisfied, and she couldn't help but scold. "Butler Su, what happened to you today? You knew it was snowing heavily outside and it was extremely cold, but you didn't turn on the heater in time. Now you only prepared these things for breakfast. Even the most ordinary servant in the Mu family knows that I have to drink a cup of fairy spring water and a crystal fruit from the Kaling tribe for breakfast every day. As an old housekeeper who has worked in my Mu family for more than 10 or 20 years, you can't be unaware of this. You are so perfunctory in your work. Do you not want to do this anymore?" The bitterness on Butler Su's face became more intense. "Miss, it's not that I forgot to turn on the heating, nor is it that I was perfunctory in preparing breakfast for you, but my Mu family has no money left." Hearing this, Mu Chanin's expression suddenly froze, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. "I know that the current situation of my Mu family is a bit bad, but even if it is bad, it shouldn't be so bad that we can't even turn on the heating and prepare a decent breakfast, right?" Butler Su smiled bitterly and said, "Miss, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are until you run a household. The heating and cooling system of my Mu family is driven by psychic crystals, and the price of a psychic crystal is as high as 200,000 blue star coins. In addition, the fairy spring you used to drink every morning is also worth 10,000 blue star coins a cup, and the crystal fruit is worth 50,000 blue star coins apiece. Miss, you know that my Mu family is on the verge of bankruptcy because of the compensation for the termination of the contract. How can we have the money to provide you with those things?" Mu Chanin was a little dumbfounded. Although she had anticipated that once she drew a line between herself and Jun Wushuang, it would inevitably have a significant impact on herself and the Mu family, she could never have imagined that the impact would be so great. Thinking of this, Mu Chanin couldn't help but bite her lips with her pearly teeth, her face changing from gloomy to bright, and no one knew what she was thinking. Originally, Butler Su was going to tell Mu Chanin that there were more bad things than just these. 99% of the Mu family's servants ran away without hesitation after learning about the family's current situation. If he had not worked in the Mu family for his entire life, he would have run away long ago. However, when Butler Su saw Mu Chanin's ugly face, he could not say anything more and could only change the subject. Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things, Mississippi. It's getting late and you still have to go to school. Eat breakfast quickly. Mu Chanin came back to his senses, shook his head and said, I have no appetite and don't want to eat. Just ask the driver to drive me to school. Upon hearing this, Butler Su's face reappeared with a wry smile, but before he could say anything, there was a sudden knock on the door. Butler Su immediately went to open the door, and then saw Yishien, who was covered in snow and had a shared bicycle parked next to him. Seeing this, Butler Su asked in surprise, Master Yi, why are you here? Yishien smiled and said, Housekeeper Su, I saw that it was snowing so heavily, and I was worried that Chanin would have trouble going to school, so I came here to pick her up. After saying that, Yishien's gaze bypassed Butler Su and fell on Mu Chanin, and said with a smile, Chanin, I'm here to pick you up from school. Upon hearing this, Mu Chanin was immediately moved by the slight resentment she had towards Yishien yesterday. Brother Yishien, it's snowing so heavily, but you still came to pick me up to go to school. You are so kind to me. At the same time, Mu Chanin snorted in her heart. Jun Wushuang, even though you have viciously caused me to no longer be able to live a superior life in the future, I don't care, because I have a brother named Yishien who loves and pampers me so much. As long as I have brother Yishien, I don't care what kind of hard life I have to live. At the same time, Butler Su also smiled and said, Master Yi, you came at the right time. I was worried just now about how the young lady would go to school alone in such a heavy snow. Now that you are here to pick her up, I can rest assured. Yishien smiled and said, This is what I should do. At this time, Mu Chanin came out and said with a happy smile, Brother Yishien, let's go to school. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Chanin reached out and swept the snow off the back seat of the car. Seeing this, Yishien's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, Chanin, it's snowing too heavily outside today, and it's also very cold. Although you are already a warrior, you are only a second-rank martial artist after all, and you are a girl. If the cold air enters your body, you will still be at risk of getting sick. The school exam is coming up soon. If you get sick at this critical moment, it may affect your exam results. So, let's go to school by helicopter like we did before. Until now, Yishien could not forget the envious looks of his classmates when he arrived at the school by helicopter that day thanks to Mu Chanin. That feeling is really great. Seeing Yishien, who had said that he was here to pick her up for school, suddenly change his words, Mu Chanin felt a little strange, but did not think much about it and said, Brother Yishien, didn't I tell you? The helicopter we took before belonged to the Jun family, not my Mu family. Upon hearing this, Yishien's expression froze, but soon returned to normal. With a hint of regret in his tone, he said, If that's the case, let's go by car. Mu Chanin nodded slightly, turned to look at Butler Su, and said lightly, Hurry up and ask the driver to prepare the car. Hearing this, Butler Su smiled bitterly and said, Miss, all the vehicles in our Mu family have been sold for compensation. Mu Chanin frowned slightly, but didn't care too much. If she didn't have a car, then she didn't have a car. Anyway, she had brother Yishien, and he would ride his bike to take her to school. In the snow, sitting on the back seat of brother Yishien's shared bicycle, hugging brother Yishien's waist intimately, that kind of scene makes me feel so happy just thinking about it. However, after hearing this, Yishien's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he finally understood why Butler Su was so happy when he saw him coming to pick up Mu Chanin. Yishien couldn't help but curse in his heart. If he had known this would be the case, he would not have come to the Mu family. There was thick snow on the road outside. In this situation, riding and carrying someone was definitely a chore. Thinking of this, Yishien felt so regretful. At this time, Mu Chanin urged, Brother Yishien, it's getting late, let's set off quickly. It seems that the school has an important announcement today, we can't be late. Yishien suppressed the regret in his heart and asked in surprise, Chanin, I remember this time should be your breakfast time. Are you leaving now? Are you not going to have breakfast? Going to Xingwu College from where Yishian lived would not pass by the Mu family at all. To get here, one has to take a long detour. That was why he braved the severe cold and took the trouble to make a special trip to the Mu family. One reason was to take a ride on the helicopter, and the other was to have Mu Chanin's breakfast. He knew that Mu Chanin would have a cup of fairy spring and a crystal fruit for breakfast every day. The reason why these two things were so expensive was not only because they were big brands and tasted great, but also because they could bring good nourishing effects to the body. For example, drinking a cup of the fairy spring can cleanse impurities from the body, and taking the crystal fruit can ensure that the body functions are at their peak all day long without any strenuous exercise. Since he couldn't get on the helicopter now, he had to get this breakfast no matter what. Otherwise, all his hard work would be in vain. Mu Chanin pouted and said, "I have no appetite. I don't want to eat." When Yishien heard this, his eyes lit up. He was a guest, and if he wanted to stay for breakfast, the Mu family would definitely prepare a breakfast for him, the same one as Mu Chanin's. And since Mu Chanin has no appetite and doesn't want to eat breakfast, that means he can eat 2 breakfasts. Yishian persuaded excitedly. "Chanin, even if you have no appetite, you have to eat breakfast. You know, breakfast is the most important of the 3 meals a day." At this time, Butler Su also said, Master Yi is right. Moreover, judging from Master Ye's appearance, he probably hasn't had breakfast yet. He will have to ride a bike to take you to school later, which is a physical job. Even if you don't want to eat, you have to let Master Yi have breakfast." Seeing Butler Su assisting him in this way, Yishien's heart leapt with joy. He wanted so much that he wanted to rush over, hug Butler Su and give him a kiss on his wrinkled old face. Mu Chanin also felt that what Butler Su said made sense, so she nodded and said, "Okay, then let Brother Yishien have breakfast, and then we'll set off for school." Butler Su smiled and said, "Master Yi, please come in and have your meal." "Thank you." Yishien nodded. This was not the first time he came to the Mu family. He immediately walked towards the restaurant impatiently. However, when he arrived at the restaurant, the smile on Yishien's face froze in an instant, because the breakfast on the table was not the fairy spring and crystal fruit he had been thinking about, but ordinary soy milk and fried dough sticks. Yishien asked anxiously, "Janine, what's going on? Shouldn't your breakfast be fairy spring water and crystal fruit? Why are these things?" Mu Chanin showed an embarrassed look on his face, and he stammered, I'm tired of eating those things. After going through so much trouble to get to the Mu family, it would be fine if I couldn't get a helicopter, but now I can't even get the fairy spring and crystal fruit that I've been longing for." Not only did he not get any benefits, he also had to ride a shared bicycle like a coolie to take Mu Chanin to school. Thinking of this, Yishien's heart was suddenly filled with grief and anger, and he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, Yishien finally understood what it meant to lose the rice while trying to steal the chicken. Chapter 18: Snow Phoenix Treasure Clothes, Future Sword Immortal. At the gate of Xingwu College. Because it was not time to go to school yet, the school gate was still closed and the students could only wait at the gate. Students whose families have cars all hide in their cars and enjoy the air conditioning comfortably, while students whose families do not have cars can only stand in the snow and cold wind. Although the students of Xingwu Academy are all warriors. However, before a warrior has cultivated to the 4th level of martial spirit realm and condensed his own chi and blood into spiritual power that spreads throughout the body and makes his body flawless, he can still feel the heat or cold. So, these students were all huddled together and shivering due to the cold. At this moment, a sharp-eyed student suddenly exclaimed, "Damn it! What kind of idiot is this? He actually rides a shared bike to school in this weather?" In such bad weather as today, students from poor families who live nearby will choose to walk to school, while those who live far away will choose to leave early and take public transportation. No one would ever choose to ride a bike to school because it is too painful. Anyone with a brain would never do such a thing. But at this moment, someone did just that. All the students who heard the sound looked towards the distance curiously, wanting to see who that idiot was. "I can't tell who the one riding the bike is, but the one sitting in the back looks like our school beauty, Chanin Mu. Is your brain frozen? How could it be Maki Chanin? You know, Mu Chanin's #1 bootlicker is young Master Jun. With young Master Jun licking her, even on a good day, the campus beauty of Mu University would not ride a bicycle to school, not to mention such bad weather. How could young Master Jun be willing to let his goddess suffer this? Damn it! You are so ignorant that you don't even know the big news that young Master Jun and Mu Chanin have fallen out. There is such a thing? Tell me the details. Those who knew the inside story recounted in vivid detail what happened on the school playground that day. The students who knew everything all looked as if they had been screwed and their worldviews had been completely changed. Because the distance was still far, Mu Chanin, who was sitting on the back seat of Yishien's shared bicycle, did not hear her classmates' discussions, but her expression still did not look very good. Mu Chanin finally understood what the saying, "Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel," meant. She had thought that on such a snowy day, sitting in the back seat of Yishien's car, hugging Yishien's waist, talking and laughing all the way to school, would be a very romantic and happy thing. However, after she went out, she realized that she was wrong. Sitting in the uncovered back seat of Yishien's car, the cold wind as sharp as a knife blew in from all directions, freezing her to death. Even if she hugged Yishien tightly, she could not get a trace of warmth. Not only that, when they had to rush through some difficult-to-ride sections, she had to jump off and help push the bike from behind. Although this was not a big deal for her as a second-rank martial artist, it made her feel embarrassed. The most important thing is that when she met people on the road, they looked at her as if she were fools when they saw that she and Yishian were riding bicycles to school in such bad weather. Not only is the romantic happiness that I imagine not to have any bearing on me, but I have to suffer the pain of the cold wind and endure the strange looks from passers-by. Mu Chanin felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, the shared bicycle suddenly bumped. Mu Chanin, who was distracted, lost her balance all of a sudden. Before she could react, she fell off the back seat of the bike and landed in the snow. Ha ha! I didn't expect that the usually high and mighty beauty of Mu University would have such an embarrassing side. Why do you still call her the campus belle of Mu University? The reason why this woman became the campus belle of our Xingwu College is because of young Master Jun's support. Now that young Master Jun is gone, she is no longer qualified to be called the campus belle. At best, she is just a pretty female student. Seeing this scene, many students burst into laughter, and some began to make sarcastic remarks. This time, Mu Chanin clearly heard the discussions of her classmates. She was already feeling unhappy, and for a moment she felt extremely uncomfortable. Her eyes suddenly turned red and were covered with a thick mist. At this moment, Jun Wushuang was not here. If he were here, seeing Mu Chanin looking like she was about to cry, he would definitely ask a question. Mu Chanin, isn't this the happiness you want? Why are you crying? Chanin, are you okay? Just then, Yishien's concerned voice came. He first parked the shared bicycle carefully and securely before running towards Mu Chanin. There was no other way. If the bicycle was damaged during his rental process, his deposit would be deducted. Although the deduction would not be a lot, even if only one blue star coin was deducted, it would still make him feel distressed. Originally, Mu Chanin fell off the bike because of Yishien. And when she saw that Yishien acted as if she was not as important as the shared bike, she was already feeling uncomfortable, and her heart suddenly became raging with anger. Buzz! Mu Chanin was a little annoyed and wanted to push away Yishien who was approaching her, but suddenly there was a sound of rolling air waves in the sky. Everyone present was immediately drawn to Mu Chanin. When they looked up, they saw a silver-white car with a very handsome and dreamy shape flying in the air. It's actually a psychic car. Didn't Longting Group just announce the successful development of this psychic car 2 days ago? And because of the limited manufacturing materials, there are only 20 psychic cars launched for the first time. Who is so awesome that he managed to get a psychic car so quickly? Needless to say, it must be young Master Jun. You are worthy of being called young Master Jun. This is so damn awesome. Amid the crowd's exclamations, the silver-white psychic car slowly descended from the air and stopped steadily half a meter above the ground. The car door opened, and everyone was able to see the extremely luxurious interior of the psychic car, and they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement again. At this moment, a figure walked out of the psychic car, but it was not Jun Wushuang as everyone thought, but a young and beautiful girl. Hey, why is it Lin Yuding? All the classmates looked surprised. Lin Yuding, like Mu Chanin, was also the school belle of Xinwu College. However, Lin Yuding's fame was much less than Mu Chanin's, and she was definitely overshadowed by Mu Chanin. It's not because Lin Yuding is not as good-looking as Mu Chanin. On the contrary, Lin Yuding's appearance is slightly better than Mu Chanin. The reason why she is not as famous as Mu Chanin is because Lin Yuding came from a poor family. After Lin Yuding got out of the car, she turned around and said respectfully to the people in the car, "Master Jun, thank you for sending me to school." "No need to thank me, we are all classmates, and it's just a small favor." Jun Wushuang's indifferent voice came from inside the car. After expressing her gratitude to Jun Wushuang, Lin Yuding was about to leave. At this time, Jun Wushuang's voice sounded again. "Student Lin, please wait a moment." Lin Yuding couldn't help but stop when she heard this. The next moment, Jun Wushuang, who was as handsome as jade, walked out of the car with a handsome smile, holding a coat made of countless snow-white feathers in his hand, and said lightly, "Student Lin, it's so cold today, but you're wearing so little. You'll get sick easily. I have a piece of clothing here that I was planning to give to someone. Unfortunately, she is no longer eligible to wear this dress. If Lin Yuding doesn't mind, you can wear it." When the students saw this scene, their eyes widened and they couldn't help but exclaimed, "The Snow Phoenix Robe! It's actually the Snow Phoenix Robe! This Snow Phoenix treasure robe is a treasure woven with 9,999 feathers of the Snow Phoenix clan. After putting it on, not only can it be invulnerable to water and fire, but it also makes you as light as a swallow, and it also has a defensive power comparable to top-level A-level defensive weapons. You are worthy of being called Young Master Jun. You are so generous. You know, the value of a Snow Phoenix robe is at least 500 million blue star coins. Young Master Jun actually gave such a precious robe to Lin Yuding as if it were an ordinary piece of clothing." Many female classmates around immediately cast glances at Lin Yuding with envy and jealousy. When Lin Yuding heard that the incredibly beautiful coat in Jun Wushuang's hand was actually the Snow Phoenix treasure coat worth 500 million blue star coins, she immediately shook her head and refused. "No, no," Jun Wushuang said calmly. "Why, does classmate Lin dislike this dress?" Lin Yuding quickly explained. "Of course not, this is the Snow Phoenix treasure cloth worth 500 million blue star coins. It is the only one who despises me, not me. Since you don't mind, put it on." Without waiting for Lin Yuding to finish her explanation, Jun Wushuang personally unfolded the Snow Phoenix robe and draped it over Lin Yuding's delicate body. A look of embarrassment emerged on Lin Yuding's pretty face. She secretly glanced at Jun Wushuang, who was gently putting clothes on her. A touch of emotion emerged in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Jun Wushuang chuckled in his heart. Although his Jun family is rich, he is no longer a stupid and wealthy person. How could he just give away the Snow Phoenix clothes worth 500 million blue star coins casually? The reason he did this was because he wanted to win over Lin Yuding. According to the memory of the previous life, Lin Yuding, who was standing in front of him at this moment, looked delicate, but had a pretty face and a good figure. In fact, she was a sword genius rarely seen in a century. It was all because Lin Yuding's family was too poor, so she had no chance to learn kendo, which led to her talent being buried. It was not until the school entrance examination that Lin Yuding's talent in swordsmanship was discovered. She was then accepted as a close disciple by a martial arts master-level swordsman, and eventually became a sword immortal famous across Blue Star. Although Jun Wushuang was confident that he could increase his strength within 3 years to the point where he could reverse the tragedy that would happen to his Jun family in the Starry Sky battlefield 3 years later, in order to ensure that everything would be foolproof, he believed that he still needed to win over a group of powerful helpers. The future swordsman Lin Yuding, and the martial arts master-level swordsman behind her, are undoubtedly excellent choices to be won over. Certainly. This is just one of the reasons. There is another reason, which is, to attack Yishien. Although Lin Yuding and Yishian don't know each other now, they will get to know each other because of some things later, and in the subsequent contacts, Lin Yuding will become Yishien's confidant. Jun Wushuang would naturally not allow such a thing to happen, so he stepped in to intercept it. Chapter 19, Mock Exam, Shooting Yourself in the Foot. Student Lin, the school gate is already open. Let's not stand here in the cold wind. Let's go in. Kindness! Following Jun Wushuang's greeting, Lin Yuding nodded like a well-behaved young wife, followed him and walked into the school. Lin Yuding is so lucky that she is favored by young Master Jun. From today on, Lin Yuding will be transformed into a phoenix. It would be great if I could be favored by Master Jun like Lin Yuding. The students looked at Lin Yuding's departing back with envy on their faces. Chanin, who was still lying in the snow in a mess, also raised his head, and stared at Lin Yuding, who was leaving with misty eyes without blinking, and then turned his head to look at the extremely handsome silver psychic car parked not far away. Several thoughts emerged in Chanin's mind one after another. If she had not drawn a clear line between herself and Jun Wushuang. So, the one who came to school with Jun Wushuang in the psychic car today would undoubtedly be me. That snow phoenix robe also belongs to me. Unfortunately, she had drawn a line between herself and Jun Wushuang, and everything that only she was entitled to enjoy and possess was now enjoyed and possessed by another woman. Looking at myself, I couldn't even afford a decent breakfast, and I had to ride a broken bicycle to school, which made me so embarrassed. Thinking of this, a slight sense of regret emerged in Chanin's heart, making the mist in her eyes become thicker. It was as warm as spring, and students from all classes gathered in the spacious teaching hall. On the podium stood the dean of Xingwu College. He picked up the microphone and said in a loud voice, "All students should already know that in a few days Xingwu College will hold its annual entrance examination. This school exam is very important. It is no exaggeration to say that it concerns the future prospects of all students, and also the reputation of our Xingwu Academy as the #1 martial arts school in Longdu. In order to help all students get a good score in the school exam, the school has decided to give all students a mock exam before the official school exam begins to help them understand their own shortcomings, and then strengthen their training based on those shortcomings." As the dean finished speaking, a large number of Xingwu College staff members moved out machines and human-shaped puppets. Those students from poor families didn't know what these things were, but those students from wealthy families knew that those machines were used to test strength and speed, while the humanoid puppets were used to test actual strength. A teacher in charge of conducting the mock exam said loudly, "Dear students, because there are too many students, the school does not have enough equipment for everyone to take the exam at the same time. We can only do it in batches. Now, students whose names I have called out, please step forward one by one to take the test. The first batch of students are Jun Wushuang, Yishien, Jingshan, Wang Chang, Li He, Ma Yao." Hearing his name being called first, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and then he walked out of the crowd calmly and came to a strength detection machine. Jun Wushuang had played with this thing countless times, so he didn't need the teacher to remind him how to operate it. He just punched the machine at random. Boom! The machine vibrated for a while, and a value of 809 kilograms immediately popped up on the display screen. Upon seeing this, the examiner was immediately shocked and looked at Jun Wushuang as if he were a monster. A second-rank warrior actually achieved a score of 809 kilograms? Under normal circumstances, the strength of a second-grade warrior is approximately between 150 kilograms and 200 kilograms. However, Jun Wushuang punched out a force of 809 kilograms, which was about 4 times that of a normal second-grade warrior. How could this not shock people? Jun Wushuang smiled faintly and said, "Teacher, I have broken through to the third-grade warrior realm." "So you've already reached the third-grade warrior realm?" Upon hearing this, the examiner's expression of shock instantly disappeared, returning to calm. In fact, if another third-grade warrior achieved a score of 809 kilograms, the examiner would still be shocked, because under normal circumstances, the strength possessed by a third-grade warrior is approximately between 300 kilograms and 500 kilograms. The value that Jun Wushuang hit at this moment is 1 to 1.5 times that of a normal warrior of the same level. Moreover, Jun Wushuang looked very relaxed and casual when he attacked just now. It is obvious that this result is not Jun Wushuang's limit. Who is Jun Wushuang? The young master of the Jun family, one of the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu, has been the best among his peers in terms of both learning and using resources since childhood. Therefore, achievements that would shock others are natural for Jun Wushuang. Therefore, the examiner appeared calm and not surprised at all. Of course, It was also because the examiner didn't know that Jun Wushuang's punch just now actually only used 30% to 40% of his strength. Jun Wushuang's physical body foundation was already very good, and in recent times, he had used Dragon Blood Potion and Dragon Source Fruit to strengthen his body, allowing his body to gain a trace of dragon blood. He also practiced the Yuanchu visualization diagram, which enhanced his mental strength and strengthened his control over his own qi and blood. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of physical strength, Jun Wushuang is definitely stronger than some ordinary 4th grade martial spirit realm masters. If the examiner knew this, it would be absolutely difficult for him to remain calm. The assessment teacher said calmly, "Jun Wushuang, you can proceed to the next round of assessment." Jun Wushuang nodded slightly, then went to do a speed test, followed by actual combat training with the humanoid puppet. No matter whether it was speed testing or actual combat training with the humanoid puppet, Jun Wushuang achieved excellent results. However, because he was Jun Wushuang, the assessing teachers were all very calm. Yishian was standing in the crowd, waiting for the test. Coming from a poor family, he had never been exposed to such a test, so he had no idea whether Jun Wushuang's results were good or bad. However, although he could not understand, he could read the teacher's facial expressions and made a conclusion through the changes in the teacher's facial expressions. He thought that Jun Wushuang's achievements should be mediocre. Jun Wushuang, if I hadn't met you outside the God of Food Mansion that day, I wouldn't have been lucky enough to encounter a dragon foul grass and use it to greatly increase my strength. You can say that this opportunity of mine was brought to me by my help, so, to thank you, I am going to slap you hard in the face. I don't know what kind of expression you, Jun Wushuang, would have when the test results of the young master of the Jun family were crushed by a genius from a humble family like me. Yishian looked at Jun Wushuang with a sinister smile on his face, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. During this period of time, whenever he met Jun Wushuang or encountered anything related to Jun Wushuang, he would feel humiliated, so he had been holding a lot of anger in his heart for a long time. Now, he finally has a chance to fight back, to slap Jun Wushuang in the face, to embarrass this bastard, and to make himself proud. How can Yishian not be excited? Although if he wanted to slap Jun Wushuang in the face, he had to achieve better results than Jun Wushuang, and it was not his turn to take the test yet, but Yishian was full of confidence. In his eyes, Jun Wushuang was a useless piece of trash except for his superior family background. For Yishian, a genius, to achieve better results than Jun Wushuang was as easy as eating and drinking water. Thinking of this, the cold smile on Yishian's face became more intense, and he deliberately said in a sarcastic tone, TSK, I really didn't expect that the dignified young Master Jun could only achieve such a result. It is obvious that Yishian did this in order to make Jun Wushuang even more embarrassed later. Hearing this, some of the rich kids nearby frowned slightly, and then looked at Yishian as if he were a fool. As children of wealthy families, they have come into contact with these testing instruments and the use of puppets, so they know how amazing Jun Wushuang's achievements are at this moment. This Yishian actually dared to mock? Was his head caught in the door? The gazes from all around made Yishian feel a little uncomfortable, and his brows furrowed. But before he could say anything, the examiner's voice rang out. Next, Yishian! Yes, teacher! Yishian responded immediately, then quickly walked out of the crowd and came to the instrument that detected strength. Yishian had witnessed Jun Wushuang's test before, so he knew how to operate the machine in front of him without the teacher's instruction. Under Yishian's gaze, the fist target on the machine gradually changed into Jun Wushuang's handsome face. Suddenly, a strong hatred arose in his heart. At the same time, the qi and blood in Yishian's body boiled like boiling water, and gathered towards Yishian's right fist like a tidal wave. Go to hell! Yishian growled ferociously and punched the target hard. The fierce power burst out from his fist like a river bursting its banks. Boom! The heavy machines were all shaken violently by Yishian's punch. Yishian didn't even raise his head to see what value he had hit. An extremely confident smile appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, a useless second-generation rich kid like Jun Wushuang can hit a value of 809 kilograms, and I just used not only all my strength, but also performed beyond my normal level. The result I have achieved must be far beyond Jun Wushuang. Thinking of this, the confident look on Yishien's face became more intense, and then he looked up. However, the moment Yishien's gaze fell on the display screen, he was suddenly struck by lightning and was stunned on the spot. The value displayed on the screen is 603 kilograms. How could this happen? Yishien's whole face suddenly turned red and he let out an unbelievable roar. He was full of confidence that he could achieve results far exceeding Jun Wushuang, but in the end, his results were more than 200 kilograms less than Jun Wushuang. It would have been fine if he had not been openly sarcastic before taking action. After all, Jun Wushuang was the young master of the Jun family, and although he was a genius, he came from a poor family. His test scores were inferior to Jun Wushuang's, so it was no big deal. But the problem is, before he made his move, in order to slap Jun Wushuang harder, he publicly mocked him. Thinking back to what he had just done, Yishien felt that he was like a clown, and every word he had said before was like an invisible slap in the face. What does it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? This is called shooting oneself in the foot. Chapter 20. Do you deserve the royal nutritious meal? After seeing Yishien's achievements, those rich kids who had heard him mock them before suddenly showed sneers on their faces. However, before they could mock Yishien, the examiner's voice of praise filled with smiles rang out. Student Yishien, your grades are very good. Under normal circumstances, Yishien would be extremely proud to receive praise from the teacher, but now, he frowned and asked with gritted teeth. Teacher, Jun Wushuang's results just now are much better than mine. Why didn't you praise him? Instead, you looked expressionless, as if Jun Wushuang's results were very average? The assessment teacher smiled and explained. Because Jun Wushuang is the eldest son of the Jun family, from childhood to adulthood, Jun Wushuang has learned the best martial arts techniques and enjoyed the best martial arts resources on Blue Star. So, it is only natural for Jun Wushuang to achieve such excellent results. After hearing this explanation, Yishien's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he wanted to slap the examiner in front of him in the face. It was all because of this damn bastard teacher who pretended to be calm that he ended up looking so disgraceful and like a clown. Of course, Yishien only dared to secretly hate the examiner in front of him. He didn't have the guts to openly attack the teacher in school. More importantly, he couldn't beat him. The examiner's voice sounded again. Student Yishien, you can proceed to the next round of assessment. Yes, teacher. Yishien nodded, then took a deep breath and said secretly in his heart. Although I have lost face, as long as I can get better results than Jun Wushuang in the next 2 tests, then I can save my face. Yishien tried his best to cheer himself up in his heart, and then walked to the machine for detecting speed with a heavy heart. Facts have proved that imagination is beautiful, but reality is extremely cruel. Although Yishien had tried extremely hard to burst out, his results in both detection speed and actual combat with puppets were not as good as Jun Wushuang's. Why? I am a genius, why can't I be better than Jun Wushuang, a second-generation rich man? Looking at the achievements he had made, Yishien felt somewhat distraught, and kept roaring in grief and anger in his heart. At this moment, a voice full of ridicule sounded. Oh, seeing that you, Yishien, were so arrogant in mocking Master Jun before, I thought that you, Yishien, could achieve so many results, but it turns out that you are inferior to Master Jun in every aspect. Yishien, let me interview you. You are obviously not as good as Master Jun. How dare you shamelessly mock Master Jun? Oh, this Yishien is a proud and selfless person. It's only natural for him to do such a shameless thing. Hee. Yishien's face turned pale and blue at the mockery. He immediately shouted in anger. Although my achievements are not as good as Jun Wushuang's, don't forget that I, Yishien, was born in a poor family. Whether it is the martial arts techniques I practice or the martial arts resources I enjoy, I am far inferior to Jun Wushuang. That's it. My achievements are only slightly inferior to Jun Wushuang's. It is conceivable that if the martial arts skills I practiced and the martial arts resources I enjoyed were exactly the same as Jun Wushuang, then my current achievements would definitely far exceed Jun Wushuang. Hearing this, someone immediately said sarcastically, I believe this. If you, Yishien, had gotten the dragon blood potion as you wished 2 days ago, your current achievements might have surpassed Master Jun. But it's a pity that our young Master Jun suddenly woke up and stopped being Mu Chanin's bootlicker. As a result, you, a gigolo, failed to get the dragon blood potion as you wished. What are you talking about? I don't understand anything. Many classmates looked puzzled. They only knew that Jun Wushuang had drawn a clear line between himself and Mu Chanin, and would no longer be Mu Chanin's bootlicker, but they were not present and were not very clear about what exactly happened that day. Immediately, this person told the whole story of how Mu Chanin claimed that she hated Jun Wushuang, but accepted the dragon blood potion given by Jun Wushuang without hesitation, and even planned to pass the dragon blood potion to Yishien for use. After hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately scanned the crowd and soon locked onto Mu Chanin, and then their eyes revealed undisguised contempt and disgust. He clearly did nothing, but still, Yishien brought disaster upon him. Mu Chanin was so furious that she almost exploded. Her face suddenly turned ugly, and she shouted angrily, "Yishien, can't you take the test properly? Why do you have to make so many things happen? Don't you think we haven't lost face enough?" Yishien said in disbelief, "Chanin, these guys mocked me, and you didn't help me speak, but you actually blamed me." Without waiting for Yishien to finish his words, Mu Chanin shouted angrily again, "Yishien, can you shut up?" Yishien was furious when he heard this, but the next second, he suppressed his anger and said softly, "Chanin, I'm sorry, I won't say anything, don't be angry." Humph. Seeing this, Mu Chanin's expression finally eased a little. A gloomy look flashed across Yishien's eyes, and he secretly said in his heart, "If it weren't for that nutritious meal, I would never bow my head and apologize." The examination lasted for more than an hour before it ended. Next, the academy conducted more than 2 hours of intensive training based on the students' shortcomings. Everyone was exhausted. While the students are undergoing intensive training, the Academy has compiled a list of the previous assessment results in order to motivate the students to practice more diligently and assiduously in the coming period of time. Mu Chanin stood in front of the list, staring at the name ranked first on the list in front of him. Without a doubt, it was Jun Wushuang. "Jun Wushuang, if you had performed so well earlier, I wouldn't be so annoyed with you," Mu Chanin said to himself with mixed feelings. The main reason why she looked down on Jun Wushuang was that Jun Wushuang's talent in martial arts that he had previously demonstrated was too mediocre. As the young master of the Jun family, his cultivation speed is not as fast as mine. In a world where martial arts is respected, identity and family background are all false. Only the talent for martial arts is real. The man she, Mu Chanin, wants must be an amazing martial arts genius. But she never expected that after she finally got what she wanted and drew a line between herself and Jun Wushuang and got rid of the entanglement of this disgusting waste, Jun Wushuang turned out to be so outstanding that even her idolized genius brother Yishien was better than him. At this moment, Yishien dragged his tired body over and said with a smile, "Chanin, it's time for lunch, let's go to the cafeteria to eat." Mu Chanin came back to his senses and nodded indifferently. "Yes." Yishien was stunned to see Mu Chanin's cold reaction, but he didn't care too much and just thought that Mu Chanin was still angry about what happened before. Following the departure of Yishien and Mu Chanin, the other students couldn't wait to rush to the cafeteria. The cafeteria of Xingwu College is divided into 2 floors. The food in the cafeteria on one of the floors is provided by Xingwu College. Although it is cheap, the quantity is large and the food is filling, it is just ordinary food. Students from ordinary families usually eat in the cafeteria on the first floor. Although the cafeteria on the second floor nominally belongs to Xingwu College, it is actually contracted by a company that specializes in providing nutritious meals. Only students who have ordered nutritious meals from the company are eligible to eat in the cafeteria on the second floor. The so-called nutritious meals are foods made from various natural treasures. They not only taste great, but can also quickly replenish the body's consumption and nourish the body. The only drawback is that the price is too expensive. Even an ordinary third-level nutritional meal would cost hundreds of thousands of blue star coins a month, while the highest-end imperial-level nutritional meal would cost more than 1 million blue star coins a month. Therefore, only students from wealthy families would eat in the cafeteria on the second floor. Originally, Yishian should only be able to eat in the cafeteria on the first floor, but thanks to Mu Chanin, he was also qualified to eat in the cafeteria on the second floor. However, when the students rushed into the cafeteria on the second floor, They saw that the entire cafeteria was empty, and there was no nutritious meal they expected. Their faces suddenly turned grim. At this moment, the person in charge of the second-floor cafeteria, a fat man named Zhao Guang, came out with an apologetic look on his face. "Dear students, I'm so sorry. Because the weather is quite bad today, the delivery of the nutritious meals has been delayed. But don't worry, it won't take too long, only half an hour at most. Of course, no matter what, this is our fault. To make it up to you, our company will give you a bottle of energy drink for free." When everyone heard that it would only delay them for half an hour and that the other party also compensated them with energy drinks, although they were from wealthy families and looked down on this little compensation, this sincere attitude made their expressions much more relaxed. After pacifying everyone, Zhao Guang came to Jun Wushuang and said respectfully, "Young Master Jun, don't worry. According to the ordering agreement, the nutritious meals you ordered from our company will be delivered on time no matter what happens." "Yeah." Jun Wushuang nodded indifferently and walked to his usual seat and sat down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, there was a roar of propellers spinning rapidly in the air. Everyone looked up through the window and saw 2 helicopters flying rapidly towards the academy. When Yishien saw the trademark printed on the outside of the helicopter, his eyes suddenly lit up. He recognized these 2 helicopters. They were specially used to transport imperial-level nutritious meals. One of them was sent to Jun Wushuang, and the other was sent to Mu Chanin. The imperial-level nutritious meal that belonged to Mu Chanin also belonged to him. "I wonder what today's nutritious meal will be like." Yishien's heart was full of anticipation. Jun Wushuang seemed to realize what Yishien was thinking. Then he glanced at Mu Chanin, who was sitting not far away, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Everything that Mu Chanin enjoyed, whether it was food, clothing or other daily necessities, as long as it was high-end, was provided by himself. This naturally includes the imperial nutritious meal. At this point, this pair of dogs are still thinking about eating the royal-level nutritious meals that they paid for? You deserve it. Chapter 21. It turns out that Yishien is still a cuckold genius. Soon, 2 helicopters landed on the playground of Xingwu College. Although the ground outside was covered with snow and ice, the person delivering the goods was a martial artist of the 4th rank in the martial spirit realm. Even though they were carrying a large food box, the 2 of them rushed towards the cafeteria as if they were walking on flat ground. Soon, one of them came to the 2nd floor and went straight to Jun Wushuang. Without any nonsense, he opened the food box and quickly brought out delicious dishes made from precious ingredients and beautifully presented on the table in front of Jun Wushuang. For a moment, the rich aroma filled the entire 2nd-floor cafeteria. "Enjoy your meal, Master Jun." After saying this, the man turned around and left cleanly. Mu Chanin and Yishien, who were sitting not far away, frowned when they saw this. They saw clearly that the 2 delivery men arrived together. Logically speaking, the 2 delivery men should appear in the cafeteria on the 2nd floor at the same time, but now, Jun Wushuang has started eating, and the other delivery man is still nowhere to be seen. What the hell is going on? I bowed my head and compromised with Mu Chanin just for this nutritious meal. Now the delivery man is so slow. I must let Mu Chanin give him a bad review and complain. Yishien was very angry. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the cafeteria on the 1st floor. Damn it! They actually used the meat of red-horned barbarian bulls to make steaks, squeezed 3 color fruits into juice, and used 7 kinds of spiritual herbs to make salads. I've heard that the imperial nutrition meal is extremely extravagant, but I didn't expect it to be this extravagant. It's really poverty that limits my imagination. I wish I could be favored by Master Jun like the school beauty Lin. Hearing the discussions coming from downstairs, Mu Chanin had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, Mu Chanin felt so aggrieved that her eyes turned red. These days, Jun Wushuang first forcibly took back the dragon blood potion, causing herself to be scolded as a bitch, and then killed her brother in the Platinum Palace, seriously injured her father, and forced the Mu family to return the betrothal gift, causing the Mu family to be on the verge of bankruptcy. I couldn't even have a decent breakfast, and had to ride a bicycle to go to school in the cold. He even drove the latest model of psychic car to pick up another woman for school, and gave the snow phoenix robe that should have belonged to him to that woman. Now, we will give nutritious meals to that woman. Jun Wushuang, I have just drawn a line between us, how can you treat me like this? At this moment, Zhao Guang suddenly came forward, looked at Mu Chanin and Yishian expressionlessly and said calmly, "Two students, you did not order nutritious meals from our company. Please leave the second floor and do not affect other students' meals." Hearing this, a look of panic appeared on Mu Chanin's pretty face. She had been embarrassed enough recently. If she was kicked out of the cafeteria again, how would she face anyone in school in the future? Thinking of this, Mu Chanin couldn't help but look at Jun Wushuang. She knew that the only one who could help her solve this situation now was Jun Wushuang. Mu Chanin bit her lip with her teeth and said in her heart, "Before I said that I would never give Jun Wushuang the opportunity to continue to pester me because his martial arts talent is too poor. But now Jun Wushuang has proved to me that I was wrong, and he is not a waste. So, I can give him another chance. In this way, all the difficulties encountered by me and the Mu family will be easily solved. Of course, it just gives Jun Wushuang a chance to continue pursuing me. I don't like him." As soon as the thought came to his mind, Mu Chanin immediately walked towards Jun Wushuang. Seeing this, Yishien's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. Soon, Mu Chanin came in front of Jun Wushuang and said in a cold voice, "Jun Wushuang, you win." Jun Wushuang was stunned. "Mu Chanin, what do you mean?" Mu Chanin snorted softly. "Jun Wushuang, don't think I don't know that you did these things just to force me to change my mind. You did it. I take back what I said to you before. I can let you continue to pursue me." After the words fell, Mu Chanin raised his chin slightly, looking superior, as if granting a favor. When Yishien, who was standing by, heard this, his face, which had been grim just now, suddenly brightened up. He thought that it was the series of events that had happened recently that made Mu Chanin regret her decision, and she planned to break up with him and be with Jun Wushuang. It turned out that Mu Chanin just wanted to give Jun Wushuang the opportunity to pursue her as she did before. A hint of excitement appeared on Yishien's face. As long as Jun Wushuang became Mu Chanin's bootlicker again, everything would return to the way it was before. Yishien laughed sinisterly and whispered, "Jun Wushuang, when you become Chanin's licking dog again, I will suck your blood and get back all the humiliation I have suffered because of you recently, with interest." At this time, Jun Wushuang came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Student Mu, let's put it another way. I was the one who killed your brother Mu Wu. We have a brother-killing feud. How can you still give me a chance?" Mu Chanin said without any hesitation, "Hasn't my father already told you about the compensation requirements? As long as you do as required, my Mu family will forgive you. Then your Mu family is pretty nice." Jun Wushuang couldn't help laughing, and then said, "However, classmate Mu Chanin, I don't need you to take back your previous words, and I don't need your Mu family's forgiveness." Hearing this, both Mu Chanin and Yishian were dumbfounded. They both thought that Jun Wushuang would be ecstatic about this and would compensate Mu Chanin like a dog. They never expected that Jun Wushuang would actually refuse to accept it. After coming back to his senses, Mu Chanin didn't have time to say anything, but Yishian got anxious first. "Jun Wushuang, didn't you say that your favorite person is Chanin? You've done so many things to let Chanin down, and now Chanin is willing to forgive you and give you a chance to pursue her again. Why don't you accept it? How can you not accept it?" Mu Chanin also said with a dark face, "Jun Wushuang, I finally made up my mind to give you another chance to pursue me. You must not be ungrateful, otherwise if you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for you to get the next one." Yishien quickly agreed. Yes, Jun Wushuang, if you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever." The students who were watching the fun around, upon hearing what the two said, first looked at Yishien with strange expressions. Now everyone in the school knows that Mu Chanin is Yishien's girlfriend. Now Yishien insists on letting Jun Wushuang pursue his girlfriend again. What's his mentality? Could it be that this Yishien is not only a gigolo, but also a cuckold? Then, everyone looked at Mu Chanin with contempt. Ever since Jun Wushuang awakened and drew a line between herself and Mu Chanin's life has become more and more miserable. Even in this situation, she still hasn't faced the reality, and dares to put on such a condescending attitude in front of Jun Wushuang. Where does this woman get the face to do this? Jun Wushuang said nothing, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked at Yishien and Mu Chanin with a sneer on his face. Seeing this, Mu Chanin was filled with anxiety. She didn't understand why Jun Wushuang, who once liked her so much, was now so indifferent when faced with the opportunity to gain forgiveness from the Mu family and pursue her again. Could it be? Mu Chanin suddenly thought of something, and her heart suddenly shook. She opened her lips with difficulty and said tremblingly, Jun Wushuang, don't you like me anymore? Jun Wushuang showed a look of surprise on his face. I didn't expect that you, Mu Chanin, would stop being so arrogant and face reality one day. It's really surprising. Hearing this, Mu Chanin was struck by lightning, her face turned pale, and she shouted, Jun Wushuang, do you have the guts to look me in the eye and tell me that you don't like me? Jun Wushuang put away the sneer on his face, and looked at Mu Chanin with his deep black eyes without any emotion, and said word by word. Mu Chanin, I don't like you anymore, so please don't be so self-righteous in front of me in the future. Do you know that you are disgusting to others? This simple sentence, when heard by Mu Chanin, made her feel as if she was hit by an invisible hammer. She staggered back several steps and only stopped after bumping into a dining table. Then, Mu Chanin let out a hysterical roar. I don't believe it! Jun Wushuang rolled his eyes speechlessly, too lazy to talk any more nonsense with Mu Chanin. He turned his head to look at Zhao Guang beside him and said, Are you just going to let some strangers disturb my meal here? Zhao Guang's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly came to Yishien and Mu Chanin, and said in a cold voice, You two, please leave the second-floor cafeteria immediately, otherwise I will notify the law enforcement team. Mu Chanin shouted angrily, I won't leave. I won't leave. Let's see what you can do to me. Zhao Guang would not indulge Mu Chanin, so he shouted with a dark face, Notify the campus law enforcement team! Soon, a group of law enforcement teams appeared in the cafeteria on the second floor. The team leader in the lead did not say anything more and directly issued a notice in a cold tone. Student Yishien, Student Mu Chanin, according to the rules, if you have not ordered food, Manager Zhao has the right to not let you enter the cafeteria on the second floor. Please leave immediately otherwise. Mu Chanin was not afraid at all, and said arrogantly, What else can you do? Do you still dare to arrest me? I am the woman that Jun Wushuang likes. If you dare to arrest me and let me suffer any injustice, Jun Wushuang will not let you go. After hearing these words, the students who were watching the fun nearby had more strange expressions on their faces. Was Mu Chanin driven crazy by this stimulation? You know, Jun Wushuang had just made it clear that he no longer liked Mu Chanin. The team leader was unaware of what had happened before. When he heard that Mu Chanin was the woman Jun Wushuang liked, his expression changed slightly, and then he looked towards Jun Wushuang. Jun Wushuang enjoyed the nutritious meal with an expressionless face. Although Jun Wushuang did not speak, his attitude showed everything. The team leader immediately shouted with a cold face, Take this Mu Chanin away to me! Chapter 22 Mu Chanin falls ill, useless porridge. Seeing that the law enforcement team was serious, Mu Chanin panicked. She wanted to ask Jun Wushuang for help. However, the habit she developed from looking down on Jun Wushuang and treating him like a bootlicker over the years made it impossible for her to bring herself to ask for help. Mu Chanin could only look at Jun Wushuang with pleading eyes, hoping that he could understand what she meant. Using this method, she can not only preserve her dignity, but also, if Jun Wushuang wants to repay her for her kindness, she can also say to Jun Wushuang with confidence that I didn't ask you for help, you helped me voluntarily. However, what Mu Chanin never expected was that when the members of the law enforcement team were about to handcuff him, Jun Wushuang didn't even look at him. This discovery made Mu Chanin's face even paler and full of despair. She finally realized that what Jun Wushuang said before was true. In the past few years, this dog who has held me in his hands for fear of dropping me, and held me in his mouth for fear of melting me, acting as if he can't live without me, really doesn't like me anymore. Helplessly, Mu Chanin could only turn her head and look at Yishien. Brother Yishien, stop them quickly. I don't want to be caught by the law enforcement team. This will be punished by the school. Yishien originally wanted to play dumb and get away with it. He didn't want to have a conflict with the law enforcement team. However, now that Mu Chanin called him by name, he could no longer pretend. After all, it is now well known that Mu Chanin is his girlfriend. In this situation, if he says nothing and lets Mu Chanin be taken away by the law enforcement team, his reputation in the school will be completely ruined. Yishian could only step forward and said in either humble nor arrogant manner, "Captain, Mu Chanin only made a minor mistake, and she is a girl. There is no need to make a big deal out of it. Please give me some face and let this matter go." "Give you a favor?" Upon hearing this, the team leader raised his eyebrows, looked Yishian up and down, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why should I give you face?" Yishian held his head high and said, "I am Yishian, the proud genius from a humble family." The team leader said sarcastically, "You are just a genius from a humble family, and you dare to ask me to give you face? You really don't know what you are talking about." Then, the team leader shouted impatiently, "Get out of the way now, don't disturb the law enforcement team here." "You!" Yishian's whole face suddenly turned red and his fists clenched. The team leader's eyes turned cold. "Why, do you still want to attack the law enforcement team?" Hearing this, Yishien dared not say a word. He was in the wrong to begin with, and if he openly confronted the law enforcement team again, the consequences would be serious, and he could not afford it. "Take this Mu Chanin away!" The team leader was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Yishien, and directly ordered his team members to take Mu Chanin away. "This Yishien is such a coward. His girlfriend was taken away by the law enforcement team, but he didn't even dare to say a word. He is such a coward." "What a coward! How blind must Mu Chanin be to choose a thing like this instead of a top-notch man like young Master Jun?" Everyone looked at Yishien with great contempt. If Yishien dared to confront the law enforcement team head-on, they would have looked up to him. They never expected that this guy didn't even dare to fart. "Jun Wushuang!" When Yishien heard the mocking voices coming from all around him, a look of deep resentment suddenly emerged in his eyes. If Jun Wushuang hadn't been so hard-hearted and unwilling to speak up for Mu Chanin, things would never have developed to this point, and he would not have suffered such an insult. This is all Jun Wushuang's fault. Yishien swore in his heart that if he gained power one day, he would make Jun Wushuang pay back 1,000 times for everything he had suffered today. Jun Wushuang didn't care whether it was Mu Chanin being taken away by the law enforcement team, or Yishien with eyes full of resentment, because all his thoughts were now focused on finding a kendo teacher for Lin Yuding. Although the school entrance exam will be held in a few days, and Lin Yuding's talent in kendo will be discovered at that time, the meaning of Lin Yuding's talent in kendo being discovered accidentally by others and being recommended to a famous teacher, and then discovered by herself is completely different. After Jun Wushuang thought about it, the only person suitable to be Lin Yuding's kendo teacher at the moment was the swordmaster he had found for Mu Chanin. Although Mu Chanin was taken to the law enforcement team, because the crime he committed was not serious, he was only criticized and educated, and then the teacher was asked to come and take Mu Chanin away. After leaving the law enforcement team, he seemed to have lost his soul. His expression was numb. He walked out of the academy without saying a word and returned to the Mu family. When Butler Su heard the knock on the door and opened it, he was startled to see Mu Chanin, who had been drenched by the snow and looked like the white-haired girl. He asked, "Miss, what happened to you?" Mu Chanin opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, he suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness, and then the world was spinning and he passed out. She didn't know how much time had passed before Mu Chanin woke up slowly. She felt dizzy, weak and sore all over, and felt extremely uncomfortable. "Butler Su!" Mu Chanin called out with difficulty. The door opened, and Butler Su walked in, and asked with concern, "Miss, how do you feel? Are you feeling better?" Mu Chanin asked. "Butler Su, what's wrong with me?" Housekeeper Su said with a look of annoyance. "The young lady caught a cold and has a high fever. If I had known that you would get sick, I would never have agreed to young Master Yishian riding a bicycle to send you to the academy." Then Butler Su said, "But miss, don't worry, I have already called a doctor to come and treat you." Hearing this, Mu Chanin frowned slightly, shook her head and said, "Butler Su, go inform the doctor and tell him not to come over. The cost of a doctor's visit is very high, and my Mu family's current financial situation does not allow me to waste money like this." "Miss, your illness," Butler Su said with a worried look on his face. Mu Chanin smiled and said, "Butler Su, go inform Brother Yishien and ask him to come home and help me cook a bowl of porridge." Ah? Butler Su was startled, obviously not understanding what Mu Chanin meant. However, he nodded and said, "Okay, I will call young Master Yishien over now." After he finished speaking, Butler Su left Mu Chanin's room. An hour later, Mu Chanin's door was pushed open again, and Yishien walked in with a bowl of steaming white porridge. When Mu Chanin opened her eyes and saw it, a look of joy immediately appeared on her pretty face. "Brother Yishien, you are here." Yishien helped Mu Chanin sit up against the head of the bed, then he sat on the edge of the bed and said, "Chanin, I'll feed you porridge." "Yeah." Seeing Yishien being so gentle and considerate to her, Mu Chanin's resentment towards Yishien due to various things recently suddenly disappeared, and a touched look appeared on her pretty face. After feeding her a spoonful of porridge, Yishien asked with concern, "Chanin, how do you feel?" Mu Chanin smiled and said, "Needless to say, after drinking the porridge made by Brother Yishien, I feel much better." Soon, Mu Chanin finished the bowl of porridge. Yishien said, "Chanin, you should have a good rest first. I will come to see you tomorrow." Mu Chanin shook her head and said, "Brother Yishien, I won't bother you tomorrow. After drinking the porridge you made, my illness will be cured tomorrow. So, you should practice well tomorrow and prepare for the school exam." Yishien nodded. "Okay, then I won't come tomorrow." After he finished speaking, Yishien turned around and left with the empty bowl. After Mu Chanin drank the bowl of steaming white porridge, she felt warm all over and felt much more comfortable. She went to bed with a smile on her face. Soon the night passed. When Mu Chanin woke up from her sleep, she was a little dumbfounded, because her illness did not heal as expected, but was even more serious than yesterday. What's going on? When she was sick last year, her condition was much more serious than this time, but after drinking the white porridge cooked by her brother Yishian, she miraculously recovered the next day. Why didn't it work at all this time? Instead, it made the condition worse? Mu Chanin called out, "Butler Su! Butler Su!" "Duh. There were hurried footsteps outside the bedroom, and Butler Su rushed in. He saw that Mu Chanin had a high fever and looked like a cooked prawn. His expression suddenly changed. "My lady, your condition seems to be getting worse. Don't bear it. I will go get a doctor to treat you right away." Mu Chanin looked weak and said feebly, "Butler Su, was the bowl of porridge I drank yesterday made by Brother Yishian himself?" Butler Su was startled, and nodded instinctively. "That bowl of porridge was indeed made by young Master Yishian for you, Mississippi." Mu Chanin said with a look of confusion, "Since it was made by Brother Yishian himself, why did my illness not only not get better, but become even worse?" Butler Su was confused and said, "Miss, why do you think that drinking the porridge made by Master Yishian will cure your illness? I saw Master Yishian making porridge with my own eyes, and it was just an ordinary bowl of porridge without any nutritional value." Mu Chanin explained, "It was snowing heavily the first time Brother Yishian came to the Mu family to pick me up to go to the academy. I was also sick after I came back. That time, I drank the white porridge made by Brother Yishian, and I was completely cured the next day." Hearing this, a strange look suddenly appeared on Butler Su's face. In other words, he was a servant of the Mu family. If it were someone else, he would definitely look at Mu Chanin as if he were a fool. "Housekeeper Su said with a smile, Miss, who told you that you got better because you drank the porridge made by Master Yishian?" Mu Chanin said, "It was Brother Yishian. He said that the bowl of porridge was filled with his love for me, so after I drank it, I miraculously recovered the next day." When saying this, Mu Chanin couldn't help but recall the day when Yishian said these words to her. His affectionate look on his face, and a sweet smile appeared on his pretty face. Butler Su couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Miss, is it possible that the reason you recovered so quickly the next day was not because you drank the porridge made by Master Yishian, but because Master Jun Wushuang spent a lot of money to invite a famous doctor and bought high-end medicine for you, which allowed you to recover so quickly?" Chapter 23, Qinglan Swordmaster, a Test. After hearing what Butler Su said, Mu Chanin was a little confused. The heart seemed to be hit hard by an invisible hammer. She had always attributed the credit for her rapid recovery the next day after she fell ill to Yishian, but she never expected that the real hero was Jun Wushuang. How so? Mu Chanin found it a little hard to accept. Mu Chanin, who was already running a high fever, suffered such a severe psychological shock that his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Miss! Upon seeing this, Butler Sue's expression changed drastically and he hurried to notify the doctor. It was unknown how much time had passed before Mu Chanin woke up from her coma. She felt that her body had improved a lot. When she opened her eyes, she saw Butler Sue standing by her bed with a gloomy face. Miss, you're awake! When Butler Sue saw Mu Chanin wake up, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, but more of it was the dark color like the bottom of a pot. Mu Chanin asked in confusion. Butler Sue, what happened? Why do you look so unhappy? Housekeeper Sue said angrily. It's all because of that kid Yishien who lied to you, miss, saying that drinking the porridge he cooked could cure your illness. As a result, your treatment was delayed and your condition worsened. If I had consulted a doctor before the condition got worse, the medical expenses would have only been 10,000 or 20,000 blue star coins at most. But after this delay, the medical expenses have increased fivefold. My Mu family's current financial situation is already bad, and now it's even worse. After listening to Butler Sue's complaints, Mu Chanin's face changed slightly. However, before she could feel resentment towards Yishien, she suddenly glanced at the calendar beside her and asked hurriedly. Butler Sue, what time is it now? Miss, don't worry, I have already asked for sick leave from the school for you, said Butler Sue. He thought Mu Chanin was worried about being late for school. Seeing that Butler Sue did not answer the question, Mu Chanin could only look at the time and found that it was almost 10 o'clock. He hurriedly got up from the bed, put on his clothes hastily, and rushed out the door. Today is the day when her kendo teacher is giving lessons. He hates it most when his students are late or leave early. She has always hoped to be accepted as his last disciple, so she cannot leave a bad impression on him. 20 minutes later, Mu Chanin arrived at Qinglan Sword Hall in a hurry. Phew, great, I'm not late. Mu Chanin breathed a sigh of relief with a look on his face. Sister Pastor! At this time, a voice sounded from behind Mu Chanin. A girl in a white training suit came over and looked at Mu Chanin up and down with a look of doubt in her eyes. Sister Pastor, what's wrong with you? Although Mu Chanin arrived at Qinglan Sword Hall in time, she was in such a hurry to go out that her clothes were messy and her hair was disheveled, with a lot of sweat stuck to her face, making her look very embarrassed. Ever since Zhang Miao met Mu Chanin at Qinglan Sword Hall, Mu Chanin in her mind has always been so glamorous and beautiful, like a princess. So, when she saw Mu Chanin in such a miserable state today, she couldn't help but be shocked. Mu Chanin explained with a wry smile. Because I overslept and was afraid of being late, this is what happened. Zhang Miao showed a look of realization, and then chuckled. Sister Pastor, others are afraid of being late and making teacher Qinglan unhappy, but what are you afraid of? You have young Master Jun behind you. Mu Chanin's expression froze, but she did not tell the other party that she had already drawn a clear line between herself and Jun Wushuang. In the past, those people who were very friendly to me, and even praised me highly, immediately changed their attitude towards me after learning that I had drawn a clear line between myself and Jun Wushuang. Things like this have happened too many times recently. Therefore, Mu Chanin was afraid that after he made this matter known, the same situation would happen again. After all, the reason why she was able to enter Qinglan Sword Hall and learn swordsmanship from Qinglan Sword Saint was entirely because of Jun Wushuang. Ding ling. Just then, the class bell rang. Mu Chanin and Zhang Miao did not dare to delay and rushed to the classroom immediately. Da-da-da. When he stood in his seat, Mu Chanin heard footsteps in his ears, and then an expressionless middle-aged woman walked into the classroom. The middle-aged woman was none other than the founder of Qinglan Sword Hall, Qinglan Sword Saint. Qinglan Sword Saint said in a cold tone. Today, I have two things to announce to you. The first thing is to introduce you to a new student. Lin Yuding, come in. As Qinglan Sword Saint finished speaking, a young girl walked into the classroom. She was one of the school beauties of Xingwu Academy, just like Mu Chanin, Lin Yuding. The teacher of Qinglan Sword Hall is a powerful 7th grade martial saint. You can imagine how high the tuition here is. The tuition for one semester is millions of blue star coins. Therefore, the students here are basically either rich or noble. In the past, Lin Yuding would definitely be very reserved when facing such a group of classmates, but now it is different. She was sent to Qinglan Sword Hall by Jun Wushuang. With someone behind her, Lin Yuding's mentality naturally changed. She smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Yuding. I'll be your classmate from now on. Please take care of me." "Don't worry, classmate Lin, we will take good care of you." Lin Yuding was beautiful and polite, and she immediately won the favor of her classmates, who all smiled. Only Mu Chanin's expression turned a little ugly. Given Lin Yuding's family financial situation, it was impossible for her to pay the tuition for Qinglan Sword School. Therefore, she could easily guess that the reason why Lin Yuding was able to study at Qinglan Sword School was definitely because of Jun Wushuang. I don't know why, but when I thought that someone had replaced me and started to enjoy Jun Wushuang's kindness, Mu Chanin's mood became extremely bad. The Qinglan Sword Saint was very efficient and decisive. After Lin Yuding had introduced herself to her classmates, he waved his hand and asked her to join the team and find a place to stand. He then continued, "The second thing is to inform you that there will be an assessment today. The assessment content is to comprehend sword skills. Only those who complete the comprehension within the specified time are eligible to continue to stay in Qinglan Sword Hall and follow me to learn swordsmanship. In addition, I will rank you according to the length of time you have been comprehending. Ranked first, I will accept him as my personal disciple. As long as I win first place in this assessment and become the direct disciple of Qinglan Sword Saint, with this title, even if I can't solve the difficulties encountered by my Mu family all at once, it can at least reduce a lot of trouble." Mu Chanin's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, a look of confidence appeared on her face. She is the #1 sword-fighting genius in Qinglan Sword Hall, and the first place in this assessment will definitely belong to her. Now, the assessment begins! The voice of Qinglan Sword Saint sounded again. Afterwards, a light curtain appeared out of thin air in front of each student, on which appeared a large number of pictures and texts. These were the contents of this assessment: an A-level sword skill, the Green Lotus Sword Scripture. Seeing the level of Green Lotus Sword Manual, many students' faces changed slightly. Although A-level martial arts have great power, they are also very difficult to learn. Suddenly, a student bravely raised his hand and asked cautiously, "Senior Qinglan, can we ask for help?" Qinglan Sword Saint said expressionlessly, "As long as you can complete your comprehension of sword skills within the specified time, no matter what means you use, it is allowed." Hearing this, the students breathed a sigh of relief, and then took out their communicators one by one. They wanted to find their personal trainers to help them. The same thing happened to Mu Chanin. She took out her communicator and tried to contact her private kendo instructor, but the next second, the communicator told her that she had been blocked by the other party. Seeing this, Mu Chanin was stunned, but he quickly realized that this must be Jun Wushuang's doing again, because Jun Wushuang had spent a lot of money to hire this private kendo instructor for him. "Jun Wushuang, you!" Mu Chanin felt very aggrieved, and her eyes turned red. However, she is currently in the middle of an assessment, and this assessment is very important to her. Mu Chanin does not have much time to waste on grievances. She takes a deep breath and begins to adjust her mentality. "I am the #1 sword genius in Qinglan Sword Hall. Even without the help of a swordsman, I can definitely comprehend this Qinglian Sword Sutra. What's more, what I possess is more than just an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship." As he said this, Mu Chanin turned his head to look at the weapon rack beside him, on which was placed an ordinary wooden sword. This was made for her by Yishien himself. The reason why she was able to become the #1 sword genius in Qinglan Sword Hall was because of this wooden sword. Holding this wooden sword, when she learned any sword skills, it was as if she was assisted by God, and she could improve rapidly. Thinking of this, Mu Chanin's confidence was rekindled. 40 minutes later. In front of the light curtain, Mu Chanin's face was pale, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with disbelief. Why is this comprehension so difficult? It's just an A-level sword technique. It's not like I haven't learned it before. With my own sword talent and the wooden sword given by Brother Yishien, I learned it easily." Ding-ling. Just then, the bell rang again. The cold voice of Qinglan Sword Saint sounded. "Okay, time is up. Now, Zhang Miao Miao, you come to practice." "Yes, Senior Qinglan." Zhang Miao Miao nodded nervously, walked up to the Qinglan Sword Saint with sword in hand, and began to practice the Qinglian Sword Sutra, that he had just comprehended. The swordplay was very awkward and not smooth, but fortunately it was completed. Qinglan Sword Saint said expressionlessly. Okay, next one. Chapter 24, Jiu Jianzun, Born with a Sword Body. Students came one after another to practice sword skills in front of Qinglan Sword Saint. Soon, it was Mu Chanin's turn. Mu Chanin knew very well that she was in trouble, but she couldn't give up the test. If she did, she would definitely anger Qinglan Sword Saint, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and start practicing martial arts. Suddenly, all the students present had strange expressions on their faces. Because Mu Chanin's rehearsal process was even worse than Zhang Miaomiao's before. Zhang Miaomiao is the worst student in Qinglan Sword Hall, while Mu Chanin is the most talented kendo student in Qinglian Sword Hall. As a result, Mu Chanin's rehearsal results were even worse than that of the poor student Zhang Miaomiao. This is really incredible. Suddenly, a student noticed the wooden sword in Mu Chanin's hand and asked in confusion, "Why does Mu Chanin use an ordinary wooden sword to practice martial arts? If she used a good sword, the effect of the practice could definitely be improved by more than 30% at this moment." Another student said, "I heard from Mu Chanin that the wooden sword is her lucky charm. The reason why she can easily comprehend various sword skills and become the #1 genius student in our Qinglan Sword Hall is because of this wooden sword." Upon hearing this, one of the students rolled his eyes and said, "Bullshit! The reason why Mu Chanin can easily comprehend various sword techniques is because young Master Jun spent a lot of money to hire Master Dai as her private swordsmanship instructor. What does it have to do with a broken wooden sword?" Although the students did not dare to gossip too blatantly due to the presence of Qinglan Sword Saint and they all lowered their voices, Mu Chanin was a second-rank warrior after all, with sharp ears and eyes, so he could still clearly hear the discussions around him. Actually, in Mu Chanin's heart, she already knew why her comprehension, which had always been successful, had become so difficult this time. However, she was unwilling to accept it and chose to deceive herself. But the discussions around her made it impossible for her to continue deceiving herself. Afterwards, Mu Chanin's mood became a mess. Mu Chanin's sword skills practice was already a mess, and now his mood was also in a mess, so it was no surprise that his sword skills practice became even worse. Bang! Because of a moment of distraction, Mu Chanin actually swung the sword and hit herself in the face, making a crisp sound. Fortunately, she was using an ordinary wooden sword instead of a weapon, otherwise she would most likely be disfigured. However, although she was not disfigured, a bright red mark appeared on Mu Chanin's face. Seeing this scene, Qinglan Sword Saint's face darkened and he shouted coldly, "Enough!" Mu Chanin was so frightened that he trembled and lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Qinglan Sword Saint. Qinglan Sword Saint stared at Mu Chanin coldly for a few seconds before he said in a deep voice, "Step back. Next, Lin Yuding, you will practice sword skills." Mu Chanin retreated with trepidation in her heart. Based on her understanding of Qinglan Sword Saint, although Qinglan Sword Saint did not say much about her poor training at the moment, he would definitely criticize her harshly later. Just then, Lin Yuding walked past Mu Chanin. Mu Chanin's eyes suddenly lit up. Given Lin Yuding's family background, it is impossible for her to have learned kendo before. In this case, Lin Yuding's performance later might be even worse than his. If that were the case, Lin Yuding would help her share Qinglan Sword Saint's wrath, and she would feel much better. Thinking of this, Mu Chanin couldn't help but pray viciously in her heart. "Lin Yuding, you must act as badly as possible later, and it would be best if you act worse than I did just now." Seeing Lin Yuding standing in front of her, even holding the sword incorrectly, Qinglan Sword Saint frowned. With her experience in swordsmanship, she could tell at a glance that Lin Yuding had no swordsmanship basics at all. If she had not considered that Lin Yuding was sent in by Jun Wushuang, even though she was a martial saint, she would have to give some face to the eldest son of the Jun family. At this moment, she would definitely speak up directly and not let Lin Yuding practice. It is easy to imagine how terrible it would be to let a novice with no kendo foundation practice an A-level sword skill that he had only comprehended for about 40 minutes. Qinglan Sword Saint said in a deep voice, "Lin Yuding, you can start now." "Yes, Senior Qinglan." Lin Yuding nodded, then slowly raised the sword in her hand. All the insights she had gained from comprehending the Green Lotus Sword Sutra just now began to rise in her mind. Then, the drill began. Originally, Qinglan Sword Saint planned to let Lin Yuding practice casually, and then call a halt. However, when Lin Yuding drew her sword, Qinglan Sword Saint suddenly sat up straight, and then stared at Lin Yuding without blinking. The Qinglan Sword Saint, who had always behaved very coldly, could not control his emotions at this moment, and a look of shock appeared on his face. A newcomer without any sword skills was able to comprehend the A-level sword technique Blue Lotus Sword scripture to this extent in just 40 minutes. This is too genius. If she is well trained, she will become a great swordsman in the future. Thinking of this, Qinglan Sword Saint looked at Lin Yuding with a fiery look in his eyes, as if he had seen some rare treasure. He could no longer sit still and immediately said, "Okay, Lin Yuding, you don't have to practice anymore. You will be the first in this assessment. From today on, you are my direct disciple." Hearing this, the students around looked at Lin Yuding with eyes full of envy. Become the direct disciple of Qinglan Sword Saint, then from now on, you can walk around in Longdu with your free will. Of course, ordinary disciples of the martial saint certainly do not have this qualification, but Qinglan Sword Saint is not an ordinary martial saint, he has an extremely amazing backer behind him. However, at this moment, Lin Yuding was completely immersed in the practice of sword skills and did not hear the words of Qinglan Sword Saint. Buzz. When Lin Yuding finished the rehearsal and thrust out with the sword, suddenly, an incomparably captivating sharpness burst out from Lin Yuding's delicate body, as if it could cut down everything in the world. Upon seeing this scene, the Blue Mist Sword Saint's eyes suddenly widened, and his eyeballs seemed to be about to jump out of their sockets. Sword intention. That is sword intention. And it is innate sword intention. Only those who are born with a sword body can be born with sword intent. Lin Yuding, this child, actually possesses the natural sword body that countless sword cultivators dream of. After the drill, Lin Yuding came out of her trance and found that Qinglan swordmaster was staring at her in amazement, as if she were a monster. The other students were also staring at her. A puzzled look appeared on Lin Yuding's pretty face. What's wrong? Why are everyone looking at me like that? The students came back to their senses and said flatteringly, "Student Lin, congratulations, you performed very well in the rehearsal just now. Senior Qilin has already selected you as the first and wants to accept you as his personal disciple." Ah? A look of shock flashed across Lin Yuding's pretty face. No! At this time, Qinglan Sword Saint also came to her senses and denied what she had just said. Then, the Sword Saint Qinglan walked up to Lin Yuding with a solemn face and said, "Lin Yuding, your talent in swordsmanship is so great that even a sword saint like me is not qualified to be your teacher. Looking across Blue Star, I think apart from my teacher, no one else is qualified to be your swordsmanship teacher, Lin Yuding. Lin Yuding, today I want to accept a disciple on behalf of my master. Are you willing to take my master Jiu Jianzuan as your master?" Hearing this, the students around were so scared that they almost fainted on the spot. Jiu Jianzuan is an 8th grade martial arts master. Looking at the entire Blue Star, there are only 36 8th grade martial honored level powerhouses. One can imagine how valuable an 8th grade martial honored level powerhouse is. If someone else knew that they could become a disciple of a martial arts master, they would definitely kneel down and become his disciple without hesitation. However, Lin Yuding was silent for a moment and said, "Senior Qinglan, I'm sorry, I have to ask Master Jun for his opinion on this matter before I can give you an answer. After all, the reason why I can come here to study with you and let you discover my talent in swordsmanship is all because of Master Jun." Jun Wushuang, who had been standing outside the classroom, smiled faintly when he heard these words. He was really worried that he would meet an ungrateful person like Chanin again this time. After all, in his previous life, Lin Yuding was Yishien's confidant. There is an old saying that birds of a feather flock together. Fortunately, he did not make a mistake this time. Faced with the temptation of becoming Wu Zun's disciple, Lin Yuding, who came from a poor family, could resist and thought about asking for his opinion. In the classroom, after hearing Lin Yuding's words, Qinglan Sword Saint immediately asked anxiously, "Where is Jun Wushuang? Call him over." It's no wonder that Sword Saint Qinglan is so anxious. Lin Yuding is a super sword genius with a natural sword body. If this news spreads, there will definitely be countless sword masters who will rush to snatch Lin Yuding as their disciple. Although her master, Jiu Jianzuan, was an 8th grade martial master, he was just a casual cultivator and very poor. Therefore, if he met a wealthy competitor, he would probably miss out on a sword genius like Lin Yuding. Therefore, she was naturally anxious to accept Lin Yuding, which was called putting the money in pocket. "Senior Qinglan, I'm here." A faint chuckle was heard, and then Jun Wushuang walked in from outside the classroom. The sword Saint Qinglan didn't waste any words and asked directly. "Jun Wushuang, Lin Yuding has a great talent for swordsmanship. I plan to accept her as a disciple on my behalf. What do you think?" Jun Wushuang said with a smile. "It is a great blessing for Yuding to be able to become a disciple of the dignified senior Jiu Jianzuan. I have no other objection than to agree." Hearing this, Qinglan's sword saint smiled, but before that smile could completely spread across her face, Jun Wushuang said, "However, if Jiu Jianzuan wants to accept Yuding as his disciple, he has to agree to one of my requests." Chapter 25. Become a disciple of Jiu Jianzuan. Qinglan's sword saint glared and shouted, "Jun Wushuang, you are the eldest son of the Jun family. You should know the importance of my master Jiu Jianzuan. It is a great blessing for Lin Yuding to be able to become my master's disciple. How dare you make such a request? Aren't you afraid that my master will get angry and refuse to accept Lin Yuding as his disciple after knowing this?" "Oh," Jun Wushuang replied calmly, then grabbed Lin Yuding's wrist and said, "Yuding, let's go." Seeing this, Qinglan's sword saint was a little dumbfounded. She never expected that Jun Wushuang, this brat, would take Lin Yuding away without even saying a word. Of course, as a sword master, she could naturally see that Jun Wushuang was playing hard to get with her. However, what if you see it? If it were someone else, Qinglan's sword saint would still be able to remain calm and ignore him, silently watching the other person's performance, because she was sure that the other person would not be able to find a better teacher than her master, and would eventually come back to her in disgrace and beg her for help. But the one who is playing this trick right now is Jun Wushuang. With the Jun family's reputation on Blue Star, finding a teacher for Lin Yuding who is no worse than her master, Jiu Jianzuan, is not as easy as eating and drinking, but it won't be too difficult. Moreover, when the other party knew that Lin Yuding was born with a sword body, let alone Jun Wushuang had one request, even if he had 10 or 100 requests, the other party would definitely agree to it. Thinking of this, Qinglan's sword saint immediately dodged and blocked Jun Wushuang's way. He glared at Jun Wushuang angrily and said with gritted teeth, "Tell me, what do you want?" Jun Wushuang showed a smile of victory on his face. "I want Jiu Jianzuan and Qinglan Jianxing to become guest officials of my Jun family." After Qinglan's sword saint pondered for a moment, he said, "Jun Wushuang, I need to ask my master for his opinion on this matter." After he finished speaking, Qinglan's sword saint took out a communicator and began to contact Jiu Jianzhen. Soon, the communication was connected and a light curtain appeared. The scene clearly shows a group of alien races in the starry sky, besieging a sloppy old Taoist priest wearing a tattered Taoist robe and holding a red wine gourd in his hand. Those alien races in the universe include the Red Flame Demon Clan, the Evil Eye Soul Clan, the Dark Tiger Clan. At a quick glance, there are more than a dozen races, all of which are well-known and powerful alien races in the universe. Moreover, the cultivation of those alien races in the universe is also very powerful. Under the siege of so many powerful alien races from the universe, even a 7th-grade martial saint would be in danger of falling. However, the sloppy old Taoist priest had a look of disdain on his face even though he was in such a dangerous situation. Kill! Those alien races in the universe sensed the disdain of the sloppy old Taoist priest and suddenly became furious. They let out earth-shaking roars and rushed towards the sloppy old Taoist priest frantically. An aura emanating from it was terrifying enough to annihilate a planet. "You don't know your own limitations!" The sloppy old Taoist priest snorted with disdain and casually slapped the red wine gourd. Suddenly, the mouth of the gourd erupted like a volcano, spurting out a terrifying sword light that swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Puff, puff, puff. Seeing this, the alien race from the universe, who had red eyes and was madly attacking the sloppy old Taoist priest a second ago, suddenly showed fear on their faces, and then immediately turned around and fled, as if they only regretted that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. Unfortunately, the terrifying sword light came too fast, and these cosmic aliens were caught up before they could run far. The terrifying sword light was like a vast ocean, submerging them all. After a moment, the terrifying sword light dissipated in the starry sky, as if it had never appeared, and along with it, those cosmic alien races also disappeared. A group of cosmic aliens that could even be killed by a 7th-rank martial saint were killed as easily by the sloppy old Taoist priest as cutting melons and vegetables. Is this the strength of drunken swordmaster? He is indeed powerful! Jun Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly and exclaimed in surprise from the bottom of his heart. That's right, this sloppy old Taoist priest with extremely powerful strength is none other than drunken swordmaster. After dealing with the enemy, Zhou Jianzun raised the red wine gourd and drank a mouthful of it happily. Then he turned his head to look at the communication screen and said lightly, Qinglan, what do you want to do for me? Qinglan Sword Saint said, Master, the young master of the Jun family wants to invite you to become a guest minister of the Jun family. Before Qinglan Sword Saint could finish his words, Zhou Jianzun's face suddenly darkened and he scolded him unceremoniously. Although the Jun family is one of the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu, they are not qualified to recruit me. Tell that boy named Jun to get as far away from me as possible and stop bothering me. Jun Wushuang smiled calmly and said, Senior Zhou Jianzun, I know that you became a casual cultivator and did not join any forces because you do not like being constrained. It is really too difficult for you to join my Jun family and become a guest official. But there is no other way. My Yuding has a natural sword body. Looking at the human race, only you are qualified to teach her. I have no choice but to come and embarrass you and suffer a little injustice. Lin Yuding, who was standing next to him, immediately showed a hint of embarrassment on her pretty face after hearing Jun Wushuang say, My Yuding. Zhou Jianzun's expression froze, and the next second, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, Qinglan, is what this kid said true or false? Qinglan Sword Saint said, Of course it is true, otherwise, how dare I bother Master with such a thing? After confirming the authenticity of the news, Zhou Jianzun's gaze returned to Jun Wushuang again. His previous cold expression had long since disappeared without a trace, replaced by a smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Master Jun, look at what you just said. The Jun family has taken a fancy to me and offered me an olive branch to serve as a guest official. That means the Jun family thinks highly of me. How can you say that they are embarrassing me? Seeing Zhou Jianzun's look, Jun Wushuang laughed in his heart and really wanted to say, Zhou Jianzun, I still prefer your rebellious look just now, please recover. But, considering that Zhou Jianzun was, after all, one of the 36 martial masters of the human race on Blue Star, just like his grandfather Jun Mocang, and that his fame was even greater than that of his grandfather Jun Mocang, he had to maintain enough respect for him, so he had to give up the idea. After thinking about it, Jun Wushuang smiled and said, Senior Zhou Jianzun, this is the contact information of my grandfather Jun Mocang. You can talk to my grandfather about the treatment you will receive after becoming a guest minister of my Jun family. This is not something that a junior like me can decide. Okay. Zhou Jianzun nodded. Jun Wushuang said, Yuding, why don't you go and meet your master quickly? Lin Yuding stepped forward and knelt on the ground obediently. Disciple Lin Yuding, hello to master! Okay, ha 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 ha. Although they were separated by a communication screen, Zhou Jianzun, with his cultivation level, could still see at a glance that Lin Yuding was extraordinary, and he couldn't help but raise his head and burst into laughter. Not far away, Chanin saw Jun Wushuang talking and laughing, and his expression was extremely complicated. She couldn't help but think, if she hadn't drawn a clear line between herself and Jun Wushuang that day, then would she be the one becoming Zhou Jianzun's disciple at this moment? A trace of regret involuntarily emerged in Chanin's heart. Her snow-white teeth bit her lips tightly, even until they bled, but she was unaware of it. After exchanging greetings with Qinglan Sword Saint, Jun Wushuang took Lin Yuding away. After watching the two leave, the smiling face of Qinglan Sword Saint immediately turned gloomy, and then a cold voice sounded in Chanin's ears. Chanin, come to my training room! Yes! Chanin came back to his senses and his face changed slightly, but he could only agree reluctantly. In the training room, Qinglan Sword Saint didn't waste any words and said directly, Mu Chanin, starting from tomorrow, you don't have to come to Qinglan Sword Hall anymore. Although he had expected this in his heart, when he really heard Qinglan Sword Saint say this, Mu Chanin's face turned pale in an instant, and he begged. Teacher Qinglan, I know that I performed very poorly in this assessment, but please give me another chance because of my previous good performance. This kind of thing will never happen again. You performed well before? Hearing this, Qinglan Sword Saint couldn't help but laugh, and then said with a dim gaze, Mu Chanin, if the news I received is correct, you have parted ways with Jun Wushuang now, right? Mu Chanin's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but question angrily. Senior Qinglan, are you going to expel me from Qinglan Sword Hall because of Jun Wushuang? Although Jun Wushuang is the eldest son of the Jun family, you are a powerful martial saint. There is no need to please Jun Wushuang, a junior, so right? As a powerful 7th-rank martial saint, Qinglan Sword Saint was quite magnanimous. He did not get angry because of Mu Chanin's offense. He just said calmly, Mu Chanin, you misunderstood. The reason I want to fire you is not because of Jun Wushuang, but for your own good. After all, your talent in swordsmanship is so poor that you are not even as good as the worst student, Shang Miao Miao. Staying in Qinglan Sword Hall is just a waste of time and money. Upon hearing this, Mu Chanin's eyes widened instantly, and he said loudly in disbelief, I have achieved top results in several sword fighting assessments. How dare you say that my sword fighting talent is not as good as Zhang Miao Miao's? How is this possible? The Sword Saint Qinglan said expressionlessly. Mu Chanin, the reason why you were able to achieve excellent results in those tests is because Jun Wushuang spent a lot of money to hire a high-level swordsmanship private instructor to teach you. Mu Chanin's pupils shrank sharply, and she retorted loudly. No! That's not the case. All the achievements I have made in swordsmanship are due to my own swordsmanship talent and the wooden sword that brother Yishien made for me. It has nothing to do with Jun Wushuang. Hearing this, Qinglan Sword Saint couldn't help but let out a soft sigh in his heart. She had seen how good Jun Wushuang was to Mu Chanin before. It was conceivable what a huge price it would cost to make Mu Chanin, a person who had no talent in swordsmanship at all, the #1 swordsmanship genius in her Qinglan Sword Hall. However, Mu Chanin attributed all this to her non-existent talent in swordsmanship, and even to a broken wooden sword of absolutely no value given to her by another man. She was not grateful to Jun Wushuang at all. The Jun Wushuang of the past was so pathetic. Fortunately, Jun Wushuang finally recognized Mu Chanin's true face and stopped the loss in time. Otherwise, if he continued, Jun Wushuang would sooner or later be severely harmed by this ungrateful wolf. Chapter 26 Eat the Sword Fairy. The school examination begins. After thinking about it, Qinglan Sword Saint couldn't help but ask. Mu Chanin, since you think you have a good talent for swordsmanship, why did you perform so poorly in this assessment? Even Zhang Miao Miao's performance is much better than yours. Mu Chanin was suddenly choked and unable to speak. Qinglan Sword Saint continued. Mu Chanin, if you still have Jun Wushuang standing behind you, with his full support, even if your swordsmanship talent is poor, with Jun Wushuang's support, you can still achieve certain achievements in swordsmanship. But unfortunately, Jun Wushuang has come to his senses and parted ways with you. Without his support. I still say what I said before, if you continue to practice swordsmanship, you are wasting time and money. Of course, if you don't mind wasting time and still insist on practicing swordsmanship, then I can take back my decision to expel you from Qinglan Sword Hall, but there is a prerequisite. You have to pay the tuition for next semester first. I have no money! A blush appeared on Mu Chanin's face. The tuition fee of Qinglan Sword School is very high. She can't even have a decent breakfast now, so how can she have the money to pay the tuition? Qinglan Sword Saint stopped talking. Mu Chanin was not stupid either. She knew what Qinglan Sword Saint's silence meant. She bit her lip and said, Senior Qinglan, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Mu Chanin turned and walked out of the training room. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and couldn't help asking. Senior Qinglan, without Jun Wushuang, will I, Mu Chanin, be nothing? If it was any other girl, Qinglan Sword Saint might have said a few words of comfort to her, but Mu Chanin's various behaviors made Qinglan Sword Saint feel disgusted, so he said in a cold voice, Mu Chanin, you finally have a clear understanding of yourself. Hearing such cold words, Mu Chanin felt as if struck by lightning. Jun Wushuang didn't know what happened to Mu Chanin, nor was he interested in knowing. After he left Qinlan Sword Hall with Lin Yuding, he got into his newly bought psychic car and soared into the sky. Sitting in the comfortable carriage, a faint smile appeared on Jun Wushuang's face. By winning over a super swordsman like Jiu Jianzuan, the crisis that the Jun family was going to face in the Starry Sky battlefield 3 years later can be said to have been mostly resolved. But the experience in the previous life told Jun Wushuang that it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Therefore, he will not slack off in his own cultivation. Putting away his thoughts, Jun Wushuang took out a sword from the side and said with a smile, "Student Lin, this Chioshuang sword is given to you. Consider it a gift for you to become a disciple of Senior Zhujianzan." S-level sword! Lin Yuding exclaimed. Although she came from a poor family, she was an excellent student of Xingwu Academy after all. She had the necessary vision and could tell the level of the Chioshuang sword at a glance. Lin Yuding looked at Jun Wushuang's beautiful eyes, which were not only filled with emotion, but also quickly turned red, with a thick mist filling them. This scene made Jun Wushuang speechless. "Student Lin, even if you don't like this sword, there's no need to cry, right?" Lin Yuding sobbed, shook her head and whispered, "No. I like it very much. I cried because, Master Jun, you are so good to me. No one has ever been so good to me since I was a child. Master Jun, I really don't know how to repay your kindness." Jun Wushuang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, outlining a wicked arc. "No, classmate Lin, you know how to repay me." Although Lin Yuding is innocent, she is not a fool. Feeling the heat in Jun Wushuang's eyes, how could she not understand what Jun Wushuang meant? If her talent in swordsmanship had been discovered long ago, although Lin Yuding would have been touched by Jun Wushuang's kindness to her, she would have thought that this kindness was actually a transaction. She would not obey Jun Wushuang, but would only help Jun Wushuang to do things in return after she had achieved success in her cultivation. However, Jun Wushuang started to treat her well without knowing that she possessed an incredible talent in swordsmanship. Moreover, Jun Wushuang made an indispensable contribution to the fact that her talent in swordsmanship was discovered. As a result, Lin Yuding's mentality became completely different. In this situation, apart from repaying Jun Wushuang with herself, Lin Yuding really couldn't think of any other way to repay Jun Wushuang. Lin Yuding secretly glanced at Jun Wushuang's handsome face, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her pretty face. She said in a voice as thin as a mosquito's hum, "I can repay you in any way that young Master Jun wants." Jun Wushuang raised his sword-like eyebrows and took out a long dress as white as snow. "Yuding, put on this dress." Kindness. Lin Yuding had already prepared herself to become Jun Wushuang's woman, so although she was very shy, she nodded obediently, and began to change her clothes in front of Jun Wushuang. As the clothes were taken off one by one, soon, a flawless body that looked like a work of art appeared in Jun Wushuang's sight, making him feel hot all over. Unfortunately, this thrilling scene was covered up by the white dress after a few seconds. Jun Wushuang asked Lin Yuding to pick up the Chioshuang sword and then began to admire it. Wearing a pure white long dress and holding a sword in her hand, and having already started learning kendo, Lin Yuding, who is born with a sword body, has an aloof, ethereal and arrogant temperament in this attire. Sword fairy. An evil thought came to his mind. Jun Wushuang smiled evilly and hooked his finger at Lin Yuding, his tone full of irresistible dominance. "Yuding, come here and kneel down!" If Jun Wushuang had dared to speak like this to the sword fairy Lin Yuding in his previous life, he would have been chopped into countless pieces by Lin Yuding's sword the moment these words came out of his mouth. However, in this life, Lin Yuding, in front of Jun Wushuang, is just a well-behaved little wife. Not to mention that Jun Wushuang asked her to kneel down. Even if Jun Wushuang wanted her life, she would give it to him without hesitation. Hiss! Suddenly, a gasp sounded in the carriage. The residents of Longdu were unaware that at this moment, in the psychic car flying above their heads, the future sword fairy Lin Yuding was being brutally raped by a certain evil young man. Suddenly, a panting voice sounded. "Wushuang, can you please let me put down the sword? It's getting in the way." Then, a deep and rapid male voice sounded. "No, this is the feeling. Okay, bad guy. The psychic car soared in the air for 2 hours before slowly landing. Jun Wushuang raised his thumb and placed it on the corner of Lin Yuding's mouth. He gently pushed the overflowing liquid along with his finger back into Lin Yuding's mouth without any resistance, and then said with a wicked smile, I didn't expect that our Yuding is actually such a vicious female devil who eats people without blinking an eye. Hearing this, Lin Yuding was stunned for a moment, but she quickly realized the meaning of Jun Wushuang's words. With a look of shame and anger on her pretty face, she raised her pink fist and gently hit Jun Wushuang. Hate. After the intimate relationship, Lin Yuding was no longer as reserved in front of Jun Wushuang as before. After playing around for a while, Jun Wushuang sent Lin Yuding back, and then he returned to the Jun family's training room. He first practiced the Jun family's S-level martial arts technique, Wanlei Ju, to improve his martial arts skills. After his physical body was exhausted, he began to comprehend the S-level mental power training method. Yuan Chu visualization diagram. Neither mental strength nor qi and blood martial arts will be hindered. In the next few days, Jun Wushuang went to school to study during the day. After school, on the way home by car, he first indulged himself in love with Lin Yuding and developed Lin Yuding. After returning home, he began to practice hard. Soon, the school exam day arrived. If it were in the past, Jun Wushuang would not care about a school examination, even if it was an examination held by Xingwu Academy. After all, with his family background, he would have a bright future even if he did not take part in the school examination. However, things are different now. According to his memories from his previous life, Jun Wushuang knew that in this school exam, not only would the beast Yishien be appreciated by a martial saint and thus begin to rise, but Yishien would also gain an opportunity in this school exam. Jun Wushuang naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. So, Jun Wushuang got up early, drove his psychic car to pick up Lin Yuding first, and then went to Xingwu College together. Naturally, on the way, Jun Wushuang had a good taste of Lin Yuding, the future female swordsman. Chapter 27 Generous Rewards, Practical Assessment. Xingwu College, School Examination Venue. On behalf of all the teachers and students of Xingwu College, I would like to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to visit our Xingwu College and observe this school entrance examination. I believe that the students of Xingwu College will not disappoint you. After Principal Zhang Guangwu's opening speech that lasted more than an hour, this much-anticipated school exam finally began to get down to business. Next, let me introduce to you the rewards for this school exam. Hearing this, the students who were originally drowsy suddenly became alert, straightened their bodies involuntarily, and pricked up their ears. The reason why people from all parties attach importance to the school entrance examination of Xingwu College is, on the one hand, to give face to Xingwu College, and on the other hand, they want to discover good seedlings in the school entrance examination and invest in cultivation in advance. As students, the reason why they attach so much importance to this school examination is because of the rewards they can get after achieving excellent results in the school examination. Every time Xingwu College holds a school exam, it will offer very generous rewards. The students couldn't help but show anticipation on their faces. At this time, the loud voice of Principal Zhang Guangwu sounded again. In this school exam, any student who can achieve a top 100 ranking will receive a reward of 100,000 to 100 million blue star coins depending on their ranking. Students who rank in the top 10 will be eligible to enter the Ancient Origins Secret Realm once more. In addition, the students who place in the top 3 will receive additional rewards. The third place prize is an A-level equipment, an A-level martial arts skill, and an A-level medicine. The second place prize is 1 piece of S-level equipment, 2 sets of A-level martial arts, and 5 sets of A-level medicine. The first prize is 2 pieces of S-level equipment, 1 S-level martial arts skill and 1 S-level technique, and 3 S-level medicines. Oh my God! The reward given by the Academy this time is too generous. It's a huge investment. It's definitely a huge investment. As soon as Zhang Guangwu finished speaking, the students in the conference hall burst into exclamations, one after another, continuously, and it was obvious that they were all shocked by the rewards given by Xingwu Academy. Although they had long known that Xingwu College would offer generous rewards every time it held a school exam, they had never expected that the rewards for this year's exam would be so generous. After a few seconds of shock, the students came to their senses. Although they didn't know why the academy gave such a generous reward, it didn't affect their breathing, which became rapid, and their eyes became extremely hot. Everyone is rubbing their hands, full of fighting spirit, and looks like they are ready to do a big job. However, when all the students were excited, there was one person who was quite calm, and seemed not to care about the generous rewards offered by Xinwu Academy. There is no doubt that this person is Jun Wushuang. The reason why Jun Wushuang acted so calm was that, apart from being the eldest son of the Jun family, the generous rewards given by the Xinwu Academy were nothing to him. Secondly, he had experienced this once in his previous life, so he was naturally not surprised. Certainly, Jun Wushuang was not so calm throughout the whole process. When he heard Zhang Guangwu say that the top 10 students would be eligible to enter the Ancient Yuan Secret Realm, once, his eyes moved slightly. The Ancient Yuan Secret Realm is a good place. Not only is there abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth, but practicing martial arts there can achieve twice the result with half the effort. In addition, there are abundant resources for practice. Certainly. If that were all, the Ancient Origin Secret Realm would not be qualified enough to attract Jun Wushuang's attention. The reason for this is that the opportunity that Yishien is about to obtain is in this Ancient Origin Secret Realm. Thinking of this, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but raise his head slightly and look towards Yishien's position. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a sneer. However, Yishien was unaware of all this. He was still immersed in the beautiful dream of getting the first place in the school exam, receiving the astonishingly generous reward, being valued by a martial saint and being accepted as a disciple, thus soaring to the sky. His face was flushed with excitement. At this moment, Lin Yuding's slightly surprised voice sounded in Jun Wushuang's ears. Isn't the reward for this school exam too generous? It far exceeds the rewards for any other school exam. Even if the rewards for the past 7 or 8 school exams were accumulated together, they would not be as good as this one. Did something happen that caused the academy to spend so much money on rewards? Hearing this, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but chuckle. You are really smart. You actually realize that something was wrong just based on these few clues. Lin Yuding asked curiously. Master Jun, do you know something? Can you tell me about it? Of course, it's not a secret anyway. Jun Wushuang nodded and said calmly. My human race has discovered a secret realm in the starry sky battlefield. There are great opportunities in this secret realm, but only the younger generation can enter it. In addition, it is not only our human race that discovered this secret realm, but also several powerful alien races from the universe. Therefore, in order to ensure that the younger generation of our human race can successfully obtain the opportunities in this secret realm after entering it, we must send the most outstanding younger generation. Therefore, the human race's top leaders have decided to hold a global martial arts tournament to select outstanding young people. Xinwu Academy must definitely participate in this martial arts event. Not only must we participate, but we must also achieve outstanding results. Otherwise, the reputation of Xinwu Academy will be ruined. Once the reputation is destroyed, then all the treatment and status that Xinwu Academy enjoys in Longwu will naturally be reduced. Therefore, the Academy will offer such generous rewards in the school entrance examination to help outstanding students quickly improve their strength and become famous in the Global Martial Arts Conference in the near future. So that's how it is. Lin Yuding looked enlightened. The person who heard these words at this moment was Lin Yuding. In her opinion, it was natural for Jun Wushuang, as the eldest son of the Jun family, to know these things, so she did not feel surprised at all. However, if the bigwigs of Dragon Country heard it, they would definitely be shocked. Because, although the global martial arts competition has been decided, it has not been announced yet. Except for the important senior executives involved in this matter, no one else, not even Jun Mocang, the powerful martial arts master of the Jun family, knows about it. Jun Wushuang is just a young master of the Jun family. How did he know about this in advance? Therefore, if the bigwigs of Dragon Country heard what was said just now, they would definitely pay special attention to Jun Wushuang, and the secret of Jun Wushuang's rebirth might be exposed. Living a new life and knowing the future, even a fool knows the value of it. In that case, even though Jun Wushuang is the eldest son of the Jun family, and his father Jun Zhantian and grandfather Jun Mocang are both heroes of the human race with outstanding military exploits, he will fall into an extremely dangerous situation. After all, no matter what time, there is never a shortage of traitors and greedy people within the human race. At this moment, the loud and deafening voice of the principal Zhang Guangwu once again filled the entire venue. I, the principal, hereby announce that this year's school exam has officially begun. Now, let's begin the first round of assessment. The formal entrance examination of Xinwu College is divided into 2 rounds. The first round of school exams was just like the mock exams that Jun Wushuang and the others had taken in the past few days. The students were tested on their strength, speed, and fighting with puppets. Only students with qualified results are eligible to enter the second round of assessment. The second round of assessment is much simpler. It is a practical exercise. The winner gets 1 point and the loser loses 1 point. After the assessment, the ranking is determined based on the number of points plus the results of the first round of assessment. Certainly, this ranking is not the final ranking. If any student is not satisfied with his or her ranking, he or she can challenge the student who is ranked higher than himself or herself. There are 3 challenge opportunities. As long as the challenge is successful, the student can replace the opponent's ranking. After 2 hours of long testing, the first round of assessment came to an end. About 1/3 of the candidates failed the exam and were eliminated. Next, it is the second round of practical training assessment. As the principal Zhang Guangwu lightly pressed the remote control in his hand, the school examination venue seemed to have an earthquake. After a violent shaking, with a rumbling sound, one platform after another slowly rose up. Then, a huge electronic screen appeared. The screen was divided into 100 small squares, marked from 1 to 100, corresponding to the 100 arenas. Then, names began to scroll in the 100 small squares. It was obvious that the system was randomly matching opponents. About 10 seconds later, the scrolling of the names in the small squares suddenly stopped. Jun Wushuang just took a glance and saw his name in square number 37. Then, he looked at his opponent, a student named Fan Yan. Chapter 28, Easy Win, Yishian Fouls. Fan Yan, one of the talented students of Xinwu Academy, possesses the cultivation level of a 3rd-grade warrior. If it were anyone else, seeing that their opponent in their first practical test was actually Fan Yan, they would definitely feel that they were extremely unlucky. However, Jun Wushuang only raised his eyebrows slightly, with a calm expression on his face, obviously not caring much. Because with his current strength, it is no exaggeration to say that he is absolutely invincible below the 4th level of the martial spirit realm. If he uses all his methods, he can even fight with a warrior in the 4th level of the martial spirit realm. Therefore, Fan Yan is nothing to Jun Wushuang. With that thought in mind, Jun Wushuang slowly walked to the number 37 stage. At the same time, Fan Yan also stepped onto the stage. Jun Xiao, I'm sorry! Fan Yan bowed, and his blood and qi surged. He stomped his foot on the ground, and immediately rushed towards Jun Wushuang like an arrow from a bow. Jun Wushuang saw at a glance that Fan Yan, who had taken the first step, had not used his full strength, not even 50% of his strength. Needless to say, it was because he was afraid of his identity, and was afraid that if he attacked too hard, he would hurt himself and thus cause a big disaster. Fan Yan, you think too much? Sensing Fan Yan's thoughts, Jun Wushuang whispered in his heart that with his current strength, even if Fan Yan used all his strength, he could easily solve the problem. Jun Wushuang could defeat Fan Yan, who had not even used 50% of his strength, with just a wave of his hand. However, looking at Fan Yan who was approaching him rapidly, Jun Wushuang's eyes flickered and he gave up the idea of doing so. Because at the end of this assessment, there will be a segment where you will randomly challenge your opponent. Yishian had suffered so many losses at his hands recently, and he must be very angry. So, when it came to the random challenge, with Yishian's vengeful character, he would definitely take this opportunity to retaliate against himself. Yishien wanted to use the test to attack himself openly and vent his anger. He also wanted to make this beast suffer physically, and give him a severe blow again. If I show too much strength at this moment and scare Yishien, making him afraid to challenge me, that would be bad. I can't take the initiative to challenge Yishien, right? That won't do. Firstly, as the eldest son of the Jun family, he took the initiative to challenge Yishien, a disciple from a poor family. In the eyes of others, victory was a matter of course, and others would not think anything of Yishien. Secondly, challenging is something that has always been done by the lower to the higher, and Yishian is not worthy of being challenged actively. As the thought came to his mind, Jun Wushuang circulated his energy and blood slightly, using less than 10% of his strength to fight with Fan Yin. Because both sides deliberately restrained their strength, the game was quite standard and there was nothing outstanding. After 20 or 30 rounds of attack and defense, Jun Wushuang felt that it was about time, so he became a little more serious and suddenly slapped out with his palm. Bang! At that moment, Fan Yin felt an incomparable and fierce force bursting out from Jun Wushuang's hands like a landslide and tsunami. He could not resist it at all. After a muffled groan, he flew out of the ring. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately announced, "Ring number 37, Jun Wushuang wins." "Student Fan Yin, thank you for letting me win." Jun Wushuang, who won easily, was not arrogant at all. He bowed and smiled elegantly at Fan Yin in the audience, then turned around and walked off the stage. On the number 23 ring, while Yishian was fighting with his opponent, he did not forget to pay attention to the situation on Jun Wushuang's side. When he saw that Jun Wushuang had defeated Fan Yin, a well-known genius student, a look of surprise could not help but appear on his face, but the next second, he snorted in his heart. "If it was me fighting Fan Yin, I would only need 7 rounds to defeat Fan Yin at most." However, Jun Wushuang defeated Fan Yin, but it took him more than 20 rounds. It can be seen that there is a huge gap between Jun Wushuang and me. If I fight Jun Wushuang, I can beat him to death in just 2 or 3 moves. Thinking of this, a ferocious look appeared in Yishien's eyes. "Jun Wushuang, you'd better pray that you don't meet me in this assessment, otherwise, I will definitely return the frustration I have suffered recently to you 1,000 times. Yishien, you dare to be distracted and look elsewhere while fighting with me? You don't take me seriously." At this moment, an angry voice sounded. It was Yishien's opponent Wang Meng. He felt that he was despised by Yishien's behavior, and became furious. "Mad Bull Fist!" Wang Meng roared. Although the Mad Bull Fist is only a B-level martial art, Wang Meng has been practicing this martial art for many years and has achieved considerable accomplishments. Moreover, Wang Meng has a strong and sturdy physique, which is quite compatible with this martial art, and can exert even greater power. Boom! 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 Wang Meng seemed to have transformed into a crazy demon bull, rushing towards Yishien in an extremely brutal and wild manner. Every step he took on the ground would cause the entire arena to shake violently. The power is terrifying. An ordinary third-grade warrior would definitely not be able to withstand Wang Meng's move. You don't know your own limitations. However, facing such a fierce attack, Yishien showed a hint of disdain. He has already reached the peak of the third-grade warrior realm, and has also practiced body refining techniques. He also used the dragon filth grass to strengthen his body some time ago. Although Wang Meng's attack is fierce, it is not enough to threaten him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishien's spine shook violently like a dragon turning over, and the blood in his body immediately flowed through his limbs and bones like a rushing river, gathering in his right fist with an astonishing force. Bang! Yishien threw a punch, and his fist, which was filled with amazing power, was like a cannonball. It whizzed through the air in an absolutely straight line and hit Wang Meng's chest hard. How is it possible? Wow! The moment he was hit, Wang Meng suddenly felt as if he was not hit by a fist, but hit by a speeding truck. The momentum of his rampage came to an abrupt stop, and an expression of disbelief and surprise appeared on his face. He opened his mouth to say something, but before he could finish his words, he felt a sweetness in his throat and a stream of scarlet blood suddenly spit out. I never thought that a great man like Wang Meng would be defeated by a gigolo like you. It's such a shame, Wang Meng said with gritted teeth and a look of unwillingness on his face. Asshole, you're looking for death. Yishien flew into a rage upon hearing this. What he hated most now was the word freeloader. Now that Wang Meng had exposed his scars in public, how could he not be angry? Most importantly, he was thinking of using this school exam to attract the attention of a martial saint, and have him accepted as his disciple. If the other party heard of this bad reputation of mine, even if my talent attracted the attention of that martial saint, the other party would not be willing to accept me as his disciple. The martial saint realm is so high and mighty, how could he allow a disciple who lives off others to be his freeloader? Wang Meng's move is simply ruining his own future. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Yishian couldn't help but reveal a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Yishian, what do you want to do? Wang Meng only felt a huge crisis looming over him, making him shudder, and he was about to admit defeat in a hurry. However, before Wang Meng could finish his words, Yishian's fist hit him with a fierce force that suddenly gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Snap! Phew! Wang Meng's chest caved in instantly, and a hair-raising sound of bones breaking was heard. Then, a large stream of blood spurted out, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Wang Meng flew a distance of more than 10 meters before he fell heavily to the ground. His body twitched for a while, his head tilted, and he became motionless. If his chest had not been still rising and falling slightly, people would have thought that Wang Meng was killed by Yishian's punch. Seeing this scene, everyone in the meeting hall was stunned at the same time, with astonishment appearing on their faces. Oh my God! This Yishian is too ruthless! Wang Meng has specially tempered his body, so his body is much stronger than other warriors at the same level. Yet he was injured like this by Yishian's punch. If it were someone else, he would have been killed by Yishian's punch. It's just a test competition, is it necessary to be so cruel? At this time, Yishian also calmed down. Seeing Wang Meng lying under the ring like a dead dog, breathing more in than out, a look of panic appeared on his face. Although injuries are inevitable during a fight, after all, fists and feet have no eyes, but since the Xingwu Academy held the school entrance examination, there has never been a case where a student was injured so seriously, almost in danger of his life. Most importantly, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Meng had clearly lost before, but Yishian actually attacked Wang Meng again, which was suspected of intentional injury. During the school exam, openly doing such a cruel thing to a classmate is a very bad behavior. Therefore, if Yishian is judged to have committed malicious injury, then he is finished. Thinking of this, Yishian became more and more flustered, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Medical staff! Medical staff! At this moment, the referee's loud shout rang out, and several medical staff in white clothes immediately rushed to the vicinity of ring number 23, put Wang Meng, who was in a deep coma, on a stretcher and quickly carried him away. After confirming that although Wang Meng's injuries were serious, his life was not in danger, the referee breathed a sigh of relief. If a student was killed during the school entrance examination, he, as the referee, would be in trouble. However, although Wang Meng did not die, he was seriously injured and as a referee he would most likely be implicated and punished. Thinking of this, the referee turned his head and looked at Yishian on the ring with extremely cold eyes. Cold sweat appeared on Yishian's forehead, and he said with difficulty, "Referee, I didn't mean it." Before Yishian could finish his words, the referee said coldly, "Whether you did it on purpose or not is not up to you to decide, but for the referee team to decide. Just wait here for the referee team to decide." As soon as he finished speaking, the referee immediately turned around and walked towards the referee's seat. Whether Yishian intentionally injured someone was not a matter that he could decide alone. It had to be discussed and decided by the referee team. Looking at the referees departing back, Yishian's face couldn't help but turn pale. Chapter 29 Betrayal of Mu Chanin. Looking at the referees who had gathered together, and were discussing seriously how to deal with the matter of Yishian seriously injuring Wang Meng, a hint of surprise emerged between Jun Wushuang's brows. This incident had never happened in his previous life. Then, a faint smile appeared on Jun Wushuang's face. Obviously, Jun Wushuang did not feel uneasy because of this unexpected incident, but was very happy instead. Because it means that one's rebirth has changed the future. If everything were to develop step by step and unchangingly according to the memories of the previous life in one's mind, it would not be beautiful. Because that means that no matter how hard Jun Wushuang tries, it will not make any change to the future. 3 years later, the Jun family will still have to face the catastrophic disaster that it is destined to encounter. Even if he uses Lin Yuding to bring a strong man like Zhou Jianzuan into the Jun family camp, it cannot change that. Right now, unexpected changes have occurred in the future, which means that Jun Wushuang's efforts are not in vain, and the future can be changed and reversed. In this case, how could Jun Wushuang not be happy? While Jun Wushuang was staring at the referee team, Yishian was also staring at the referee team. Seeing the faces of the referees becoming more serious and stern as the discussion became more serious and stern, he became more and more anxious. Although I am suspected of intentionally injuring Wang Meng did not admit defeat when I attacked him. Who knows if Wang Meng was pretending to be defeated on purpose, planning to attack me while I thought I had won and was careless. When the referee team investigates the case, my explanation should be able to greatly reduce my responsibility for seriously injuring Wang Meng. No! Since Xingwu College held the school entrance examination, such a thing has never happened before. In addition, Wang Meng comes from a first-class martial arts family, and I am just a poor boy with little influence. The referee team can't let me go simply because of my few words of defense. If I want to resolve this matter, I must find someone of high enough status to protect me. Although he had thought of a solution, Yishian was not happy at all. Instead, he looked as if he had lost his parents. Because in order to influence the decision of the referee team of Xingwu Academy, one must at least be the head of a first-class martial arts family in Longdu. However, he is just a disciple from a poor family and has no qualifications to ask a big shot of that level to protect himself. Thinking of this, a look of despair appeared on Yishian's face. However, at this moment, Yishian's eyes suddenly swept across a beautiful figure. That beautiful figure was none other than Mu Chanin. Immediately, Yishien jumped off the stage, rushed to Mu Chanin's side, grabbed Mu Chanin's hands, and said anxiously, "Chanin, you must help me this time. If the referee determines that I intentionally seriously injured Wang Meng, then I'll be finished. You don't want to see my future ruined because of such a small thing, right? So, you must help me." Mu Chanin couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't expect that Yishien would come to her for help in solving this matter. The next second, Mu Chanin came back to his senses and said with an embarrassed look, "Brother Yishien, I also want to help you, but in this situation, I can't help you at all. You also know the current situation of my Mu family. It is no longer the same as before." Yishien said, "Chanin, you can help me. Although your Mu family is now in decline, you can ask Jun Wushuang to help me." Upon hearing this, Mu Chanin was stunned. She never thought that in order to resolve the matter, Yishien would even have the nerve to ask her to ask Jun Wushuang for help. Seeing that Mu Chanin didn't respond for a long time, Yishien urged anxiously, "Chanin, stop being dazed, and quickly go and ask Jun Wushuang for help. Otherwise, when the referee team makes a decision, I'm afraid that even if Jun Wushuang speaks up, it won't work." Hearing this, Mu Chanin came back to his senses from his shock, and then shook his head like a rattle. "No, I can't help Brother Yishien to ask Jun Wushuang for help. We have been humiliated by Jun Wushuang many times. If we bow our heads and beg Jun Wushuang now, I'm afraid we will be ridiculed by Jun Wushuang for the rest of our lives and won't be able to raise our heads." At this point, Mu Chanin grabbed Yishien's hand and said in a deep voice, "Brother Yishien, although the mistake you made is serious, at most you will be expelled from the academy. You can't give up your dignity because of this. You are not the one who was fired. It's so easy for you to say that." Yishien glared at Mu Chanin angrily and said bitterly, "If you don't help me, then I will go and ask Jun Wushuang for help myself." After saying that, Yishien was about to shake off Mu Chanin's hand and go to Jun Wushuang to ask for help. No, to be more precise, he wanted to trade with Jun Wushuang. He would use Mu Chanin as a bargaining chip in exchange for Jun Wushuang's help. After Jun Wushuang passed away, Mu Chanin could no longer provide himself with various financial assistance from time to time as he did before. Not only that, it often brought him trouble and financial pressure. Mu Chanin is now a burden to him. Using a burden in exchange for Jun Wushuang's help is a very good deal. Given Jun Wushuang's love for Mu Chanin, if I only use Mu Chanin to exchange for Jun Wushuang's help, it would be a bit of a loss. I have to put forward some additional conditions, such as asking Jun Wushuang to provide me with some training resources. Using a burden to exchange for the resolution of the crisis and a sum of cultivation resources is simply a huge profit. The most important thing is, with the weight I hold in Mu Chanin's heart, even if I sell her to Jun Wushuang, as long as I use sweet words to coax her, I am absolutely sure that I can easily coax her into submission. By then, the situation might return to the way it was before, and I can continue to use Mu Chanin to suck the blood of Jun Wushuang, the dog who licks my flesh. As expected of me, I can come up with such a great plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Yishien, who had a sad face just now had a hint of happiness on his face. He wished he could rush to Jun Wushuang immediately and complete this deal that would benefit him in every way. Unfortunately, Chanin was a hopelessly stupid woman. Even though she was right next to Yishien at the moment, she didn't even notice Yishien's thoughts at all. If Chanin knew that Yishien, whom she regarded as a man of integrity, and whom she admired deeply, was now thinking of using her and Jun Wushuang to make a deal, she didn't know how she would feel. "Brother Yishien, I won't let you go!" However, Yishien had just taken a step when he was forcibly pulled back by Chanin. Chanin advised earnestly, "Brother Yishien, have you forgotten? The reason why you are called the proud genius of the poor family is not only because of your talent for cultivation, but also because although you were born in a humble family, you are very strong-willed and are not afraid of power. If you bow to Jun Wushuang now, your reputation will be ruined." Chapter 30. Why are you pretending like that? Seeing that Chanin not only did not help him, but also repeatedly blocked him, Yishian suddenly shouted in a low voice, somewhat exasperated. "Reputation? If I'm expelled from Xinwu Academy, my life will be ruined. In that case, what's the point of having a reputation?" Chanin wanted to say something else, but Yishian continued impatiently. "Chanin, if I can't get Jun Wushuang's help this time, it won't just be me who will be in trouble, you won't have a good time either. You know, because of Jun Wushuang, many people in the school are jealous of you. Do you know why those people who are jealous of you did not add insult to injury after you lost Jun Wushuang's protection? It's all because of me. It's my reputation as a genius from a poor family that frightened them. If I were expelled from the academy, those guys would lose their fear and would definitely go after you." Upon hearing this, Chanin's expression couldn't help but change suddenly. After a slight hesitation, Chanin said, "Brother Yishien, it's not like I didn't try to bow down to Jun Wushuang before, but you saw the result. Jun Wushuang is ignoring me now." Originally, Yishien felt a little guilty about his plan to betray Chanin. After all, Chanin was very nice to him. However, after hearing these words, the guilt in his heart disappeared instantly, and a cold light suddenly flashed across his eyes. "When it doesn't involve me, I try my best to stop myself. But when I hear that I might be implicated and suffer the consequences, I immediately change my mind." Faced with such a selfish Chanin, Yishian only felt disgusted. However, considering that he would have to find a chance to hook up with Chanin again after overcoming this difficulty, Yishian could only suppress the disgust in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Chanin, as long as you agree to officially become Jun Wushuang's girlfriend, I think he will definitely not refuse." "Brother Yishien, what did you say? You actually want me to promise Jun Wushuang and officially become his girlfriend? Then what will you do?" Chanin was completely stunned. Yishien pretended to be sad and said, "Chanin, I don't want this to happen either, but this is the only way to solve the crisis right now. If I am the only one to be punished, then I don't care, but the problem is that it will implicate you. In order to protect you, I can only choose to bear the pain and let you go. But Chanin, don't worry, after I get through this, sooner or later, I will snatch you back from Jun Wushuang." After he finished speaking, Yishian glanced at the referee team and saw that they were almost ready to come up with a result. He immediately said impatiently, "Okay, don't waste time, Chanin, go find Jun Wushuang for help." Chanin bit her lip and said with a deeply moved expression, "Okay, for you, brother Yishien, I will sacrifice myself and use it." As soon as he finished speaking, Chanin immediately turned around and walked quickly towards Jun Wushuang. Yishian looked at Chanin's departing back. All the disguised expressions on his face were instantly swept away, and his eyes looked very gloomy. Based on his understanding of Chanin, if it were the previous Chanin, she would definitely be angry if she heard him asking her to agree to officially become Jun Wushuang's girlfriend. However, this time, not only was she not angry at all, she also agreed so readily. It was obvious that Chanin had regretted everything that had happened after losing Jun Wushuang's protection, so when she heard that I asked her to be Jun Wushuang's girlfriend, she agreed so readily. "Chanin, it's obvious that you want to go back to Jun Wushuang and enjoy the superior life again, but you still pretend to sacrifice for me. Humph, No wonder Jun Wushuang called you a bitch, Yishian said viciously in his heart. Soon, Mu Chanin came in front of Jun Wushuang. The habit that had been deeply rooted in her bones made her instinctively raise her chin like a proud swan. Then, he opened his mouth slightly. His tone was commanding, but also had a hint of reward. Jun Wushuang, as long as you can help brother Yishian solve his problems, I will promise to be your girlfriend. Hearing this, before Jun Wushuang could react, the students around him were all stunned and exclaimed. If I remember correctly, Mu Chanin should be Yishian's girlfriend now, right? He got into trouble himself, but instead of taking it upon himself, he gave his girlfriend to Master Jun in exchange for help. Is Yishien still a man? He's such a coward. Before I heard others say that Yishien was a gigolo and a cuckold. I thought that they were jealous of Yishien and deliberately slandered him. Now it seems that the rumors are true. A group of students expressed their contempt for Yishien without any concealment. Seeing this, Mu Chanin's face changed slightly. Although she had made up her mind and agreed to be Jun Wushuang's girlfriend, that was just to deal with the crisis. She had to pretend to be submissive. The most important place in her heart still belonged to Yishien. Therefore, after hearing everyone despise and ridicule Yishien, Mu Chanin immediately couldn't help but retort. This matter is entirely my personal decision, and has nothing to do with Yishien. Don't talk nonsense here. Yishien is a man of integrity, fearless and upright. He is not as bad as you say. Hee hee. Hearing this, one student couldn't help laughing out loud. That laughter made Mu Chanin feel very uncomfortable. She shouted coldly, What are you laughing at? The student said in a gloomy tone. Mu Chanin, if I'm not wrong, the reason why you think Yishien is a man who stands tall and is not afraid of power is because he often openly offends Jun Xiao in front of you, right? That's right. Jun Wushuang is the eldest son of the Jun family. Looking at the entire Xingwu Academy, who doesn't respect Jun Wushuang? Only Yishian can face Jun Wushuang without changing his expression. What else can this be but not fearing power? Mu Chanin puffed out his chest, looking proud. Hearing this, the student's face showed a strong sneer. Mu Chanin, don't you realize that every time Yishian dared to confront Master Jun, you were always present, and it was always at school? Have you ever seen Yishian dare to offend Master Jun in other places without you? No. The reason for this is that the shameless Yishian knows that young Master Jun has strict family education and will not violate the school rules of Xingwu College because of a small offense. It's because young Master Jun liked you in the past, and he knows that with your protection, young Master Jun will not do anything to him. Even a fool can see that Yishian is just taking advantage of the power of others. It's ridiculous that you think this is a manifestation of Yishian's fearlessness and iron will. Mu Chanin, Mu Chanin, how stupid are you? At this point, the student couldn't help but slap his forehead and said sarcastically, That's right, if you, Mu Chanin, had a brain, you wouldn't have done such a blind act of looking down on Jun Xiao and treating a piece of trash like Yishian as a treasure. You. Mu Chanin wanted to refute the other party's nonsense, but she couldn't say anything when the words came to her lips, because she thought about it carefully and realized that what the student said just now was right. Yishian bumped into and offended Jun Wushuang, and she was present at the school. Some time ago, she and Yishian met Jun Wushuang at the gate of the God of Food Mansion, and there were some conflicts between them. But at that time, Yishian didn't even dare to say a harsh word, and just left with her in disgrace. Could it be that the image of brother Yishian in my mind is all false? Mu Chanin's face suddenly turned pale. However, at this moment, there was a noise coming from the referee team, which woke Mu Chanin up. Now is not the time to think about these things. We must quickly ask Jun Wushuang to help solve the problem. Thinking of this, Mu Chanin urged, Jun Wushuang, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and help Yishian solve the problem over there. Wait for the referee team to make an arbitration decision. Even if you are the eldest son of the Jun family, it will be difficult for them to change their minds. Jun Wushuang said calmly. Mu Chanin, I don't think I agreed to your request. Mu Chanin was stunned, but quickly came to her senses, looking anxious. Jun Wushuang, did you not hear clearly what I just said? What I said before was that as long as you are willing to help, I can be your girlfriend, not give you another chance to pursue me. Although she had been humiliated many times by Jun Wushuang, and Jun Wushuang had even publicly stated that he no longer liked her, Chanin was still full of confidence this time. Because having her be his girlfriend was once Jun Wushuang's biggest dream, and the conditions she offered were so generous, she didn't believe that Jun Wushuang could resist the temptation. She even fantasized that when she said this, Jun Wushuang would happily agree, then kick the hateful Lin Yuding away, and kneel down at her feet again like a dog licking his boots. However, I never expected that the thing I thought was the most unlikely thing would happen. How could Chanin not be anxious? Jun Wushuang said calmly. Chanin, you take yourself too seriously. That's it. Chanin, don't you see who you are? Chanin, your previous glory was all due to Master Jun's praise. I thought that after you missed Master Jun and were beaten back to your original form, and have been down and out for a while, you should be able to recognize yourself. I never thought that you are still as self-righteous and arrogant as before. I really want to interview you. Why do you dare to pretend like this? There were immediately mocking voices echoing from the side, and everyone looked at Chanin with eyes full of contempt and disgust. Chanin's face suddenly turned as pale as paper, and a look of deep despair appeared on his face. Even though she had suffered a lot in recent times, she still maintained a proud look when facing Jun Wushuang, because she felt that once she changed her mind, everything would immediately return to the way it was before. It was because of this confidence that she dared to do so. But now, her fantasy was ruthlessly shattered by the cruel reality. She had lost her confidence. How could she not panic and despair? At this moment, there was a noise from the referee team, and Chanin's face became paler and more desperate. Chapter 31 Silver Medal Mentor Lan Jingjing. When everyone was mocking Chanin, Yishian naturally couldn't avoid being ridiculed as well. Seeing that Chanin not only failed to get Jun Wushuang to help, but also caused himself to be scolded even more harshly, Yishian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. With a gloomy expression, he gritted his teeth and cursed. This useless guy is always causing trouble and can't do anything good. However, before Yishian could do anything, a referee from the referee team suddenly stood up and cast a cold look at Yishian. Yishian felt something and his face changed slightly. His heart instantly rose to his throat. He felt a strong haze enveloping him completely. The referee said with a cold face, word by word. Yishian, after discussion by our referee team, we have to make the following ruling against you. At this moment, a light shout suddenly rang out. Wait a minute! The referee, who was about to announce the arbitration result, saw someone obstructing him. A look of dissatisfaction immediately appeared on his face, and he looked in the direction of the source of the voice. Suddenly, a tall, pretty young woman wearing the teacher's uniform of Xingwu College, about 27 or 28 years old, appeared in his sight. On her chest hung a silver name tag with the 3 words, Lan Jingjing, written on it. Obviously, this woman is an instructor at Xingwu Academy, and a silver medal instructor at that. The tutors at Xingwu College are divided into different levels, from low to high. They are ordinary tutors, silver tutors, and gold tutors. The status of the gold medal tutor in Xingwu College is second only to the principal of Xingwu College. Even some of the more famous gold medal tutors have to be treated politely by the principal, who dare not neglect them in the slightest. Although this woman named Lan Jingjing is not a gold medal tutor, but only a silver medal tutor, she is able to become a silver medal tutor at such a young age, which shows that this woman named Lan Jingjing is not simple. It turned out to be Instructor Lan. The referee immediately put away the dissatisfaction on his face, smiled and greeted him, and then asked politely, Teacher Lan, is there anything I can help you with? Lan Jingjing walked over to the referee with a smile, and said directly, I would like to ask Teacher Zhang to declare that Yishian did nothing wrong and will not impose any punishment on him. Hearing this, the referee showed an embarrassment on his face. Teacher Lan, if it is other matters, we will definitely give you a favor if you speak up in person, but you also saw how badly Wang Meng was injured by Yishian. If Wang Meng's physique wasn't good, he would have been beaten to death by Yishian. Yishian violated the school rules so seriously in front of everyone. If we don't punish Yishian, where will the dignity of the school rules be? Lan Jingjing said calmly. Teacher Zhang, we are all from Xingwu College, so there is no need for you to use these polite words to evade me. If Wang Meng had admitted defeat before Yishian seriously injured him, Then even if the principal came forward now, it would not be able to change the fact that Yishian had seriously violated the school rules. However, before this, Wang Meng did not admit defeat. In this way, Yishian's actions become unclear. It can be said that he violated the rules, but it can also be said that he did not. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken so long to make a decision just now. And the reason why you finally decided to arbitrate that Yishian violated the school rules is nothing more than that you think that Yishian is just an ordinary student with no identity or background. Facing the arbitration of your referee team, he can only accept the punishment obediently, and has no right to resist. This way, we can also give an explanation to Wang Meng so that he won't make a fuss. Seeing Lan Jingjing say so bluntly that she and others bully the weak and fear the strong, the referee couldn't help but reveal an awkward smile on his face. Lan Jingjing continued, Teacher Zhang, before you thought that Yishian had no one behind him, so you made the ruling that Yishian violated the school rules. Now I stand up to protect Yishian. If you still decide to uphold the original ruling, you are not taking me seriously. Having said this, a cold look suddenly appeared on Lan Jingjing's face, and there was a hint of threat in her tone. The referee's expression changed slightly. If it was a threat from other silver medal mentors, he would definitely not take it seriously, but Lan Jingjing was different. Lan Jingjing has become a silver medal tutor at such a young age. I'm afraid that in a few years, she will be promoted to a gold medal tutor. It is conceivable that if they do not give Lan Jingjing this face, they will definitely not have a good time after Lan Jingjing is promoted to a gold medal tutor in the future. Therefore, there was almost no suspense at all. The referee nodded and said, Okay, I'll listen to you, Instructor Lan. I'll change the verdict to Yishian and not punish him at all. Very good. Lan Jingjing smiled with satisfaction. The referee did not waste any time and immediately announced loudly. After discussion by our referee team, we have finally unanimously decided that Yishian's serious injury to Wang Meng does not violate school rules, so he will not be punished in any way. Brother Yishian will not be punished? That's great. When Mu Chanin heard this, a blush of excitement suddenly appeared on her face, which had originally looked pale due to despair. I won't be punished. That's great. Yishian felt the same way, feeling like he had survived a calamity. Jun Wushuang frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt appeared between his brows. If the time point was pushed back a little further, he would not feel at all surprised that Lan Jingjing came forward to support Yishian, because in the future, Lan Jingjing would become a confidant with Yishian who had an unclear and ambiguous relationship with him. However, according to her memory, at this point in time, Lan Jingjing should not know Yishian. Why would Lan Jingjing support Yishian? Jun Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his deep black pupils. Something was a little strange, so he decided to sit back and wait and see. Even a fool could see that the referee team temporarily changed the arbitration result because of Lan Jingjing's intervention. Everyone was very dissatisfied with Lan Jingjing's blatant shielding of Yishian, and their brows were furrowed. However, no one questioned it. As a silver medal instructor, even the judging panel did not dare to offend Lan Jingjing, let alone them. Moreover, they had no relationship with Wang Meng. The referee team's arbitration result has been announced, and no one has questioned it, so the matter of Yishian seriously injuring Wang Meng was resolved. Jun Wushuang, even if you don't help my brother Yishian, so what? There are many people willing to help my brother Yishian. I'm sorry to tell you that you've missed the chance to make me your girlfriend, and this is the only chance you'll have in your life. Mu Chanin snorted triumphantly at Jun Wushuang, and as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and ran towards Yishian. At the same time, Yishian also breathed a sigh of relief. He jumped off the stage, walked quickly to Lan Jingjing's side, bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, Teacher Lan, for doing justice for me. Lan Jingjing smiled slightly and said, No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank your girlfriend. Chapter 32, Jin Tao Wuxing, Yishian Challenges. Upon hearing this, Yishian's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. He never expected that Lan Jingjing helped him because of Mu Chanin. Why? As far as he knew, Mu Chanin didn't seem to know Lan Jingjing. Could it be that Lan Jingjing wanted to curry favor with the Mu family through this matter? This is even more impossible. You should know that Lan Jingjing is not only a silver medal instructor at Shenwu Academy, but the Lan family behind her is one of the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu. Although the Lan family ranks in the middle and lower among the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu, the fact that they can sit on the throne of one of the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu is enough to prove that the Lan family is very powerful. Even when the Mu family was at its peak, they were not qualified enough for Lan Jingjing, who was from the Lan family, to curry favor with them, let alone the Mu family, which is now on the decline. Yishien racked his brains but couldn't figure out the reason. Lan Jingjing smiled and said, "To be precise, I helped because of Mu Chanin's future master." Mu Chanin's future master? Hearing this, Yishian became even more confused. It can be imagined that the future master of Mu Chanin mentioned by Lan Jingjing must be a very powerful martial arts master, as he was able to give face to Lan Jingjing, who came from a prominent family, and take the initiative to help out. However, in recent times, he and Mu Chanin have been together day and night. How could he not know that there was a strong man who wanted to take Mu Chanin as his disciple? Yishian couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Lan, who is that person you are talking about?" "You don't know." Seeing Yishian's confused look, Lan Jingjing frowned slightly and thought to herself, "Yishian is Mu Chanin's boyfriend, how could he not know who Mu Chanin's future master is? Could it be that my information is wrong or I made a mistake?" "Impossible, such important information cannot be wrong. And according to the latest intelligence, that person is indeed rushing back from the Starry Sky battlefield in order to recruit a disciple." "I understand. That person must have wanted to ensure Mu Chanin's safety, so he didn't allow Mu Chanin to tell anyone else about his apprenticeship. After all, that person wanted to take Mu Chanin as his personal disciple. Once this news spreads, it will be enough to alarm the entire martial arts world of Blue Star. There are many alien spies in my Blue Star. If those bastards knew about this, they would definitely assassinate Mu Chanin frantically before that person returns and strangle Mu Chanin in the cradle." After figuring out the reason, the doubts that had just arisen in Lan Jingjing's heart disappeared instantly. He smiled at Yishian and said, "I can't tell you the reason now, but you will know it in a few days." Then Lan Jingjing said, "Okay, during the school exam, as a mentor, it's not appropriate for me to chat with a student like you for too long, otherwise people will gossip about me. I'm leaving now." After she finished speaking, Lan Jingjing turned around and left neatly, leaving Yishian standing there, staring blankly at her departing back. At this moment, a sour voice sounded. "Brother Yishian, what is your relationship with this teacher Lan? Why did she help you before?" Hearing the voice, Yishian looked back and saw Mu Chanin standing behind him with a jealous look on his face. If the incident with Lan Jingjing had not happened, facing Mu Chanin's questioning at this moment, Yishian would definitely be too lazy to explain, as he already felt disgust towards Mu Chanin in his heart. But now, Yishian knew that Mu Chanin was about to become the disciple of a strong man who even Lan Jingjing had to give face to. Even if he wanted to beat him to death, he would never show disgust towards Mu Chanin. Yishian hurriedly forced a smile on his face and said, "Chanin, you misunderstood. The reason why Teacher Lan helped me was not because of me, but because of you." "Ah? Because of me?" A look of confusion appeared on Mu Chanin's pretty face. Yishian repeated to Mu Chanin the reason that Lan Jingjing had told him. After listening to this, Mu Chanin's reaction was the same as Yishian's before. He was even more confused. Not to mention that Yishian didn't know that she was about to become a disciple of a powerful man. Even she herself didn't know about this. What is going on? After the incident in which Yishian seriously injured Wang Meng, the school examination continued in full swing. Before we knew it, 3 hours had passed and the second round of performance assessment was coming to an end. The scores of all the students have been calculated and ranked. Currently, Jun Wushuang ranks first. A student named Zhou Han ranked second. Yishian ranked third. Mu Chanin ranked sixth. Lin Yuding ranked eighth. Next is the free challenge session. If any student is not satisfied with his or her ranking, he or she can challenge a student with a higher ranking. As long as he or she defeats the opponent, he or she can replace the opponent's ranking. In the rest area, seeing that his ranking was actually lower than Jun Wushuang, Yishian was not angry at all. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. Because he keenly felt that the moment he entered the top 10, there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the VIP seats. The owner of that gaze was a middle-aged man with a sturdy build, dark skin and a square face. Yishien recognized this person. He was the Martial Saint Jin Tao, one of the 72 Martial Saints of Blue Star. Yishien's greatest hope is to perform well in the school entrance examination, gain the favor of a Martial Saint level being, and be accepted as his disciple. Now, he is being noticed by Martial Saint Jin Tao, which means that he is only one step away from fulfilling his wish. How can he not be excited? Next, I must perform better and let the Martial Saint Jin Tao accept me as his disciple. Yishien clenched his fists and secretly encouraged himself in his heart. Not far away, Jun Wushuang saw Yishien's expression. How could he not know what Yishien was thinking? The corners of his mouth suddenly rose slightly, outlining a sneer. Yishien, stop daydreaming. In this life, I can't let you become a disciple of the Golden Wave Martial Saint so easily. After the thought came to his mind, Jun Wushuang raised his head and looked towards the VIP seats, nodding slightly at one of them. The other party nodded in understanding, and then came to the side of Jin Tao Wuxing and asked with a smile. Jin Tao Wuxing, among the students of this session, are there any good seedlings that catch your eye? Martial Saint Jin Tao said sternly. That student named Yishian is quite good. I have read his information. He was born in a poor family, but without any support, he quickly cultivated to the third-grade warrior realm. This is enough to prove that this kid has good talent and character. If we can train them well, they will surely achieve great things in the future. Although there was no expression on Martial Saint Jin Tao's face, from the tone of his voice, it was obvious that he was quite satisfied with Yishien. The man immediately showed a strange expression on his face. Martial Saint Jin Tao, you said that Yishien has a good talent, I admit it, but you said that this boy has a good character. I don't agree with you. Martial Saint Jin Tao frowned slightly and asked in confusion. What do you mean by that? The man said. Martial Saint Jin Tao, do you know that this student named Yishien has a nickname of Soft Rice Genius? Without waiting for Martial Saint Jin Tao to ask further questions, this man went on, explaining in detail the origin of Yishien's title of Soft Rice Genius. After hearing this, Martial Saint Jin Tao's face turned dark. He already had dark skin, and now his complexion was even darker, making his face look like the bottom of a pot. The look he gave Yishien was full of disgust, without any appreciation at all. What's going on? Yishien had been keeping an eye on Martial Saint Jin Tao, so when the look in Martial Saint Jin Tao's eyes changed when he looked at him, he noticed it immediately. A look of panic appeared on Yishien's face. Everything was fine just now. How come in the blink of an eye, Jin Tao Wuxing's admiration for him turned into disgust? At this moment, Yishien suddenly saw Jun Wushuang, who was not far away, looking at him with a sneer on his face. Yishien's eyes instantly turned red, and he immediately rushed to Jun Wushuang with great momentum, gritting his teeth and shouting in a cold voice. Jun Wushuang, why are you doing this? Why do you want to do that? Ha! Jun Wushuang sneered. However, Jun Wushuang naturally would not tell Yishien about the things in his previous life in public. Jun Wushuang crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Yishien with contempt, and said lightly, Who do you think you are? Why should I explain to you what I do? Originally, Yishien only suspected that this matter was related to Jun Wushuang. But now, seeing Jun Wushuang admit it in person, and admitting it so frankly without any scruples, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Yishien roared with anger. Jun Wushuang, you bully and humiliate me on weekdays, but today, you are so vicious that you ruin my future. Even if you are the eldest son of the Jun family, I will never stop fighting with you. Jun Wushuang, I challenge you now. Do you dare to accept it? Jun Wushuang was waiting for this moment, and immediately said with a smile. Why wouldn't I dare to accept the challenge of a mere chicken and dog? Jun Wushuang, I hope you can still speak so arrogantly when I step on you later. Yishien shouted fiercely. Let's go to the ring. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishien took the lead and walked towards the arena, followed closely by Jun Wushuang. Chapter 33, The Powerful Yishien, a Demon Appeared in Dragon Country. This Yishien is really overestimating himself. He actually dares to challenge Master Jun. Master Jun is really something. He accepts challenges from anyone and isn't afraid of getting his hands dirty. You can't blame Master Jun for this. This is the free challenge phase of the school exam. According to the rules, Master Jun can't handle Yishien's challenge. Master Jun, you must teach Yishien, this ignorant pretty boy, a lesson. Although Jun Wushuang had been mediocre in the previous 2 rounds of assessments, and did not have a stunning performance like Yishien, but because of his status as the young master of the Jun family, even if his performance was ordinary, he could still be looked up to by others. In addition, Yishien's reputation is now terrible. Who would dare to openly support such a gigolo? We are all still students, we still have to have some dignity. Only Mu Chanin waved his hands vigorously and shouted loudly, regardless of everything. Brother Yishien, come on! You must defeat Jun Wushuang! Does Mu Chanin regret drawing a line between herself and Jun Wushuang? If after she was with Yishien, it was just like in her previous life, with Jun Wushuang as her bootlicker, taking care of her with great care, then she would naturally never regret it. Unfortunately, Jun Wushuang, who has lived a new life, has come to his senses and did not make the same mistakes as in his previous life. Mu Chanin paid the price for her choice and fell from the clouds to the quagmire overnight. How could Mu Chanin not regret this? However, Mu Chanin also knew that she had no way back now and could only follow Yishien till the end. Therefore, she hoped more than anyone else that Yishien could defeat Jun Wushuang and win this challenge. Moreover, it would be best to defeat Jun Wushuang easily and with unmatched force. Why did she look down on Jun Wushuang, the young master of the Jun family, and instead treat a poor boy like Yishien differently, and show her favor to him? Isn't it because he thinks Jun Wushuang is a martial arts waste, while Yishien is a martial arts prodigy? Only in this way can it be proved that her choice is correct and not wrong. Yishien, who was standing on the stage, heard the mocking voices coming from all directions. Although his face darkened and looked very ugly, he sneered in his heart. Go ahead and curse me, you blind idiots. Curse as much as you can now. The more you curse, the more you look down on me. When I defeat Jun Wushuang and trample this bastard under my feet, the greater the shock it will bring to you. I came from a poor family, but I have trampled on Jun Wushuang, the eldest son of the Jun family. As you can imagine, once the news gets out, I, Yishien, will be famous in the martial arts world of Longdu. By then, there will surely be countless people offering me olive branches. By then, maybe a martial arts master will take a liking to me and want to take me in as his disciple. Thinking of this, Yishien's mind involuntarily emerged the scene of himself becoming famous in Longdu and being sought after by countless people, which made him couldn't help but chuckle. Then Yishien looked at Jun Wushuang, his eyes sinister, and he sneered. Jun Wushuang, lend me your head, so I can use it as a stepping stone to become famous in Dragon Country. Yishien knew clearly in his heart that if he wanted to become famous to the greatest extent possible, he had to use the most eye-catching way and overwhelming advantage to beat Jun Wushuang like a dead dog and trample him under his feet. So, the moment the words fell, Yishien did not hold back at all and went all out. Boom! Boom! There were only bursts of low roaring sounds like a rushing river continuously coming out of Yishien's body. That was the sound made by the qi and blood circulating in Yishien's limbs and bones. Phew! An astonishing force, like a storm, suddenly swept out from Yishien's body. Such strong blood and energy! Why is Yishien's blood so vigorous? The vigor of this qi and blood is definitely several times more powerful than that of warriors at the same level. Although the more vigorous the qi and blood a warrior possesses, it does not mean that the warrior is stronger, but the more powerful the warrior is, the more vigorous the qi and blood will definitely be. When the audience around the ring saw this, the mocking expressions on their faces suddenly froze, their pupils dilated, and they showed deep shock and exclaimed one after another. No wonder Yishien can live off Mu Chanin. Judging from his performance, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is the #1 genius in Xinwu Academy. Many people began to whisper. After hearing these words, Mu Chanin's chest involuntarily straightened out, and he looked proud. Yishien on the stage also had a proud smile on his face. So, are you shocked like this? You really have never seen the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishien suddenly clenched his fist. Wow! In an instant, the power exuded by Yishien suddenly increased by several levels, and at the same time, a faint light appeared on his body surface. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Spiritual light! This is the light of spiritual power! Yishian can actually emit spiritual energy. Could it be that he has already condensed his energy and advanced to the 4th grade warrior realm? I remember Yishien was only 16 years old? A 14-year-old martial artist? This definitely broke the record of the youngest person in the 4-level martial spirit realm in Dragon Country. A peerless genius! This Yishien is actually a peerless genius! At this moment, the martial Saint Jean Tao on the stand suddenly shook his head and said, "No, this Yishien is still at the 3rd grade warrior level, and has not yet reached the 4th grade martial spirit level. The reason why he emits spiritual energy is because his blood is too vigorous." Hiss! Hearing this, everyone present was even more shocked and gasped. He was only at the 3rd level of warrior realm, but he could actually emit spiritual energy like a 4th level martial spirit realm warrior. This was something they had never heard of or seen before. A monster has appeared in our Dragon Country! Everyone's heart was pounding. Seeing everyone so shocked, Chanin was so excited that her face flushed. I knew I didn't choose the wrong man. On the stage, Yishien raised his head proudly, looking down at Jun Wushuang from a condescending attitude, and said with a smile, "Jun Wushuang, I'm afraid you never dreamed that I, who was bullied by you many times, was actually so powerful, right? I would like to ask, seeing how powerful I am, what do you feel now? Are you scared to the point of your legs going weak?" Jun Wushuang, originally, according to my temper, you have bullied me so many times, I should beat you to death to vent my anger. But considering that you have been a lickspittle for Chanin for so long, and I have benefited a lot from it, how about this? As long as you kneel down and apologize to me now, I will let bygones be bygones, how about that? With Yishien's vengeful character, it was impossible for him to let Jun Wushuang go so easily. The reason why he said this was because Jun Wushuang always acted superior when he was in front of him. It would be a very satisfying scene if I could ask such a noble Jun Wushuang to kneel before me and beg for mercy. Moreover, he didn't even have to do anything to scare Jun Wushuang to his knees and beg for mercy, which would undoubtedly help him gain a greater reputation. Jun Wushuang said with disdain, "You want me to kneel down? You are not qualified enough." Hearing this, Yishien's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and he said in a cold voice, "You are so shameless! Jun Wushuang, since you won't kneel down on your own initiative, let me beat you to your knees." As soon as he finished speaking, Yishien took action. Chapter 34: The Vulnerable Monster. Boom! 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 Yishien walked towards Jun Wushuang with a stern expression. Every step he took made a low roar like the beating of a war drum, and gave people the feeling that he was stepping on their hearts, causing them to feel palpitations. Moreover, as Yishien took steps forward, the aura he exuded began to rise steadily, rushing towards Jun Wushuang like a raging wave. This aura is so powerful that even a 3rd grade warrior would find it difficult to resist. What martial arts is Yishien performing now? Jinghuang Step! If I am not mistaken, Yishien is performing the A-level martial art Jinghuang Step at this moment. Jinghuang Step? Is it the Jinghuang Step that has an actual power of S-level, but because it is too difficult to practice, it can only be a top-level A-level martial art? I didn't expect Yishien to be able to successfully practice such a difficult martial art. He is such a genius! Yishien once again amazed everyone, triggering a series of exclamations. It seems that Jun Wushuang is going to lose. Many people had this thought. Judging from Yishien's performance at this moment, he might be able to fight against a 4th grade martial spirit realm warrior. Although Jun Wushuang has always been among the top in this school exam, his performance is mediocre, and there is nothing outstanding about him. Many people think that the reason why Jun Wushuang has such a high ranking is probably because someone is afraid of his status and deliberately lets him go. Therefore, many people think that Jun Wushuang would definitely not be Yishien's opponent. Yishien walked in front of Jun Wushuang, exuding a tremendous momentum. At this moment, he looked like a god descending to the earth. After looking Jun Wushuang up and down, he chuckled as if a senior was praising a junior. An ordinary 3rd grade warrior would have already gone limp under the pressure of my aura. I didn't expect you to be so calm and composed. Not bad, very good. But unfortunately, no matter how well you perform at the moment, when I really make a move, it won't change the result that you will kneel before me. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Yishien raised his hand and slapped Jun Wushuang. It seemed like an ordinary palm strike, but the moment it was struck, it actually exploded the air, and visible air waves rolled in all directions. A confident sneer appeared on Yishien's lips. He seemed to have seen Jun Wushuang being slapped into a dead dog by him. No third-grade warrior could resist his all-out palm strike. Before the palm arrived, a shocking palm wind was already whistling, blowing Jun Wushuang's clothes and hair into the air. However, Jun Wushuang remained calm and composed, casually raised his hand and slapped it forward. You didn't even dodge and chose to fight me head-on? You really don't know how to live or die. Seeing this, Yishien was stunned, and then a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. Boom! Boom! The two palms slapped together, and at the moment of contact, it was as if two speeding trucks collided with each other, and there was a roar that made people's eardrums hurt. A fierce wave of force swept out. The arena under Yishien and Jun Wushuang's feet also trembled violently, and then broke apart piece by piece. How is this possible? The sneer on Yishien's face suddenly froze, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. It was because the scene that Yishien expected, where Jun Wushuang would be beaten to death by his palm, did not happen. Not only did it not happen, but Jun Wushuang also caught his palm easily and steadily. Yishien could not help but yelled, I am at the peak of the third-grade warrior realm, and I have condensed the spiritual energy in advance, and used the Jinghuang step, which is comparable to an S-level martial art, to increase my power. Even a fourth-grade martial artist cannot resist my palm. Jun Wushuang, you are just a loser who relied on drugs to break through to the third-grade warrior realm. How can you possibly block my attack? On what basis can you block it? Why can I stop it? Jun Wushuang smiled slightly. He had been keeping a low profile throughout the entire school examination, but at this moment he finally began to show his style. Because I am also at the peak of the third-grade warrior realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Wushuang's blood boiled and an astonishing aura rose from his body, which was in no way inferior to the aura exuded by Yishien. Spiritual energy? Sorry, I also condensed it in advance. A layer of spiritual light suddenly bloomed on Jun Wushuang's body, and it was even more dazzling than the spiritual light emanating from Yishien. Obviously, Jun Wushuang's realm is higher than Yishien's. A martial art comparable to the S-level Jinghuang step? Excuse me, I have mastered a true S-level martial art. Extreme thunder! As the light shout fell, a thunderous sound suddenly resounded from Jun Wushuang's body. In an instant, the aura he exuded suddenly increased a lot, directly suppressing the aura exuded by Yishien. Jun Wushuang said coldly, Yishien, my martial arts realm is higher than yours, and the martial arts I practice are better than yours. You are inferior to me in every way. Why do you think I can't block your attack? It seems that you have been with Maki Chanin for too long and have picked up on her ridiculous self-righteousness. Oh my God! I thought young Master Jun was doomed to fail, but I never thought he would be so powerful. Young Master Jun is awesome! Jun Wushuang's outburst made everyone present drop their jaws. 10 days before the school entrance examination, Jun Wushuang was only at the second-grade martial artist level. After just 10 days, Jun Wushuang had grown to this level. It was really horrifying. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to Yishien, and they burst into laughter again. Looking at how arrogant Yishien was before, I thought he was very powerful, but I didn't expect he is just this good. Haha, he's obviously not as good as Master Jun, but he acts like he can crush Master Jun. It's really hilarious! Hearing the mocking voices coming from all around, Yishien's face turned pale and blue, looking very ugly. He stared at Jun Wushuang with extremely resentful eyes, gritting his teeth and said, Damn Jun Wushuang, this moment should have been a great opportunity for me to become famous, but you made me suffer great humiliation again. You damn bastard, why won't you just kneel down and let me beat you? Jun Wushuang, I didn't want to use this move because I can't control it yet. Once it's used, I don't know what the consequences will be. But now, I have to use it. You forced me to do this. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishien's eyes became fierce. He suddenly raised his head and let out a long roar. The sound was like a dragon's roar. As the dragon roared, an even more powerful force suddenly burst out from Yishien's body, and he seemed to have turned into a dragon. Dragon bloodline! This Yishien actually still has a trace of dragon blood. Many experts present could tell at a glance why Yishien had undergone such a change, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Not only were the others shocked by Yishien, even Jun Wushuang's eyes suddenly focused. If the person standing in front of him at this moment was Yishien from his previous life, Jun Wushuang would not feel at all surprised that he had a trace of dragon blood. Because in his previous life, Yishien used the dragon blood potion, and then by chance he ate a dragon source fruit, and thus gained a trace of dragon blood. But in this life, the dragon blood potion has been taken back by himself, and the dragon source fruit that should have belonged to Yishien has also been snatched away by himself. How did Yishien obtain the dragon bloodline? Jun Wushuang didn't know that after Yishien lost the dragon source fruit, he accidentally obtained a dragon pollution grass. However, if Jun Wushuang knew about this, he would be even more surprised. Yishien could obtain a trace of dragon blood just by relying on a plant of dragon-falling grass. He truly deserves to be the one who can carry the destiny in the future and ascend to the throne of the human emperor. Seeing Jun Wushuang's expression change, Yishien thought that Jun Wushuang was afraid, and immediately laughed triumphantly. Jun Wushuang, after exerting the power of the dragon bloodline, I am absolutely invincible in the same realm now, you'd better kneel down honestly. Yishien, you don't think that you are the only one with dragon blood, right? Jun Wushuang put away his thoughts and looked at Yishien with a smile. What do you mean? Are you also... Hearing this, Yishien's expression changed slightly, and a strong sense of uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart. Roar! Before Yishien could finish his words, another dragon roar sounded. This dragon roar was louder and more shocking than the one Yishien had just released. Jun Wushuang also used the power of the dragon blood in his body. Jun Wushuang obtained the power of dragon blood by swallowing the dragon source fruit, so the dragon blood power he possessed was much more advanced and pure than Yishien's. Therefore, when Jun Wushuang used the power of the dragon bloodline, not only did he make a dragon roar, but the spiritual light emanating from his body also boiled like boiling water and evolved into the shape of a dragon. Yishien, it's you who should kneel down! Jun Wushuang suddenly let out a cold shout, and the dragon shape evolved from his spiritual power immediately rushed out, and, under Yishien's terrified gaze, hit him hard. Boom! With a loud bang, Yishien had no strength to resist at all and smashed a shocking deep pit on the ground. If it were any other third-grade warrior, this blow would definitely be enough to beat the opponent into a pulp, but Yishien did not do that. He had practiced body-refining techniques and had a trace of dragon blood, so his physical strength far exceeded that of warriors at the same level. If it happened to any other third-grade warrior, it would be a fatal injury, but it would not take Yishien's life. However, although Yishien did not die, he was in a very miserable state, with disheveled hair and blood all over his body, like a beggar. Yishien, you are indeed worthy of being called the emperor. You are obviously born in a poor family, and I have snatched away several opportunities that belong to you. Yet you can still force me to use 70% to 80% of my strength to defeat you. You are indeed the future emperor favored by destiny. Of course, Jun Wushuang would not say such words that would make Yishien win honorably even in defeat. He silently watched Yishien lying in the deep pit, with a sneer on his lips. Yishien, you are a monster that is too vulnerable. Chapter 35, Qualifications Exposed, all of them fainted. Snap! 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 Every word Jun Wushuang said was like an invisible slap in the face, slapping Yishien hard in the face. Phew! In an instant Yishien's face became countless times uglier, and he even spurted out a large stream of blood from his mouth. This was not the first time that Yishien had been humiliated by Jun Wushuang. The reason why his reaction this time was so intense was because every time he was humiliated by Jun Wushuang before, he thought that Jun Wushuang was bullying him by taking advantage of his power. If Jun Wushuang was placed on the same level as himself, he would be nothing but trash in front of him. But now, he was actually defeated by Jun Wushuang in the field of martial arts that he had always been proud of, and it was a crushing defeat. Yishien felt that his self-esteem was shattered to the ground and he could not accept such a cruel blow. Oh my God! This year's school exam is definitely the most exciting, thrilling, and eventful one in the history of Xingwu College. I'm afraid this battle between Jun Xiao and Yishian will be recorded in the history of Xingwu Academy. At the same time, under the ring, there were various exclamations like a landslide and tsunami. No one could have imagined that a battle between two third-grade warriors could have so many twists and turns. Brother Yishian lost? How is that possible? How could my brother Yishian lose to a loser like Jun Wushuang? Mu Chanin's face was pale and her expression was extremely ugly. Even on the day when her brother Mu Wu was killed, her expression had not been so ugly. The reason why she looked down on Jun Wushuang and favored Yishian was because she felt that although Jun Wushuang had a superior family background, he was a waste in martial arts, while although Yishian came from a poor family, he was an unparalleled genius. This is a world that belongs to warriors. Only warriors are qualified to stand at the top of this world. If you are not a strong man, no matter how superior your family background is, you can only crawl at the feet of the strong. Mu Chanin's biggest ambition is to become the woman of an extremely powerful man, to stand at the top of the world with him and overlook the world. Jun Wushuang, who has a privileged family background but is a waste in martial arts, and Yishian, who was born in poverty but is an unrivaled genius. Obviously, the latter was more likely to help her achieve her ambition, so Mu Chanin chose Yishian. But now, Jun Wushuang actually defeated Yishian with a crushing force. What does this mean? It means she made a mistake and made the wrong choice. In order to be with Yishian, she gave up the status and superior life that Jun Wushuang brought her, and her family was almost ruined because of this. I have paid so much, and now you tell me that I made the wrong choice and misjudged you? Mu Chanin was a little overwhelmed. She couldn't accept this cruel reality at all. She became like a mad woman and started to scream hysterically. Cheating! Jun Wushuang must have cheated! Mu Chanin, stop talking nonsense here! Upon hearing this, a layer of frost immediately appeared on Lin Yuding's pretty face, and she let out a cold shout. Although Lin Yuding has a cold personality, Jun Wushuang is her benefactor and also her man. She cannot tolerate Mu Chanin openly slandering her man in public. If they were not in the academy now, Lin Yuding was worried that she was too reckless and impulsive and would bring trouble to Jun Wushuang. With her temper, if she got angry, it would not be as simple as just yelling at Mu Chanin, but she would have already drawn her sword against him. At the same time, a cold voice sounded from the referee team. Student Mu Chanin, the charge of cheating is not something you can just say casually. If you don't have any evidence, don't make up stories. Otherwise, we will hold you accountable. As he was speaking, several referees from the referee group looked at Mu Chanin with unfriendly eyes. Xingwu College has held so many school entrance examinations, but there has never been a case of cheating. Although anyone with a discerning eye could see that Jun Wushuang defeated Yishian fairly and without any cheating, the fact that he had cheated still raised questions about his behavior was just a slap in the face of the referees. If it was a male student who said this, the referees would definitely ask him to produce evidence of Jun Wushuang's cheating. If he couldn't, he would be severely punished. However, Mu Chanin was a girl, so they couldn't be too harsh and just gave him a verbal warning. However, Mu Chanin did not accept the good intentions of these judges at all, and continued to shout, "Of course I have evidence!" Hearing this, several referees' eyebrows suddenly jumped. Is there evidence? Where is the evidence? Isn't the evidence obvious? Mu Chanin shouted confidently. It is well known that Jun Wushuang is a waste of martial arts. 10 days before the school exam, he was just a second-rank martial artist. But 10 days later, he became so powerful that he even defeated my brother Yishian, who is a peerless genius. It would be fine if Jun Wushuang was also a peerless genius, but he is just a waste. How could he become so powerful in just 10 days? Therefore, he must have cheated shamelessly. I demand that the Academy conduct a thorough investigation into Jun Wushuang and give brother Yishian justice. Mu Chanin, is this what you call evidence? After hearing what Mu Chanin said, the referees' faces turned dark. This was crappy evidence. However, before the referees could react, someone suddenly said coldly, Mu Chanin, who told you that young Master Jun is a waste of martial arts? Mu Chanin looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person speaking was a middle-aged man with a rather dignified demeanor. She knew this person. His name was Ma Su. He was a martial arts master at the peak 6th level, and was only one step away from becoming a 7th level martial saint. Mu Chanin snorted coldly. Of course I saw it with my own eyes. I have known Jun Wushuang for such a long time, but his cultivation has always remained at the 2nd grade martial artist level. His progress is not even as fast as mine. If this isn't a waste of martial arts, what is he? Mu Chanin, if others say that Master Jun is a waste of martial arts, it's fine, but you are being completely heartless when you say that. Ma Su said coldly. The reason why young Master Jun made slow progress in the past was because he gave you all the cultivation resources provided by the Jun family. He also exchanged the remaining cultivation resources for money and gave them to your Mu family in various names. You suck young Master Jun's blood, but you have no gratitude towards him at all. Instead, you said that young Master Jun was a waste of martial arts. Mu Chanin, you are really a ruthless person. Mu Chanin angrily retorted. Master Ma, don't think you can talk nonsense just because you are a 6th grade martial arts master. I admit that Jun Wushuang did give me and the Mu family a lot of resources in the past, but the Jun family is one of the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu. I'm afraid that the things Jun Wushuang gave to me and the Mu family are not even 1/10 of the Jun family's assets. As the young master of the Jun family, Jun Wushuang only needs to say one thing. He can have as many resources as he wants from me and the Mu family. How could it be possible that giving the resources to me would delay his cultivation? Not even a 3-year-old would believe this kind of nonsense. Ma Su was furious and said, That's because young Master Jun has the aura of a martial emperor. Jun Mocang, the old man of the Jun family, is worried that young Master Jun will be too eye-catching and attract assassinations from all races, so he deliberately suppresses young Master Jun's growth rate. The cultivation resources provided to young Master Jun are all in quotas, and if they are all used up, he can only wait for the next distribution of cultivation resources. What? Jun Wushuang actually possesses the aura of a martial emperor? How come I've never heard of this? Deafening exclamations rang out again in the arena. The noise was countless times louder than when Jun Wushuang and Yishian fought before. Everyone present was a warrior, so they all understood what the 4-character comment, the posture of a martial emperor, meant. Facing everyone's surprise and suspicion, Ma Su said calmly. As I said just now, it was old man Jun Mocang who was worried that young Master Jun would be assassinated by spies from the 10,000 races, so he concealed this matter. If it were you, and your family had such an outstanding descendant, I think you would also make the same choice, right? The fact that Jun Wushuang possessed the physique of a martial emperor was originally a secret of the Jun family, and Jun Mocang had already issued a gag order not to let it be leaked. But Jun Wushuang's performance today was too amazing. Anyone who was not a fool could infer Jun Wushuang's martial arts aptitude from the fact that he had advanced from the 2nd grade warrior realm to this level in such a short period of time. This matter could no longer be concealed, so Ma Su spoke it out in public. That's right. If smoke came out of my ancestral tomb and a descendant with the appearance of a martial emperor appeared, I would definitely hide myself for the life of me. Yes, our human race has many powerful enemy tribes. If they knew that we have a descendant with the appearance of a martial emperor, they would definitely go crazy and assassinate him to nip the threat in the bud. Ma Su's words won everyone's approval and they nodded. After hearing Ma Su's words, Mu Chanin's pale look returned to her face, and it was even more intense than before. The posture of a martial emperor is a martial arts talent that is even more outstanding than that of a peerless genius. She actually gave up Jun Wushuang, who had a distinguished family background and the potential of a martial emperor, for the sake of Yishien, a peerless genius who came from a poor family. Isn't this like losing the watermelon and picking up sesame seeds? Puff! Thinking of this, Mu Chanin suddenly felt the blood in his body surging like a raging sea. Finally, an abnormal flush suddenly appeared on his face. He opened his mouth and let out a scream, spurting out a stream of bright red blood. I am so stupid! After spitting out blood, Mu Chanin felt a sudden blackness in front of his eyes, and then the world was spinning around him. Finally, his body went limp and he fainted on the spot. On the ring, Yishian, lying in a deep pit, had no idea what was happening outside. After spitting out the blood, he used his arms to support the ground and raised his upper body. Then he raised his head with difficulty, stared at Jun Wushuang, and asked word by word. Jun Wushuang, why do you also have dragon blood? For some reason, Yishian had a feeling that the dragon blood that Jun Wushuang possessed, which was purer, more advanced, and more powerful than his, should belong to him. This feeling was so strong that Yishian couldn't help but ask. Jun Wushuang smiled and said, When I went to the God of Food Mansion to eat that day, I suddenly wanted to try the roadside stalls, so I sent someone to buy all the ingredients from the roadside stall in front of the God of Food Mansion. I never thought that the owner of the roadside stall would mistake a dragon fruit for an ordinary ingredient and cook it for me to eat. Then I gained a trace of dragon blood. What? When Yishian heard this, his eyes widened as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. That day, he ate at the roadside stall that Jun Wushuang mentioned. So, if Jun Wushuang had not booked the place, he would have been the one to eat the dragon source fruit. His own opportunity was actually snatched away by Jun Wushuang. Moreover, it is such a great opportunity as the dragon source fruit. Puff! Thinking of this, Yishien's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He raised his head and wanted to let out a loud roar, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a large amount of blood spurted out. Then all his strength seemed to be drained away in an instant. He fell to the ground again and fell into a coma. Chapter 36, Hong Tao, the Martial Arts Department, the Disciple-Taking Ceremony. Seeing Yishien vomiting blood and fainting, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but chuckle. You vomited blood and fainted, and Mu Chanin also vomited blood and fainted. You two are really a pair made in heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly emerged in Jun Wushuang's deep black eyes. It was because at the moment when Yishien vomited blood and fainted, he keenly noticed that a faint mental fluctuation suddenly came from Yishien's brain. The mental fluctuation was very weak, and even a 6th-grade martial master could hardly detect it, but Jun Wushuang had already become a mental master through practicing the Yuanchu visualization diagram. Under his eyes, Jun Wushuang could easily detect even the slightest mental fluctuation. If I'm not mistaken, Yishien must have received severe stimulation, which led to the awakening of his mental power and made him a mental master. Even though he had snatched away all the dragon source fruit, Yishien was still able to obtain a trace of dragon blood. Although he did not obtain the Yuanchu visualization diagram collected by the Jun family as in his previous life, he still awakened his spiritual power and became a spiritual master. These two things are undoubtedly telling Jun Wushuang that even if he relies on the memories of his previous life to take away Yishien's opportunity in advance, Yishien can still obtain the corresponding ability through other means. He is worthy of being the future human emperor favored by destiny. Thinking of this, the coldness in Jun Wushuang's deep black eyes became more and more intense. It was obvious that he had the intention to kill Yishien and did not want to continue playing with Yishien. He wanted to strangle Yishien in the cradle in advance. After all, he couldn't keep an eye on Yishien all the time. God knew when this beast would get another great opportunity and rise again. Compared to taking revenge on Yishien and venting the hatred in his heart, it is more important to prevent Yishien from growing up and becoming a huge threat. Yishien, although it's a pity it has to end like this, Jun Wushuang murmured in his heart, and then spiritual energy began to condense in his right hand. However, at this moment, Jun Wushuang's expression suddenly changed slightly, and then the spiritual power condensed in his hand quietly dissipated. He withdrew his cold and eerie gaze from Yishien, who was lying in the deep pit like a dead dog, and then turned around and walked down from the stage. It was obvious that Jun Wushuang gave up this great opportunity to kill Yishien. The reason for this is not because we are now in Shenwu College, in public, and openly killing classmates will have serious consequences. As the eldest son of the Jun family, he can definitely handle the serious consequences. The reason why Jun Wushuang suddenly gave up on killing Yishien was because, after walking to the bottom of the arena, Jun Wushuang stopped and looked up into the distance. 10,000 meters away, there is a towering tower that reaches into the clouds. That kind of tall tower is called the Martial Arts Department. It holds the enormous power to manage and command all the warriors in Dragon Country. Even the strong ones at the Martial Saint and Martial Honor levels must obey the dispatches of the Martial Arts Department. This is because the current head of the martial arts department, Hong Tao, is the strongest man in Dragon Country. It is precisely because of Jiang Tao's suppression that the human race on Blue Star can live safely under the starry sky. I almost forgot that Minister Hong had already started paying attention to Yishien when he first showed his talent. I'm sure if I were to kill Yishien now, Minister Hong would definitely stop me. If I take action now, not only will I fail to eliminate Yishien, but I will also help Yishien and let everyone know that Minister Hong is backing Yishien. In this way, the difficulty of dealing with Yishien will increase 1,000 times. It would be better to pretend that you don't know about this and let Yishien go for now. When you have an opportunity that even Minister Hong will have difficulty in taking action, then you can deal with Yishien. However, before that, I have to plunder Yishien's opportunities even more frantically, lest I let this beast develop without paying attention. Jun Wushuang said secretly in his heart. Actually, the reason why Jun Wushuang gave up on killing Yishien at this moment was that he was afraid of Hong Tao, the Minister of Martial Arts Department, but there was another very important reason. He had robbed Yishien of his opportunities one after another, and it seemed that he had also stolen a bit of Yishien's luck as the human emperor. It was because of this that when Jun Wushuang was about to take action just now, he had a sense that he could not kill Yishien no matter what. If he tried to go against the will of heaven, he would probably bring about a terrible disaster. People with great luck are not so easy to kill. The only way to kill a being with great luck is to continuously weaken his luck. After Jun Wushuang left the ring, medical staff quickly ran to the ring and carried the unconscious Yishien away for treatment. The challenge between the two came to an end. Next, the free challenge continues. After more than an hour, the free challenge finally ended. Principal Zhang Guangwu appeared again and announced the ranking of this school exam. Unsurprisingly, Jun Wushuang won the first place. Although Yishien was defeated, he still won 4th place. Lin Yuding won 7th place. Chanin won the 10th place. After the ranking is completed, the next step is naturally to announce the rewards. However, Jun Wushuang, who was wealthy and powerful, looked down on the material rewards and was unwilling to waste any more time here, so he notified the school, sent the rewards to Jun's home, and then left with Lin Yuding. Jun's house, on the soft big bed. Jun Wushuang looked proudly at Lin Yuding, the future sword fairy who was defeated by him to the point of rolling her eyes and sticking out her tongue. Then he turned over with a puff, took out a cigarette from the bedside table, and put it in his mouth with a refreshed look on his face. However, before he could light it up, Jun Wushuang's communicator suddenly rang. "It's me!" The voice of Qinglan Sword Saint rang out. Jun Wushuang smiled and said, "Senior Qinglan, what's the matter?" Qinglan Sword Saint said, "2 things. First, congratulations on getting the first place in the Xingwu College entrance examination. Now your name, Jun Wushuang, is known to everyone in the world. However, I hope you don't get carried away. The aliens probably know this news, so you have to be careful from now on. The alien spies will definitely go crazy and assassinate you." Jun Wushuang said, "Senior Qinglan, you can rest assured. I have at least 2 martial saints and 5 rank 6 martial masters protecting me in secret. Unless an alien race sends a top martial saint like my father to assassinate me, there is no way they can succeed in assassinating me." "That's good." Qinglan Sword Saint nodded. Of course, she was not worried about Jun Wushuang, but Lin Yuding. Her junior sister was now inseparable from Jun Wushuang all day long. If Jun Wushuang was assassinated, Lin Yuding would definitely be implicated. Now that she heard that the Jun family had taken such thorough protection measures for Jun Wushuang, she felt much more relieved. Then, Qinglan Sword Saint talked about the second thing. "Oh, by the way, my master will return from the Starry Sky battlefield tomorrow. He will hold a disciple recruiting ceremony at the Yunlai Hotel and announce that he will become a guest official of your Jun family. Remember to go with me, junior sister, when the time comes." "Okay, I understand." Jun Wushuang nodded. Qinglan Sword Saint said, "By the way, where is my junior sister? Isn't she with you?" "Senior sister, I'm here." Lin Yuding had recovered a little by now, and when she heard Qinglan Sword Saint mention her, she responded immediately. Qinglan Sword Saint asked, "Yuding, why do you sound so tired? Have you been practicing too hard recently?" Lin Yuding's pretty face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, and she was speechless. Fortunately, Jun Wushuang was not only considerate but also sympathetic. He immediately spoke up and said, "Yes, Senior Qinglan, Yuting has been practicing very hard recently. With my help, her skills are getting better and better." Qinglan Sword Saint, who had been single for most of his life, had no idea what Jun Wushuang meant by the double meaning. He smiled with satisfaction and said, very good, very good. You have extraordinary talent and work so hard. Junior sister, your future achievements will definitely not be inferior to mine. However, the key to martial arts practice is perseverance. So, junior sister, you can't just work hard for a while. You have to keep working hard. Do you understand? Hearing this, Jun Wushuang almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Lin Yuding rolled her eyes at Jun Wushuang in annoyance, and then continued along the lines of Sword Saint Qinglan. Senior sister Qinglan, don't worry, I will definitely keep working hard. Qinglan Sword Saint also advised. Jun Wushuang, you must also work harder to help Yuting practice. Her growth will also be beneficial to you, understand? Jun Wushuang said. Senior Qinglan, I will definitely work harder to help Yuting practice. I will work hard to show you now. A moan suddenly came out from Lin Yuding's mouth. Qinglan Sword Saint heard the strangeness in the voice and asked hurriedly. Yuding, what's going on? Lin Yuding waved her pink fist and gently hit Jun Wushuang, then took a deep breath, suppressed the trembling in her heart, and said, No. Nothing. The Sword Saint Qinglan said seriously. Don't lie to me. Did something go wrong during your practice just now? Yuding, practice is risky. You must take protective measures when you practice in the future. Without waiting for Lin Yuding to speak, Jun Wushuang immediately assured with a solemn oath. Senior Qinglan, rest assured, I always take adequate safety measures and will never cause any deaths. Although Qinglan Sword Saint felt that Jun Wushuang's words were strange, he did not think much about it and said, Okay, I have something else to do, so I won't talk to you anymore. Remember to go to Yunlai Hotel tomorrow. Okay, Senior Sister Qinglan. Lin Yuding nodded, and then quickly hung up the communicator. She had already reached her limit of patience. If she continued talking on the phone, the truth might be exposed. If that happened, how would she be able to meet Sword Saint Qinglan in the future? It would be so embarrassing. Jun Wushuang smiled evilly and said, Yuding, it's time to continue practicing. Bad guy. Lin Yuding gave Jun Wushuang a charming look. The next moment, the room began to get hot again. Chapter 37 The ceremony begins, don't regret it. Yunlai Hotel is one of the top luxury hotels in Longdu. The sky garden on the rooftop is now filled with guests. Each of them is either the head of a first-rate martial arts family, or a well-known martial arts master, or even a martial arts saint. However, at this moment, all these people were surrounding a middle-aged man whose cultivation level was only at the 4th level of the martial spirit realm, and whose blood and energy were obviously declining. Unless he had a heaven-defying opportunity, he would never make any progress in martial arts in his lifetime. At this moment, if Jun Wushuang were also here and saw this scene, he would definitely be very shocked. Because of this, the middle-aged man who was surrounded by celebrities was none other than Mu Mo, the head of the Mu family. You know, even when the Mu family was at its peak, even under the banner of Jun Wushuang, Mu Mo could not enjoy such treatment. What's more, the Mu family today can be said to be in name only. Brother Mu, you are so lucky to have such an outstanding daughter like Mu Chanin. If my child can be 1/10 as good as your Mu Chanin, I will be very satisfied. Brother Mu, to congratulate your Mu Chanin for becoming the disciple of Jiu Jianzun, our family specially sent 100 billion blue star coins to show our appreciation. I hope Brother Mu will not despise it. Brother Mu, my Zhou family is not as wealthy as the Fang family, so I only prepared this 80 billion worth of spirit-gathering beads. I hope Brother Mu will accept it. Brother Mu. The celebrities surrounding Mu Mo presented various expensive gifts in the name of congratulations. Mu Mo estimated in his mind that the total value of the gifts he had received so far was as high as trillions of blue star coins. With this wealth, all the crises that his Mu family had encountered recently would be easily solved. Moreover, these celebrities will also become the Mu family's connections. If the Mu family could make good use of these connections, their status in Longdu would definitely be able to reach a higher level, and they might even become the 11th largest martial arts family in Longdu. Thinking of this, Mumo's face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Immediately, a piercing coldness emerged in Mumo's eyes again. Jun Wushuang, if you knew that my Chanin was favored by Senior Jiu Jianzuan and wanted to take her as his personal disciple, I think you would regret giving up pursuing my Chanin to the point of vomiting blood. Jun Wushuang, just wait for me. After my Chanin officially becomes a disciple of Senior Jiu Jianzuan, it will be time for you to pay the price for what you have done to my Mu family recently. You know that Jiu Jianzuan is a martial arts master who is more famous than your grandfather Jun Mocang. With such an existence backing up my Mu family, I can ignore your Jun family, hee. While Mu Mo was muttering to himself in his heart, he couldn't help but start imagining that after the Mu family rose to power, Jun Wushuang would kneel in front of him, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. The smile on Mumo's face couldn't help but grow brighter. At this moment, Jun Wushuang is not here. If he were here, he would probably burst out laughing when he saw this scene. Where on earth did Mu Mo receive such unreliable gossip? He actually believed that the drunken swordmaster was going to accept a personal disciple, and that the disciple would be Mu Chanin. Of course, even if Jun Wushuang was here at this moment, he would not expose Mu Mo. Instead, he would let him show off without restraint, because the higher he is praised now, the harder he will fall when the truth comes out. Those who are flattering and trying to please Mu Mo at this moment are all top celebrities from all walks of life in Longdu. Mu Mo deceived them like fools. It is conceivable how Mu Mo will be retaliated after the truth is revealed. Just when Mu Mo was immersed in his fantasy, the direct elevator to the Sky Gardens suddenly made a ding sound, and then the elevator door opened, and a young man and woman walked out with smiles on their faces. The man has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and is as handsome as jade. The woman is dazzling, with a cool and noble temperament. This young couple was none other than Jun Wushuang and Lin Yuding. The two of them came to the entrance of the Sky Garden together. However, a security guard stopped them and said respectfully, "Dear guests, please show us your invitations." "Invitation letter?" Jun Wushuang was stunned. Qin Lan Sword Saint only informed him that he would bring Lin Yuding here to attend the apprenticeship ceremony today, but did not give him an invitation letter. However, before Jun Wushuang could shake his head and say no, a scolding voice suddenly rang out. "You are so blind that you don't even recognize the dignified young Master Jun. In this Dragon City, young Master Jun's face is an invitation." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in a brand-name suit came over with a flattering smile. "Sorry, Master Jun, this is a new employee, so I don't know you. Please forgive me." "Who are you?" Jun Wushuang looked the young man up and down, and his memory of this person suddenly emerged in his mind. He smiled and said, "It turns out to be Master Lan. Why are you here?" The young man's name is Lan Yuan. He comes from the Lan family, one of the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu. He is a member of the same family as Lan Jingjing, the silver medal mentor who helped Yishien in the school entrance examination and will become Yishien's confidant in the future. Lan Yuan said with a smile, "Master Jun is really a noble man who forgets things easily. This Yunlai Hotel is the property of my Lan family." "I see." Jun Wushuang suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Thank you very much, Master Lan, for your help." "You're welcome, Master Jun." Although they are both among the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu, the Jun family ranks at the top, while the Lan family is in the middle and lower ranks. Moreover, Jun Wushuang has been designated as the young master, and Lan Yuan is only a direct descendant of the Lan family. Therefore, he dare not be arrogant in front of Jun Wushuang. "Master Jun, let me take you to the ceremony venue." As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Yuan was about to take Jun Wushuang and Lin Yuding into the Sky Garden. But at this moment, Jun Wushuang suddenly noticed a pair of resentful eyes behind him, suddenly locking onto him. Although Jun Wushuang did not look back, this gaze was too familiar. Even if he did not look back, he could guess who the owner of this gaze was. It must be Yishien. As expected, the next second, Yishien's voice rang out. "Mr. Lan, although the Yunlai Hotel is your Lan family's property, today's ceremony is of great importance. Therefore, even if the Yunlai Hotel is your Lan family's property, you can't just let some uninvited people into the ceremony venue so casually. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid that even if you are a direct descendant of the Lan family, you won't be able to bear the consequences." As they were talking, a man and a woman walked out of the elevator. The man was Yishien and the woman was Lan Jingjing. Lan Yuan's face darkened, and he shouted coldly, "Yishien, you are so bold that you dare to speak rudely to Master Jun. Come on, get this guy out. Let's see who dares." Lan Jingjing suddenly shouted and took a step forward. Seeing this, Lan Yuan's face darkened. "Lan Jingjing! This boy is in my Lan family's business, and he openly speaks rudely to Master Jun. You actually defend him. Do you want to rebel?" Lan Jingjing said calmly. "Cousin, Yishien is the boyfriend of Mu Chanin, one of the protagonists of today's ceremony. Yet, in front of Yishien, you allowed people without an invitation to enter the ceremony venue at will. You know, this ceremony was contracted by my Lan family with great effort, but you openly violated the rules like this, so you are the one who wants to rebel." Lan Yuan shouted in a deep voice. "But this is young Master Jun of the Jun family." Lan Jingjing said nonchalantly. "So what if it's young Master Jun? Even if Jun Zhantian, the head of the Jun family, or even old man Jun Mocang is here today, as long as Yishien says no, they can't enter the ceremony venue." Lan Yuan angrily said. "Lan Jingjing, you are so outrageous. Not only are you disrespectful to young Master Jun, you are also so disrespectful to the head of the Jun family, and the old man of the Jun family. Aren't you afraid of angering the Jun family and coming to my Lan family to question you?" "Before, I was indeed afraid. After all, although I am a direct descendant of the Lan family, I was born in the second branch and I am a girl who is not valued. But now—" Lan Jingjing showed a half-smile on her face. Although she didn't finish her words, her fearless look made her meaning very clear. Not afraid at all. Seeing this, Lan Yuanqi's teeth itched and he wanted to slap Lan Jingjing in the face. In the past, he would have dared to think and do such things, but now, he could only think about it, because Lan Jingjing had curry favor with Yishien and Mu Chanin, and was now a popular figure in the Lan family. Not to mention him, even his father, Master Lan, had to be polite to the junior Lan Jingjing. Because Lan Jingjing has a very good relationship with Mu Chanin, who is about to become Jiu Jianzuan's personal disciple, which means that Lan Jingjing is qualified to talk to Jiu Jianzuan. Why is the Lan family at the bottom of the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu? It is because there is no martial arts master behind the Lan family. Lan Jingjing might be able to use her relationship with Mu Chanin to make Jiu Jianzuan the backer of the Lan family. Then the Lan family's status among the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu will rise sharply. One can imagine how important Lan Jingjing is in the Lan family now. At this moment, Lan Jingjing looked at Jun Wushuang and said calmly, "Mr. Jun, Yishian has made it clear that you are not welcome. I hope you leave Yulai Hotel immediately." Faced with Lan Jingjing's expulsion, Jun Wushuang was not angry, but looked confused. One of the protagonists of today's ceremony is Mu Chanin. Wasn't it that today Jiu Jianzuan specially held a ceremony to accept Lin Yuding as his disciple? What does it have to do with Mu Chanin? Did I go to the wrong place? Thinking of this, Jun Wushuang looked at Lan Yuan and asked, "Mr. Lan, is this ceremony the disciple-taking ceremony held by senior Jiu Jianzuan?" Lan Yuan nodded and said, "Yes." Jun Wushuang asked, "But what does this have to do with Mu Chanin? Why did your cousin Lan Jingjing say that Mu Chanin is one of the protagonists today?" Lan Yuan looked at Jun Wushuang in confusion. He couldn't understand why Jun Wushuang was here but didn't even know that Drunken Swordsman was going to accept Mu Chanin as his personal disciple. However, Lan Yuan did not think much about it and said, "Some time ago, my Lan family's intelligence system received news that senior Jiu Jianzuan was rushing back from the Starry Sky battlefield and wanted to take Xinglan Sword Hall's #1 sword genius as his personal disciple. Isn't Mu Chanin the #1 sword genius in Xinglan Sword Hall?" After hearing this, the confusion that had previously shrouded Jun Wushuang's heart was finally resolved. He asked why the timing was wrong, and why Lan Jingjing came forward to help Yishian when they obviously didn't know each other. It turned out that this woman had received wrong information and thought that Mu Chanin was still the #1 swordsmanship genius in Xinglan Sword Hall and the person that Jiu Jianzuan wanted to accept as his disciple. So, she used this to curry favor with Yishian and Mu Chanin. At this moment, Lan Jingjing's impatient voice sounded, "Master Jun, why don't you leave? Do you think you, the eldest son of the Jun family, Want to act like a rogue here? If so, I will force you to leave. You want to drive me away? Jun Wushuang was not angry. Instead, she smiled happily. Okay, since you Ting and I are not welcome here, then we will leave. I hope you won't regret it, Miss Lan. Chapter 38. I'm too kind. Please rest assured, Master Jun, I will never regret it. Lan Jingjing smiled. Seeing this, Jun Wushuang stopped talking nonsense and turned around and left with Lin Yuding. Wait a minute! However, at this moment, Yishien's voice suddenly rang out. Jun Wushuang, as far as I know, our human race has been constantly attacked by various alien races in the Starry Sky battlefield recently. Among them, the areas guarded by your father Jun Zhantian and grandfather Jun Mocang have suffered the most frequent and fierce attacks. The current situation is a bit bad. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't have an invitation, but you came to this ceremony with such a flattering face. You must be trying to curry favor with Senior Jiu Jianzuan and use this to relieve the pressure your Jun family is currently under, right? Jun Wushuang said calmly. Yishien, you are well informed, but you think too much. Humph, Jun Wushuang, stop pretending! Yishien snorted coldly. You can't enter the ceremony venue at the moment, and can't see Jiu Jianzuan. Although you appear to be calm and don't care, in fact, you should be extremely worried and regret refusing to become Chanyin's boyfriend on the day of the school exam. After all, if you had agreed to become Chanin's boyfriend that day, you could have easily met Jiu Jianzuan today with Chanin's relationship. You clearly had an opportunity to easily resolve the current crisis of the Jun family, but you didn't seize it. You must be regretting it so much. Jun Wushuang rolled his eyes and was about to praise Yishien for his good imagination. However, before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Yishien. Okay, Jun Wushuang, the ceremony is about to begin. I don't want to waste time talking nonsense with you, so I'll just tell you directly that although there is hatred between you and me, your grandfather and father are the backbone of our dragon nation. As a junior of the human race, I don't want to see them in danger, so I decided to be magnanimous for once, put aside the grudge between you and me, and give you a chance to meet Senior Jiu Jianzuan. Would you be so kind? Jun Wushuang raised his eyebrows. The Yishian in his memory was a vengeful person. Even if someone offended him a little, he would bear a grudge for the rest of his life and would retaliate madly when he got the chance. But he had treated Yishien so badly that not only did he lose the opportunity to become a disciple of the martial Saint Jin Tao, but he also took away the dragon source fruit that should have belonged to Yishien. This hatred was truly overwhelming. Therefore, Jun Wushuang would rather believe that a Sao can climb a tree than believe that Yishien would be kind to him. Of course I'm not that kind. Yishien sneered and said his true purpose with a ferocious look. Jun Wushuang, I want you to kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Jun Wushuang said sarcastically. You are just a defeated general, and you dare to make me kneel down and kowtow? Yishien, you don't have much ability, but you dare to think big. Hearing this, Yishien's face suddenly turned ugly. However, considering that today is a rare opportunity to humiliate Jun Wushuang, if he misses it, he doesn't know when he will have the next chance. Therefore, Yishien could only suppress his anger and said in a deep voice. Jun Wushuang, you have to think carefully. The reason why your Jun family has its current status is because of the support of your grandfather and your father. If the two of them encounter danger in the Starry Sky battlefield, your Jun family will be finished. Now, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I can easily resolve the crisis of your Jun family. If you miss such a good deal, you will never see it again. And suddenly Yishien lowered his voice and said word by word in a threatening tone. Jun Wushuang, if you dare to refuse, I will let Chanin ask Senior Jiu Jianzuan to declare that he is not in harmony with your Jun family. You should know that Senior Jiu Jianzuan is a martial arts master who is more famous than your grandfather Jun Mocang. If he announces that he is not in harmony with your Jun family, then there will definitely be countless human race masters who will distance themselves from your Jun family in order to avoid being at odds with Senior Jiu Jianzuan. The situation of your Jun family in the Starry Sky battlefield is already not good. If you are alienated by all parties, your Jun family's situation will be even more threatening. Jun Wushuang, I think you don't want this kind of situation to happen, right? Jun Wushuang said calmly. If you can do it, then give it a try. After he finished speaking, Jun Wushuang was too lazy to pay attention to Yishian anymore. He pulled up Lin Yuding's soft, boneless, snow-white hand and strode towards the elevator. Jun Wushuang, you. Seeing that his threat had no effect at all, Yishian keenly realized that the way Jun Wushuang looked at him before leaving was as if he was looking at a fool, which immediately made him furious. However, before Yishian could finish his words, Jun Wushuang and Lin Yuding had already walked into the elevator and disappeared. Seeing this, Yishian was so angry that his face looked gloomy as if water was about to drip out. At this moment, another elevator made a ding sound, and the elevator door opened. A young girl in a gorgeous dress walked out hurriedly. It was Mu Chanin. Teacher Lan, I'm sorry. I went to buy a dress, so I was delayed for a while. I shouldn't be late, right? Mu Chanin walked over quickly. She noticed that Yishien's face looked a little bad, so she couldn't help but ask. Brother Yishien, what's wrong with you? Yishien snorted coldly. I was pissed off by a shameless bastard. Mu Chanin looked puzzled. At this time, Lan Jingjing said, Okay, the ceremony is about to begin. Let's go in. As soon as the words fell, a group of 3 people walked into the Sky Garden. Led by Lan Jingjing, Yishian and Mu Chanin came in front of a group of extraordinary people and introduced them with a smile. Yishian, Mu Chanin, let me introduce you. This is the head of my Lan family, that is, my grandfather, this is my uncle, this is my father, this is my aunt, and this is... Lan Jingjing introduced the important members of the Lan family to Yishian and Mu Chanin one by one. Hello, my 2 friends. The head of the Lan family had a gentle smile on his face. Junior greets the patriarch of the Lan family. Although the head of the Lan family does not put on airs at all, he is the head of one of the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu, and is also a veteran martial saint. Although he is only at the initial stage of martial saint, a martial saint is still a martial saint. He has both strength and status. Facing such a big shot, Yishian and Mu Chanin dared not be negligent in the slightest and hurriedly bowed and saluted. After exchanging pleasantries, the head of the Lan family looked at Lan Jingjing with appreciation. Jingjing, you did a good job this time. From today on, your heir rank will be upgraded to level 1. Thank you, Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Lan Jingjing immediately became excited. Just then, there was a commotion at the door. Senior Jiu Jianzuan and Senior Qing Lan Jianxing are here. Hearing the sound, all eyes in the venue looked towards the door, only to see 2 figures walking in. The most eye-catching figure was an old Taoist priest who was sloppy, drunk, and had a red wine gourd hanging around his waist. It was none other than Drunken Swordmaster, one of the 9 great martial masters of the human race. As for the woman in her early 30s who was following Drunken Swordsman, she was none other than the Sword Saint Qinglan. We are here to greet Master Jiu Jian. We are here to greet the Qinglan Sword Saint. Everyone immediately saluted respectfully, and shouts full of respect echoed throughout the hall. In response to this, Jiu Jianzuan just nodded slightly, but no one felt dissatisfied with this. Instead, they felt that Jiu Jianzuan was one of the 9 Wu Zuns of the human race, and one of the 9 Wu Zuns with extremely high rankings. Such an attitude was worthy of his status. Thank you, everyone! Qinglan Sword Saint smiled and clasped his fists in return. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed in front of Jiu Jianzun, and said with a flattering smile, Hello, Senior Jiu Jianzun, my name is Mu Mo and I am... This black shadow was none other than Mu Mo. He wanted to become familiar to Jiu Jianzun. It would be best if Jiu Jianzun would have a warm conversation with him because of his daughter. If that happened, he would be able to walk around Longdu with his head held high in the future. However, before Mu Mo could finish his words, the Sword Saint Qinglan suddenly shouted coldly, Asshole, a mere 4th-grade martial spirit dares to disturb my master, get out of here! If one wants to curry favor with others, it is not enough to just lower one's own status, one must also have certain qualifications. With the martial arts skills of Qinglan Sword Saint, he can see at a glance that Mu Mo is only a 4th-grade martial spirit realm, and his blood is declining. Unless he has a heaven-defying opportunity, he will never make any progress in his life. Such a worthless person actually dared to come and curry favor with her master openly. In the eyes of Qinglan Sword Saint, this was simply a humiliation to her master. How could she not be angry? After being scolded like this, the flattering smile on Mu Mo's face froze, and then a look of embarrassment emerged. For him, Qinglan Sword Saint's previous actions were like a slap in the face. If it was any other martial saint, after being scolded like this, Mu Mo would have been so scared that his legs would have gone weak and he would have knelt down to beg for mercy. However, facing the Qinglan Sword Saint, he was not afraid at all, instead his face darkened. As far as he knew, Qinglan Sword Saint was just an ordinary disciple of Jiujianzun, while his daughter, Mu Chanin, was going to be accepted as Jiujianzun's personal disciple, and her status and position was much higher than that of Qinglan Sword Saint. You are just an ordinary disciple, yet you dare to scold and slap me, the father of the direct disciple of drunken swordmaster? Audacious in the extreme! As soon as the thought came to his mind, Mu Mo suddenly put his hands on his waist and said angrily, Qinglan Sword Saint, you are too presumptuous. You actually dare to talk to me like this. Do you know that you are committing a crime of insubordination? I order you to apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering that you and my daughter are from the same sect. After saying this, Mu Mo felt a surge of refreshment in his heart, just like drinking a glass of ice water in the hottest days of summer. Even when Mu Mo was at his peak, he was not qualified to speak to a sword master in this way. Now, his Mu family was on the verge of destruction, and his own cultivation had fallen to the 4th grade martial spirit realm, but he could still scold a sword-wielding martial saint in public. This greatly satisfied his vanity. Master Mu is really awesome! It's more than just awesome, it's simply awesome to the extreme, to actually have the guts to scold a sword master like that. If only I could be like Patriarch Mu and give birth to a daughter like Mu Chanin, I could be so majestic too. With Mu Chanin here, I'm afraid that Qinglan Sword Saint will not only not do anything to Patriarch Mu, but will also lower himself to apologize to him. If this news spreads, no one below the martial honor realm in Longdu will dare to provoke Patriarch Mu. Everyone was amazed and looked at Mu Mo with envy. Hearing the discussions around him, Mu Mo's vanity was further satisfied. He laughed in his heart. Since I am so happy, I won't bother with this Qinglan Sword Saint too much. I will let Chanin complain to Senior Jujianzan later, and let Jujianzan punish this Qinglan Sword Saint a little. Alas, my biggest shortcoming is that I am too kind. Chapter 39 The truth is revealed. Lan Jingjing is horrified. You are such a fool! Boom! Although Sword Saint Qinglan didn't know why a mere ant at the 4th level of the martial spirit realm dared to be so presumptuous in front of her, it didn't stop her from getting angry. There was a shocking cold shout, and then a terrifying aura rolled out from the body of Qinglan Sword Saint like a tidal wave, and rushed towards Mu Mo, who was still immersed in fantasy. Phew! Mu Mo flew backwards, spurting blood. The entire venue fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. They never expected that Qinglan Sword Saint would actually attack Mu Mo. Dad! After a moment of dead silence, a scream suddenly rang out, and then a figure ran quickly towards Mu Mo, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. It was Mu Chanin. Mu Chanin hurriedly helped Mu Mo up. Looking at the miserable injuries on his father's body, tears fell like pearls from a broken string, and he cried out. Dad, are you okay? What the hell are you doing? How dare you dare to provoke Senior Qinglan Sword Saint? If Mu Mo had any brains, he would be able to hear something wrong in Mu Chanin's words. Unfortunately, Mu Mo obviously has no brains. He seemed to have suffered a great injustice, and cried out to Mu Chanin. Janine, my precious daughter, before, that bitch Qinglan Sword Saint spoke rudely to me, which was bad enough, but just now he attacked me in public and hurt me so badly. You must help me, and let Senior Jiujianzun give this bastard a good beating, and help me vent my anger. Dad, shut up! Mu Chanin's face turned pale with fright when he heard that. Insulting a martial saint as a bitch is simply seeking death. As expected, the cold and piercing voice of the sword Saint Qinglan rang out. Originally, I thought that today is the day when my master accepts a disciple, and I didn't want to ruin the atmosphere by killing someone. But since you and Aunt are so eager to die, then I will grant your wish. As soon as the words fell, a sword force filled with a terrifying and destructive aura suddenly enveloped him. Mu Chanin did not dare to be negligent and quickly knelt down in front of Qinglan Sword Saint, pleading with his face. Senior Qinglan Sword Saint, My father drank too much, and my Mu family has suffered a lot of blows recently, which made his mind a little abnormal. Please, for the sake of our former teacher-student relationship, be magnanimous and don't argue with a drunkard like my dad. Qinglan Sword Saint said coldly. Mu Chanin, from the day I expelled you from Qinglan Sword Hall, there is no teacher-student relationship between you and me. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into silence again, and everyone was dumbfounded again. Didn't they say that Mu Chanin was valued by Senior Jiu Jianzuan and was going to be accepted as his personal disciple? How come in the blink of an eye, Mu Chanin became an abandoned disciple expelled from Qinglan Sword Hall? What is going on? After a moment, Lan Jingjing was the first to come back to her senses, and immediately looked at Yishien beside her anxiously. Yishien, what's going on? Didn't Senior Jiu Jianzuan say that Mu Chanin was valued by him and was going to be accepted as his personal disciple? In this case, how could Qinglan Sword Saint expel Mu Chanin from Qinglan Sword Hall? Yishien looked confused and said, I don't know. Senior Jiu Jianzuan wants to accept Chanin as his personal disciple. Didn't you say so, Instructor Lan? Lan Jingjing was speechless for a moment, and her expression quickly turned ugly, with a hint of panic emerging on her face. She was not a fool and had realized that she had probably made a mistake. The reason why she was appreciated by her grandfather and promoted to be the first-level heir of the Lan family was because she made the entire Lan family think that she had gained the favor of Jiu Jianzuan's direct disciple. It is conceivable that once the truth is exposed, she will not only lose everything she has just gained, but may also be severely punished. Thinking of this, Lan Jingjing felt very upset. When she first approached Yishian and Mu Chanin, she had noticed some clues, but she was too smart for her own good and thought that Jiu Jianzuan had deliberately concealed the news in order to ensure Mu Chanin's safety. The result is that such a big mistake was made. Just as Lan Jingjing was feeling terrified, a thought suddenly popped up in her mind. If the disciple that Jiu Jianzuan wants to accept is not Mu Chanin, then who will it be? Thinking of this, for some reason, Lan Jingjing recalled the half-smile on Jun Wushuang's face when he left before, and suddenly, the uneasiness in her heart became stronger. After coming to their senses, it was not only Lan Jingjing who was angry, but Mu Enmo was also angry. Although he was seriously injured and only had half his life left, he didn't know where he got the strength from. He grabbed Mu Chanin in front of him and said anxiously, Janine, is everything she said true? Mu Chanin bit her lip and nodded. Yes. Mu Mo's face changed drastically, and he shouted in disbelief. Why? You are the #1 sword genius in Qinglan Sword Hall. How could you be expelled from Qinglan Sword Hall? Mu Chanin lowered his head with a look of shame and said, Dad, the reason why I could hold the title of Qinglan Sword Hall's #1 sword genius was because Jun Wushuang invested a lot of resources in me. But now, I have lost Jun Wushuang's support, so naturally I have been reduced to my original state. At this moment, if Jun Wushuang was at the scene and heard what Mu Chanin said, he would definitely be very surprised. Mu Chanin, who has always had an inexplicable sense of superiority and a high opinion of himself, actually has such a clear understanding of himself one day. This is rarer than the sun rising from the west. Mu Enmo had also realized that his daughter Mu Chanin's plan to become Jiu Jianzuan's personal disciple was probably a lie, but he still didn't give up and asked with a hint of fantasy in his heart. Chanin, have you been noticed by Senior Jiu Jianzuan and wanted to be accepted as his personal disciple? Mu Chanin smiled bitterly and said, Dad, what are you thinking about? My daughter is just an abandoned disciple of Qinglan Sword Hall. How could she be favored by a great figure like Senior Jiu Jianzuan? Wait a moment. Dad, could it be that the reason you dared to disrespect Senior Qinglan Sword Saint is because you mistakenly believed that I wanted to become Senior Jiu Jianzuan's disciple and become his personal disciple? And Teacher Lan, is this the reason why she is so kind to me and Brother Yishien for no apparent reason? At this moment, Mu Chanin finally reacted and resolved the confusion that had been shrouding her heart for a long time. However, although the confusion was resolved, Mu Chanin was almost crying with anger. Why didn't these people ask themselves? If any one of them asked themselves, this misunderstanding could be easily resolved. Of course, it was also my fault. In order to save face, I did not tell others that I was expelled from Qinglan Sword Hall. Otherwise, things would not have developed to this point. In other words, Mu Chanin didn't know that she had missed the opportunity to meet Jun Wushuang at the entrance of the venue because she was late. If she had not been late, the misunderstanding could have been resolved at that time. If Mu Chanin knew this, she would definitely regret it even more. Forget it, now is not the time to think about these things. After being annoyed for a while, Mu Chanin took a deep breath and calmed herself down. After experiencing so many setbacks, she finally grew up a little. She knew that the most urgent thing now was to beg Qinglan Sword Saint for forgiveness. Today is the auspicious day when drunken swordmaster accepts a disciple, and this is a public place. As long as she and her father admit their mistakes sincerely, I think the swordmaster Qinglan will not make things too difficult for a nobody like her father. However, before Mu Chanin could speak, he saw Mu Mo's look as if all the strength in his body had been drained away in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, and there was no arrogance on his face anymore, only deep despair. Chapter 40: The Price of Going Back. It's over! It's all over now! Mu Mo sat slumped on the ground, his face filled with a look of grief. Seeing this, Mu Chanin quickly comforted him. Dad, don't be like this. As long as we sincerely apologize to Senior Qinglan Sword Saint, given her status and position, she shouldn't be so angry with us. Mu Mo complained. It's useless to just get the forgiveness of Qinglan Sword Saint. You've ruined me. I mistakenly thought you were lucky enough to be chosen by Senior Zhujianzhen as his personal disciple, so I accepted many generous gifts under your name, and at the same time, I offended a group of people I didn't like. Those guys won't let me go just because I apologize. Dad, are you blaming me? Upon hearing this, Mu Chanin was almost angry to death. It was clearly his father's own villainy that caused such a disaster, but he did not repent and instead put the blame on himself. Mu Chanin wanted to turn around and leave, no longer care about this irresponsible father, and let him clean up this mess on his own. Although he had such thoughts in his mind, Mu Chanin was unable to put them into action. After all, this was his father after all. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, Mu Chanin said in a deep voice, Dad, now is not the time to think about these things. The most urgent thing is to apologize to Senior Qinglan as soon as possible. As for other people's affairs, I will ask Teacher Lan for help later. After all, she has an unshirkable responsibility for the development of the situation, so she can't just ignore it. Okay. Mu Mo nodded, and then, with the help of Mu Chanin, he knelt down in front of Qinglan Sword Saint. He lost his previous arrogance, and said pitifully, Senior Qinglan Sword Saint, it was because of a misunderstanding that I was so rude to you before. I beg you to be magnanimous and not to bother with an ant like me. Please! Mu Chanin was not idle either. He also knelt down and begged. Senior Qinglan Sword Saint, although I have been expelled from Qinglan Sword Hall by you, I have at least studied under you for a period of time. I beg you to forgive my father for the sake of our teacher-student relationship. Hearing this, the coldness on Qinglan Sword Saint's face faded a little, and he said in a cold voice, Take your father away, and don't appear in my sight from now on. Thank you, Senior Qinglan Sword Saint! Upon hearing this, the father and daughter were immediately overjoyed. After that, they did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. After kowtowed to Qinglan Sword Saint several times in gratitude, they hurried away. The father and daughter wanted to escape from the ceremony venue directly, but there were countless pairs of eyes staring at them. There is no doubt that these people were the ones who gave gifts to Mu Mo, and also the ones whom Mu Mo had offended. After they found out that Mu Chanin was not favored by Jiu Jianzuan, and was not accepted as his personal disciple, they were so angry that they wanted to cut the bastard Mu Mo into pieces. However, due to the presence of drunken swordmaster and Qinglan Sword Saint, they did not dare to act rashly. They could only keep an eye on Mu Mo and settle the score after the disciple-taking ceremony was over. Mu Mo and Mu Chanin, father and daughter, also realized this, so they did not dare to leave the ceremony venue at all. They could only hide in a corner and wait for an opportunity to escape. At this time, Jiu Jianzun's voice sounded. Qinglan, where is my beloved disciple? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Upon hearing this, Qinglan Sword Saint immediately scanned the entire ceremony venue, but did not see the person he wanted to see, and immediately frowned. What happened to Jun Wushuang? When I communicated with him 10 minutes ago, didn't he say that he had brought Junior Sister to Yunlai Hotel? Where did he go? Plop. As soon as Qinglan's sword saint finished speaking, suddenly, a man not far away fell to the ground with a pale face. This person was none other than Lan Jingjing. Sensing the movement, Sword Saint Qinglan looked over and recognized Lan Jingjing at a glance, because this disciple-taking ceremony was organized by Lan Jingjing alone, and she had been in contact with Lan Jingjing frequently in recent days. Seeing Lan Jingjing's horrified expression, Qinglan's Sword Saint raised his eyebrows and immediately walked over. Miss Lan, do you know where Jun Wushuang and my junior sister are? Aye. Lan Jingjing was trembling so much that she couldn't speak. Just now, when her grandfather, the patriarch of the Lan family, learned that the disciple that Jiu Jianzun wanted to accept was not Mu Chanin, his face turned very ugly, and the look he gave her was full of coldness. At this moment, if my grandfather knew that the person that Jiu Jianzun really wanted to take as his disciple was driven away from Yunlai Hotel by me not long ago, he would probably want to kill me even though I was his granddaughter. Lan Yuan, who was standing by, was so happy to see Lan Jingjing, who was so arrogant and looked down on everyone just now, become so embarrassed. He almost laughed out loud without recognizing her. At the same time, Lan Yuan felt an urge in his heart, which was to tell Qinglan's sword body the truth, that Jun Wushuang and Lin Yuding had been driven away by Lan Jingjing. However, his reason told him that he must not do such a thing as stabbing his cousin in the back, no matter how much he disliked Lan Jingjing. It's not because he cares too much about family affection, but because once this matter is made public, it will inevitably anger Qinglan's Sword Saint and Zhu Jianzhen. By then, the anger of Qinglan's Sword Saint and drunken swordmaster will not be directed at Lan Jingjing alone, but at the entire Lan family. He is also a member of the Lan family, and a direct member at that. He and the Lan family share the same fate, so naturally he cannot let this happen. Thinking of this, Lan Yuan immediately stood up and said respectfully, Senior Qinglan Sword Saint, it's like this. I just met Master Jun and your junior sister at the entrance of the hotel. He told me that he had something urgent to deal with and might be late to arrive at the venue. Yeah? Qinglan Sword Saint said coldly. She was such a powerful figure that she could see through Lan Yuan's lie at a glance. Lan Jingjing's reaction was suspicious, and Lan Yuan also lied about the matter. Qinglan Sword Saint instantly concluded that Jun Wushuang and Lin Yuding's failure to show up at the ceremony venue on time must be related to the Lan family. Qinglan Sword Saint was blunt and said in an even colder tone, Within half an hour, I want to see Jun Wushuang and my junior sister appear at the ceremony venue. The head of the Lan family also saw what the Qinglan Sword Saint saw. However, at this juncture, he had no time to figure out why it was related to Lan Jingjing. The most urgent task was to meet the requirements of Qinglan's Sword Saint and bring Jun Wushuang back. After the trouble is resolved, it won't be too late to investigate what Lan Jingjing did and then take action. After thinking about it, the head of the Lan family said in a deep voice, Senior Qinglan, please rest assured. I guarantee on the reputation of the Lan family that within half an hour, I will definitely let Jun Xiao and your little sister appear at the ceremony venue so that the ceremony of accepting disciples can be held smoothly. I hope that Master Lan can do what you say. The Qinglan Sword Saint said coldly and turned away. The head of the Lan family said in a deep voice, Pass on my order, immediately all the dragons will look for the whereabouts of Jun's young master. No matter what the cost, we must find him within half an hour and invite him to the Yunlai Hotel. Yes. Everyone in the Lan family nodded solemnly, and then took out their communicators to convey the head of the family's orders. At this moment, Lan Yuan's voice rang out. I found Master Jun! How could it be so fast? The head of the Lan family was stunned. Lan Yuan smiled and said, Grandpa, young Master Jun and I are in the same circle, so I have young Master Jun's contact information. I just sent young Master Jun a message to ask where he is, and then young Master Jun told me. The head of the Lan family said with great joy, Lan Yuan, you have done a great job this time. Also, although Sword Saint Qinglan saw that you were lying just now, it was also because of this that we were able to stabilize Sword Saint Qinglan and prevent him from causing trouble on the spot. This gave us half an hour of buffer time to resolve the matter, which is also a credit. You have made 2 contributions in succession. I declare that from now on, your status in the Lan family will be promoted directly from the 2nd-level heir to the young master. Thank you, Grandpa. Lan Yuan looked excited. The head of the Lan family urged. Okay, Yuan, don't waste time, go and invite young Master Jun here quickly. Lan Yuan said with embarrassment. Grandpa, it is not an easy task to invite young Master Jun back. At least I am sure I can't do it. Grandpa has to personally take action and show the sincerity of my Lan family, then there is a glimmer of hope. Why? The head of the Lan family frowned in dissatisfaction. Although this disciple-taking ceremony was held by his Lan family, it had little to do with his Lan family. As a result, the person concerned did not come, and he, the head of the Lan family, had to go and invite him in person. Isn't this bullying? It's because... Lan Yuan smiled bitterly, and then told him that Jun Wushuang and Lin Yuding had arrived a long time ago, but Lan Jingjing drove them away for Yishien. What? The head of the Lan family exclaimed. He never expected that the trouble caused by Lan Jingjing would be so serious. The head of the Lan family immediately glared at Lan Jingjing and said coldly with gritted teeth. Lan Jingjing, you are really good! A trace of murderous intent appeared in the eyes of the head of the Lan family. He wished he could slap Lan Jingjing to death on the spot, but unfortunately, she was his granddaughter after all, so he couldn't bring himself to do such a murderous thing. Besides, now is not the time to deal with this matter. The head of the Lan family said in a cold voice. Lan Jingjing, from now on, your status as the heir of the Lan family is cancelled. From now on, you are just an ordinary member of the Lan family. Yes, Grandpa. Although Lan Jingjing had long anticipated that she would suffer serious consequences for her previous actions, when the incident really happened, her face could not help but turn pale in an instant. The head of the Lan family added, This is only the punishment if you can successfully invite young Master Jun back. If you failed to invite young Master Jun back, humph, you don't even need the last name Lan. A look of panic immediately appeared on Lan Jingjing's face. The head of the Lan family didn't care about Lan Jingjing's reaction and immediately said, Let's go and invite young Master Jun. As soon as the words fell, the head of the Lan family and his entourage immediately set off in a hurry. The cafe where Jun Wushuang was at the moment was just opposite the Yunlai Hotel, so the head of the Lan family and his entourage arrived at the place very quickly. When they entered the coffee shop and saw Jun Wushuang, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Wushuang naturally saw the Lan family coming in and immediately chuckled. It came much faster than I thought. Although Jun Wushuang was quite unhappy about being driven out of Yunlai Hotel by Lan Jingjing, he was not so willful as to think that since the people of the Lan family drove him away, he would never attend the disciple-taking ceremony no matter what. This was because the protagonist of this matter was Jiujian Zun. If he and Lin Yuding were to miss the disciple-taking ceremony, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face of Jiujian Zun. Jun Wushuang still counts on this old guy to help train his Lin Yuding into a peerless female swordsman, and to go to the Starry Sky battlefield to help his Jun family maintain order. How could he be willing to slap this old baby in the face? Jun Wushuang knew clearly that when the Lan family learned the truth, they would definitely come to invite him back, so after leaving the Yunlai Hotel, he deliberately did not walk far to make it easier for the Lan family to invite him back. Certainly, Jun Wushuang would not allow himself to be invited back by the Lan family so easily. He had to pay some price. Otherwise, it would be too shameful for him, the eldest son of the Jun family. Chapter 41: The Lan Family's Compensation, the Thunder Halberd of Annihilation. Mr. Jun is indeed worthy of being the son of Brother Zhantian. He is indeed a handsome man. The head of the Lan family led everyone and walked quickly to Jun Wushuang. Now that he had found the person, he was no longer in a hurry. He smiled and started to flatter him. Jun Wushuang was not arrogant. He stood up, cupped his hands and said with a smile, Uncle Lan, thank you for the compliment. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the head of the Lan family suddenly put away his smile and shouted sternly, Lan Jingjing, why don't you get out and apologize to young Master Jun? Lan Jingjing did not dare to be negligent, and immediately walked out of the crowd, knelt down in front of Jun Wushuang with a plop, lowered her head, bit her lip and said, Jun Xiao, I was wrong before. Jingjing apologizes to you here, and I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me, a little girl. Jun Wushuang smiled jokingly and said, Miss Lan, what's the point of this? You promised solemnly before that you would never regret it, so why are you kneeling on the ground and apologizing to me now? Hearing Jun Wushuang's words, Lan Jingjing suddenly felt as if she had been slapped hard in the face, making her feel strongly humiliated. As the eldest daughter of the Lan family, she had never suffered such humiliation since she was a child. Suddenly, a ball of anger rose up in her heart uncontrollably. However, she thought about the serious consequences she would have to bear if she could not invite Jun Wushuang back to attend the disciple-taking ceremony today. She quickly suppressed her anger and put on a pitiful look. Master Jun, I really know I was wrong. As long as Master Jun is willing to forgive me, I will do whatever Master Jun asks me to do. At this time, the head of the Lan family also spoke up and said, Young Master Jun, your uncle has already punished Lan Jingjing and revoked her status as the heir of the Lan family. Moreover, your uncle once invited your father Jun Zhantian to dinner and had a good time with your father. Please give your uncle some face. Hearing this, Jun Wushuang also put away his smile and said coldly, Uncle Lan, if I, Jun Wushuang, were just a junior of the Jun family, then no matter what happened, I should give you some face. After all, you are the elder, and I have to respect you. But I, Jun Wushuang, am the young master of the Jun family. My every word and action outside represents the Jun family. Lan Jingjing drove me out of the Yunlai Hotel. This not only slapped me, Jun Wushuang, in the face, but also slapped the face of the entire Jun family. If I give Uncle Lan face, how can I make up for the damaged reputation of my Jun family? The head of the Lan family was also a smart person. He immediately understood what Jun Wushuang meant. With a gleam in his eyes, he suddenly said, 100 billion blue star coins. Plus, you can enter the treasure house of my Lan family and choose any treasure from my Lan family. Are you satisfied, master? Jun Wushuang was waiting for this sentence, and immediately smiled and said, Uncle Lan is so generous, so I, as a junior, cannot be stingy. Okay, let's do as Uncle Lan says. The head of the Lan family also showed a smile on his face. Thank you, Master Jun. Jun Wushuang said, Uncle Lan, let's not waste time here. Let's return to the ceremony venue quickly and don't let Senior Jiu Jianzuan wait anxiously. Okay. The head of the Lan family nodded obediently, and then the group left the cafe and returned to the Yunlai Hotel. However, just as he stepped out of the door of the cafe, the head of the Lan family suddenly glanced coldly at Lan Jingjing beside him. All the losses suffered by the Lan family this time will be borne by you alone. Hearing this, Lan Jingjing's expression suddenly changed. Even when she was still the first-level heir of the Lan family, she could not afford the loss of 100 billion blue star coins and a treasure hidden in the Lan family treasury, not to mention that she has been deprived of her status as an heir and is now just an ordinary member of the Lan family. Lan Jingjing pleaded pitifully. Grandpa, I can't afford such a huge loss even if you sell your granddaughter. The head of the Lan family said coldly. If you can't afford it, then go to Tianling City to manage my Lan family's assets there. If you manage them well for 10 or 8 years, you can make up for the losses my Lan family has suffered because of you. Hearing this, Lan Jingjing's face suddenly turned pale. Tianling City is not a city on Blue Star, but a trading city located in the Starry Sky battlefield. Doing business there is very profitable. The Lan family earns at least tens of billions of Blue Star coins in profit from Tianling City every year. However, because it is located in the Starry Sky battlefield, Tianling City is very dangerous and one can die there if one is not careful. The Lan family changes at least 3 people in charge of their industries in Tianling City every year, which shows how high the mortality rate is. Although Lan Jingjing is much better than those industry leaders in martial arts, she has been a pampered young lady since childhood and has never experienced any danger, so her survival ability may not be as good as that of an industry leader. Asking her to go to Tianling City to manage the Lan family's business is no different from asking her to die. Thinking of this, Lan Jingjing opened her mouth with a look of panic and said, Grandpa. However, the head of the Lan family had obviously made up his mind. He didn't even give Lan Jingjing a chance to speak and just walked away. Looking at the ruthless back of the Lan family patriarch as he left decisively, Lan Jingjing's legs went weak and she fell to the ground with a dazed look on her face. Hosting the disciple-taking ceremony for Jiu Jianzuan should have brought her the merit of improving her status in the Lan family, But why did she get such a miserable result in the end? Thinking of this, 2 lines of tears filled with regret flowed uncontrollably from Lan Jingjing's eyes. The ceremony venue is on the top floor of Yunlai Hotel. After entering, Jun Wushuang brought Lin Yuding and quickly came to Jiu Jianzuan, bowed and apologized. Senior Jiu Jianzuan, something happened before, which delayed us a bit, so we are late. Please forgive me. It doesn't take long anyway, it's okay. Jiu Jianzuan waved his hand magnanimously, and then his eyes fell on Lin Yuding impatiently. After looking her up and down, his face showed ecstasy as if he had seen a rare treasure. He really is a natural swordsman. Great, great, great! Ha 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 ha! Jiu Jianzuan was so excited that he couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. At this time, Qinglan Sword Saint said with a smile, Master, the auspicious time has arrived, we can start the disciple-taking ceremony. Okay, let's start the disciple-accepting ceremony right away. Jiu Jianzuan nodded impatiently. Jiu Jianzuan is just a casual cultivator, so he doesn't care much about these red tapes. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to express his importance to Lin Yuding, given his personality, he wouldn't have held any ceremony to accept her as his disciple. He would have just asked Lin Yuding to kneel down and kowtow as a sign of apprenticeship. It took more than an hour to go through all the apprenticeship procedures. After Jiu Jianzuan, who was sitting upright on the chair, drank a cup of hot tea offered by Lin Yuding, who was kneeling in front of him, the master-disciple relationship between the two was determined. However, the disciple-taking ceremony did not end there. At this time, a man came forward and said with a smile, I am the chairman of Chantian Group. I have prepared a small gift to congratulate Senior Jiu Jianzuan on his acquisition of a good disciple. Please accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, the man took out an exquisitely shaped brocade box and opened it. 3 potions were lying quietly on the soft silk in the box. They are all S-level potions worth over 100 million blue star coins. Senior Jiu Jianzuan, I have also prepared a gift for you to celebrate the acquisition of your beloved disciple. Me too. With Zhang, the director of Chantian Group, taking the lead, the other guests attending the ceremony also presented the gifts they had prepared. The value and preciousness of the gifts were in no way inferior to the 3 S-level potions. After everyone had given their gifts, even Jun Wushuang, the eldest son of the Jun family, couldn't help but smack his lips. These guys are really willing to spend a lot of money to curry favor with Master Jiu Jian. At this moment, Jiu Jianzuan's calm voice rang out. Yu Ting, these gifts are all for you. Although the gifts sent by everyone were of astonishing value, Jiu Jianzuan, who was an 8th grade martial master, did not look down on them. He simply gave them to Lin Yuding as a gift for her apprenticeship. Thank you, Master! Lin Yuding nodded without hesitation, and then ran to Jun Wushuang and said, Wushuang, these gifts are all for you. Give them all to me? Yuding, are you sure? Jun Wushuang was surprised. The value of those gifts moved even him, the eldest son of the Jun family. He didn't expect that Lin Yuding, who came from a poor family, would give them to him without even blinking an eye. Lin Yuding said with a hint of embarrassment on her pretty face. Of course I am sure. I am yours, so my things are naturally yours. Hearing this, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but reveal a touch of emotion on his face. He couldn't help but raise a finger and gently scratch Lin Yuding's nose, letting out a light laugh. You girl. At the same time, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Today, I finally understand what the saying people get so angry when they compare themselves to others means. Just as the couple was flirting, Jiu Jianzuan's voice rang out. Young man from the Jun family, although I have promised you that you will become a guest of the Jun family as a thank you for helping me find my beloved disciple, after seeing Yu Ting with my own eyes, I found that the little thank you I gave you before is not enough. It just so happens that I accidentally obtained a martial art suitable for people with strong physiques in the Starry Sky battlefield some time ago. I see that you have a trace of dragon blood in you, and this martial art is quite suitable for you, so I will give it to you. After saying that, Drunken Swordsman waved his hand and an object flew onto Jun Wushuang's body. It was a green jade slip, and there were arcs of electricity flashing on it from time to time. There were 4 bold characters. Silence Thunder Halberd, engraved on the front of the jade slip, and the word Earth Level, engraved on the back. It's actually an Earth Level martial art! Jun Wushuang's pupils condensed. S level is not the highest level of martial arts. Above S level, there is spirit level martial arts. And this earth level martial arts is above spirit level martial arts and is extremely precious. Even a family like the Jun family doesn't have many local level martial arts. It can be seen that this earth level martial art named Silence Thunder Halberd is extremely valuable. Chapter 42, Seizing the Emperor's Luck Again. Thank you, Senior Zhou Jianzuan. Jun Wushuang expressed his gratitude again, and this time it was particularly solemn. After all, the gift from Zhou Jianzuan was very valuable. Zhou Jianzuan snorted and said, "No need to thank me. From now on, just stop bullying this precious disciple of mine." Jun Wushuang cried out in injustice. "Senior, I don't even have time to love Yuting, how could I bear to bully her?" Zhou Jianzun glared at Jun Wushuang fiercely and said, "You still dare to quibble? Qing Lan told me that when she was communicating with you yesterday, you bullied my precious disciple so badly that he screamed in pain." Hearing this, Jun Wushuang's face suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment, and Lin Yuding, who was standing next to him, also quickly showed a shy blush on her fair face. Zhou Jianzun looked at Lin Yuding and said, "My dear disciple, if Jun Wushuang dares to bully you again, tell me that even if he is the eldest son of the Jun family, I will beat him to a pulp, even if his grandfather Jun Mocang doesn't protect him." Then Zhou Jianzun said, "However, Jun Wushuang will not have the opportunity to bully you again for a long time. After today's disciple-taking ceremony, I will take you out for training. You will not be returning to Longdu in the short term." Hearing this, Lin Yuding's expression suddenly changed slightly. "You're leaving? And you can't come back in a short time?" As soon as Qing Lan's sword saint saw Lin Yuding's expression, she knew that this girl was reluctant to leave her lover. As a person who had experienced this, she knew very well that she had to convince Lin Yuding now, and she must be willing to practice with her master. Otherwise, after she gets out, Lin Yuding will definitely think about Jun Wushuang day and night, and lose the energy to practice. If she gets lovesick again, it will be a headache. Thinking of this, Qing Lan's sword saint immediately said, "Little junior sister, this is just a short separation, there is no need to care so much. You should know that your separation now is for a better time together in the future. Jun Wushuang is a martial emperor, so his cultivation speed will be very fast. If you don't follow master to practice, you will definitely not be able to catch up with him. You can only watch his back silently from behind. You don't want to be unable to help Jun Wushuang when he's away fighting, and you can only stay at home like a vase, waiting anxiously for him to come back, right? The most important thing is that a man as outstanding as Jun Wushuang will definitely be targeted by countless women. Although you are outstanding, there are too many women in the world who are better than you now. If you don't become more outstanding, what if Jun Wushuang is seduced away by those women?" The previous words of Qing Lan's sword saint did not convince Lin Yuding. She was a relatively traditional woman. For her, staying at home and taking care of her husband and children was a natural thing to do. However, after hearing the last words of Qing Lan's sword saint, Lin Yuding felt a strong sense of threat in her heart. After biting her lip and struggling with her thoughts for a long time, she finally made up her mind and nodded her head vigorously. "Okay, I will go out to practice with master tomorrow." "That's right." Qing Lan's sword saint smiled. Zhou Jianzun said, "Okay, today's business ends here. I will leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, Drunken Swordsman turned and left, followed closely by Qing Lan's sword saint. After watching the two leave, Jun Wushuang turned to look at Lin Yuding and said softly, "Yuding, I will accompany you home to say goodbye to your family." "Yeah." Lin Yuding nodded obediently. However, at this moment, Lan Yan came over and said with a smile, "Master Jun, don't be so anxious to leave, you still have time to deal with this guy." After he finished speaking, Lan Yuan pointed to a corner where a young man was standing. It was none other than Yishian. "I almost forgot about this guy." Seeing this, Jun Wushuang sneered and drove himself away from Yunlai Hotel. Lan Jingjing was just an accomplice, and the real culprit was Yishien. It doesn't make sense to deal with only the accomplices and not the culprit. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Wushuang immediately walked over. Seeing Jun Wushuang walking towards him, Yishien's face suddenly changed, and he staggered back in fear until he reached the edge of the wall, where he had nowhere to retreat, and was forced to stop. "Jun! Jun Wushuang, what do you want to do? Jun Wushuang smiled faintly and said, I don't want to do anything, I just want you to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize? Yishien's eyes immediately widened, and he shouted with a red face. Jun Wushuang, don't go too far! Jun Wushuang snorted coldly. You are going too far? Yishien, how dare you say such a thing? Have you forgotten what you did before? Now I am just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Yishien was suddenly speechless, and a feeling of regret welled up in his heart. If he had known that things would turn out like this today, he would never have taken advantage of the power of others to force Jun Wushuang to kneel down and beg him. But can I blame myself for this? No. If it weren't for that bastard Jun Wushuang who bullied him time and time again and ruined his future, he wouldn't have tried every means to take revenge on Jun Wushuang at the slightest opportunity. It was clearly Jun Wushuang's fault, but he forced me to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Hateful. Yishien's eyes turned slightly red, and he wished he could tear Jun Wushuang into pieces. However, although Yishien was filled with anger, he still retained a trace of rationality. He knew that if he dared to attack Jun Wushuang, he would definitely suffer a great loss in the end. I can't take action, but I definitely can't kneel down and kowtow to apologize to Jun Wushuang either. Yishien gnashed his teeth and said, Jun Wushuang, if I don't kneel, what can you do to me? Do you dare to kill me? Don't forget, I am still a student of Shenwu College. If you dare to kill me, the college will not let you go. Jun Wushuang smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I remember that the Ancient Origins Secret Realm will be opened in a few days. If you, Yishien, are suddenly seriously injured at this critical moment, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the Ancient Origins Secret Realm, right? Upon hearing this, Yishien's expression suddenly changed. Because of Jun Wushuang, his plans were completely disrupted. He failed to become Jin Tao Wusheng's apprentice, nor did he take the top spot in the school entrance examination to receive generous resource rewards, resulting in him being in great shortage of resources for cultivation. Therefore, he placed all his hopes on the opening of the Ancient Yuan Secret Realm this time. If he missed the opportunity to enter the Ancient Yuan Secret Realm, it would have a huge impact on his cultivation. Thinking of this, Yishien couldn't help but curse. Jun Wushuang, you despicable villain! Jun Wushuang said coldly. Yishien, I don't have time to waste here with you. I will only give you 3 seconds to think about it. After he finished speaking, Jun Wushuang raised 3 fingers. 3. Plop! However, before Jun Wushuang could deliver the second to last blow, Yishien's knees suddenly bent and slammed heavily on the ground. Then, he leaned forward and put his forehead on the ground, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth in grief and anger. Jun Wushuang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wow, you kneeled down really quickly. This guy named Yishien is really soft-hearted. Of course. After all, a tough guy can't eat soft rice. When the people around saw Yishien kneeling so cleanly, they immediately showed disdain on their faces and made a sarcastic, mocking sound. Even a fool could see that Yishien's kneeling apology at this moment was full of reluctance, and there was no sincerity at all. However, after seeing this scene, Jun Wushuang couldn't help laughing, and he laughed very happily. Because Jun Wushuang clearly felt that at the moment Yishien knelt down and kowtowed to apologize to him, something indescribable and mysterious flowed out of Yishien's body and was then absorbed by him. That is Yishien's destiny as the human emperor. The luck of the human emperor is a good thing. With the luck of the human emperor, not only will you be able to do anything as if helped by God, but you will also easily get opportunities. Sometimes, when you go out shopping, you can even pick up treasures on the street. In addition, if you encounter life-threatening situations, you will be able to turn danger into safety for various reasons and eventually turn a disaster into a blessing. Today, Jun Wushuang received everything, whether it was the compensation given by the Lan family, or the amazing gift given to him by Lin Yuding, or the Earth-level martial art. Silence Thunder Halberd, given by Senior Jiu Jianzuan. The value of all of them combined is far less than the part of human emperor's luck that was taken away from Yishien at this moment. With such a gratifying harvest, how could Jun Wushuang not be happy? Jun Wushuang was in a good mood and was too lazy to argue with Yishien anymore. Of course, the main reason is that although he has relied on a series of operations in recent times to take away the luck of the human emperor from Yishien, it is only 30% at most. In other words, Yishien still has about 70% of the luck of the human emperor left. Yishien still has 70% of the emperor's luck to protect him, so he cannot kill him for the time being. After thinking about it, Jun Wushuang took Lin Yuding away. The protagonists of this disciple-taking ceremony left one after another, and the Lan family was also preparing to leave. However, before the Lan family had walked far, Chanin suddenly rushed over from the side, grabbed Lan Jingjing, and said pleadingly, "Teacher Lan, please help my dad. Because of what happened before, my dad has offended a lot of people, and Teacher Lan, you are more or less responsible for what happened, so you can't just ignore my dad." It would have been fine if Chanin hadn't mentioned this, but once she did, Lan Jingjing's face immediately turned green with anger, and she shouted with a ferocious look. "Because of you, I was not only deprived of my status as the heir of the Lan family, but was also exiled to the dangerous Tianling city. I haven't even come to you to settle the score. How dare you put the blame for your father's success and misfortune on me? I gave you face, didn't I? Get out of here!" As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Jingjing slapped Chanin hard on the face, sending her flying. Then, Lan Jingjing didn't even look at them, and followed the Lan family out of the ceremony venue. After everyone from the Lan family left, those who had given gifts to Mo before and those who had been offended by Mo immediately came up with unfriendly looks on their faces and surrounded Mo. Seeing this, Mo was immediately frightened and trembled, and said in panic, "Everyone calm down. I am willing to return all the gifts you gave me just now, and I apologize to those people I offended. I beg you to be magnanimous and forgive me just once. Just returning the gift and apologizing, you think you can resolve this matter, humph? Mu Haigu, you wish." Everyone snorted coldly with frosty faces. Mo shrank his neck and said, "So what do you want?" "Of course I'm going to beat you up. Damn it, you're just an old dog in the 4th grade martial spirit realm, and you dare to cheat us. If I don't beat you up today, I won't be able to vent my anger. Okay, stop talking to this old dog and cut him. Get started." The crowd, who had been holding back their anger for a long time, had no more restraints and rushed forward impatiently, starting to punch and kick Mo. "Ouch, please stop hitting me, please stop hitting me, I'm going to be beaten to death." Although Mo was at the 4th level of the martial spirit realm, he did not dare to resist. Moreover, even if he did, it would be useless because those who attacked him were stronger than him in both strength and status. If he did not resist, these people would at most beat him up to vent their anger, but if he resisted, he might be beaten to death by these people, so he could only hold his head, roll on the ground, screaming and begging pitifully. Chapter 43, Vairocana Buddha Relics. After leaving Yilai Hotel, Jun Wushuang accompanied Lin Yuding back home and informed her family that she had become the disciple of Jiu Jianzuan and would be going out the next day. Then, with the help of Jun Wushuang, she made proper arrangements for her family. The two returned to Yilai Hotel and checked into the top suite that Lan Yuan had prepared for them. Lin Yuding will be leaving tomorrow, and no one knows when she will be back, so naturally the two of them can't help but make love for a while, and they won't rest until dawn. When Jun Wushuang opened his eyes and woke up, it was already afternoon. He turned his head and looked beside him, but all he saw was an empty space with only a wet pillow. It was wet with tears, not any other water. Seeing that Lin Yuding was gone, Jun Wushuang was startled, but he quickly realized that Lin Yuding was probably afraid that she would be reluctant to leave if she stayed awake, so she left quietly while he was sleeping. With a somewhat melancholy sigh, Jun Wushuang got up from the bed, washed up, changed his clothes, and walked out of the room. On the 1st floor of Yilai Hotel, Lan Yuan had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Jun Wushuang walking out of the elevator, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Master Jun, you are awake now. Are you free to go to the Lan family with me? Your Lan family is quite trustworthy." Jun Wushuang knew that Lan Yuan was going to take him to the Lan family treasury to fulfill his promise from yesterday. Since he had nothing to do today, he nodded. Lan Yuan smiled and said, "Looking at Longdu, who dares to break their promise to Master Jun? Master Jun, please!" Under the guidance of Lan Yuan, Jun Wushuang got into the luxury car prepared by the Lan family and headed straight to the Lan family mansion. Not long after, the two arrived at the place, and then, the head of the Lan family not only met Jun Wushuang in person, but his attitude was also a little more respectful than yesterday. This is normal. Because Jiu Jianzuan had already mentioned at the disciple-taking ceremony yesterday that he wanted to become a guest official of the Jun family. The Jun family already ranks among the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu because they have Jun Mocang, a powerful martial arts master. Now, Jiu Jianzuan, a powerful martial arts master who is even more famous than Jun Mocang, has joined the family. This undoubtedly increased the prestige of the Jun family by dozens of times. Looking at Long Country now, even the martial arts department led by Hong Tao, the strongest man in Long Country, has to show some courtesy to the Jun family. The stronger the Jun family is, the higher the status of Jun Wushuang, the eldest son of the Jun family, will naturally be. Therefore, even the head of the Lan family, one of the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu, did not dare to pretend to be a senior in front of him and had to treat him with respect. Jun Wushuang did not act arrogantly. He politely exchanged greetings with the head of the Lan family, and then followed him to the Lan family treasury. For any family, the treasury is an extremely important place, and there must be an extremely strict defense force. Along the way, you will encounter countless sentries and hidden sentries, as well as many mechanisms and formations. With such strict defense, even if a strong man at the martial saint level came, he would probably not be able to enter the Lan family treasury. However, Jun Wushuang had the head of the Lan family leading the way personally, so naturally he had the green light all the way and entered the Lan family treasury smoothly without any obstacles. The Lan family is worthy of being one of the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu. Their heritage is truly rich. After entering the treasury, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw the dazzling array of treasures. Haha, this little background is far behind that of the Jun family. The head of the Lan family smiled modestly, flattered Jun Wushuang subtly, and said generously, "Young Master Jun, feel free to browse and choose whatever you want." "Uncle Lan, then I won't be polite." Jun Wushuang did not act pretentiously, and immediately walked around the Lan family's treasury. The head of the Lan family followed Jun Wushuang like a tour guide, and whenever he passed by a treasure of the Lan family, he would introduce its origin and function. "Young Master Jun, this is the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, which is made from the blood essence of the Black Fire Dragon clan and the bone marrow of the Red Gang Tiger clan, supplemented with more than 20 kinds of S-level medicinal materials. It took 9,981 days to refine this spiritual level pill. Taking this medicine can not only greatly strengthen the body, but also gain the power of 1 dragon and 3 tigers. Young Master Jun, this jade slip records a spiritual level martial art called Phantom Without Trace. Once this martial art is performed, one can transform oneself into an elusive ghostly shadow. In addition, the higher the level of mastery of this martial art, the more ghostly shadows it can transform into. I heard that after practicing to the highest level, one can even jump out of the shadows of other things. Young Master Jun, this halberd is called the Mysterious Water Battle Halberd. It is a top-level spiritual weapon with amazing killing power. It is also embedded with a mysterious water pearl, which enables it to control water. If it is used in a place with sufficient water, its power can be increased by 30%. Master Jun. The head of the Lan family introduced more than 10 kinds of treasures to Jun Wushuang in one breath. If any of these treasures were put outside, they would surely cause a scramble. However, Jun Wushuang had little interest in this, and only the Xianshui battle halberd made him take a second look. Because Jiu Jianzun gave him an earth-level martial art called Silence Thunder Halberd. As the name suggests, this is a halberd-based martial art. To practice such a martial art, one naturally needs a good halberd. However, Jun Wushuang did not choose the Xianshui battle halberd in the end. One reason is that there are plenty of weapons like the Xianshui war halberd in the Jun family's treasury. If Jun Wushuang needs a war halberd, he can easily find a better weapon than the Xianshui war halberd after returning to the Jun family. There is no need to waste precious treasure selection opportunities on this. Secondly, before entering the Lan family's treasury, Jun Wushuang already had someone in his heart. According to the memory of the previous life, after Yishien hooked up with Lan Jingjing, he also got a chance to enter the Lan family treasury to choose treasures, and then he got a very precious treasure. At this moment, Jun Wushuang suddenly stopped, pointed at something and asked pretentiously, "Uncle Lan, what is this?" The head of the Lan family looked over and found that what Jun Wushuang was pointing at was a bracelet made of 81 brown round beads, so he casually said, "Oh, this is a bracelet made of 81 Bodhi beads. Wearing it can refresh your mind and purify your spirit. It's just a little gadget." "A little gadget?" Jun Wushuang had a strange look on his face. He finally understood why Yishian could easily take away such a precious treasure from the Lan family's treasury. It turned out that the Lan family was so ignorant of the value of things. However, we can't blame the Lan family entirely for being short-sighted. The main reason is that this treasure needs to be activated by spiritual power to reveal its true appearance, and the Lan family has never produced a spiritualist, so naturally they cannot recognize the true appearance of this treasure. After thinking about it, Jun Wushuang smiled and said, "Uncle Lan, I feel that this thing is destined to be with me, so I will choose this thing." "Young Master Jun wants this?" The head of the Lan family showed a surprised look on his face. He never thought that there were so many valuable treasures in the Lan family treasury, but Jun Wushuang would not choose any of them, but just want this useless Bodhi bead bracelet. Jun Wushuang asked, "Why is it not possible?" "Okay, of course." The head of the Lan family immediately came to his senses and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Then I won't be polite." Jun Wushuang immediately took the Bodhi bracelet in his hand, and then said, "Since I have chosen the treasure I like, I won't bother you here too much. Uncle Lan, goodbye. Master Jun, I'll see you off." The head of the Lan family sent Jun Wushuang to the door of his house. Before Jun Wushuang came out, he had already used remote control to call for his psychic car to be waiting for a long time. After leaving the Lan family, Jun Wushuang immediately got into the car as quickly as possible, and then stepped on the accelerator. The tail of the psychic car suddenly burst into dazzling flames and then soared into the sky. It was obvious that Jun Wushuang left in such a hurry because he was worried that the Lan family would discover the secret hidden in the Bodhi beads bracelet. Although this possibility is almost non-existent, because if it was going to be discovered, it would have been discovered long ago. How could it be such a coincidence that as soon as he took the Bodhi beads bracelet, the Lan family knew the secret? However, it is better to be safe than sorry. After all, the secret hidden in the Bodhi beads bracelet is definitely enough to make the Lan family lose face and go back on their word. Ha 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 ha! When the psychic car rushed into the sky, Jun Wushuang made sure that the Bodhi beads bracelet would be named Jun from now on. He finally stopped suppressing the joy in his heart and laughed with his head held high. On the ground, the head of the Lan family looked up in the direction where Jun Wushuang left, with a bright smile on his face, and it was obvious that he was in a very good mood. Originally, he was prepared to bleed heavily, but he never expected that Jun Wushuang would leave so many valuable treasures aside and choose a not very valuable Bodhi bead bracelet. How could he be unhappy? When Jun Wushuang disappeared from his sight, the head of the Lan family withdrew his gaze, put his hands behind his back, looked very proud of having made a fortune, hummed a little tune, and returned home. Thankfully, it was a junior like Jun Wushuang who came to my Lan family's treasure house today. If it was Jun Zhantian or Jun Mocang who came, my Lan family would definitely have suffered a heavy loss today. Young people are young people. In the practice room of Jun's house, Jun Wushuang sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the string of Bodhi beads that he had just obtained from the Lan family's treasure house. Without saying a word, he directly activated the Yuan-Chu visualization diagram to stimulate his mental power. Buzz! An invisible wave suddenly emanated from the Naiwan Palace between Jun Wushuang's eyebrows and poured into the Bodhi bead bracelet. After absorbing Jun Wushuang's spiritual power, the Bodhi beads bracelet seemed to be held by an invisible big hand and slowly floated in the air. Snap! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions were heard. Looking closely, it was found that the surface of each brown Bodhi bead was covered with dense cracks, and then exploded with a bang. To be precise, it was the brown shell of the Bodhi bead that exploded. The 81 brown Bodhi beads that were originally suspended in the void were replaced by 81 golden beads that emitted bright and sacred golden Buddha light, and were engraved with the symbol of. Jun Wushuang looked at the 81 golden Buddhist beads with ardent eyes, and uttered 6 words word by word. The Relics of the Great Sun Tathagata. Chapter 44, Ancient Secret Realm opens. It's obvious. The Vairocana Tathagata relics mentioned by Jun Wushuang is the true appearance of the Bodhi beads. This is a spiritual weapon that can attack and defend at the same time. This spiritual tool has no levels. To be precise, the level of this spiritual tool is determined by the number of Vairocana Buddha relics that can be activated. The more relics that can be activated, the higher the level of this spiritual tool. Moreover, the power is doubled. Test the basic power! Jun Wushuang whispered to himself, and suddenly a ray of mental power was added to a golden bead. Whoosh! The bead moved at will, and the Vairocana Buddha relic shot out at once. Because the speed was so fast, it even drew a faint golden rainbow light in the air. Bang! The golden bead hit the wall hard, making a loud noise, and the metal wall made of super alloy was actually dented. If the wall of the training room was not 2 meters thick, I would have been pierced through alive. On the other hand, the golden bead was completely intact. However, the testing does not end there. Jun Wushuang once again activated his mental power, and the golden bead that had just flown out immediately shot back towards him with great speed. At this moment, a golden bead flew to Jun Wushuang's head, spun around, and suddenly a layer of golden light sprinkled down, turning into a light shield to protect Jun Wushuang. Boom! This golden light shield looked as thin as a cicada's wing, but when the golden bead, which almost penetrated the more than 2 meter thick supralloy wall, hit it, it only caused a layer of ripples on the golden light curtain, and it was not defeated. It can be seen that the Vairocana Buddha's relics are not only fierce in attack, but also possess amazing defensive power. The test ended here, and the heat in Jun Wushuang's eyes became more intense. Just driving a Vairocana relic, the effect it exerts has reached the level of spiritual level weapons or protective gear. If more Vairocana relics are activated, what level of effect will it produce? Heaven level? Emperor level? Or the legendary god level? Moreover, according to my memory from my previous life, when I can drive a certain number of Vairocana relics, I can also gain an incredible magical power from them. Jun Wushuang's heart was full of longing. But unfortunately, with Jun Wushuang's current level of mental power, under normal circumstances, he can only activate one Vairocana Buddha relic. If he tries his best, he may be able to barely activate 2 Vairocana Buddha relics. Jun Wushuang himself was also aware of this, so after taking a deep breath, he suppressed his unrealistic mentality. Next, Jun Wushuang began to practice driving the Vairocana Tathagata's relics continuously. With the appearance of a martial emperor, he had a high talent. In about an hour, he could skillfully drive the Vairocana Tathagata's relics. Driving the Vairocana Buddha's relic consumes a lot of mental energy. Although Jun Wushuang was only using it for practice and the consumption was much smaller than in actual combat, the 1-hour-long hard practice still made him exhausted and his face turned pale. However, Jun Wushuang had no intention of resting at all. Although his mental energy was exhausted, his physical strength was still there. Next, it was time to practice martial arts. With a thought, Jun Wushuang took out the earth-level martial art, Silence Thunder Halberd, given to him by Jiao Jianzuan, and communicated with him with his consciousness. Boom! At the moment of contact, Jun Wushuang only felt his consciousness tremble, and then his consciousness appeared in a boundless space like the universe. In the center of this space, there was a man holding a halberd standing proudly. When Jun Wushuang's eyes fell on him, the man suddenly moved. A tremendous spiritual power burst out from his body like a landslide or tsunami, and poured madly into the halberd in his hand. Then he aimed at a planet in the distance and blasted it out with all of a sudden. Crackling. The moment the halberd was drawn, billions of dazzling lightning burst out, illuminating the dark space like daylight. Then billions of lightning gathered and compressed, turning into a halberd light filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. Boom! Boom! Wherever the halberd of destruction passed, the space was torn apart, forming terrible space cracks. Then the halberd of destruction slammed heavily onto the planet in an extremely eye-catching way. A shocking roar was heard, and the locked planet exploded on the spot. What a great move with the Thunder Halberd of Annihilation! It's really domineering! Jun Wushuang's face was full of shock, but also a little happy. He liked this domineering move very much. Soon, Jun Wushuang came back to his senses, and with a thought, it was as if time had gone back and everything returned to the beginning, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion and had never happened. This time, Jun Wushuang opened his eyes wide and stared at the man with the spear not far away. This time, he wanted to see every detail of the other party's moves clearly and not miss a single thing. Of course, practicing martial arts is not just about watching others perform, but also requires specific methods of practice. Jun Wushuang had already obtained these when he was communicating with the jade slips for cultivation. Jun Wushuang's martial emperor status once again played an important role. If an ordinary person wanted to comprehend a ground-level martial art, even if it was just the basics, it would take 10 days or half a month. If one's martial arts aptitude was a little worse, it might take a year or two to comprehend it. However, Jun Wushuang, who possessed the qualities of a martial emperor, completed the initial learning in just about half an hour. Next, Jun Wushuang began practical training. By the time his physical strength was exhausted, Jun Wushuang's mental power had been mostly restored with the help of recovery potions, and he began to practice the Yuan-Chu visualization diagram, and practice activating the relics of Vairocana Tathagata. After his mental energy was exhausted, he began to practice the Thunder Halberd of Annihilation, and temper his body to strengthen his qi and blood. Jun Wushuang practiced like this over and over again. Although it was very hard work, his efforts were rewarded. Jun Wushuang's strength was improving at an astonishing rate. Immersed in cultivation, time passed quickly, and before I knew it, 3 days had passed. It was still the Jun family, still the same training room, and Jun Wushuang was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. The only difference was that the ground around him was littered with medicine bottles. A rough glance showed that there were at least dozens of bottles. The value of each bottle of medicine was extremely staggering, at least millions of blue star coins. That was because Jun Wushuang was the eldest son of the Jun family and had a rich family background. Otherwise, his family could not afford such consumption. Of course, the huge expenditure will bring huge rewards. Jun Wushuang has already mastered the Silence Thunder Halberd. Although due to his cultivation level, he cannot exert the same destructive power as the man in the jade slip space. But with a single blast of the halberd, he can easily kill an ordinary 4th-grade martial artist in the martial spirit realm in seconds. In addition, Jun Wushuang's mental power has also been upgraded to the peak level of the 3rd stage, and the number of Vairocana relics that can be driven has increased to 2. If this method is used, it can also kill ordinary 4th-grade martial arts realm masters in seconds, and it will be easier than using martial arts because attacks from mental power are hard to defend against. If Jun Wushuang used both martial arts and mental power at the elite level of the 4th-grade martial spirit realm, he could probably kill them easily like chopping melons and vegetables. The only drawback is that Jun Wushuang's martial arts realm is still stuck at the peak of the 3rd-grade warrior realm and has not broken through to the 4th-grade martial spirit realm. There is no other way. If a warrior wants to break through from the 3rd level to the 4th level, he needs to compress and condense the qi and blood in his body and transform it into spiritual power. However, Jun Wushuang's blood was too powerful. The blood he condensed and transformed into spiritual power would be enough for more than 10 or 20 3rd-grade warriors to break through to the 4th-grade martial spirit realm. But for him, it was only halfway. Jun Wushuang did not think this was a bad thing, but rather a good thing. The stronger his foundation was, the greater the improvement he would get when he broke through to the 4th-grade martial spirit realm. Jun Wushuang had a hunch that once he successfully broke through to the 4th-grade martial spirit realm, his strength would surely increase horribly. By then, he might be able to kill a 5th-grade martial king or fight a 6th-grade martial sect member with his 4th-grade martial spirit realm body. A 4th-grade martial spirit could cross levels and kill a 5th-grade martial king, and fight a 6th-grade martial lord. Just thinking about this kind of thing made people feel crazy. At this moment, the voice of the Jun family's housekeeper rang out outside the training room. "Young master, the time for the ancient origin secret realm to open is about to come, you should set off." Hearing this, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but chuckle. "No, it's time to snatch Yishien's opportunity again." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Wushuang exited his training state, packed up, walked out of the training room, drove his psychic car, and headed straight for Shinwu College. In less than 10 minutes, Jun Wushuang's psychic car landed from the air onto the playground of Shinwu Academy. As soon as I got off the car, someone came towards me. It was the Dean Zhang Guangwu. He smiled politely and said, "Student Jun, I'm just waiting for you." With the joining of Jiu Jianzuan, the Jun family's prestige soared. Even a figure like the head of the Lan family was arrogant in front of Jun Wushuang, let alone the dean of a college like Zhang Guangwu. Moreover, Jun Wushuang is the most outstanding student in this class of Xingwu Academy, and has brought great honor to Xingwu Academy. In the subsequent Global Martial Arts Conference qualifying tournament, Xingwu Academy will have to rely on Jun Wushuang to win glory again, so Zhang Guangwu will naturally be more polite to Jun Wushuang. Jun Wushuang also politely chatted with Zhang Guangwu for a few words, and this time he walked towards the assembly point. At this moment, Jun Wushuang keenly noticed that a gaze full of malicious hatred was coming from not far away. Jun Wushuang could guess with his heels that the owner of that gaze was none other than Yishien again. Jun Wushuang did not feel the slightest bit disgusted by this, instead he showed an expression of enjoyment. He liked to see Yishien hating him so much but unable to kill him. The students who were qualified to enter the Ancient Origin Secret Realm had already arrived, waiting for Jun Wushuang. So, when Jun Wushuang joined the team, Zhang Guangwu immediately said, "The information about the Ancient Origin Secret Realm will be sent to your communicators later. You can read it slowly after entering the Ancient Origin Secret Realm. I will not waste any more time talking here. I would like to remind you that the Ancient Origin Secret Realm is only open for 7 days. So you must leave before the end of the 7th day and must not stay in it. Otherwise, you will encounter great danger. Do you remember?" "Remember," the practitioners responded loudly. "Okay, then I will open the Ancient Origin Secret Realm for you now. I hope you can have a good harvest in it." As soon as Zhang Guangwu finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. Suddenly, a teleportation array emitting light appeared in front of everyone. "Line up and enter in turn," Zhang Guangwu's majestic voice sounded again. Chapter 45 Mr. Jun, why are you so stuck on gender? When Jun Wushuang stepped into the teleportation array, he immediately felt an invisible force of space rushing in from all directions like a tide and enveloping him, and then, the world was spinning around him. When everything returned to normal, Jun Wushuang found himself in a strange world, which was the ancient secret realm. At this moment, Jun Wushuang and others were in an artificially built square. The square was very wide, about the size of 2 football fields. A stone tablet filled with vicissitudes, antiquity and mystery stood in the center of the square. This stone tablet is called the Gu Yuan tablet, and it is a rare treasure with magical effects. In the ancient Yuan secret realm, there lives a creature called the ancient Yuan beast. Inside the body of the ancient Yuan beast, there grows a special substance called ancient Yuan crystal. The stronger the ancient Yuan beast is, the more ancient Yuan crystals it has in its body. That ancient Yuan crystal is the key to activating the ancient Yuan monument. After successfully hunting down the ancient Yuan beast and obtaining the ancient Yuan crystal inside its body, bring it to the ancient Yuan monument. This exotic treasure will then give a treasure exchange list based on the number of ancient Yuan crystals. Someone once calculated that the exchange value of an ancient Yuan crystal is roughly equivalent to about 10,000 blue star coins. Charge! 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 The ancient Yuan secret realm is open for only 7 days, so you must get as many ancient Yuan hearts as possible within these 7 days and come to the ancient Yuan monument to exchange for treasures. Every minute and second of delay after entering is a great loss. Therefore, the next second when a group of students appeared on the square, they couldn't wait to rush out of the square. However, at this moment, Jun Wushuang's voice suddenly sounded. "Students, please stay." If it were someone else, the students would definitely ignore him, but Jun Wushuang was different. Jun Wushuang is not only the first in the school exam, he is also the best expert among all the students, and he is also the eldest son of the Jun family. Jun Wushuang's words carry a lot of weight, and no one dares to ignore him. Everyone could only stop and turn to look at Jun Wushuang, asking curiously and politely, "Mr. Jun, what's the matter?" Jun Wushuang smiled slightly and said, "I have always been used to a life of luxury, so I don't want to go out and hunt ancient beasts and collect ancient hearts. So, I plan to set up a stall here to buy ancient crystals. The purchase price is 13,000 blue star coins per piece." "Master Jun, are you serious?" After hearing this, all the students were immediately surprised. Under normal circumstances, the purchase value of ancient yuan crystal is only equivalent to 10,000 blue star coins, but Jun Wushuang now offers a purchase price of 13,000 blue star coins per crystal. The premium for one ancient yuan crystal is 3,000, 10 are 30,000, and 100 are 300,000. In addition, although ancient yuan crystal can be exchanged for treasures at the ancient yuan monument, the ancient yuan monument does not contain all the treasures. Sometimes, every treasure that can be exchanged can be used by oneself. If I sell the ancient yuan crystal to Jun Wushuang in exchange for blue star coins, I will have money and can buy whatever I want when I return to the outside world, and I can also take this opportunity to make some money. The most important thing is that Jun Wushuang is the best master among their group and their strongest competitor. If Jun Wushuang also goes out to hunt ancient beasts, it will inevitably have a serious impact on their profits. Now, the biggest competitor is too lazy to move and is willing to acquire Gu Yuanjing at a premium. This is great news for them. How can they not be surprised? Are my words, Jun Wushuang, so untrustworthy? Jun Wushuang spoke lightly as he opened his storage ring and took out a bunch of sundries from it, including a parasol, a lounge chair, a small table, various spiritual fruits, and even a small stove for making tea and a barbecue grill. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw this. This isn't a place to train in the ancient Yuan secret realm. This is clearly a place to go on vacation. Although the students were jealous, they kept a fake smile on their faces. Don't mind, Master Jun, I just asked casually, I didn't mean to distrust you at all. Then, he said, Master Jun, we will go and help you hunt the ancient origin beast and obtain the ancient origin heart. Jun Wushuang lay down on the recliner comfortably and said calmly, Don't worry, I haven't finished talking yet. I'm not used to having no one to serve me, so I plan to ask a few female classmates to stay and help me with shoulder massage, leg massage, and serving tea and water. The salary is not too high, 7 days, 1.2 million blue star coins. When the female students heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Going out to hunt ancient beasts is not only hard work, but also potentially dangerous. Most importantly, with their strength, the maximum number of ancient beasts they can obtain within 7 days is only 80 or 90. If converted into blue star coins, it would only be about 800,000 to 900,000. By staying to serve Jun Wushuang for 7 days, he could earn 1.2 million blue star coins. This was much more profitable than going out to hunt ancient beasts with great effort. Immediately, a female classmate with a good figure deliberately pulled her collar very low, and then twisted her slender waist, came in front of Jun Wushuang, deliberately bent her waist, and said with a charming look and a sweet breath, Master Jun, do you think I can do this? Then, she lowered her voice and said, Master Jun, although I am not very good at serving others, I can provide you with some other services. Jun Wushuang glanced at it and said with a smile, Sure. After someone took the lead, the second female classmate immediately came out. This female classmate was not tall, only about 1.56 meters, with 2 ponytails and a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in pure white stockings. A petite and cute appearance. However, although this female student is the shortest among all the female students, her 2 companion spirit bears are enough to rank among the top 3 among all the female students. It's really heartbreaking that she has such a petite figure but has to bear such an incredible weight every day. It makes people want to hold her in their arms and cherish and comfort her. There was another female classmate who was slightly inferior to the previous 2 in terms of figure and appearance. However, she came to Jun Wushuang very confidently. The moment she opened her mouth, her lips changed into waves and then into other shapes. She was very dexterous. Master Jun, do you think I can do this? Of course. Jun Wushuang's eyes lit up. What he admired most were female classmates with special talents. At this time, another person took the initiative to speak, but it was not a female classmate, but a male classmate who was as thin as a bamboo pole. He scratched his head and smiled obscenely. Jun Xiao, can you not be so rigid about gender? 3 black lines appeared on Jun Wushuang's forehead. He resisted the urge to beat this guy to death with one palm and uttered a word coldly. Roll. Okay. The skinny guy immediately slipped away. After that, no female classmates came to Jun Wushuang to apply for the job. It was not that there were only these 3 female classmates, but that these 3 female classmates were the second best in quality among the female classmates in this group, only after Mu Chanin. The remaining female classmates, although they could not be said to be ugly, were also ordinary. They were very self-aware that they would never be favored by Jun Wushuang. They were not qualified to earn the 1.2 million blue star coins, so they had better just go hunting ancient beasts, honestly. Okay, we've been here for a long time, let's stop wasting time and get going. Yeah, hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I'll be jealous and crazy. Woo-woo, my goddess! Everyone planned to leave and officially set foot in the ancient Yuan secret realm to hunt the ancient Yuan beast. Before leaving, Yishien looked at Jun Wushuang with hatred and snorted coldly. You rely on your few bucks to bully your female classmates like this. You are nothing. God is so blind that he allowed such a person to be reborn as the eldest son of the Jun family. When the classmates next to him heard this, they immediately showed mockery on their faces. Sour! Very sour! Yishien, if someone else said such cynical words, we would still listen to them, but you? You'd better shut up. How can a gigolo say such a thing? Hearing this, Yishien's face turned green with anger. He was about to lose his temper, but those classmates did not give him the chance and turned around and left. Yishien's eyes were blazing with fire, and he watched the backs of his classmates leaving with his fists clenched. He wanted to rush over and give these foul-mouthed classmates a good lesson, but he didn't dare. In order to prevent students from killing each other for profit, the college has set up a monitoring program in everyone's communicator before coming in. If anyone dares to harm a classmate, he will face severe punishment after leaving. Yishien could only suppress his anger and shouted coldly, Chanin, let's go! Yeah! Mu Chanin nodded. Before leaving, she secretly glanced at Jun Wushuang. A hint of regret flashed across her eyes. If only Yishien was not around, and if only Jun Wushuang was not the one recruited to serve her. The incident of the disciple-taking ceremony not only caused her father Mu Emote to be severely beaten, but also left her with a large sum of compensation afterwards. Now, she is extremely short of money. However, Yishien was by her side, and it was Jun Wushuang who recruited female classmates to serve her, so she had to miss such a good job that could easily earn her 1 million blue star coins. The night is as dark as ink. The ancient secret realm, deep in a dense forest. Roar! A shrill cry suddenly sounded. A 4-legged animal covered with green hair fell heavily to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed out from under its body, staining the place red. This beast is the ancient Yuan beast unique to the ancient Yuan secret realm. After confirming that the ancient beast was dead, a man and a woman walked out quickly from the shadows. They were Yishien and Mu Chanin. Yishien came to the corpse of the ancient Yuan beast, squatted down, took out a dagger, and skillfully dug open the belly of the ancient Yuan beast, and took out 4 crystal-like things from it. It is the ancient Yuan Jing. There are actually 4 ancient crystals, that's great! Seeing this, Yishien and Mu Chanin's faces immediately showed joy. After quickly collecting the 4 ancient Yuan crystals, Yishien and Mu Chanin left the place quickly to avoid attracting a large number of ancient Yuan beasts because of the noise of the previous battle. In that case, they would be in danger. After carefully moving through the dense forest for a while, Yishien and Mu Chanin came to a hidden cave, which was their temporary base. I'm finally back. I'm so tired today! Mu Chanin found a clean stone to sit down and exhaled. Yishien took out 2 packs of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water, handed one to Mu Chanin, and said with a smile, Chanin, eat something to replenish your energy. Why are we eating these things again? Mu Chanin's little face suddenly fell. They had been in the Gu Yuan secret realm for 2 days. During these 2 days, she had eaten these things for every meal, causing her to feel nauseous whenever she saw compressed biscuits. Yishian said, Chanin, we are in the wild now, not at home, so just make do with it. I will take you to eat something good when we get back. Okay. Mu Chanin pouted reluctantly. She couldn't help but think of the female classmates who stayed in the square to serve Jun Wushuang. They must be enjoying the good life with Jun Wushuang now, right? Chapter 46 Mu Chanin applies for a job, Yishien's plan. The female classmates recruited by Jun Wushuang were far inferior to himself in terms of figure and appearance. When she thought about those female classmates following Jun Wushuang to eat and drink delicious food, while she could only follow Yishien, staying in this broken cave, eating broken biscuits and drinking broken mineral water. Mu Chanin's heart was suddenly filled with discomfort and grievance. Why can those women who are not as good as me live better than me? Suddenly, Mu Chanin couldn't help but look at Yishien beside him. After all, it was because I had made a mistake in my judgment and chose the wrong man. A trace of regret appeared in Mu Chanin's eyes. Yishien did not notice the change in Mu Chanin's eyes. After quickly finishing his dinner, he took out all the ancient yuan crystals he had harvested in recent times and counted them. Mu Chanin's attention was also drawn to it, and she asked curiously, "Brother Yishien, how many ancient yuan crystals have we obtained in the past 2 days?" 60. Yishien showed a satisfied smile. "If I sell these 60 ancient yuan crystals, I can get a total of 780,000 blue star coins. I made so much in just 2 days. This ancient yuan secret realm is really a great place." Hearing this, Mu Chanin was stunned, and then exclaimed, "Brother Yishien, are you planning to sell these ancient crystals to Jun Wushuang?" Yishien nodded and said, "Of course. If we trade these ancient yuan crystals with the ancient yuan monument, their value will be equivalent to 10,000 blue star coins each. However, Jun Wushuang is paying a premium of 3,000 blue star coins. Selling them to him is the most cost-effective." Mu Chanin said hurriedly, "But Jun Wushuang is our enemy. How can you sell the resources we have worked so hard to obtain to our enemy?" Yishian said nonchalantly, "We have a grudge against Jun Wushuang, not against the money in his hands. Making money is not shabby in any way. The most important thing is that I made money from Jun Wushuang, and then used his money to make myself stronger. When I am strong enough, I will take revenge on that bastard. Thinking this way, isn't it more satisfying?" Mu Chanin did not continue speaking, but her heart was deeply touched by Yishien's words. Making money is not shameful. At this time, Yishien touched his chin and continued, "Chani, you are right. Jun Wushuang is our enemy. If we sell Jun Wushuang at a price of 13,000, it would be too cheap for him. If we can sell it at a higher price, we can make a lot of money from Jun Wushuang." Thinking of this, Yishien really began to think about whether there was any way to force Jun Wushuang to increase the purchase price so that he could take advantage of this opportunity to make more money. Suddenly, Yishien's eyes lit up. "I've figured out a way." "Brother Yishien, what are you talking about?" Mu Chanin looked at Yishien in confusion. Yishien chuckled but did not explain. Instead, he said, "Chanin, I have thought of a good way to make a killing from that bastard Jun Wushuang. However, to implement this plan, I have to go deep into the ancient Origins secret realm. It's too dangerous to go deep into the ancient Yuan secret realm. It's not suitable to bring you with me. So, for the next few days, you will stay outside the ancient Yuan secret realm and wait for me." "Okay." Mu Chanin nodded. Seeing that Mu Chanin agreed so readily and didn't even ask about his detailed plan, Yishien couldn't help but look surprised. This was not like Mu Chanin's character. However, his mind was now full of how to implement the plan to make a killing from Jun Wushuang, so he didn't think too much about it. Early the next morning, in front of the cave, Yishien packed up his luggage, took Mu Chanin's hand and said, "Chanin, I'm leaving. I'm very strong, so you don't have to worry about my safety. But you have just entered the 3rd grade warrior realm. Although you have no problem protecting yourself outside the ancient origin secret realm with such strength, you still have to be careful." Before Yishien could finish his instructions, Mu Chanin could not wait to urge him. "Okay, I know all this, Brother Yishien, please leave quickly and don't waste time." There was a hint of impatience in his tone. Yishien was stunned, but he didn't think too much about it. He just thought that Mu Chanin was also eager for him to complete his plan and make a killing from that bastard Jun Wushuang. "Then I'm leaving." As soon as he finished speaking, Yishien circulated his qi in blood, and his figure suddenly rushed out like an arrow, rushing towards the depths of the ancient Yuan secret realm. Mu Chanin watched this scene silently. When Yishien's figure disappeared from her sight, she took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision, and immediately ran in a certain direction. The place in that direction was the square at the entrance to the ancient Yuan secret realm. Mu Chanin, who already had the cultivation level of a 3rd grade warrior, was quite fast and reached his destination in just over 10 minutes. A huge mattress had appeared on the square at some point, and several figures were lying on it entangled. The floor beside the bed was littered with wine bottles, and on the table next to it, there were still some remnants of rich food. It can be seen that those people entangled together on the bed have had a very happy time these days. Jun Wushuang, who fell asleep with a pair of white silk legs as his pillow, relied on his powerful mental strength to keenly sense someone approaching and suddenly opened his eyes. Mu Chanin? Jun Wushuang was stunned when he saw who was coming, but he quickly came to his senses and said coldly, "Is the campus beauty of Mu University here to sell me the ancient yuan crystal?" Mu Chanin shook her head, her face showing shame, biting her lip, and said, I'm here to apply for a job." "That's right." The reason why Mu Chanin was so impatient to urge Yishien to leave quickly was to take advantage of Yishien's absence and quickly return to Jun Wushuang, apply for the position of serving Jun Wushuang, and thus earn the generous reward. Originally, Mu Chanin had no such idea at all, because she really couldn't bring herself to do it, but Yishien's words last night that making money was not shameful changed her mind. "Apply?" Jun Wushuang was startled, but then he reacted and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Sure." Now it was Mu Chanin's turn to be stunned. She thought Jun Wushuang would mock her, so she was prepared to be humiliated by Jun Wushuang. Unexpectedly, Jun Wushuang not only did not humiliate her, but agreed so readily. Suddenly, Mu Chanin saw that the female classmates lying next to Jun Wushuang were all disheveled, with their springtime beauty exposed. Her pretty face changed slightly, and she stepped back a few steps and said, "Jun Wushuang, I will only serve you properly. I won't sleep with you and mess around like those other girls." Jun Wushuang said disdainfully, "You think too much. Not every woman is qualified to mess around with me, Jun Wushuang." Hearing this, Mu Chanin breathed a sigh of relief. She just wanted to make money, but didn't want to do anything to let Yishien down. But for some reason, she felt vaguely uncomfortable in her heart. Jun Wushuang added, "Mu Chanin, I have to tell you something up front. Since you are a pampered young lady, I have to doubt whether you can serve others. Therefore, I have to give you a trial test. You must pass this trial before I can officially recruit you. Any questions?" Mu Chanin shook his head and said, "No problem." "Very good." Jun Wushuang nodded in satisfaction, then climbed up from the bed, walked to the recliner, laid it flat and climbed up, saying lightly, "I tossed and turned all night last night, and my back and waist are a little sore. Mu Chanin, come and give me a massage. If you satisfy me, you will pass." Mu Chanin nodded and said, "Don't worry, Master Jun, I will definitely try my best to make you comfortable." After she finished speaking, Mu Chanin came to Jun Wushuang, squatted down, stretched out her snow-white little hands, and began to massage Jun Wushuang. Her technique was very unfamiliar, but it could be felt that she was really trying hard. An hour later, the massage was over. Jun Wushuang stood up from the recliner, stretched his body, turned his head to look at Mu Chanin, and said lightly, "Although your technique is unfamiliar and not as good as a professional master, but considering your seriousness, I will consider you to have passed the test." "Thank you, Mr. Jun." Upon hearing this, Mu Chanin's pretty face immediately revealed joy. Jun Wushuang said, "Okay, get ready to eat." The three female classmates who had already gotten up heard Jun Wushuang's instructions and began to prepare for it. Soon, they prepared 2 tables of dishes, one for Jun Wushuang and one for them. After all, they were Jun Wushuang's maids now, and according to the rules, they could not eat at the same table with Jun Wushuang. However, although they were eating at separate tables, the dishes on the 2 tables were exactly the same. They were all delicacies made with expensive ingredients, brought in by Jun Wushuang from outside. Mu Chanin, who had been eating compressed biscuits these days, started drooling unconsciously and his throat moved when he saw the delicious dishes on the table. After taking his seat, Mu Chanin couldn't wait to start eating. As she enjoyed the food, she couldn't help thinking, "Just being Jun Wushuang's maid, life can be so comfortable. You can imagine what life would be like as Jun Wushuang's woman. Why didn't I know how to cherish it back then?" Thinking of this, Mu Chanin's eyes began to turn slightly red. Before we knew it, the ancient Yuan's secret realm had been open for 5 days. On this day, a figure appeared on the road leading back to the square. He was dressed in tattered clothes, with unkempt hair and a dirty face, like a beggar. The embarrassed figure was Yishien. During this period, he went deep into the ancient Yuan's secret realm and encountered many dangers, so he became like this. But hard work pays off, and he has gained a lot in the past few days. Not only did he obtain a large number of ancient crystals, but he also collected many rare treasures. Yishien found a conspicuous place to sit cross-legged, and then took out a medicine cauldron. It was obvious that he was going to use the natural treasures he had obtained during this period to refine medicine. By chance, he had learned the art of alchemy and achieved great success. Yishien planned to use the pills he refined to trade with other classmates for the ancient Yuan crystals in their hands. Of course, it is not possible to exchange all the ancient crystals in the hands of classmates by bartering alone. Therefore, in order to achieve his goal, he will give any student who is willing to trade with him a chance to use silver needles to regulate his body. For warriors below the 4th level of martial spirit realm, after being treated with his silver needle technique, their physical foundation can be strengthened by 10% to 20%. With all kinds of elixirs and free silver needle treatments, I'm sure those classmates would be happy to trade the ancient Yuan crystal to me. As long as the plan is implemented smoothly, he can get at least 80% to 90% of the ancient Yuan crystals, not to mention all the students' ancient Yuan crystals. By then, he will have monopolized the ancient Yuan crystals. The ancient Yuan crystal is monopolized by him, so the purchase price is not decided by Jun Wushuang, but by him. Jun Wushuang, just wait for me to rip you off, haha! A smug sneer appeared on Yishien's face. Chapter 47 Yishien, your girlfriend is really good at technology. Yishien began to refine pills frantically. I don't know if it's because of the blessing of the human emperor's luck, but Yishien's success rate in refining pills is ridiculously high. 10 furnaces of elixirs were actually refined into 8. After 2 days and 1 night of sleepless, frantic refining, Yishien finally completed all the refining. Although his eyes were bloodshot, his expression was ferocious, and he looked like a half-human, half-ghost. He obtained thousands of pills. Although they are only B-grade pills, they are great in quantity. If these pills were taken back and sold, Yishien would make a considerable fortune. However, ruthlessly killing Jun Wushuang seemed to have become Yishien's obsession, and he had never thought about it at all. Yishien, whose body was exhausted to the extreme but whose spirit was extremely excited, looked up at the only way back and sneered. Today is the first day of the opening of the ancient Origin's secret realm. Those students should be on their way back. Before Yishien finished his words, several dark shadows appeared at the end of the road and rushed towards this side at lightning speed. Seeing this, Yishien's eyes lit up, and he immediately leaped up to block the several black shadows. When the other party saw someone suddenly blocking his way, he was startled and immediately prepared to fight. Dear students, don't be nervous, I am Yishien. Yishien hurriedly introduced himself. His frantic efforts in refining medicine had put him in a very bad state, and he could not defeat even a random second-grade warrior. Yishien? Upon hearing this, the other party was stunned. They never expected that the savage-like guy in front of them would be Yishien. After taking a closer look and confirming that it was indeed Yishien, everyone asked in surprise, Yishien, how did you become like this? Yishien had no intention of explaining, and said directly, My fellow students, the time for the ancient Origin secret realm to close is about to come, so I won't waste any more time talking to you, and I will just speak frankly. I want to make a deal with you. The other party raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, What deal? Yishien didn't say anything more. He directly took out the pills he had refined and said, These are the pills I refined. I want to use these pills to exchange for the ancient crystals in your hands. 1 pill for 1 ancient crystal. You can also refine pills? The other party was extremely surprised, and then picked up a pill refined by Yishien and observed it. He was even more surprised to find that the quality of these pills refined by Yishien was quite good. However, after being surprised, the other party sneered. Yishien, you are too good at making wishful thinking, aren't you? It is undeniable that the quality of each of these pills you refined is very good, but if you sell them outside, the value of each pill is only about 11,000 blue star coins at most. You know, the purchase price offered by Master Jun is 13,000 blue star coins per ancient Yuan crystal. There is a price difference of 2,000 blue star coins. You're right. Yishien nodded calmly, and then continued. So, if you are willing to trade the ancient crystals in your hands to me, I can use the silver needle technique to help you adjust your body for free. My silver needle technique can help warriors below the 4th level of the 5 spirit realm to strengthen their physical foundation by 10 to 20%. The value of increasing the physical foundation by 1 or 2% far exceeds the difference of 2,000 blue star coins. Upon hearing this, one person was immediately shocked. There is actually such a thing? Are you serious? Yishian smiled faintly and said, Whether it is true or not, we will know it after trying it. Okay, if what you said is true, then I will do a deal with you. The man was tempted. Okay, sit down, I'll use the silver needle technique to help you regulate your body. The man obediently followed the instructions and immediately sat down cross-legged. Yishian did not waste any time, and immediately took out the silver needles he carried with him, and started to give acupuncture to the other party with both hands flying. Under the stimulation of the silver needles, the man's skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was cooked, and then wisps of white smoke came out of his pores. A few minutes later, the man's complexion returned to normal. He suddenly opened his eyes and said with surprise, What Yishian said is true. His silver needle technique really helped me strengthen my physical foundation by 20%. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the people nearby suddenly lit up. Yishian, I want to trade with you too. And me. The rest of the people agreed to trade with Yishian. Although some of them did not need elixirs, it didn't matter. Elixirs were hard currency. If they didn't need them, they could sell them for money and then buy other resources. Such a good thing as strengthening the physical foundation is hard to come by. Seeing that he had made a good start, a smile appeared on Yishian's face, and then he began to use the silver needle technique to regulate the bodies of others. 5 minutes later, Yishian sent away his first group of customers and found a place to sit down. However, he had just taken a few breaths and hadn't even warmed up the stone under his but when another group of people came over. Yishian could only quickly stop him and repeat what he had said before. The first group of people who had traded with Yishian returned to the square talking and laughing. However, the moment they stepped into the square, the smiles on their faces froze instantly. But what they saw was that Jun Wushuang was lying comfortably on a recliner, surrounded by 4 beauties, some of whom were rubbing his shoulders, some were massaging his legs, some were feeding peeled fruits into his mouth, and some were fanning him. Thinking back on the past 7 days, I have been living in the ancient secret land of China, sleeping in the open air and encountering danger from time to time. Suddenly, tears of jealousy flowed from the corners of my eyes. Damn capitalist dogs! Suddenly, someone uttered a sound of surprise and felt that the girl who was kneeling beside Jun Wushuang, using her body as a shelf, putting one of Jun Wushuang's legs on her body, and then constantly kneading it with both hands looked very familiar. After taking a closer look, he exclaimed, Damn, isn't that Mu Chanin? Why is she serving Mu Chanin there? After being shocked, a strange look appeared on these people's faces. The previous encounter was not their only encounter with Yishian in the ancient Yuan secret realm. In order to collect as many rare treasures as possible for making medicine, Yishian was quite active in the ancient Yuan secret realm. Therefore, in the past few days, they had met Yishian several times. Every time they met, Yishian would tell them that he was fighting so hard for Mu Chanin. Yishian worked so hard outside that he turned himself into a half-human, half-ghost appearance. However, Mu Chanin, Yishian's girlfriend, knelt in front of Jun Wushuang and served him. Feel sorry for Yishian for 3 seconds. Jun Wushuang also noticed that some of his classmates had returned, and a faint smile appeared on his face. But soon, Jun Wushuang frowned again, because after those people came back, they did not come to him to trade the ancient Yuan crystal, nor did they go to the ancient Yuan monument. Jun Wushuang keenly sensed that something was wrong. You come here! Jun Wushuang immediately pointed at someone and asked him to come over. The man did not dare to neglect it, and immediately ran over quickly, saying respectfully, Master Jun, do you have any instructions? Jun Wushuang asked calmly, Where are your ancient Yuan crystals? On the way back, we took out the ancient Yuan crystal and traded it with Yishian. The man did not dare to be negligent, and told Jun Wushuang in detail about the previous transaction with Yishian. Block those who are coming back on the road they must take, and trade all the ancient Yuan crystals from them in advance. Jun Wushuang's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the ancient Yuan monument not far away. His face suddenly darkened. Could it be that Yishian has already known the secret hidden in the ancient Yuan monument? Impossible. The secret hidden in the ancient origin monument was only known to Yishian by chance. There is no reason for him to know it in advance. But if Yishian didn't know, why would he do such a thing? Jun Wushuang's eyes flickered again, and suddenly he focused. I know, Yishian is probably trying to monopolize the ancient Yuan crystal and then make a fortune from me. After seeing through Yishian's intention, Jun Wushuang's mouth curled up into a sneer full of ridicule. Want to kill me? Haha, Yishian, you are not qualified enough. After he finished speaking, Jun Wushuang closed his eyes and once again enjoyed the service of Chanin and the other 4 beauties. As time passed, more and more people came back, but without exception, no one came forward to trade ancient Yuan crystal with Jun Wushuang. Before I knew it, it was dusk. At this time, a figure with disheveled hair and a beggar-like appearance walked into the square with his head held high and his chest puffed out, with a heroic and imposing manner. Unfortunately, his momentum did not last long. The next second, because he saw Chanin kneeling in front of Jun Wushuang, he was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. There is no doubt that this person is Yishian, who returned with a great load. This state did not last long. Yishian quickly came back to his senses. His eyes instantly turned blood red and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Damn it! Maki Chanin! What are you doing? Chanin, who was concentrating on massaging Jun Wushuang's legs, was so frightened when he heard the familiar voice that he trembled all over and immediately looked back. Although Yishian looked as miserable as a beggar at the moment, Chanin recognized him at a glance. His face turned pale and he said in panic, Brother Yishian, please don't misunderstand me. Let me explain. Having said that, Chanin wanted to quickly go over and explain to Yishian, but before she could move, Jun Wushuang's voice rang out. Student Chanin, there is still half an hour left before the end time we agreed on. If you leave now, it will be a violation of the agreement. In this case, you can forget about your salary. Upon hearing this, Chanin's face changed drastically. Although she was extremely reluctant in her heart, she had already served Jun Wushuang for so long, and the time to get reward was approaching, so how could she fail at the last moment? Chanin could only kneel back down obediently. At this time, Jun Wushuang sat up from the recliner, gave Yishian a thumbs up, and praised him with a half-smile on his face. Student Yishian, you are so lucky, because your girlfriend's skills are really great. Ah! Jun Wushuang, I will kill you! No man could bear what Jun Wushuang said just now. Yishian felt that the blood in his body seemed to turn into burning flames, rushing into his mind madly. The string called reason broke in an instant. Yishian raised his head and roared like a madman. His blood and energy burst out, and like a mad beast, he rushed towards Jun Wushuang with astonishing murderous intent. Seeing this, Chanin's expression changed slightly, and he quickly stood up and opened his arms to block Jun Wushuang. Yishian, you are crazy, stop it now! Chapter 48 Idiots Should Stop Doing Business. Seeing Chanin standing in front of Jun Wushuang regardless of his own safety, Yishian was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. He felt that his head was now green. Yishian couldn't help but roared. Chanin, you are still protecting him? Chanin said anxiously. Yishian, I'm not protecting Jun Wushuang, I'm protecting you. Have you forgotten the rules of the academy? If you really attack Jun Wushuang, the academy will definitely punish you severely after you get out. Hearing this, Yishian finally regained some of his sanity, and then gritted his teeth and said, Explain, I need an explanation. Chanin said, What other explanation can there be? Of course it's because I'm short of money. You know what the current situation of our Mu family is. Yishian's eyes widened and he growled. Just because of money, you degrade yourself like this? Just money? That's easy for you to say. Chanin also lost his temper and shouted. You know, because of the disciple-taking ceremony, my dad has been burdened with a large debt, and the other party has sued my dad. If I don't get the money to repay the debt as soon as possible, my dad will be arrested. Going to jail will be a light punishment. I'm just afraid of being sent to the Starry Sky battlefield. If you don't like me serving Jun Wushuang to make money, Then give me money. Upon hearing this, Yishien fell silent. As far as he knew, the debt that Mu Mocang was carrying was not a small amount, and he couldn't afford it. Of course, even if he could take it, he would not take it. It would be a waste to spend such a huge sum of money on Mu Mo. Seeing Yishian like this, Mu Chanin felt a surge of disappointment in his heart, and said coldly, "Okay, I'm going back to continue serving Jun Wushuang." Yishian still wanted to stop him. He was about to make a killing from Jun Wushuang, and there was no need for Mu Chanin to suffer in front of Jun Wushuang anymore. However, Mu Chanin did not give him a chance to speak and just turned around and left. After returning to Jun Wushuang's side, Mu Chanin was about to kneel down again, but at this moment, Jun Wushuang said, "Okay, I've enjoyed enough, so I'll let you finish your work half an hour earlier. Mu Chanin, this is your reward." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Wushuang casually threw a card in front of Mu Chanin. Mu Chanin hurriedly picked it up and swiped it with his communicator, which immediately prompted that 1.5 million blue star coins had arrived in his account. 1.5 million blue star coins? Mu Chanin and the other 3 female classmates were all shocked. Wasn't the agreed reward 1.2 million blue star coins? How come there was an extra 300,000? Jun Wushuang said calmly, "You have served me well these past few days, and there will be more bonuses for you." "Thank you, Mr. Jun." The 3 female students looked grateful. The same was true for Mu Chanin. In fact, the gratitude on her face far exceeded that of the other 3 female classmates. The relationship between her and Jun Wushuang was very bad, but Jun Wushuang was still willing to hire her. Moreover, she came to apply for the job on the 3rd day, so she served Jun Wushuang 2 days less than others. As a result, the compensation she received was no less than that of others. How could she not be moved? At the same time, a trace of regret surged in Mu Chanin's heart. At the beginning, I chose Yishian and abandoned Jun Wushuang. Noticing Mu Chanin's emotion, Jun Wushuang showed a strange look on his face. In the past, when he was still a bootlicker, in order to pursue Mu Chanin, he spared no expense and gave Mu Chanin all kinds of expensive gifts of astonishing value. However, the result did not move Mu Chanin at all. Now I just gave Mu Chanin an extra bonus of 300,000 blue star coins, but this woman was moved? How shameless! Seeing Mu Chanin leaving Yishien hurried forward and asked with a sullen face, "Chanin, Jun Wushuang didn't do anything to you during the days you served him, did he? It only took a few days, and he could earn 1.5 million blue star coins just by massaging legs. This was even more profitable than what he earned from refining pills. He didn't believe it would be so easy, and suspected that Mu Chanin had paid some other price in secret. In addition, Jun Wushuang just told him that Mu Chanin's skills were amazing, which undoubtedly increased his suspicion. Although Mu Chanin was still a virgin, she was not a fool. She could tell that Yishien had some bad intentions in his words, and a layer of frost immediately formed on her pretty face. "Yishien, what do you mean?" "Chanin, you misunderstood. I just wanted to ask if you have been wrong these days." Yishien hurriedly explained with a smile. It was not because he was afraid of angering Mu Chanin, but because he had just used medical skills to examine Mu Chanin and found that the latter was still a virgin, which dispelled his doubts. Hearing this, Mu Chanin's expression eased a lot, but his tone was still cold. "No, I'm fine." Yishien didn't believe it and said, "How is it possible? The relationship between us and Jun Wushuang is so bad. If you go to serve him, how could this bastard not deliberately make things difficult for you and bully you? You must have suffered a lot of grievances." "Chanin, don't worry, I will make that bastard Jun Wushuang pay 1,000 times the price for what he did in the past few days, and I will help you vent your anger." Mu Chanin said impatiently. "Help me vent my anger? Yishien, have you forgotten that during this period of time, every time we had a conflict with Jun Wushuang, we were the ones who suffered in the end? Can you please stop bragging?" Yishien's face flushed, and he said, "Chanin, you don't believe me? Fine, then just watch carefully. I will go and vent my anger for you now." After saying that, Yishien strode towards Jun Wushuang. "Jun Wushuang, you want to buy the ancient yuan crystal, right? I wonder if you are willing to buy my ancient yuan crystal?" Jun Wushuang smiled faintly and said, "As long as it's ancient yuan crystal, no matter who it belongs to, even if it's a dog's, I will buy it. The muscles at the corners of Yishien's mouth twitched. How could he not hear it? However, in order to complete his plan of making a killing from Jun Wushuang, he could only suppress his anger and said in a deep voice, "Very good, then let's pay and get the goods." After saying that, Yishien waved his hand, and suddenly, a large pile of ancient yuan crystals appeared in the open space next to him. Jun Wushuang had long known that Yishien had bought all the locked ancient yuan crystals, so he was not surprised at all to see him take out so many ancient yuan crystals. After taking a quick glance and confirming the quantity, Jun Wushuang said calmly, "A total of 1 million ancient yuan crystals, based on the purchase price of 13,000 blue star coins per crystal. The total price is 13 billion blue star coins. Is that okay?" "Of course there is a problem," Yishian sneered. "Jun Wushuang, you can buy my ancient yuan crystal if you want. But it can't be 13,000 blue star coins per crystal. I want 20,000 blue star coins per crystal before I am willing to sell it. I thought you were going to raise the price by a lot, but you only raised it by a mere 7,000 blue star coins." Jun Wushuang looked at Yishien with contempt. However, although Jun Wushuang looked down on Yishien's petty and inexperienced attitude, he could not let Yishien control him like this, so he said calmly, "Why?" Yishien smiled proudly and said, "Of course it's because all the ancient yuan crystals are in my hands now, which allows me to form a monopoly." Jun Wushuang didn't say anything, but looked at Yishien as if he was a fool. Yishien was a little annoyed by being looked at, and said viciously, "Jun Wushuang, how dare you look at me like this? Have you forgotten that you are the one who needs me now? If you dare to look at me like this again, I will raise the price again." Jun Wushuang crossed his fingers, supported his chin, and said in a gloomy tone, "Yishien, why do you think I have to buy these ancient crystals?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yishien was stunned. Yes, why does Jun Wushuang have to buy these ancient crystals? These ancient yuan crystals are not necessities and can only be exchanged for resources at the ancient yuan monument. Jun Wushuang is the eldest son of the Jun family. What kind of resources can he not get? Jun Wushuang can easily buy the resources that can be exchanged in the ancient yuan monument. Jun Wushuang can also easily buy the resources that are not in the ancient yuan monument. Therefore, the batch of ancient yuan crystals in his hands were nothing more than dispensable things to Jun Wushuang. Thinking of this, a look of panic appeared on Yishien's face. Even if he was an idiot, he realized at this moment that he seemed to have done something stupid. At this time, Jun Wushuang's sneer sounded again. "The reason why I wanted to buy the ancient crystals before was just because I felt that if I came here and did nothing, it would be a waste of time. So, I followed the fine tradition of our dragon people and came to buy these ancient crystals. But I never thought that my boring action would make you, Yishien, mistakenly believe that these ancient crystals are necessities for me, and even play a monopoly and try to sell them to me at a high price. It's ridiculous. Yishien, listen to my advice. If you don't have the brains, don't try to learn how to do business from others." At this time, Yishien no longer cared about being angry because of Jun Wushuang's ridicule. His mind was now full of how to deal with this batch of ancient yuan crystals. Although ancient yuan crystals can be exchanged for resources at the ancient yuan monument, the value of ancient yuan crystals at the ancient yuan monument is only 10,000 per crystal. He also purchased these ancient yuan crystals at a premium. If he used them to trade with the ancient yuan monument, he would lose a lot. Yishien hurriedly asked, "Jun Wushuang, then you are not going to buy these ancient crystals from me?" Jun Wushuang pondered for a moment and said, "It's possible to acquire it." Hearing this, Yishien showed a happy expression, but Jun Wushuang's next words made the smile on his face freeze instantly. "However, I will not buy it at the price of 13,000 blue star coins, but 12,000. Yishien's eyes widened instantly, and he shouted, 12,000? Jun Wushuang, I bought these ancient yuan crystals at a premium. I will lose money at 12,000. What does this have to do with me?" Jun Wushuang shrugged and continued, 1 in 10,000. Yishien was so angry that his face turned green. "Jun Wushuang, you still want to lower the price? Don't go too far." Jun Wushuang ignored him and said calmly, 10,000 and 0. "Jun Wushuang, you are so cruel. 11,000 is 10,000. Seeing that Jun Wushuang wanted to lower the price, Yishian hurriedly stopped him with a look of annoyance. The original business was worth 13 billion blue star coins, but you turned it into 11 billion in the blink of an eye. Yishian, you are really a talent. Jun Wushuang chuckled, then took out a card and threw it over. The money is all in this card, take it. Chapter 49 Chaos Dragon Emperor Battle, Good Man Yishien. Yishien was quick-witted and quick-handed. He caught the card that Jun Wushuang threw to him, and immediately, he couldn't wait to swipe out the money in it. But at this moment, a faint voice came from the crowd. Yishian, didn't you keep saying before that you worked so hard in the ancient origin secret realm for Mu Chanin? Now that you have made money, shouldn't you give it to Mu Chanin? What do you mean by making money into your own account? Hearing this question, Yishian's face suddenly changed. He found that ever since he had acquired the shameful title of giant living off his wife, nothing he could do had gone smoothly. Therefore, when he was hunting in the Guyuan secret realm before, whenever he met his classmates, he would tell them that he was fighting so hard just for Mu Chanin. He wanted to use this to establish himself as a loving and good man, and wash away the stigma of being a giant gigolo. Before, he made himself so embarrassed, and when others heard that he did that for Mu Chanin, their attitude towards him changed. But at this moment, if he didn't carry through with his character setting, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Yishien's eyes flickered for a moment, and he took a deep breath. He handed the card to Mu Chanin with a smile, and said, Chanin, this money is all earned by me for you, please accept it. If Yishien was asked to give the money to other women, even if his image would collapse, Yishien would not care. You know, this is a huge sum of 11 billion blue star coins. As the saying goes, money can move people's hearts. The huge sum of 11 billion blue star coins is enough to make many people do unscrupulous things. However, Yishien could accept it if it was given to Mu Chanin. It's not that he really loves Mu Chanin, but because he is confident that he can get back the 11 billion blue star coins with just a few sweet words. Giving the money to Mu Chanin now is just a show, which can stabilize the image he has established. He can get the money back later, so of course Yishien is willing to do so. Brother Yishien, are you really going to give me this money? Mu Chanin looked surprised. Yishien pretended to be affectionate and said with a smile, Chanin, what's mine is yours, there's no need to separate us. Brother Yishien, you are so nice to me. The unhappiness in Mu Chanin's heart suddenly disappeared at this moment. Her eyes were red and her face was full of emotion. Yishien is such a man. He gave the huge sum of 11 billion to Mu Chanin without even blinking an eye. The spectators nearby who didn't know the truth were also moved by Yishien's heartfelt gesture towards Mu Chanin, and they all praised him. Hearing this, Yishien showed a smug smile on his face. Then he saw Mu Chanin use the communicator to successfully transfer the 11 billion into the account. The smile on his face suddenly became even brighter. Ha 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 ha! Yishien suddenly laughed, looked at Jun Wushuang with great pride, and said, Jun Wushuang, you must be very happy at this moment because you lowered my price by 2 billion blue star coins, thinking that I suffered a big loss in this transaction, right? You're too early to be happy. To tell you the truth, if I had bought these ancient yuan crystals with real money, then I would have lost money on this deal between us. But unfortunately, I bought these ancient yuan crystals with the elixirs I made myself. Although the B-level pills I refined can be sold for around 11,000 blue star coins each, that is the market price. As a refiner, I naturally cannot use the market price to calculate profits and losses. I have to use the cost price. The cost price of those B-level pills I refined is only about 7,000 to 8,000 blue star coins. So, even if you lower the price of ancient yuan crystal to 11,000 blue star coins per piece, I still made a profit. I made at least 10 to 20 billion blue star coins from you. Jun Wushuang, if you didn't buy these ancient crystals from me, I would have suffered a huge loss this time. But you bought them, and not only did I not suffer a huge loss, but I also earned more than 10 or 20 billion blue star coins from you. Thank you so much. Haha. When Yishien thought about the fact that he had made money from Jun Wushuang, and a lot of money at that, he couldn't help but burst into laughter again. While Yishien was laughing, he did not forget to stare at Jun Wushuang. He wanted to see Jun Wushuang's face turn blue with anger after knowing all this. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Jun Wushuang's face did not show any expression of being angry, instead he laughed. Yishian, actually, I should be the one to say thank you, Jun Wushuang said. Since the transaction has been completed, I will not hide it from you. Let's tell you the truth. Yishian, you know, these ancient crystals are really necessities for me. Don't say you want to add 20,000 yuan per crystal. Even if you want to add 50,000 or 100,000 yuan per crystal, I will have to bite the bullet and buy it today. But I didn't expect that. Not only did you not let me buy these ancient crystals at a sky-high price, but you even lowered the price. Let me sincerely say thank you here. Hearing this, Yishian's heart suddenly panicked, but he immediately snorted. Jun Wushuang, stop pretending here, you can't fool me. Haha, since you don't believe me, then open your eyes and watch carefully to see if I am lying to you or not. Jun Wushuang smiled slightly, and walked towards the ancient yuan monument not far away with the 1 million ancient yuan crystals. Buzz. Sensing that someone was approaching with a large amount of ancient yuan crystals, the ancient yuan monument suddenly shook violently, and then countless inscription patterns emitting bright light emerged one after another. A light hole appeared in the center of the ancient yuan monument. Through the information given by the Academy before, everyone knows what is going on. As long as you put the ancient yuan crystals you have into that light hole, the ancient yuan monument will give you corresponding resources that can be exchanged. Jun Wushuang began to throw the ancient crystal into the light hole. 10,000 ancient crystals. 100,000 ancient crystals. 300,000 ancient crystals. 500,000 ancient crystals. Boom! When Jun Wushuang had invested as many as 990,000 ancient yuan crystals, the ancient yuan monument seemed to have triggered some hidden mechanism, and suddenly vibrated violently. The lines of inscription surrounding the ancient yuan monument also burst out with extremely dazzling light at this moment. These lights gathered together to form a pillar of light, rushing straight into the sky. It seems as if even the sky is about to be pierced. Roar! The next moment, a terrifying dragon roar was heard, and the entire ancient yuan secret realm began to tremble. Immediately afterwards, a chaotic-colored dragon head emerged from the thick sea of clouds, followed by 9-toed dragon claws, then the dragon body, and finally the dragon tail. A majestic chaos dragon appeared in everyone's sight, with terrifying and astonishing dragon power sweeping out from its body like a tidal wave, covering all directions. There are dragons? When the students saw this scene, they were stunned with shock. Suddenly, the chaos dragon lowered its head slightly, and its eyes, which seemed to contain supreme majesty and knew the whole universe, directly locked onto Jun Wushuang's figure. Immediately afterwards, another earth-shaking dragon roar sounded, and the chaotic dragon actually swooped down towards Jun Wushuang. Oh my God! When everyone saw this, they were frightened out of their wits. They screamed and ran away. Such a terrifying dragon, without using any offensive means, just a single hit from its terrifying body would be enough to kill them. Those who knew how to run away performed relatively well. Some of the timid students were so scared that their legs were trembling. What's worse, some of them even had a liquid with a pungent smell flowing out between their legs. They were so scared that they peed their pants on the spot. The onlookers were all terrified. However, Jun Wushuang, who was locked by the Chaos Dragon, did not show any fear at all. There was even a big smile on his handsome face, and his eyes were extremely hot. Jun Wushuang actually raised his hand and grabbed the Chaos Dragon. Although the Chaos Dragon was as huge as a mountain, its dive speed was extremely fast. But what was strange was that as the Chaos Dragon approached Jun Wushuang, its huge size shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it was less than 3 or 5 meters away from Jun Wushuang, the Chaos Dragon simply shrank until it disappeared, leaving only a dragon-shaped jade pendant. Bang! Jun Wushuang grabbed the dragon-shaped jade pendant. His eyes were burning with passion, reaching its peak at this moment. This is the Chaos Dragon Emperor art that helped Yishian cultivate his body to an invincible level in his previous life. It is known as the #1 physical training technique in this universe. Where's the dragon? Why is it gone? At this time, everyone noticed that the Chaos Dragon had disappeared. They were no longer panicking, but looked around curiously. Someone shouted, I saw it! The Chaos Dragon turned into a dragon-shaped jade pendant and fell into Jun Xiao's hands. Someone murmured. Such a huge dragon, but in the blink of an eye it turned into a dragon-shaped jade pendant? Could it be that everything just now was an illusion or a vision? Hearing this, some people's pupils condensed fiercely, and then they took a breath of cold air. Strange phenomenon? I have heard the elders of the clan say that only when the heaven-level skills are born, strange phenomena will appear. What did you say? Young Master Jun actually obtained a heaven-level technique? Oh my god! Everyone couldn't help but scream. Only Yishien did not scream, because when he heard the news, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. Heavenly-level martial arts? You really look down on the Chaos Dragon Emperor art. Hearing the exclamations around him, Jun Wushuang chuckled in his heart. The Chaos Dragon Emperor art, which can help Yishien, the future human emperor, to cultivate an invincible body that can destroy the stars with a single punch or a kick and is known as the #1 body refining technique in the universe, cannot be just a mere heavenly-level technique. This is the legendary god-level skill. But Jun Wushuang would never say such words. Although the heavenly-level skills are also extremely precious, the reputation of the Jun family can still keep them under wraps. However, if others knew that Chaos Dragon Emperor art was a legendary god-level martial art, not to mention the Jun family, even the strongest man of the human race, the Minister of Martial Arts Hong Tao, would not be able to suppress it. Therefore, if the true level of Chaos Dragon Emperor's art was leaked, then what Jun Wushuang did today would not be snatching a great opportunity from Yishien, the future human emperor, but seeking his own death. As the thought came to his mind, Jun Wushuang put the dragon-shaped jade pendant into the storage space. At this time, a group of students ran to Jun Wushuang and said with envy, Master Jun, congratulations, you have obtained a great opportunity. Jun Wushuang smiled modestly and said, I can obtain that heaven-level technique just now, thanks to classmate Yishien. Young Master Jun is right. You should thank Yishien. If this heaven-level technique were to be released to the public, even if it cost trillions of blue star coins, there would be countless people willing to buy it. However, Yishien sold it to young Master Jun for only 11 billion. Yishien, you are a good man. Ha 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 ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter, and looked at Yishien as if they were an idiot. They had already anticipated that after this news spread, Yishien would become the subject of conversation for a long time in the future. Phew! At this moment, a sound of blood spurting out suddenly was heard. You don't need to look to know that the one who is bleeding is definitely Yishien. The ancient yuan crystals that Jun Wushuang used to exchange for that heavenly level technique from the ancient yuan monument were all provided by him. In other words, that heavenly level technique should have belonged to him. As a result, he actually sold the heavenly level skills that should have belonged to him and were worth at least trillions to Jun Wushuang for a mere 11 billion. What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? The most infuriating thing is that he was actually extremely proud of this before, and felt that he had made a lot of money out of Jun Wushuang. Not to mention that Yishien is a vengeful person, even if his heart is as broad as the sea, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Brother Yishien, what's wrong with you? Mu Chanin's panicked voice came from the side. I am fine. Yishien gnashed his teeth, staring at Jun Wushuang not far away with a sinister and resentful look. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, pretended to be weak, and said, Chanin, I got angry and suffered serious injuries. I need to buy some precious medicine to heal my wounds, but I don't have the money to buy the medicine. Please transfer the money I just transferred to you back first. Now, only the 11 billion blue star coins earned from Jun Wushuang can slightly soothe Yishien's grief and make him feel less uncomfortable. Mu Chanin said apologetically, Brother Yishien, I'm sorry, I don't have any money left. No more? How could it be gone? Yishien's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. That was 11 billion blue star coins, not 110 pieces. If 11 billion blue star coins were taken out, they could be piled up into a small mountain. How long had it been since he gave Mu Chanin so much money? Less than 5 minutes, and Mu Chanin actually told him that it was gone. Mu Chanin explained, Brother Yishien, you know that my Mu family is now burdened with a huge amount of foreign debt, and those creditors have sued our family. Therefore, all the accounts of the Mu family are monitored, and once there is money in the account, it will be immediately transferred away. So, the 11 billion you gave me was withdrawn the next second after I transferred it into my account. Before, Yishien told Mu Chanin that he was so angry that he just wanted to find a reason to ask Mu Chanin to transfer the money back. But at this moment, he was really angry. Phew! An abnormal flush appeared on Yishien's face, and then he suddenly opened his mouth, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Then his head tilted, and he fell into a coma. Chapter 50 Chaos Dragon Power, Breakthrough to the 4th Level. Looking at Yishien, who was vomiting blood and unconscious, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy, happiness, in his heart. There is no way, Yishien's experience is really too miserable. During the 7 days that the ancient Yuan secret realm was opened, Yishien worked hard every day to collect rare treasures and hunt ancient Yuan beasts. While Yishien was working hard, what was his girlfriend Mu Chanin doing? He knelt in front of Jun Wushuang and used her soft, boneless hands to massage his whole body. Although it was just a proper massage, and Mu Chanin did not intentionally take advantage of Jun Wushuang, but massage is bound to involve physical contact. There were some places on Mu Chanin's body that even Yishien had not had time to touch. Jun Wushuang didn't know how many times he had touched them in the past few days. Besides, the little hand that Mu Chanin was using to wipe the blood from the corner of Yishien's mouth was used to massage Jun Wushuang's feet just an hour ago, and even a few days ago, it had massaged Jun Wushuang's buttocks and thighs. The hands that had touched other men's places, without washing them, went to touch Yishien's mouth. So miserable. However, this is not the most miserable part for Yishien. The most miserable part is, after working like crazy for 7 days and turning himself into a half-human, Yishien finally collected enough rare treasures and refined a large number of B-level pills. As planned, he traded all the ancient crystals in the hands of his classmates. Yishien originally thought that he could use this opportunity to make a fortune from Jun Wushuang and vent his anger, but he never expected that the final result would be that he gave Jun Wushuang a god-level bodybuilding technique at a price that was almost free. Moreover, it was Yishien who begged to give it to Jun Wushuang. But this is not the worst. The worst thing is that Yishien worked so hard for so many days, and his girlfriend was enjoyed and used by others for so many days, but in the end, he didn't get anything. More than 10 billion blue star coins. Yishien didn't even see the shadow of a coin, let alone spend it. As a result, the money is gone. You can imagine how miserable he must be. Well, therefore, even though Jun Wushuang and Yishien had a deep hatred for each other, they couldn't help but sigh at this moment, and then couldn't help but say kindly, "Mu Chanin, your boyfriend is too weak. Why does he vomit blood all the time? Since you are his girlfriend, you should take good care of him. Go buy him some blood-boosting supplements. I am really afraid that he will accidentally vomit blood and die one day." Fortunately, Yishien had fallen into a coma at this moment. Otherwise, if he heard these words, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood 3 times again and curse at Jun Wushuang. "How the hell do you have the nerve to say something like that? I always vomit blood, who the hell is to blame for this?" Buzz. At this moment, a space fluctuation suddenly spread over the square. The transmission channel leaving the ancient Yuan secret realm opened on time. Jun Wushuang immediately withdrew his gaze, no longer appreciating this scene that made him extremely happy and looked like a world-famous painting, and stepped into the transmission channel. There was a flash of light before my eyes, and a familiar feeling of dizziness came over me. When everything returned to calm, Jun Wushuang returned to the playground of Xinwu Academy. The next moment, Zhang Guangwu's smiling voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Student Jun Wushuang, how did you gain from this trip to the ancient Yuan secret realm?" Jun Wushuang was in a very good mood, and said with a smile, "Not bad, I gained a heaven-level body refining technique." "What the hell? You got a heavenly level body refining technique? How is that possible? Jun Wushuang, you are kidding, right?" Zhang Guangwu was stunned for 2 seconds, then came to his senses. He completely lost the composure that a president of Xinwu College should have, and immediately screamed. Jun Wushuang said calmly, "How could I joke about this kind of thing? Almost all the students saw it at the time. If the dean doesn't believe it, you can ask other students when they come out. Of course, it's best to ask Yishien." In fact, according to Jun Wushuang's character, he should have left immediately after coming out. He now can't wait to return to the Jun family to study the Chaos Dragon Emperor art, which is known as the best body refining technique in the universe. The reason why he stayed to tell Zhang Guangwu all this was to let Zhang Guangwu stab Yishien in the heart again after Yishian came out. At the same time, it was also to confirm that what he had obtained was a heavenly level body refining technique. If Jun Wushuang didn't say it now, when other classmates came out later, they would definitely describe in vivid detail the strange phenomena that occurred when Jun Wushuang obtained the Chaos Dragon Emperor art. Jun Wushuang's classmates were all low-level warriors with little knowledge. When they saw the strange phenomenon, they thought that the art of Chaos Dragon Emperor was just a heaven-level martial art. However, if someone who has seen the world hears the detailed description, he will definitely doubt that Chaos Dragon Emperor art is definitely not as simple as a heavenly-level martial art. But now that Jun Wushuang has taken the initiative to expose himself, when those classmates come out later, others will only ask Jun Wushuang whether he really got a heavenly-level body refining technique, and thus ignore those important details. Even if there are still people who describe the strange phenomenon that occurred at that time in vivid detail, people who have already formed a preconceived notion and think that what Jun Wushuang obtained is a heavenly-level technique will think that there must be some exaggeration in the description. Jun Wushuang's behavior can be said to be very painstaking, but the value of Chaos Dragon Emperor art, a body refining technique known as the best in the universe, is completely worth it. Jun Wushuang glanced at Zhang Guangwu, who was deeply shocked and unable to extricate himself, and said again calmly, "I say, Dean, it's just a heaven-level body refining technique. Is it worth making such a fuss? You are the dean of Xingwu College after all. You are showing such an ignorant attitude. As a member of Xingwu College, I feel very embarrassed. Just a heaven-level technique, that's all?" These casual words almost made Zhang Guangwu angry to the point of breaking down. You know, he has been working diligently as the president of Xingwu College for more than 20 years. During this period, he would go to the Starry Sky battlefield from time to fight against alien races. The wealth he accumulated only allowed him to exchange for an initial level Earth-level martial arts technique. But Jun Wushuang only went to the ancient Yuan secret realm, and obtained the heavenly level skills that he would never dare to dream of in his life. The most infuriating thing is that Jun Wushuang, who had such a great opportunity, talked as if he had just picked up a cabbage on the roadside. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhang Guangwu's gaze towards Jun Wushuang became dangerous, and he felt a strong urge to beat Jun Wushuang up. As a spiritual master, Jun Wushuang had extremely sharp perceptions and immediately sensed the danger. He knew he was being too hypocritical, so he quickly said with a wry smile, "Dean Zhang, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first. See you later." After saying this, he didn't even give Zhang Guangwu a chance to vent his envy and jealousy, and ran away quickly. In the practice room of Jun's house. Roar! 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 Ah! 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 There were waves of sounds like dragon roars and screams full of pain. That dragon roar-like sound was made by Jun Wushuang when he was practicing the Chaos Dragon Emperor art, with his chi and blood circulating in his body, flushing his limbs and bones, and strengthening his body. The scream of pain came from Jun Wushuang's mouth. The process of practicing the body refining technique was extremely painful, because it was changing one's own body while alive. The higher the level of practice of the body refining technique, the more horrible the pain it brings. When practicing ordinary body refining techniques, the pain experienced during the process can be said to be equivalent to experiencing a round of Ling Qi. It is conceivable what kind of pain one will endure when practicing a god-level body refining technique like Chaos Dragon Emperor Ju. I don't know how much time had passed, but the dragon roars and screams in the training room finally subsided, leaving only the violent breathing like a cow. I saw a figure covered in blood, looking like a ghost that had just crawled out of hell, lying on the cold ground. There is no doubt that this figure is Jun Wushuang. After resting for more than an hour, Jun Wushuang felt that his body had regained some consciousness, and then he climbed up from the ground. Through the smooth and reflective ground, Jun Wushuang saw that his body was covered with blood. Without him making any movement, the blood that was almost stuck to his body was immediately bounced off. At this moment, if there were outsiders here, They would be extremely shocked when seeing this scene. Although Jun Wushuang's action of shaking off the dirty blood on his body seems simple, it is actually quite difficult and requires a very high level of control over his body to do it. Without the stained blood, Jun Wushuang's body was exposed to the air cleanly. Compared with the state before he practiced Chaos Dragon Emperor art, there was a world of difference. Not only has he become more muscular, but his skin has also become as white and tender as a freshly peeled egg. This is not a body of flesh, but a perfect work of art. Jun Wushuang didn't care about the changes in his figure. With a faint smile on his face, he said to himself, "Although the process of cultivation is very painful, all the efforts are worth it. Now I can easily kill a 4th-grade martial spirit realm with my physical strength alone. If I use the Chaos Dragon power again, it won't be impossible to kill King Wu." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Wushuang spread out his right hand, and suddenly, a chaotic-colored, spiritual-like energy emerged from his palm. At first glance, it looked like a chaotic little dragon was crawling in his palm. Even though this chaotic energy is not even half the thickness of your little finger, its power is quite terrifying. Even a martial arts master will die instantly if he is hit by this chaotic energy without any preparation. This chaotic energy is exactly the chaotic dragon power that Jun Wushuang mentioned just now. Practicing Chaos Dragon Emperor art can not only strengthen the physical body, but also compress one's own sharpness into Chaos Dragon force with great power. The more chaotic dragon power that is compressed and condensed, the more terrifying the power that can be exerted will be. The only flaw is that it is very difficult to compress the Chaos Dragon power. Even if Jun Wushuang consumes all his spiritual power, he can only compress and condense it into 2 strands of Chaos Dragon power at most. That's right, through practicing Chaos Dragon Emperor art, Jun Wushuang finally succeeded in transforming all the blood and energy in his body into spiritual power, breaking through to the 4th level of martial spirit realm. You know, because Jun Wushuang's foundation is so powerful, after he broke through the 4th-grade martial spirit realm, the spiritual power he possessed was dozens or even dozens of times greater than that of martial artists at the same level. Even so, Jun Wushuang could only condense 2 strands of Chaos Dragon power. It is conceivable how difficult it is to condense Chaos Dragon power. Now I can definitely fight King Wu and kill Wu Zong. Jun Wushuang smiled brightly, obviously quite satisfied with the results obtained from this practice. Chapter 51 Alien Spy, Yinyang Jade Pot Body. Next, Jun Wushuang did not continue practicing, but left the practice room. Because this time, he practiced for a full 7 days. The way of cultivation is to relax in moderation. If you just practice hard all the time, it will be counterproductive. Of course, the most important thing is that hard training is not as fast as seizing Yishien's opportunity to improve. After leaving the training room, Jun Wushuang directly summoned the housekeeper and asked, "Did anything happen at home during the few days I was in seclusion? Also, I asked you to keep an eye on Yishien, did you find anything?" The housekeeper said truthfully, "Nothing big happened at home, but Miss Chioshu from the Chio family has been coming to see you, young master, all the time." Chioshu? Upon hearing this name, Jun Wushuang's eyes suddenly brightened, and it brought back a memory from his previous life. This girl named Chioshu is apparently the daughter of the Chio family, a second-rate martial arts family in Longdu. She likes to hook up with famous young talents everywhere. She is a well-known socialite in Longdu. There are at least 100 to 200 Longdu geniuses who have had affairs with her. But secretly, this woman is a foreign spy and a traitor to the human race. Not only Chioshu, the entire Chio family are traitors to the human race. In the previous life, after Yishien became famous, Chioshu couldn't wait to seduce Yishien, and then find an opportunity to kill Yishien, the human genius. However, how could Yishien, who was protected by the luck of the human emperor, be killed by a tiny human traitor? In the end, not only was Chioshu beaten by Yishien in broad daylight, she was also killed, the entire Chio family was uprooted, and Yishien also took away a rare treasure related to mental power. Chioshu was supposed to go find Yishien, but now she comes to find me. It seems like she has set her sights on me. A sneer appeared on Jun Wushuang's lips. Even if Chioshu doesn't come to find me, I will go to find her when I remember this matter. Of course, he didn't go there to experience Chioshu's superb bed skills. But Jun Wushuang was also a spiritual master, so he was also very interested in the rare treasure related to spiritual power that Chioshu possessed. If the Chiu family has become a second-rate martial arts family in Longdu simply by relying on family strength, I can destroy such a family as I please. I don't need any evidence to prove that this family has fallen. It's a pity. The Chiu family has a good ancestor who once made contributions to the human race in the Starry Sky battlefield, making the Chiu family a meritorious family. Such a family is well known in the martial arts department. Even if it is my Jun family, we cannot touch the Chiu family without evidence. So, if I want to attack the Chiu family and get the rare treasure related to spiritual power, I must let the Chiu family take the initiative to show their true colors. This is easier said than done. Because I'm famous now, everyone knows that I have the qualities of a martial emperor. When I go out, even a fool knows that there are many people protecting me, both overtly and covertly. If I go to see Chioshu without a master protecting me, the spies from other races will definitely suspect that there is a trick and won't act rashly. I must come up with a reasonable reason for the fact that I don't have a master to protect me, so that the Chiu family will have the courage to attack me. Jun Wushuang's eyes flickered. At this time, the housekeeper continued, Master, a lot of things happened to Yishien, whom I have been keeping an eye on, during the time you were in seclusion. What's going on? Jun Wushuang stopped thinking immediately after hearing that. Compared to Chioshu and the spiritual power treasure, Yishien's matter was obviously more important. The housekeeper said in a deep voice. First, when Yishien was leaving Xunwu Academy after the Ancient Origin Secret Realm was closed, he encountered a revenge-killing incident on his way home. Yishien seemed to have picked up something from it. After returning, he hid and practiced for a few days. Not only did he break through to the 4th grade martial spirit realm, but his physical body was also greatly enhanced. If I am not mistaken, this boy should have obtained a batch of cultivation resources and a body-building technique of high quality. You are worthy of being favored by heaven and possessing the destiny of the Emperor of Man. Jun Wushuang snorted coldly. The housekeeper continued. After Yishien's breakthrough, he went to register with the martial arts department. After completing the mandatory mission of the martial arts department, he directly joined the Night Owl Squadron where he was when he was performing the mandatory mission. Recently, Yishien has been following the Night Owl team to carry out various missions. He has been making money while improving his strength. His progress is amazingly fast. Hearing this, Jun Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up. How could I have forgotten about the martial arts department's mandatory mission? Now I have a way to trick the Chiu family into taking action against me. Hong Tao, the head of the martial arts department, once set a rule. When a warrior has cultivated to the 4th level of martial arts, he must go to the martial arts department to register. After registration, he can enjoy many benefits of the martial arts department. Of course, you won't enjoy these benefits for free. During the first registration, the martial arts department will give the registrant a task that must be completed, and then the registrant will have to carry out the task every 1 to 3 months. Because many of the missions issued by the martial arts department are confidential, they must be kept confidential during the execution of the mission. No one other than the mission executor is allowed to know the content of the mission or interfere in the mission. This means that when Jun Wushuang followed the rules and went to register at the martial arts department to complete the mandatory task, it was completely reasonable that he was not protected by any of the Jun family's strong men. At this time, the butler's voice sounded again. By the way, Master, I have found the person you asked me to find. This is a picture of that person. As soon as he finished speaking, the butler took out a photo and handed it to Jun Wushuang respectfully. In addition, there is some intelligence information about the people in the photos. The photo shows a woman in her 30s with a beautiful face and cascading black hair. She is wearing a red slim-fitting cheongsam that perfectly outlines the curves of her enchanting and voluptuous body. She exudes a strong mature charm. The only flaw is that the woman's legs exposed from the slit of the cheongsam, although long, are full of flesh and not as slender as those of a young girl like Lin Yuding. Of course, this flaw is only for young people. Only mature men understand that these fleshy long legs are much more interesting than those thin legs that little girls can hold in one hand. Auntie Qin! Jun Wushuang called in a low voice. The real name of this beautiful mature woman was Qin, and Auntie Qin was what Yishien called this woman. A few days ago, Jun Wushuang heard Yishien say that he earned so many ancient yuan crystals by refining pills, and he thought of this, Aunt Qin. Because Yishien's alchemy and medical skills were all taught by this Aunt Qin. This Auntie Qin not only possesses superb alchemy and medical skills, but she also has a very surprising identity. That is, she is the reincarnation of the residual soul of a powerful ancient human. In addition, Aunt Qin also possesses a special physique that can bring great benefits to the man who gets her. This special physique is called Yin-Yang Jade Pot Body. One who has mastered superb alchemy and medical skills is the reincarnation of the residual soul of an ancient human being, and possesses a Yin-Yang Jade Pot Body that can help the man who gets her to gain immense benefits. Such a top-notch woman, can Jun Wushuang allow her to continue to stay with Yishien? The answer is obvious, not allowed. Jun Wushuang thought to himself. Although Qin has not developed any feelings for Yishien at this point in time, and only regards Yishien as her student, Yishien often contacts Qin, and I guess she has said bad things about me in front of her. So if I want to take this woman down, I have to think long and hard and come up with a thorough plan. I can't think of any thorough plan for the moment, so let's put aside the matter of conquering Qin for now. I'll think about it after I've dealt with the Chiu family. After all, if the Chiu family can't find an opportunity to deal with me, they may shift their hunting target to Yishien. Yishien is now a genius with a great reputation. We can't let things develop like in the last life, and end up letting Yishien get that rare treasure related to spiritual power. At this moment, a servant of the Jun family suddenly ran over and said, "Master, Miss Chioshu from the Chiu family is here to see you again." "Haha, it really is what you think." Jun Wushuang laughed, and then said, "Go and invite Miss Chiu in." "Yes, master." Soon, the servant of the Jun family appeared with a young girl who was wearing so little cloth that she almost had no cloth at all. It was Chioshu. Although Chioshu is not as pretty as Lin Yuding and Qin, she has a good figure and is willing to show it off generously, so she is quite eye-catching. "Mr. Jun, long time no see. I miss you so much." When Chioshu saw Jun Wushuang, she immediately ran over, speaking in a sweet voice while pressing her body against Jun Wushuang. That incredible look of a horse-fork worm is so impressive that one cannot help but admire her. She is worthy of being a famous socialite in Longdu. However, although Jun Wushuang knew that Chioshu was a well-known socialite, and that her beautiful arms were not enough for thousands of men to sleep with, and her red lips were enough for thousands of men to sleep with, she was almost the same, but he did not refuse to have close contact with Chioshu. Firstly, he wanted to induce the Chiu family to attack him, so as to destroy the Chiu family, the traitors of the human race, and get the spiritual power treasure he wanted. Naturally, he had to give Chioshu the opportunity to get close to him. Secondly, this is the real reason. Men are all like this. When faced with a woman who takes the initiative to throw herself at them, they will not refuse as long as she is a little bit pretty. No. It is too arbitrary to say this. We cannot generalize like this. There are still some men who, faced with a woman who throws herself at him, will not refuse even if she is ugly or a heavy tank weighing more than 200 kilograms, and will even enjoy driving her. Chapter 52, Join the Night Crow Squad and Hide Your Identity. Jun Wushuang hugged Chioshu, who was leaning against him, and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a few days. Miss Chiu has become more beautiful." A charming smile suddenly appeared in Chioshu's foxy eyes, and she said delicately, "I didn't expect that Jun Xiao, who used to be so aloof from women, has become so sweet-mouthed since he dumped Mu Chanin. It makes me want to have a taste." As she spoke, Chioshu actually pouted her beautiful red lips slightly and moved closer to Jun Wushuang. Jun Wushuang was quick with both hands, and he immediately raised a finger to block Chioshu's red lips, preventing the woman from succeeding. He didn't mind if he and Chioshu just had a casual moment of hugging each other, or even had a real fight. But mouth to mouth, sorry, Jun Wushuang really can't accept it. There's nothing he can do, he is still a little bit of a germaphobe. God knows how many men have been served by Chioshu's mouth. Jun Wushuang smiled faintly and said, "Miss Chiu, why did you suddenly remember to come to me today?" Chioshu, who had failed, looked at Jun Wushuang with some resentment before saying, "This is not for those young masters and young ladies in the circle. I heard that you, Jun Xiao won the first place in the school entrance examination of Xingwu College, and then completed the feat of obtaining a heavenly level martial arts in the ancient origin secret realm. So I was entrusted to invite Jun Xiao. Let's find a time to get together and curry favor with Jun Xiao's big thick leg. Jun Wushuang said with regret. This is really not possible. I am not free recently. Miss Chio, you know that Minister Hong has set a rule that after breaking through to the 4th grade martial spirit realm, you must register with the martial arts department and complete a mandatory task. I have to deal with this matter first. How about this? Let's talk about the party after I complete the mandatory mission. A mandatory mission for the martial arts department? Hearing this, Chioshu's eyes lit up, and then she pretended to be casual and asked, Master Jun, this is such a coincidence. I will also break through to the 4th level of martial spirit realm in the next few days, and then prepare to complete the mandatory mission of the martial arts department. By the way, Master Jun, when are you going to go to the martial arts department to receive the mandatory mission? I wonder if I would have the honor to form a team with you, Master Jun? Jun Wushuang smiled and shook his head. No, it is my honor to have a beauty like Miss Chio by my side while carrying out the mission of the martial arts department. Then, Jun Wushuang asked again. I plan to register at the martial arts department tomorrow. I wonder if Miss Chio is free? Mr. Jun, why are you so anxious? Can't you wait for 2 days? Chioshu frowned slightly. Jun Wushuang said calmly. I have to do it sooner or later anyway, so I might as well do it sooner rather than later. I have other things to do later. When Jun Wushuang is out on missions for the martial arts department, he will not be protected by any strong men from the Jun family. Therefore, Jun Wushuang will take certain risks in his plan to use himself as bait to lure the Chio family into revealing their flaws. In this case, Jun Wushuang naturally could not give the Chio family too much time to prepare. The more fully prepared the Chio family was, the higher the risk he would have to bear. Although the spiritual power relic of that family was quite important to him, it was definitely not as important as his own safety. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient for Miss Chio? If so, forget it. Jun Wushuang pretended to look regretful. No! Chioshu replied anxiously. I have time, let's do it tomorrow. Jun Wushuang smiled. He knew Chioshu would agree, because this was a golden opportunity to kill himself. If he missed this time, there would never be another chance. Not to mention tomorrow, even if I wanted to leave this afternoon, Chioshu would definitely agree. Jun Wushuang said, Miss Chio, it's almost time for dinner, why don't you stay and have dinner together? Chioshu shook her head and said, No, Master Jun, I have some important things to deal with at home. Let's talk about dinner after we complete the mandatory mission of the martial arts department, and come back. Hearing this, Jun Wushuang sneered in his heart. Is there something going on at home? Haha, I think you should hurry back and prepare for the assassination against me. Although he guessed Chioshu's intention, Jun Wushuang did not expose her and said, Okay, then I'll see Miss Chio off. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Wushuang and Chioshu walked towards the gate of the Jun family, talking and laughing. After Chioshu's figure disappeared from their sight, the faint smile that had been hanging on Jun Wushuang's face disappeared without a trace in an instant, and became cold and stern. Then, Jun Wushuang rushed into the Jun family treasure room without saying a word. He wanted to pick out a few treasures for self-defense for tomorrow's trip. Although with his current strength, only a strong man in the martial saint realm could kill him. The Chio family is just a second-rate martial arts family. There is no martial saint-level expert in charge. However, as the saying goes, one should be prepared for the worst. In order to ensure one's own absolute safety, it is better to be prepared. Time passed quickly and soon it was the next morning. Jun Wushuang had just come out of his bedroom when the housekeeper came to inform him that Chioshu had arrived. He went to the living room and saw Chioshu. He flirted with her for a while before driving to the martial arts department. After being shown the place, he found the front desk and told them why he and Chioshu were there. The receptionist, who was wearing a professional suit and was quite good-looking, took Jun Wushuang and Chioshu to complete the registration. Inside an office. Mr. Jun, take a look at these tasks and see which one you like better. A staff member from the martial arts department handed several tasks to Jun Wushuang with a warm smile on his face. Generally, those who have just reached the 4th level of the martial spirit realm do not receive such treatment. Usually, the martial arts department randomly assigns them a task to complete. They have no right to be picky. But Jun Wushuang is different. He is not only the eldest son of the Jun family, but the information that he possesses the potential of a martial emperor has also been leaked. As long as he grows up smoothly, he will definitely be one of the pillars of the human race in the future. In the martial arts department, except for the top few senior executives, anyone who faces Jun Wushuang must be respectful. Jun Wushuang nodded slightly, his eyes falling on those tasks. Mission content: go to Yunfeng Mountain with the Han Feng team to collect the Hanwen gang. The collection amount is 50 tons. There are a large number of ferocious beasts living in Yunfeng Mountain. The mission danger factor, 2.5 stars. Reward, 2,500 merit points. Mission content: the Zhang family in Yongrong City is suspected of betraying the human race. Go to Yongrong City with the White Wolf team to investigate the Zhang family. Mission danger factor, 2 stars. Reward, 2,000 merit points. Mission content: go to the top of the ice volcano with the Night Crow team to collect ice and fire spring water. The collection amount is 70 tons. There are a large number of ferocious beasts living in the ice volcano, and there are many naturally formed dangers. Mission danger factor, 3 stars. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Night Crow Squad. When he saw the third task, Jun Wushuang's eyes suddenly focused. He remembered that the butler once told him that Yishian was currently a member of the Night Crow Squad. Thinking of this, Jun Wushuang showed a faint sneer on his face, and then looked at the staff member and said, "I choose the third task." The third mission? The staff member was stunned. He didn't understand why Jun Wushuang chose this most dangerous mission, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded and said, "Okay, I will help you register now and tell the Night Crow Squad your information. Then, you can go to the Night Crow Squad and discuss with them the time to set out for the mission." "Wait a minute!" Jun Wushuang suddenly stopped the staff who were about to get busy. Under the latter's puzzled gaze, he smiled and said, "Can you please not tell the Night Crow Squad about my real identity information?" The staff member said with a smile, "Master Jun, with your fame, who in Longdu doesn't know you? Even if I don't tell the Night Crow Squad your identity information, they will recognize you at a glance." Jun Wushuang smiled faintly and said, "I have my own way to hide my true identity. You just need to tell me if I can do this." The staff member nodded and said puzzledly, "Of course you can, but why do you want to do this, Master Jun? If the members of the Night Crow Squad knew your true identity, they would definitely take special care of you, which would be good for you, Master Jun." "Why? Why else could it be?" "Of course it's because of Yishien." Of course, Jun Wushuang was not worried that if he joined the Night Crow Squad with his real identity, Yishian would take the opportunity to retaliate and make trouble for him. But because if Yishian knew his real identity, things would not be fun. Jun Wushuang naturally would not tell the staff about this, but said, "You also know that I am very famous now. I am afraid that many human traitors have already targeted me and are trying to assassinate me. When I am carrying out the mission of the martial arts department, I cannot let the Jun family masters follow me for protection, so for the sake of safety, I have to conceal my identity. Of course, you can tell the members of the Night Crow Squad that I am a very important person, so that those guys won't think I'm a newcomer and deliberately bully me, causing any unpleasantness." The staff member felt that what Jun Wushuang said made sense, nodded in agreement, and said, "Okay, then everything will be done according to what you said, young Master Jun." After receiving the task, Jun Wushuang took Chioshu and left the martial arts department, and headed to the location of the Night Crow Squad according to the address given by the staff. The base of the Night Crow Squad was not far from the martial arts department, so Jun Wushuang arrived there quickly. Before entering the Night Crow Squad base, Jun Wushuang took out a human skin mask and put it on his face. Chioshu, who was beside him, had already known that Jun Wushuang wanted to conceal his identity, so she was not at all surprised by Jun Wushuang's actions at this moment. Then, the two of them swaggered into the base of the Night Crow Squad. On a training ground, a young figure is practicing martial arts diligently, sweating profusely. There were many people watching around him. The young figure was none other than Yishien, and those who were watching were members of the Night Crow Squad. Chapter 53. I feel relieved to see that you are not doing well. Soon Yishien finished his training. Yishien felt uncomfortable with sweat all over his body, so he immediately said in an imperative tone, "Chanin, come and help me wipe the sweat off." Hearing this, Mu Chanin, who was sitting next to her, frowned slightly. It was obvious that she was very unhappy that Yishian ordered her around like this. In the past, when Jun Wushuang was around, she was the only one who ordered others around, and had never been ordered around by others. However, although he was reluctant, Mu Chanin still picked up the towel and walked over. Because Yishian was very concerned about his reputation, if she refused at this time, Yishian would definitely get angry. She and Yishian had been quarreling frequently recently because of various setbacks, and she didn't want to quarrel again over such a small matter. However, when Mu Chanin handed the towel over, Yishian did not reach out to take it. Instead, his face darkened and he scolded. "I asked you to help me wipe my sweat. Why did you give me the towel? Don't you even know how to do such a small thing as wiping my sweat?" Seeing that Yishian was getting more and more demanding and treating her like a servant, Mu Chanin suddenly became annoyed and wanted to throw the towel on the ground and turn around and leave. Unfortunately, Mu Chanin didn't dare. Because things are different now. The reason why she can still live a stable life now and doesn't have to run around every day to repay the Mu family's debts is all because of Yishian. If she had a falling out with Yishian, the Mu family's debt would be enough to crush her to death. There was no one to take care of her and coax her unconditionally anymore, so she had to control her temper and could no longer be as willful as before, like a princess who could throw tantrums whenever she wanted. "I understand." Mu Chanin's eyes turned slightly red, and she replied in a low voice with a somewhat aggrieved look on her face. Then she picked up the towel and began to help Yishian wipe the sweat off his face. Seeing this, Yishian's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he cursed in his heart. "Now your whole family depends on me for support, and I asked you to serve me, but you are still aggrieved. You are such an ungrateful person. If I wasn't afraid that dumping you would bring me even greater infamy, and that it would be hard to find another girlfriend as pretty as you, I would have kicked you out a long time ago." Seeing this, the members of the Night Owl squad nearby immediately expressed their envy. "Yishian is so lucky! If I were like Yishian and had a girlfriend as beautiful as Mu Chanin, I would be willing to live 20 years less." Only the male team members envied Yishian, while the female team members frowned and looked at Yishian with a hint of disgust in their eyes. "Is it cool to order your girlfriend around like this in public and treat her like a servant? No, only incompetent men would seek a sense of existence in such a disgusting way." However, although the female team members were disgusted by Yishian's behavior, they did not stand up to speak for him. Firstly, it is because Yishian is now a celebrity in the Night Owl team. With Yishian in the team, the difficulty of completing various tasks has dropped sharply, and the team members' income has increased sharply. They dare not openly offend Yishian. Secondly, and the most important reason, is that the girl who was ordered around by Yishian was Mu Chanin. The reason why Mu Chanin was bullied by Yishian was entirely because of this woman's own fault. She deserved it. The saying that there must be something hateful about pitiful people is very appropriate when applied to Mu Chanin. At this time, another member of the Night Owl team said, "In fact, what I envy most is not Yishian's blessing, but Yishian's talent for cultivation. Yishian's progress is really too fast. His current strength is at least twice as strong as when he first joined our Night Owl team. You are indeed a genius. Your cultivation speed is so fast. If you continue to improve at this speed, Yishian, your steps are too fast. Your strength now is at least twice as strong as when you first joined the Night Crow squad. He is truly a genius. His cultivation speed is so fast. At this rate of improvement, I don't think Yishian will surpass the captain in less than half a month. If I could have Yishian's talent for cultivation, I would be willing to live 20 years less, not to mention 10 years less." Hearing everyone's praise and feeling their envious gazes, Yishian's heart was filled with pride, but a humble smile was on his face. "Thank you for the compliments, thank you for the compliments." At this moment, a burly man walked in. He was the captain of the Night Owl squad, the famous Zhou Kun. "Team leader!" "Captain, good morning!" Yishian and other team members immediately greeted them enthusiastically. Zhou Kun nodded slightly and said, "Everyone gather together, I have something important to announce." Upon hearing this, Yishien and the others immediately gathered in front of Zhou Kun, stood in line, and then asked, "Captain, is there anything you want to announce?" Zhou Kun said, "There are 2 nobles who have to temporarily join our Night Owl squad because they have to carry out the mandatory mission of the martial arts department. Miss Su, Master Lin, please come in." As soon as the words fell, a man and a woman walked into the training ground. The man and woman were naturally Chioshu, and the other was Jun Wushuang, who had disguised his appearance. "What a great girl!" Chioshu, who loves to show off her body, immediately attracted the fiery gazes of all the men present as soon as she appeared. As for Jun Wushuang standing aside, no one paid any attention to her. Of course, the main reason was that Jun Wushuang was wearing a human skin mask to conceal his true face. If he revealed his true identity, he would definitely be more eye-catching than Chioshu. Zhou Kun was just about to introduce Chioshu and Jun Wushuang to everyone when suddenly, his communicator rang. Zhou Kun took a look, frowned, and then looked at the 2 of them apologetically and said, "Miss Chiu, Master Lin, I'm sorry, I have something urgent to deal with here, so please go and get familiar with everyone." Jun Wushuang smiled and nodded. "Captain Zhou, please go ahead and do your work. It's all right." Zhou Kun nodded and quickly left the training ground. After Zhou Kun left, Chioshu looked at everyone with a charming smile and said delicately, "Hello everyone, my name is Chioshu. I hope you can take good care of me while I complete the mandatory mission this time." Then, Jun Wushuang was about to introduce his fabricated identity, but before he could open his mouth, he saw a familiar figure secretly wiping tears at the back of the crowd. Who else could it be but Mu Chanin? "Mu Chanin, I feel relieved to see that you are not having as bad a time as I imagined." Jun Wushuang chuckled in his heart. He didn't pay much attention to Mu Chanin, and quickly looked away, intending to finish his self-introduction. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by a member of the Night Owl squad. "Hello, Miss Chiu, my name is Shiyong." "Miss Chiu, don't worry. During the mission, I will do my best to protect you. I will never let you lose a hair. If you want to hurt Miss Chiu, you have to step over my dead body first. Miss Chiu, are you thirsty? How about I go buy you a cup of milk tea?" All the members of the Night Owl team swarmed over like swarming bees and butterflies, and surrounded Chioshu, trying to please her with fawning smiles on their faces. There was only one person who didn't come closer, and that was Yishien. The reason why he did so was not only because Mu Chanin was right next to him, but also because, compared to Chioshu, he was more interested in the young man next to Chioshu, who looked unfamiliar but gave him a vague sense of familiarity. Yishien stared at Jun Wushuang with burning eyes, thinking in his heart, "I recognize that girl named Chioshu. She is the daughter of a second-rate martial arts family in Longdu. Although the Chiu family is only a second-rate martial arts family, because their ancestors produced meritorious human beings, their family status is higher than many first-rate martial arts families in Longdu. According to my observation, Chioshu is very respectful to this young man. This shows that this young man is at least a young master from a first-class martial arts family. Although I have earned much more since joining the Night Owl squad, my expenses have also increased as my cultivation has improved, and I still don't have enough money. Therefore, if I can curry favor with this young master, I will definitely be able to gain a lot of benefits from him, and I won't have to worry about money in the future." Although the young man in front of him made Yishian puzzled and felt extremely disgusted for no reason. But because he was born to hate the rich, he would naturally feel hatred and disgust when he saw people living better than himself, so Yishian didn't care at all. As the thought came to his mind, Yishian forced himself to suppress his disgust for the young man, and walked over with a false smile on his face. When passing by those team members who were trying to please Chioshu like licking dogs, a trace of disdain flashed through Yishian's eyes. A bunch of idiots who can't walk when they see a woman, they are only concerned with trying to please Chioshu, but ignore the real big shot next to them. If you try to please Chioshu, you won't get any benefit at all. Any effort you make will be in vain, because Chioshu is a well-known socialite. Only young talents are qualified to be her lovers. Only by trying to please the person next to her can you get any real benefit. It doesn't matter if you are so stupid and brainless. Without you guys trying to curry favor with me, I would have more chances to get close to this young master. just when Yishien made up his mind not to pay any attention to Chioshu and was wholeheartedly trying to please and curry favor with the young master. Chioshu in the crowd suddenly walked out quickly, came to Yishien, and said in a delicate voice, "This should be Yishien Yitianjiao, right? I have heard of your reputation countless times, but seeing you today is believing." Yishien was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that he was now considered a young talent, and was qualified to attract Chioshu's attention. Yishien came back to his senses and smiled modestly. "Miss Chio, you are too kind." Chioshu asked curiously, "By the way, Yitianjiao, why are you in this night owl squad?" Yishien raised his chin slightly and smiled proudly. "Because I am also a member of the night owl squad, and the deputy captain." "That's great!" Chioshu's eyes lit up, and a faint blush appeared on her fair face, obviously due to excitement. Since Yishian is the deputy captain of the Night Owl Squad, he will have to go along when the next mandatory mission is carried out. In this way, after killing Jun Wushuang, she could also take the opportunity to deal with Yishien, the genius whose fame is second only to Jun Wushuang. Taking down the two top geniuses of the human race in one go, one can imagine how huge this achievement is. How could Chioshu not be excited and thrilled? Thinking of this, Chioshu no longer had time to consider whether Jun Wushuang would be unhappy if she took the initiative to please and get close to Yishien, as she knew that there was a grudge between Jun Wushuang and Yishien. Chioshu held Yishien's hand and said tenderly, "Yitianjiao, you must take good care of me during this mission." The soft touch made Yishien's heart skip a beat, and the delicate voice made Yishien feel as if his bones were melting. Yishien, who had just despised his teammates in his heart, now patted his chest and assured them, smiling enthusiastically, "Don't worry, Miss Chio. I will take good care of you during this mission and won't let you get hurt at all." Chapter 54, Ice and Fire Forest, Yishien's Flattery. Although Chioshu's enthusiasm and initiative made Yishien feel a little flattered, it did not make him so lustful that he forgot about the business. He glanced at Jun Wushuang next to him and asked with a smile, "Miss Chio, would you like to introduce the person next to you? This is Lin Yi, the young master of Longdu's first-class martial arts family. The Lin family is a long-established first-class martial arts family in Longdu. Their ancestors had several human heroes in succession, which made the Lin family prosperous for a long time. That is to say, the Lin family does not have a top-level expert in charge. Otherwise, the Lin family will definitely have a place in the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu." Chioshu told Jun Wushuang the identity he had made up in advance. When Jun Wushuang named his new identity, he did not use any homophones or anything related to his own name. After all, Yishien was not an idiot. Yishien's eyes suddenly lit up, and an expression of, "I was right," appeared on his face. Then, with a somewhat flattering smile, he quickly walked up to Jun Wushuang, clasped his fists and said, "I have heard of Master Lin's name for a long time. Today I finally have the opportunity to meet him. I feel so honored. By the way, let me introduce myself to Master Lin. My name is Yishien, and I am the deputy captain of the Night Owl Squad." "Yishien, you are just as I expected. After knowing that Lin Yi, the incarnation of me, has a prominent status, you will definitely take the initiative to curry favor with me and make friends with me." Looking at Yishien, who was looking down at him, Jun Wushuang sneered in his heart. "Yishien, I don't know what kind of expression you would have when you found out that the person you tried your best to curry favor with, Lin Yi, was actually me, Jun Wushuang. I think that scene would be very interesting." The reason why Jun Wushuang disguised himself and forged his identity was not for his own safety. After all, with Chioshu, a traitor to the human race, by his side, such an action was meaningless. The reason why he did this was to play a trick on Yishien. Certainly. This is just one of the reasons. There is another reason. That is, although Yishien had been deprived of opportunities several times by himself, because he still possessed a large amount of the luck of the human emperor, destiny would help Yishien and make up for his missed opportunities from other places. For example, after Yishien missed the Chaos Dragon Emperor art in the ancient Yuan secret realm, he unexpectedly encountered a vendetta on his way home, and in this vendetta, he picked up a powerful bodybuilding technique and many cultivation resources. However, no matter how much benefit Yishien gained from that vendetta, it was definitely far less than that from the Chaos Dragon Emperor art. Therefore, Jun Wushuang deduced that when the Night Owl squad went to the ice volcano to carry out the mission, Tianming, the blind guy, would definitely compensate Yishien again. How could Jun Wushuang allow such a thing to happen? Therefore, he decisively chose to join the Night Owl team. In this way, he could kill two birds with one stone. On the one hand, he could take the opportunity to snatch Yishien's opportunity again, and on the other hand, he could weaken Yishien's luck again. Jun Wushuang did not reveal his thoughts at all, and smiled and said, "It turns out to be Yi Tianjiao. I have heard of you for a long time. With Yi Tianjiao here this time, I think we can complete this mission smoothly." Yishien was overjoyed to hear this, because judging from the attitude of young Master Lin towards him, he obviously didn't know about his scandals. In this way, the difficulty for him to get close to young Master Lin would be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Yishien couldn't help but laugh excitedly and said, "Don't worry, Master Lin, I'm here. No matter what difficulties and obstacles you encounter during this mission, I will fight to the death to ensure that you complete the mission successfully." With Yi Tianjiao's words, I feel relieved. Jun Wushuang smiled slightly and asked, "By the way, Yi Tianjiao, when will we set off for the ice volcano?" Yishian said, "We can set off once the captain comes back." After waiting for about half an hour, Captain Zhou Kun finally came back. Seeing that Chioshu and Jun Wushuang were already familiar with their teammates, he did not waste time talking nonsense, and directly gave an order to lead the team to the ice volcano. The ice volcano is quite far away from Longdu, at least 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers away. Fortunately, although the human race on Blue Star places primary emphasis on the development of martial arts, they have not fallen behind in the development of science and technology. They have already developed a supersonic high-speed rail. It only took about an hour for everyone to reach their destination. The crowd appeared in front of a vast forest. This forest was made up of strange trees called ice and fire trees. During the day, when illuminated by the sunlight, these trees would turn red as if they were on fire and release high temperatures. But once at night, under the moonlight, it will turn into ice crystals and release astonishingly low temperatures. The ice and fire tree, hence the name. In the deepest part of the ice and fire forest, there is a mountain that undergoes extreme changes during the day and night. That is the ice and fire spring. The mission target of everyone is at the top of the mountain. Zhou Kun led everyone to rest outside the ice and fire forest for half an hour. After everything was ready, he gave a decisive order and led everyone into the ice and fire forest. "It's too hot in this forest." It was daytime when everyone entered the ice and fire forest. At this time of year, every ice and fire tree in the ice and fire forest was emitting high temperature, making the inside of the forest like a big furnace. That is to say, among the members of the Night Owl team, the weakest one has the cultivation level of a peak third-grade warrior. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the heat long ago. However, although everyone could withstand the high temperature, they were still sweating profusely. Only Jun Wushuang looked comfortable, not affected by the surrounding environment at all. This was not only because Jun Wushuang had a strong physique, but also because there was always someone beside Jun Wushuang fanning him. The one who fanned Jun Wushuang was not Chioshu, but Mu Chanin. Of course, with Mu Chanin's personality, she would definitely not do this on her own initiative. She was forced by Yishien. Yishien had already made up his mind to get close to Jun Wushuang, so after he learned about the environmental characteristics of the ice and fire forest, before setting off, he spent a huge sum of 20,000 Blue Star coins to buy an ice fan, just for the purpose of showing his courtesy to Jun Wushuang at this moment. Yishien thought to himself, "After entering this ice and fire forest, everyone was sweltering with heat, but I asked my girlfriend to serve this young Master Lin comfortably. I'm sure this young Master Lin must have a lot of good feelings towards me at this moment." Just as he was thinking this, Yishian suddenly noticed that Lin Yi beside him gave him a look full of kind smile, and he was immediately excited. However, Yishian also knew that it was basically impossible to get close to Mr. Lin with just these few tricks. So, he began to rack his brains to think about how to please this Mr. Lin and further increase his favorability towards him. Yishian was only thinking about how to please Jun Wushuang and didn't consider at all how hard it was for Mu Chanin to keep fanning herself in such a hot environment. Before they knew it, they had been walking in the ice and fire forest for nearly 3 hours. The sky began to darken, and the surrounding ice and fire trees lost the sunlight. The temperature they emitted began to gradually decrease, making everyone feel a lot. However, Captain Zhou Kun did not take this opportunity to speed up his advance. Instead, he ordered everyone to find a place to stay and rest, because night was about to fall and the ferocious beasts living in the ice and fire forest would come out at this time. According to intelligence, although the number of ferocious beasts living in the ice and fire forest is not large, because they have lived in this harsh environment for a long time, their strength is very powerful, and they all start from the 4th grade martial spirit realm. If you are unlucky, it is possible to encounter a powerful beast comparable to the 5th grade martial king, or even the 6th grade martial master. In order to ensure safety as much as possible, it is better to travel during the day and hide at night. Under Zhou Kun's command, everyone found a suitable place and started to set up tents. Yishian naturally would not let Jun Wushuang do such rough work himself. He took Mu Chanin to take charge of the matter, and also helped build Chioshu's tent. If he could curry favor with Lin Yi and win Chioshu's favor at the same time, wouldn't that be double happiness? Jun Wushuang sincerely expressed his gratitude to Yishien for his flattery. Anyway, saying a few nice words doesn't cost any money, and it can also make Yishien work harder to please me, so why not do it? Yishien, who had only received some verbal thanks from Jun Wushuang, was like a loyal dog who had been rewarded with a bone by his master. He held his head high, put his hands behind his back, hummed a little tune, and walked towards his tent. The other members of the Night Owl team couldn't help but frown when they saw this scene. He asked his girlfriend to fan Lin Yi and took the initiative to set up a tent for Lin Yi. I really don't know what else this Yitianjia will do to please Lin Yi next. You are a great genius, but you are just like a pug, hanging around Lin Yi. Don't you feel ashamed at all? I don't know if we were blinded by greed at the beginning, but we actually elected Yishien, a sycophantic person, as our vice-captain. It's really shameful. Although all the members of the Night Owl team felt deeply ashamed of Yishien's actions to please Jun Wushuang along the way, they deliberately lowered their voices and did not dare to let Yishien hear it, because Yishien was the deputy captain of their team. However, as a spiritualist, Yishien still listened to the discussions, but he did not feel ashamed at all. Instead, he sneered in his heart. A bunch of idiots pretending to be noble. How much you despise me now. When I curry favor with Master Lin, you will envy me even more. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishien came to his tent and dived in. In the tent, Mu Chanin sat on the ground, rubbing his shoulders with a painful look on his face. Although she was already a top-level 3rd-rank warrior, she was once a rich lady after all. In that scorching hot environment, she kept fanning Jun Wushuang, but she was so tired that she felt her arms were about to break. Seeing Yishien coming in, Mu Chanin immediately turned his head and snorted coldly. Mu Chanin thought that Yishien would come over to comfort her, but she never expected that Yishien would not only not comfort her at all, but instead said in a bossy manner, Chanin, the food the team brought is just some ordinary food. With young Master Lin's status, he probably can't get used to eating these things, so I'm going to go out and hunt a ferocious beast for young Master Lin as dinner. Also, although young Master Lin is at the 4th level of the martial spirit realm, he is, after all, a rich and powerful young master who is pampered and rich. After a day of hiking, he must be very tired. So when I go out hunting later, you go out to find a water source, then boil some hot water to wash young Master Lin's feet and help him relieve his fatigue. After I finish all this, I will find an excuse to take Lin Xiao out for a walk, and then you can take this opportunity to warm Lin Xiao's bed so that he can have a good sleep on this cold night. Chapter 55. If Lin Xiao does not abandon him, Xian Yuan will become his sworn brother. After hearing Yishien's words, Mu Chanin's beautiful eyes suddenly widened in shock, and she looked at Yishien in disbelief. Yishien, do you know what you just said? You actually asked your girlfriend to wash another man's feet? And you asked your girlfriend to warm another man's bed? You're still not a man. Yishien sneered sarcastically. Haha, when we were in the ancient origin secret realm, you could just serve Jun Wushuang. Why are you not happy to serve Lin Xiao now? As soon as he finished speaking, Yishien suddenly grabbed Mu Chanin's hair roughly and asked ferociously, Is it because you still have that bastard Jun Wushuang in your heart? Mu Chanin endured the pain and explained in a panic. No, I went to serve Jun Wushuang because my Mu family was burdened with a large foreign debt, and I was in urgent need of money, so I had to do that. Yishien uttered a cold shout. You served Jun Wushuang in the past to make money, so I am asking you to serve Lin Xiao now, also to make money. You've also heard from Miss Chiu that young Master Lin is from a first-rate martial arts family in Longdu. The depth of his family's heritage is no less than that of the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu. You can imagine how much benefit I can gain if I can get close to young Master Lin. It's not just me who will benefit from this, your Mu family will also benefit as well. But Mu Chanin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yishian with an impatient look on his face. Okay, stop talking nonsense to me. I am not discussing with you, but informing you and ordering you. Whether you are willing or not, you must do this. You have to know that the mess of your Mu family has brought me tremendous financial pressure. If I can't get close to young Master Lin this time to relieve the pressure brought to me by your Mu family, then I will not care about your Mu family anymore. Mu Chanin, you don't want this to happen, do you? I understand. Mu Chanin finally chose to surrender. There was no other way. The reason why the Mu family could survive until now was mainly due to Yishien's support. If Yishien no longer cared about the Mu family would be finished in minutes. That's better. Yishien snorted with satisfaction, released the hand that was holding Mu Chanin's hair, and then turned and walked out of the tent. Looking at Yishien's departing back, Mu Chanin's eyes turned red instantly, and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. How could her brother Yishien become like this? In the past, brother Yishien was a man of integrity, fearlessness of power, and a strong character. But now, her brother Yishien, in order to curry favor with others, not only asked her to fan the other person along the way but also asked her to wash his feet and warm his bed later. She was just about to wash herself clean, open her legs, and give herself to Lin Yi. Mu Chanin couldn't understand how a person could change so drastically? Or is this the true face of her brother Yishien? The moon is like a silver plate, hanging high in the night sky. The ice and fire trees all over the mountains, under the bright moonlight turned into ice crystals at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then continuously emitted astonishingly low temperatures. Most of the members of the Night Owl squad have already taken shelter in specially made tents to keep out the cold, leaving only a few members to keep watch. Swish! Swish! The members of the Night Owl squad gathered around the campfire, shivering, smoking, bragging and chatting to while away the time. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard, startling the members of the Night Owl team. They stood up suddenly and looked into the distance vigilantly. With the help of the firelight, they vaguely saw a black shadow shaped like a tiger slowly approaching the camp. Beast attack! The expressions of several members of the Night Owl team changed drastically, and they were about to sound the alarm. However, at this moment, a familiar deep voice came. Don't be nervous, it's me. Vice Captain Yi? The members of the Night Owl team were stunned, and then they opened their eyes wide to look, and saw clearly that next to the tiger-like black shadow, there was a disheveled figure covered in blood, and it was Yishian. They hurried over and asked curiously, Deputy Captain Yi, did you encounter any ferocious beasts when you went out? Why didn't you send a signal to notify us to come over and help? Yishian shook his head and said, No, I was worried that young Master Lin wouldn't be able to eat the food we brought, so I went out to hunt a beast for him to eat. Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of several members of the Night Owl team twitched. They all knew the ferocious beast that Yishian brought back that looked like a tiger. It was called the Red Fire Tiger. It was extremely powerful and could easily kill an ordinary 4th-grade martial spirit realm cultivator. Yishian is also at the 4th level of martial spirit realm, and at the 4th level of martial spirit realm at the level of a genius. However, because of dealing with this Red Fire Tiger, he ended up in such an embarrassed state, and it seemed that he was even injured. This shows how powerful this Red Fire Tiger is. A member of the Night Owl team couldn't help but tease. Deputy Captain Yi, you really worked hard to get young Master Lin to have a meal. Haha, before I came here, I promised Mr. Lin that I would take good care of him. I always keep my word and do what I say. This is what I should do. Yishian could naturally hear the sarcasm in this person's words, but he didn't care at all and just smiled indifferently. As long as he could please young Master Lin, a mere sarcasm would not matter. Yishian said, You guys help me deal with this Red Fire Tiger, and then barbecue it. It was freezing cold, and the members of the Night Owl team were not very happy about doing such rough work, but since Yishian was the deputy captain, They dared not disobey and could only nod reluctantly, and then start to work. More than half an hour later, the red fire tiger turned into a pile of golden, juicy, and fragrant barbecue. After Yishien cut off the essential parts, he said to the team members who helped him, "The rest of the meat is left to you. Remember, you must thank Master Lin. If it weren't for Master Lin, you wouldn't have this blessing." "Yes, yes, yes." Several members of the Night Owl team said yes repeatedly, but in their hearts they made a voice full of sarcasm. "This Yishien is really a good liquor." After Yishien became the gigolo and cuckold, I think we should give him another title, the bootlicker. Yishien didn't care what the members of the Night Owl team were thinking. He ran towards Jun Wushuang's tent in a hurry with a pile of freshly roasted tiger meat. On the way, in order to prevent the roasted tiger meat from getting cold and becoming unpalatable, he even used his spiritual power to cast a layer of spiritual power shield on the tiger meat to keep it warm. Soon, Yishien arrived outside Jun Wushuang's tent and asked softly, "Mr. Lin, have you rested?" Jun Wushuang's voice was heard from the tent. "Not yet, Yi Tianjiao, what do you want?" "Mr. Lin, can I go in and talk?" Yishien asked Jun Wushuang for permission like a servant. "Of course, Yi Tianjiao, please come in." After getting Jun Wushuang's consent, Yishien entered the tent. When Jun Wushuang saw Yishien coming over with a piece of barbecue in the middle of the night, he was immediately surprised and asked, "Yi Tianjiao, where did you get this barbecue from?" Yishien said with a smile, "I was worried that you, Mr. Lin, would not be able to eat the food we brought, so I went out to hunt a red fire tiger for you to eat. This is all we can get in the wild mountains and wilderness, so please don't despise it, Mr. Lin." Jun Wushuang immediately said, "I was just unhappy because I didn't have a decent meal tonight, but I didn't expect Yi Tianjiao to send me this roasted tiger meat. I was so happy that I couldn't wait to eat it. How could I dislike it?" "Yi Tianjiao, you are so thoughtful." Yishian smiled as if to take credit for it. "Young Master Lin, this is just the beginning, and you said I was thoughtful. You underestimate me, Yishian. What I prepared for young Master Lin is more than just a meal of roasted tiger meat. I also asked my girlfriend Mu Chanin to prepare some water for you, Mr. Lin. After you finish eating the tiger meat, I will ask my girlfriend Mu Chanin to help you wash your feet with hot water. It will be so pleasant." Hearing this, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but be stunned, but he quickly came to his senses, pretended to be alert, frowned and asked, "Yi Tianjiao, you are too nice to me. We are not related at all, why are you so nice to me?" Yishian was not an idiot, so he would not openly say that he wanted to curry favor with Jun Wushuang. He had long expected Jun Wushuang to ask this question, so he had already prepared his words. "Mr. Lin, you don't know that ever since that bastard Jun Wushuang labeled me a gigolo, everyone has looked down on me and despised me. Especially the rich young men and women who are in the same circle as Jun Wushuang, their attitude towards me is even more hateful. But you, Master Lin, don't look down on me at all, which touched me very much. I, Yishien, have always been a person who repays a drop of kindness with a spring of water. If you are kind to me, Master Lin, I will repay you 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Hearing this, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but snort in his heart. Repay a drop of kindness with a spring? Yishien, you are a beast who wants to kill an entire family for a drop of hatred. How dare you say such a thing? At this moment, Yishien suddenly grabbed Jun Wushuang's hand, half knelt on the ground, and said sincerely, Mr. Lin, you know what? I don't know why, but from the first time I saw you, I felt very close to you, as if you were my relative. I, Yishien, was born an orphan. My biggest dream is to have a family. So if young Master Lin doesn't mind, I, Yishien, am willing to take young Master Lin as my sworn brother. Jun Wushuang resisted the urge to kick Yishien away, and instead grabbed Yishien's hand, saying with a smile, Yi Tianjiao is willing to be my sworn brother. How could I reject such a great blessing? As he spoke, Jun Wushuang shouted, Brother Xian! Yishien was so excited that his face turned red, and he shouted loudly, Brother Yi! Seeing this, Jun Wushuang almost vomited because of nausea. Fearing that he would reveal his flaws, he quickly changed the subject. Brother Xian, roasted red fire tiger meat is such a good thing. It would be too stingy for only you and me to enjoy it. Go and invite your sister-in-law Mu Chanin and Miss Chioshu to come over so that we can enjoy it together. Okay, I'll call them right away. Yishien nodded and ran out of the tent. Using his mental power to sense Yishien's departure, Jun Wushuang, who had been suppressing his emotions for a long time and almost suffering internal injuries, no longer had any scruples. He immediately stopped suppressing his emotions and laughed out loud, laughing so hard that he almost cried. Jun Wushuang is now looking forward to what kind of expression Yishien will have when he knows his true identity. Chapter 56. No wonder you can be the emperor. Soon Yishien, Chanin and Chioshu came to Jun Wushuang's tent. Jun Wushuang asked everyone to sit down, then took out a sharp dagger and started to help everyone cut up the tiger meat. Seeing this, Yishian hurriedly stood up to stop him. "Brother Yi, how can you trouble yourself to do such a small matter?" "Brother Yi?" This title made Chioshu stunned. Yishian showed a proud expression on his face. "Not long ago, I already worshipped Lin Xiao as my sworn brother." "Brother?" A strange expression suddenly appeared on Chioshu's pretty face. She had also heard about the feud between Jun Wushuang and Yishien. It was no exaggeration to say that the hatred between the two was as deep as the sea. Although Jun Wushuang was using a human skin mask to hide his true appearance at this moment, there was tremendous hatred between the two of them. It was heard that Yishien was also a spiritual master, so he should have noticed something. But not only did Yishien not notice anything, he even acknowledged his enemy as his father. Oh no, he acknowledged his enemy as his brother. How stupid must one be to do such a thing? Thinking of this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Chioshu's eyes. Although the Chio family had made sufficient preparations to deal with Jun Wushuang, the unexpected appearance of Yishian made the Chio family's original preparations somewhat insufficient. In this situation, if we deal with Jun Wushuang and Yishian at the same time, there is a risk of mission failure. Is it worth it for her Chio family to risk the failure of the mission to kill such an idiot? Otherwise, let this idiot go for now and concentrate on dealing with Jun Wushuang. Although the credit for killing two top human geniuses at the same time is huge, it is necessary to successfully complete the task and get it. How would Yishian feel if he knew that Chioshu, a traitor who specialized in killing human geniuses, now despised him for being too stupid and unworthy of being killed together with Jun Wushuang? But although Yishian didn't know what Chioshu was thinking, he noticed that her face looked strange, and couldn't help asking, "Miss Chio, what's wrong with you?" "It's nothing. I was just a little shocked to hear the breaking news that Yi Tianjiao actually took Lin Xiao as his sworn brother." Chioshu came back to her senses and hurriedly forced a smile on her face to cover it up. Although Yishian didn't know that Lin Yi in front of him was Jun Wushuang knew Yishian. However, Jun Wushuang was willing to accept Yishian as his sworn brother. Even a pig could guess that Jun Wushuang must have some plan. She didn't dare reveal her true colors and arouse Yishian's suspicion, otherwise Jun Wushuang would definitely turn against her. Now she hasn't led Jun Wushuang to the ambush place set by her Chio family. If they fall out now, she would be committing a serious crime. Fortunately, Yishian didn't think too much about it, and was easily fooled by Chioshu. Yishian glanced at Chanin beside him and said with dissatisfaction, "Chanin, how can you be so tactless? Hurry up and help Brother Yi share the tiger meat." "Got it." Chanin stood up expressionlessly. She still had to wash Jun Wushuang's feet and even warm her bed later. Compared to that, cutting a plate of tiger meat was nothing. Soon, Chanin cut off a plate of fragrant tiger meat and handed it to Jun Wushuang respectfully. "Mr. Lin, please enjoy your meal." Jun Wushuang smiled politely. "Thank you." Chanin didn't say anything and was about to sit down, but before her buttocks touched the chair, Yishian's scolding sounded again. "Are you blind? Don't you see there is a Miss Chio? She is a guest invited by my brother Yi. How can you be so negligent? Hurry up and cut a plate of tiger meat for Miss Chio as well." Upon hearing this, Chanin froze and the expression on his face became ugly. It would be fine to ask her to serve Lin Yi. The family behind young Master Lin is a well-established first-class martial arts family with a foundation comparable to the top 10 martial arts families in Longdu. It is not shameful for her to serve Lin Yi. But she found it a little hard to accept being asked to serve Chioshu. Because she knew Chioshu. She had met Chioshu several times before when she attended some banquets with Jun Wushuang. At that time, because Jun Wushuang was by her side, she was definitely the heroine no matter what kind of banquet she attended. People like Chioshu, let alone talking to her, don't even have the qualifications to enter her sight. How could Mu Chanin accept being asked to serve someone who had never even entered her sight in the past? Seeing that Mu Chanin had not made any move, Yishien's face darkened and he said unhappily, "Chanin, didn't you hear what I said?" Feeling the coldness in Yishien's eyes, Mu Chanin shuddered slightly. She knew that if she didn't cut the tiger meat for Chioshu and made Yishien feel embarrassed, she would definitely be in trouble. Thinking of this, Mu Chanin could only suppress his reluctance, cut off another plate of tiger meat, and handed it to Chioshu. "Ms. Chio, please enjoy." Looking at Mu Chanin, who looked like a maid in front of her, Chioshu couldn't help but chuckle and said lightly, "Thank you, Miss Mu." Although Chioshu didn't say anything, Mu Chanin knew that she also knew her, so she could hear the meaning behind Chioshu's chuckle. A person who was once as noble as a princess is now like a maid, serving others humbly. Therefore, Chioshu's smile was like a sharp knife, stabbing into Mu Chanin's heart and making her feel extremely uncomfortable. After sitting down again, Mu Chanin hid his hands under the table, clenched them into fists, and his slightly sharp nails dug deeply into his palms. However, no one cared about Mu Chanin's discomfort, and the same was true for Yishien. He was now concentrating on currying favor with Lin Yi and did not even look at Mu Chanin. He occasionally thought of Mu Chanin because he had something to do with her. After Mu Chanin had been suffering for more than an hour, the meal was finally finished. Seeing that Jun Wushuang ignored her suggestion to stay with him overnight, Chioshu sighed secretly, then stood up and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late. I'll go back and rest first." Jun Wushuang smiled and said, "Then I'll see Miss Chio off. Brother Yi, I will go with you to send Miss Chio back." Yishian immediately jumped out to act as a light bulb. It was not that he was ignorant, but he had long seen that Chioshu was trying to hook up with Lin Yi. He was not done trying to please Lin Yi. If Jun Wushuang sent Chioshu back and never came back, all his efforts would be in vain. That would not do. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Wushuang and Yishian acted as guardians on the left and right, accompanying Chioshu out of the tent. When he was about to leave the tent, Yishian glanced at Mu Chanin and said meaningfully, "Chanin, clean up this place and make sure Brother Yi can have a good night's sleep. Got it?" "No." Mu Chanin nodded, and after the three left the tent, she came to where Jun Wushuang was sleeping, bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, and then slowly took off her clothes one by one. Mu Chanin lifted the quilt and crawled in. The tent where Chioshu lived was not very far away, and it only took Jun Wushuang and Yishian 7 or 8 minutes to send her back. However, Yishian knew that Mu Chanin was most likely warming Jun Wushuang's bed at this time. There were some things he could do, but they were not easy to be seen. After all, he still had to save some face, so he found various excuses to delay time. About an hour later, Yishian estimated that the time was about right, so he used the communicator to notify Mu Chanin, and then accompanied Jun Wushuang back to the tent. When the two returned to the tent, Mu Chanin, who had put on his clothes again, was standing aside with his head lowered. Seeing this, Yishian knew that Mu Chanin had completed his instructions. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and then he looked at Jun Wushuang beside him with a flattering expression. "Mr. Lin, go try to see if your quilt is comfortable." "Huh!" Jun Wushuang was stunned, not quite understanding what Yishian meant, but still came to his bedside. As soon as he sat down, Jun Wushuang immediately realized that his bedding was warm. He touched his bedding in surprise and sniffed it, saying in surprise, "Why is my bed warm? And why is it fragrant?" Mu Chanin saw Jun Wushuang's actions, and a blush suddenly appeared on her fair face. She took off her clothes to warm the bed for Jun Wushuang. Seeing Jun Wushuang's big hands touching the bedding, she couldn't help but feel that Jun Wushuang was not touching the bedding, but touching herself. Mu Chanin felt strange because she was being touched by another man in front of her boyfriend Yishien. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Mu Chanin couldn't stand it any longer and bit her lip and said, "I'll go get some hot water." After he finished speaking, Mu Chanin fled out of the tent. Yishien ignored her and smiled as he moved closer to Jun Wushuang. "It's like this, it's freezing here, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep well at night, So when we went out just now, I asked my girlfriend Mu Chanin to warm up your bed so that you can sleep more comfortably at night. Hearing this, Jun Wushuang was stunned. He never thought that Yishien would go this far in order to please him. He couldn't help but scream in his heart. Yishien, you are so awesome! No wonder Jun Wushuang was so shocked. As an experienced person, he knew very well that if Mu Chanin was warming the bed for him with clothes on, it would be impossible for his bed to be so warm and still have body fragrance, so Mu Chanin must have been naked while warming the bed for him. In order to curry favor with me, he actually asked his girlfriend to take off her clothes and climb onto his bed to warm him. How can this not be awesome? Sure enough, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. After being shocked, Jun Wushuang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For your own benefit, you could even do such a thing. No wonder you, Yishien, can become the emperor. Just then, Mu Chanin came back with a basin of hot water in her hand. She came to Jun Wushuang and knelt down. Mr. Lin, wash your feet. As he said that, he grabbed one of Jun Wushuang's feet and tried to help him take off his shoes and socks. Jun Wushuang pretended to stop her and said, Ms. Mu, what are you doing? No. Yishien would naturally not allow Jun Wushuang to refuse, and immediately said, Brother Yi, don't be polite, we are brothers, my woman is yours, oh no, it's your sister-in-law. As a sister-in-law, it's only natural for her to wash her brother's feet. Jun Wushuang said reluctantly, Okay. Mu Chanin successfully helped Jun Wushuang take off his shoes and socks, then held his feet and put them into hot water, washing them while gently massaging them. Not to mention, washing your feet in hot water on such a cold day is really comfortable. An expression of enjoyment appeared on Jun Wushuang's face. Yishien, who was standing aside, couldn't help but smile when he saw Jun Wushuang's expression. Soon, Mu Chanin finished washing Jun Wushuang's feet, and then looked around, with a look of panic on her pretty face. I forgot to bring a towel. Obviously, Mu Chanin was afraid that Yishien would get angry with her because of such a small mistake. However, Yishien was not unhappy at all because of Mu Chanin's negligence this time. He came to Jun Wushuang in one step and said lightly, It's okay, I'll do it. After he finished speaking, Yishien remained calm and used his sleeves to carefully wipe Jun Wushuang's feet dry. Jun Wushuang was stunned again and couldn't help but say, Brother Xian, you are wronging yourself too much. Yishien smiled slightly. What's wrong with this? It's only natural for a younger brother to serve his older brother. Jun Wushuang looked so touched. Brother Xian, you are so good to me. As your brother, I will never treat you unfairly. It just so happens that the family has recently distributed cultivation resources worth 50 billion blue star coins to me. When I complete the mission and return to Longdu, I will share this cultivation resource with you. Hearing this, Yishien was immediately overjoyed. All my efforts to please others during this period of time have indeed not been in vain. Ha 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 ha! Yishien was so ecstatic that he really wanted to give Jun Wushuang a big kiss on her feet.